I'm back. Believe it or not, I'm back. And guess what? We have the nude guru with me. He
Were we
didn't
ever
abandon.
really gone?
Sorry, folks, but he was out there wrestling with a grizzly bear, and he won.
Is that what we're calling it?
You, yeah.
Works for me. I'll go with it.
Work with me. Work with me. Wow. Yeah. My physician
You paint
says.
me in a good light, Rights. I appreciate that.
I was talking to my physician today, and he says, I understand you got a bad cold. He says, I feel sorry for you. So he says, my recommendation is every woman you see, give her a big kiss. And I says, well, what's the intention of that? He goes, give it back to him. Give him back the cold. You'll feel better. And I says, oh, he says, don't have a dirty mind, Rights. I said, thank you, doc. Then I got charged for it.
Well, at least the strategy takes into consideration making it worse.
Yeah, that's
Or
right.
does it?
Yeah. Well, you can talk to my doctor, Dr. Goomba. He's a good doctor.
I guess that depends on who you kiss.
Yeah, hold on. I got a good. Yeah, let's see. See how many people we get up here today. Does
We're
anybody
gonna
feel
be
lucky?
we're we're loaded. We're packed.
Oh, I'm telling you. You know. Oh yeah, like I said, I made 500 already on my between my live and my videos today.
That is
500,
quite a
hard to
feat.
believe. And guess what? I made 178 subscribers. I'm celebrating.
The algorithm is definitely on your side.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
There's something wrong
even after it's been rigged in your favor too. Sure.
I had to pay for it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Yes.
No wonder I'm so poor.
99.99 a subscriber.
Yeah. Well, now you know why I'm so poor. I thought it was you, it was me.
Because you're paying for your subs. Is that see that I get shafted
Well,
for
I'm sorry.
YouTube ghost subs.
Was that what they call it? Ghost subs?
Ghost subs, yeah, subs that aren't even real. Well, I call them that. I don't know if other people do.
Sure doesn't seem like a ghost to me when I had to pay for the money. That took disappeared.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Right.
yeah.
Ghost subs, what do you call it? Ghost subs, bot subs, but not a ghost bill.
Hmm. So that is legit then.
Well, it is if you paid it.
Hmm. What is the reason behind that? Just to show people that they're interested in the guy's stream? Is that what it is?
You
Or
mean why people actually do that?
yeah.
Well,
Is it a
if they're looking to monetize, it artificially gets them closer to monetizing, and then monetization revenue that YouTube gives is based on the amount of viewership that you have. So, if you can artificially boost your viewership, the idea is you get paid more per video per click. But YouTube is not stupid, or the people at YouTube, and they made an algorithm that tries to mitigate that.
okay.
And so that's why we get try to is the key word. They didn't make it very good, so that's why we've got on our end these challenges with the algorithm unsubscribing us from other people's channels and stuff. What it's doing is it thinks we're not an authentic account when it does that. At least that's a good excuse, you know. There's
Mm-hmm.
also shadow banning going on and all that kind of stuff. But when you mix it in with everything else, it's much more easy for YouTube to hide all that stuff and make it
Wow.
confusing for people. You know?
Just think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when I thought the thumbnail was a thumb with a nail on it. Wow, that's amazing.
right?
Look, I'm learning every day with you. I'm learning different stuff.
Well, I got something interesting to show you. You know how um, you hear me say a lot that the entire people in politics and in government, thick and thin, top to bottom, they're just actors. Well,
Hmm.
part of the information that I've collected in my arsenal of info that I researched over years, I have a category for that specifically is just anything that is documentation to show. And so I've got file after file after file in my thumb drives of that, and I pulled one of them out, and uh, I just pulled a couple videos out of that little collection there, that portion of the collection. I was going through a couple of them, and I've got on hand a video of the last Prime Minister of Canada. Have you heard of him? His name is Stephen Harper.
No, never heard of them.
All right. So he's the last one before the current one. Current one is Justin Trudeau.
Ew.
Yeah.
Cuss at me, will you? That's worse than
So
saying blinky. Joe
they're
Blinky.
all just the same, you know. I mean, this one had a little more respect in the public eye, but not much. He was, just as much
Let's watch it then.
same bullshit. But I've got anyway. So you hear me say this all the time, right? That they're just reading from a script and they're actually not making any decisions and so on and so forth. So here's a good example of that. I'll put my screen share up. And what
Okay.
you'll see here is, well, maybe I'll just let it speak for itself. I think
You're
that's
such a
probably the best.
tease. You're such a
Yeah,
tease.
I pulled the barber on you. Okay, so here it is. This is the former last prime minister um, for Canada getting ready for something. Here it is.
Can barely hear it.
Okay, I got this cranked right up. You could hear it though.
No, this is my ears still. I don't know, but go ahead
Okay,
and
just
play it.
here I'll put it to a part where he's talking. Just tell me you can hear it at all.
I don't know. It's not working for me.
Oui, mais la première partie est excellente.
Ouais.
Yeah, I
Did you
can
hear it
hear
at
it.
all?
Yeah, yeah,
You can
yeah.
hear it
I
all.
can hear it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's as loud. Oops, that's as loud as it goes on my end. So I won't say nothing if you want to turn it up. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds long.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. And I'll give you 10 seconds to do that, and then I'll go ahead and press play.
Okay, got it.
That's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks very much.
In times like these, we can't lose sight of what's important. It's important as a nation that we don't spend beyond our means. It's important our communities are safe and secure. It's important to help you save money so you can own a home, send your kids to school, and have enough left to retire on. Most of important of all, sorry, this isn't the time for untested theories or risky schemes. It's the time for certainty. Sorry, I said schemes. This isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. I did it again. Schemes, schemes, theories, themes, theories, schemes, risky schemes, risky schemes, or risky schemes. It's not a great risky schemes. It's an occasion to take a break from our busy lives and appreciate that family and friends mean everything. We'll sit down to meals prepared with a little special. Il commence à jouer du piano, de la guitare, et je l'accompagne du piano. Et I don't know, it's not working for me.
Oui, mais la première partie est excellente.
Ouais. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to decide whether we're scripting it. If we can do a script. You want to do a script? We'll do a script. Okay. We need to be certain that the government is living within its means. That when we raise taxes, or sorry, I want to say the words raise taxes, and keep us moving towards the future. And that's what we want to be able to do when this election is over. Is that what you want?
Yeah. That's great.
What's up, guys? It is David.
Wow. Does that tell the truth or what?
It should.
Oh, freaking real. That is great right there. That's good content.
I have loads of that. For not just Canada, of course, for many different nations and different corporations, and all kinds of stuff that are showing that it's all just theater. It's a production, a planned production, right? There's nothing authentic about any of it.
Give people what they want to hear and don't give them shit.
Yeah, it's just sales. It's sales 101. That's why I say that the mainstream media is nothing but a running along infomercial, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't care what channel you're on. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all, right? Oh, look at this. Look who showed up. You got a visitor.
Oh, no. He doesn't know the guy. What's his name? Van Erich. Yeah, no.
Joe,
We don't want him.
he doesn't know Joe Cool. None of us do.
Who's that? Never heard of the man. Well, I'll give him.
I don't know. Is this true? Apparently, black people aren't allowed on panel.
That's it. Oh, is he black? Damn.
Well, before we get into whether he's black or not, are we doing that? Are we? What do you call that? Are we? Not shadow banning, but color banning. Is that what we're going to do today?
It's not a bad idea. We'll take care of when he comes up here. We'll fix him.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah. You'll never know it's coming.
Welcome, Joe. Good evening. So yeah, the whole thing is theater, and if you want to put the link, feel free. By the way, I don't know if you.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just a really good example, and I've got loads of that, showcasing that the whole thing is just stage theater. It's a sales production that's going on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to keep everybody.
Hold on. Here goes the neighborhood. Get ready.
Go ahead.
My stream's going to be turned all kinds of hell now. Get ready. Ready?
Sorry, you're looking at my cat's nuts. I'm sorry. He was flashing you guys.
Well, thanks for the stream rights. We broke our color code.
I was saying, hey, who got the woman in the picture? That's me.
Is that Phoenix?
That's Phoenix. That's it.
Hey, Phoenix, what's happening?
It says, "Hey, Phoenix." It better be Phoenix.
Oh,
I get paid not to tell secrets.
Right.
How you doing, Martha?
At some point, I was editing, I don't know, a couple hours ago, and I was working on a video, and I came upon a question, and I was like, look for a guru. I can tell you the question, but first I'll tell you the question in a second. I couldn't find you, and I went to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, at the Flat Earther, and I couldn't get him to really stay on topic. I wanted to know. All right, we were in a court. I was at a court trying to film in the courthouse, and it says that a regular person cannot film in the corridors, hallways, and shit. I mean, it was legal, but some judge made an order where you can't, a regular person can't film there, but media could. And I was wondering why. What would be the reasoning or logic why one person would be allowed and one person would not? I couldn't come up with any valid argument for that.
Money?
Twofold. Number one is to keep their control network going,
But they can't say that. That's obvious that Leah, but you
right?
can't say that one.
They can't say that, right?
Right.
And the second is to make sure that whatever is getting out into the public is only what they want.
Again, that I thought that they could hold press more easily accountable, which again goes towards control. They behave better because they know they can get hurt later. Or what was the other one I came up with? Did you think that the press was more somehow reliable or responsible than the average person?
You're looking good
And
there, Joe Cool.
it's Press Incorporated that'll be allowed, right? So it's not Press
Yes,
Newspaper.
that's what I'm
It's
gonna
Press
go
Incorporated.
immediately. Yes, very good. I'm gonna need a way to phrase that because I couldn't come up with a good argument for that for why they would make the distinction, except that it immediately jumps to what is a press credential, what is real press. It immediately goes there. There's no other conversation. I would like it to remain on why the distinction between regular person and press. But immediately people gonna say, "What is press?" That's exactly what really Cat. That's exactly what Saab did. He and maybe that's what I should harp on in the video. Just go straight to that, the distinction between media,
I
which
think so. Yeah, I think so.
uh,
And also, if they do that, then they can keep their scheme in line with being constitutional.
wait, yeah, okay. I see some, but I don't want to assume. Why do you say that it helps them keep their scheme in line with being constitutional?
Because it's a technical thing. It doesn't technically say in the Constitution, as far as I'm
All right,
aware,
that's what I thought you
that
were going. Yeah.
that press means everybody. That's an
Yes.
implied and assumed
Yes.
thing, and it's
Yeah.
logical to imply and assume that. So they can
Yes.
just
Very good.
use the technical wording to say, well,
Yes.
we're not blocking press
All
anymore,
right.
are we?
Oh, that's beautiful. I think I might have to abandon you. I might have to write that down and yeah, give you a few minutes. I want to incorporate that.
Yeah,
Give me a
for
minute. I'll
sure.
be back.
For sure. What should I put on the bill, right? And
You
to
know,
send
give
him.
it to him good. Give it to him good. Tell him we'll take his pussy then. We'll fix him. Do you think money's involved in it as well? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. It's involved in it, of course. That's what keeps them motivated. You know, they're getting off on being able to act as controllers. They love that. They also know that they're not really true in true control of anything, as you just saw in that video, right? Let's play it again. I want to play it one more time and just look at it from envision if this was the president of the United States, because it doesn't matter, or if anybody else is listening, the president or prime minister of their nation. It's all the same thing. This is
Uh-oh, I
what's
lost
going
you.
on everywhere. The
Oh, there you
presidents
go.
with all the Muppets, with oh shit, not just with those Muppets, with all the Muppets in all the different positions that quote unquote would count for something in politics and corporate spokesperson, public eye figures. So just look at it from that and recognize that what you're seeing here. This backtrack. This person here, the commercial talk over it. This person here was born into a family who is was hand selected, right? They know who's going to be in these positions like decades before they ever put them in. And they're blood groomed to play the part in these positions. And they don't even know how to fall out of line with that. And of course, they're paid a boatload of money. So they love that part. That's what's, keeping them game, right? It's the carrot at the end of the stick. But it's the total package. They get to look like they're significant. It boasts their egos in the public eye view, and they get to pretend that they're superstars. And they're not making any decisions whatsoever, as you can see here. So one more time, I'll play it.
Can't hear the voice.
No voice? Maybe I
Mm-mm.
didn't try that again. Hold on.
You know what? If you got other videos, play those out there too. I don't care if it's United States, whatever. I like to see all this.
Oh, I got just a ton.
Go ahead and do
A
it.
ton.
I don't care.
I got
Show
they're
people.
all in my, yeah, we'll get into that. They're all in my thumb drives. This is what I'm getting into again with Ferdy. That's why I pulled it out, right? All this stuff is preliminary to the hub, of course.
And people believe this, oh, the government's going to help us.
Yeah, they, they're real slick, as you can see. Well, people believe movies. Look at people when they watch movies. It fucks with the psyche, and people get right into it as if it's really happening. So that line between theater and reality is very easily blurred, and it doesn't really take much to convince a brainwashed, hypnotic mass that it's authentic, especially when they already have the belief in it wholeheartedly, right? That it is. Got sound this time?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
We'll sit down to
One more time, we'll play this again. This is the former Prime Minister of Canada. Before or making some kind of production for, I think, a campaign that they were doing or whatever it was. But it's easy. You can see how it's showcased here that it's an acting crew, a stage crew, no different than you will see in any Hollywood motion picture production or whatever, because it is. That's exactly what it is.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thanks very much.
Wow.
In times like these, we can't lose sight of what's important. It's important as a nation that we don't spend beyond our means. It's important our communities are safe and secure. It's important to help you save money so you can own a home, send your kids to school, and have enough left to retire on. Most of important of all, this isn't the time for untested theories or risky schemes. It's the time for certainty. Sorry, I said schemes. This isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. I did it again. Schemes. Theories, themes, theories, schemes. Risky schemes. Risky schemes or risky schemes. It's not a great risky schemes. It's an occasion to take a break from our busy lives and appreciate that family and friends mean everything. We'll sit down to meals prepared with a little special. Il commence à jouer du piano, de la guitare, et je l'accompagne du piano. Et I don't know, it's not working for me.
Oui, mais la première partie est excellente.
Ouais. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to have to decide whether we're scripting it. We can do a script. You want to do a script? We'll do a script. Okay. We need to be certain that the government.
Want to do a who's making that make
You're breaking up bad, Nude. Hello?
testicles, blue balls?
You're breaking up bad.
Okay.
Still nothing. Nope. Still nothing.
Test. 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 Test.
No.
Testing. Test. 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 Test.
You're bad. No, you're real bad, Nude. You might have to reboot. Well, we'll wait for the Nude to get back again. Oh, there he is. Okay, that was fast.
Test.
No. Totally lost you, Nude. Excuse me. Well, little Nude, you got some problems here, so we'll wait till he gets back and see what happens here. All right. He's got some difficulties. You know, while we're at it, I guess we can do this. Since now I got my volume fixed in this doggone thing. Computers are something else, I'll tell you. I mean, they're nice when they work, but when they break, you got to figure out how the hell the thing works, what happened to it. So while he's gone, we'll play this for a minute. This is something I just put up. I was going to put up my last stream, but I couldn't do it. Make sure I got volume. Yes, I do. Okay. As we're waiting for the Nude. People are saying that what I said basically isn't true. And what I said is that they're going to eradicate, oh, there he is, eradicate 6 to 7 billion people. So I have other proof here, and I want to show this to them. Hold on there, Nude. I was doing this. Oh, keep talking. Go on.
You can hear me?
Nope. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you sound a lot
Okay.
better now. Hold on there, man. I just started. All right. So anyway, these people said that it's not true. So I got 2 verifications on this, and you guys decide whether it's true or not. I mean, this is your life in line, not mine. I'm going to try to get the hell out of here as soon as I can. There we go. Okay. Audio check.
You gotta put it up still.
Really?
Yeah, it's just in the bottom part.
Okay, ready?
It's not up yet.
That size is going.
You put it on, but you didn't put it up on screen.
Oh, well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, it's been a while since I've done that. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, audio
Okay,
check.
here we go. This is only going to be a short one. It's not that long. It's 4 minutes long. So
It's a
I
taxi
wanted to
meters
prove
running.
people. Okay, here we go.
Do you know what's interesting about all these people? None of them are volunteering to off themselves. Bill Gates is an old guy. He's late 60s, I think. Is he offed himself? I don't think so. He's still flying around in a private jet telling us all how we need to reduce our carbon footprint. The carbon they want to reduce is you. You're the carbon they want to reduce.
Told the Washington Post that even the U.S. and China going to zero emissions tomorrow won't solve the climate's problem. Then in April of 21, you said that global net zero is not enough and that CO2 must be removed from the atmosphere. How much is the correct amount of CO2?
Let me explain to you, if I can, so you understand exactly what I said. It's close, but it's not quite exactly what I was saying.
Can you just tell me what?
Let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you what. Here's how it works. Because we have put, I forget the exact number of tons, millions of tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are now in the atmosphere. They're there. And every day we're adding more. And so every day the heat is going up and we have to figure out how we're going to, tame the monster here. The only way to do that is to reduce emissions on an ongoing basis to get control on the current level of emissions that we have created.
But
actually suck.
Sir, with all due respect, you've been through this before. What is the correct amount? I don't want to spend a bunch of time about a history lesson about things that people don't care about.
What changes every day? I can't tell you
the correct amount changes.
Yes, it does.
So, Secretary, you probably know that for approximately 200 million years, what's the parts per million now? About 400, right? Can we agree on that?
400.
All right, so about 200 million years. 2,000 parts per million. Did Mother Nature get it wrong for 200 million years?
Here's the difference, Congressman. The difference is, yes, there were periods which all the scientists who deal with climate acknowledge that there have been moments on the planet, which is billions of years old, in which there were greater heat and there was greater.
Tell me the difference quickly. I've got a little
difference. Is human beings are creating.
Okay, so
human beings are creating.
Okay, so.
Theater. Are you there? Right? Testing.
Well, the thing
Am I
didn't-
here? Oh,
Yeah,
there you are.
yeah. Yo, you sounding good now. You are.
So if
Yeah,
you combine that with the last one that I just showed, can you see they were obviously not so directly script running, but they were doing, I think, what's called ad-libbing off the script. But they rehearsed this right before they actually go live, or sometimes it looks like it's live and it's not on camera. And they rehearse this together the same way that wrestling production is done. Everybody knows who's playing what part, what the theme is, so to speak, and they're really good at ad-libbing it, and they're given the narrative and they run with it. And their job is to make it look authentic, and they really do.
Yeah, they do. They do. You're right. I mean, I got sucked in for how many years?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I looked at the shit show yesterday, the news, just to see what's going on out there because I haven't seen it in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I just shut it off within 20 minutes. I couldn't take it no more. It's just the same shit, different day, same shit.
That's all you're watching when you turn that thing on. It's theater. Theater, yeah. And not just, theater for the sake of entertainment. Theater for the intentional purpose of continuing hypnosis.
Yep.
And not a good hypnosis can be a good thing. I was talking to Freddie about that earlier today. Especially when trance is self-regulated. That's ideally like what we want to be doing with ourselves. And if we don't do that, then we're vulnerable to hypnosis from anywhere. And this is why people are sheeple. Because they're not self-regulating. They're not in charge of their own programming. And they even tell you, now back to your regularly scheduled programming. They use these words because they tell the truth. They're not even lying. They aren't. A lot of people are angry with them because they think that they're lying and cheating. They're not. They're telling you what they're doing. You just have to read the fine print.
Well, the bad thing about it is
they don't have to tell you to read the fine print. That's your responsibility. Go ahead.
well, the bad thing about it, these people accept it.
That's right. They accept it as if it's fact.
Mm-hmm.
And not only do they accept it as fact, they accept it as in a fallacy, delusional, fabricated world that they live in, as if government is supposed to be responsible for you. As if, as an adult especially, somebody else has a responsibility towards your well-being in life. And that is why you get to be oppressed. Because if you don't want to grow up in life, do things for yourself, you absolutely need somebody to be your nanny, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And nanny is what you get.
Well, in my defense, and I'm pretty sure a lot of
you took it personally.
no.
I'm
My
just kidding.
defense,
I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Let me make it clear. The you was everybody who's listening.
Mm-hmm.
I do that a lot, when I say you.
Oh, I'm not worried
It
about
sounds like
no, don't bother me. You know that. In my defense, though, seriously, I can say this like millions of other people were like me. I was like them, I should say. Um, we're paying for something that we're not getting. We're thinking we're getting something that we're paying, and we're not.
That's right. That's
Screwed.
right.
You know what I mean? And they're like, wow, they're going to protect us.
And the reason why you're getting something other than what you thought is because you're not doing your due diligence properly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. Not because they're not hiding anything or keeping it from you, but because they are using clever tactics to shadow it. And it's your responsibility. For example, if you go read a food label, you're going to read a whole bunch of things usually at first that make real sense. And then the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 things, a whole bunch of big words that are like, what the hell is that? Right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That is right.
All right. Now, how many people actually take the initiative and the responsibility to research what those things that you don't know are in fact?
Nobody. Seriously,
Nobody.
hardly anybody. Really, I should say that.
Right. So if you're going to ingest something and you didn't research to know what it is that you ingested, failed at due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
So even with implied consent, they even did implied consent. They told you what was on there. They don't have to be literal. They don't have to be anything, but they still put the poisons on the label for you to read. Yes, they didn't literally put on, and sometimes they do actually. Sometimes they're even so bold that they say this contains poison. If you look at the toothpaste, right? If you swallow too much, call the poison control center immediately, right? So sometimes they're even that direct about it, but they don't have to be. They don't have to be.
Excuse me for a minute. Von Eggers here.
Hey, Vaughn, what's happening?
Come on up, Vaughn. Get the charge card ready.
You see, it's the mindset that people have of just all out complete trust that somebody's in government has your back. Spoon-fedism. So I don't have to worry and do my homework. They wouldn't put it in there if it wasn't safe. And that, nobody ever said that to any of us. Nobody. Anybody who has that mindset, they gave it to themselves or somebody else in their peers or their parents or whatever, indoctrinated them into thinking that way. Not your oppressors never once said that just because it's on a shelf being sold in the store, that it's actually safe for you.
I seen
not once. Go ahead.
So I seen a video of them making ham.
Is that what they're calling
it? Yeah. Well, once I found out what they did to it, I went, wow. They inject needles in that sucker.
Yeah.
With salt to make it pink, so it doesn't change color.
Nitrates.
Thank you. That's the word. Yeah, I just heard somebody pop up.
It's Vonnie. You want me to get him?
Oh yeah, yeah. Please. I'm in the yeah.
Get your charge card.
Okay.
I'm not paying. I heard right before I came up. So no, I am not paying. Matter of fact, I'm charging.
Damn, you told me he had his mic on mute. He didn't hear us. Shit.
I don't care who pays as long as I hold the charge card swipe. I'm good.
How you doing, Vaughn?
You can hold that all day because you're not going to be working anything.
Never does anyway around here.
I'm doing good, man. How y'all fellas doing today?
Great. We're doing great. What's happening?
Yeah.
So, nitrates. That's one of the most lethal, cancerous causing additives being put in meats. And it's been put in meats forever and a day. And so they don't know. So again, what I was just saying a minute ago, there was never any implied consent narrative being pumped out that just because it's on a shelf means it's safe or good for you. The idea that that's the case is a fallacy and a delusion in the mind of people who made it up themselves. Your oppressors aren't even telling you that at all. And that's what people do. And they do that because they want to feel better. They want to feel safer. And they want to feel more comfortable so that they can continue to live the lifestyle of being spoon-fed and not take responsibility for themselves. And that's all. Nothing more.
That's sick people. Oh, Von Erck, did you just happen to pop up, or did you see some of the video that Guru showed?
Yeah, I seen the one that you just played. Yeah.
Oh no, about in France or in Canada. Him speaking. Well, that Canadian French threw me off.
Right.
It's just an excuse. Anyway,
well, don't worry, I won't ask for a refund. I could play it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to anyway, and then I had that glitch there, so let's do that. All right.
Oh, this was played early today?
Yeah, just at the beginning here. It's just a minute clip of something here, and I'll explain as I get set it up here. you probably heard me say from time to time, Von Erich, and anybody else who's listening, I'll say it again, that the whole thing that's going on in the political arena and in the governments and in with people who have a semblance position in the public eye that counts for something, that it's all theater, it's all acting. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. I have a boatload of documentation on quite a number of thumb drives that I saved over the years, and it's part of the collection that will be presented in the hub when it's ready. And Freddie and I have been gearing up to go towards that direction again. So I pulled out a couple of these thumb drives. I was going through that, and I happened to just pick out a couple here that showcase some of the theater that's going on that you don't see when it's live. And so here's an excerpt, a clip of the former Prime Minister of Canada, the one right before the one that is in position now. His name is Stephen Harper. And so that's a prelude to it. And I'll let the rest speak for itself. Let me just do an audio check again here. Can you hear it this time, right? Did we get audio there?
Yeah, got it. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's just one excerpt of actual documentation showcasing how everything that you see is more than meets the eye. It's all acting, wrestling, 101 theater production, Hollywood.
That's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Can't see the picture though.
Really?
Yeah. Well, there it is. You got it. Yep.
Oh, maybe it was maybe it was a lag on your end, right? Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
You sure you got your glasses on, right?
He's so cheap and broke, he bought from the dollar store.
Oh my gosh. At least he didn't go to the flea market.
Thanks very much.
In times like these, we can't lose sight of what's important. It's important as a nation that we don't spend beyond our means. It's important our communities are safe and secure. It's important to help you save money so you can own a home, send your kids to school, and have enough left to retire on. Most important of all, this isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. It's the time for certainty. Sorry, I said schemes. This isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. I did it again. Schemes. Theories, themes. Theories, schemes. Risky schemes. Risky schemes or risky schemes. It's not a great risky schemes. It's an occasion to take a break from our busy lives and appreciate that family and friends mean everything. We'll sit down to meals prepared with a little special. Il commence à jouer du piano, de la guitare, et je l'accompagne du piano. Et I don't know, it's not working for me.
Oui, mais la première partie est excellente.
Ouais. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to have to decide whether we're scripting it. If we can do a script. You want to do a script? We'll do a script. Okay. We need to be certain that the government is living within its means, that when we raise taxes, or, sorry, I want to say the words raise taxes, and keep us moving towards the future. And that's what we want to be able to do when this election is over. Is that what you want? Yeah.
Is that what you want? Who's he consulting with? He needs to put on a good performance and a good show for his bosses. See? These people are not making any decisions. They're not authentic. It's all a script. It's all an act. It's all theater. And I've got boatloads of documentation of all kinds of different politicians, presidents, prime ministers, and people in corporations, executives, just like this, showcasing that everything that you think you see on MSN is all just a wrestling show. Tons of it. Welcome back, Mr. Cool.
Hey guys.
Oh,
Hey,
wait a minute now. Wait a
who's the
minute
new
here.
guy, man? Who's the new guy? Who's the new guy?
Yeah, just another black guy decided to join.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, brother. We need more color in here. They just leave me in chat, man. I can't believe you're up here, bro. I'll be in like chat for hours and shit. Yeah. Privilege.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey.
That's true, Guru. But you know,
Von
some
Eric,
people. Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, Von Eric? Guru, thank you. That was exactly what I needed. I praised it exactly like you said. It worked great. I already laid the voiceover in the video.
Nice.
And I'll read exactly what I wrote. Von Eric, in the courthouse, in the hallways and lobbies, a regular guy cannot film what a journalist can. We're just talking about hallways and lobbies. Why would you make that law? Why would anyone make that law?
That a journalist can film, but a regular person can't?
Yes, where's the logic there?
Yeah, that to control it, to control the.
He goes say
everyone gets that. Yeah. Nice.
They couldn't come up with nothing valid, right? I couldn't come up with nothing valid. They can't say, so we can control it. You know, they can't say that one. I was trying to see, like, you know, like they always do, privacy or whatever nonsense they come up with. I try to think of every angle. And for this small little particular so I couldn't think of anything because I wanted to give a rebuttal, but I couldn't even think of a feasible argument. Mm-hmm. But here's what Guru did for me. I hope this is the right notebook. Of course, it's not. All right, we might not see what Guru did for me. Hold on. All right, so in the video, I that when I get the order, which has been controversial, I sit down and read it. So these words are going to be over me sitting in a chair, reading that order. All right, I see why the confusion with this order. It's 3 pages long and opens with all devices can be used in public areas, must be on silent in courtrooms. Sounds logical to me. Then it says, if you use it to record, the court will seize it and go through it without the owner's consent or a search warrant. Then there was a caveat for press. I'm suddenly qualified to film a hallway and lobby because I'm a journalist. It's to provide a facade of constitutionality. It's really about control over my shit. But that constitutionality, that was Guru's.
That's great. Yep.
We can go back to what we were talking about. What you were talking about. I got no idea. I just hop in here like normal.
Joe.
Yeah.
Is this true? What you're saying that they allow the media? Isn't there any way you can stop that?
Yeah.
Well, that to me, that's kind of like being.
Here's the 3-page court order right here.
It's kind of like what a private corporation would do, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that it violates his rights.
It does, but look at what Guru said. If you say the press can come in, it makes it look like it doesn't. What do you mean? The First Amendment says the press, and we give it open to the press. It would divert motherfuckers, right? It would trick them. It was beautiful.
Right. You can come in here. You just have to have the credentials.
Yes, of course it's open to the press. Why would you say something ridiculous like that?
Joe Cool, can't you make one up? Put down Joe Cool Enterprise.
I could. I went in there. I did this.
Theoretically, the Constitution is your press pass. You don't need one.
Yes. True. I did this at another courtroom where I went. I got thrown out about 3 times. And then I told them, all right, I'm going to comply and give you my ID, which at that point was a business card and I think a regular ID.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I gave them was Rogue's card. to Rogue's business, right? And they let me through, and I showed them the channel, and they let me through. And then I explained on the other side, I explained to them that I could have picked this fucking card up off the floor of my car. Like, that's exactly what I did. It's not even mine. It's my friend's. How does this prove anything? Why did I have to go through this shit 5 times? Blah, blah, blah. It was pretty good. And a lady came up and was like, I want to see that business card. Like, no. Yeah, I don't trust you. I was stupid. I was like,
Right.
that's about it. You go ahead.
See, what they're really trying to do is not make it look too obvious that it is a private corporation. That's
Okay.
their whole objective, because if they do, then people will catch on to that and they'll start questioning everything. The reality is that it is a private corporation. If it wasn't a private corporation, they wouldn't have any say whatsoever and be able to make any rules, because you wouldn't be able to be ruled over in any way, shape, and form.
So it helps. So it's clearly in your eyes a private institution.
1 billion%.
But to make it look like it's public, they throw in that the press can be there.
As an example, yes. And,
yes. But the important part is that they're trying to hide that it's private.
Yes, they're trying to hide that it's based on rulership, not based on the presentation that it's given to the public. That the
Give me more on that, Guru, so I can grasp it and learn how to defeat it. They're trying to hide that it's private. That doesn't strike me. I don't know.
Well, if it was your business, you would get to say when the hours were. You would get to say what's going on in there. Nobody can tell you what to do in there. You could take a pizza in there and a cigarette and go wherever you want. You can have a slumber party all night in the courtroom if you wanted to.
Okay, here, we're just going to go to this argument then. Because in my head, I can write or say, is it public or not? And the next argument is it's quasi public or pseudo public, right? That's something they've come up with, and everybody believes.
Right. That's again, that's their effort to make it look like it's not private, and to be more direct with what they're actually saying is they're saying it's private and open to the public, just like another business. But it's open to the public on their terms that they dictate and their business hours. And that's why their security, right? If it was yours and it was public, the security would be for you.
All right, Guru, you have no ability to dial it back. But I would love to dial back an argument that the sheep can grasp. I can't sell them that it's yours, open from dusk till dawn. They're not ready for that yet, right?
I get you. Of course.
Is there some arguments that I could sell them that ease them toward it being a private institution? Get them in that mode and thinking in that way. I mean, that it's that it's ours. That it's
probably. I would give me a bit to brainstorm that, and I'll give you something.
And
the reason why I don't have it, the reason why I don't have it at hand is because I don't brainstorm focus to that mindset, but I can.
Undoubtedly, you do not. Undoubtedly, you're like, it's obvious. The motherfucker, public is public. You know, you don't spend a lot of time trying to decipher sheep language. And you two guys, if you I have an idea of if I gotta tell my friends that it's really private, or because if it was ours, it would look like this.
When you get a chance,
how do I spoon feed them? I want to spoon feed them.
When you get a chance, Guru, I want you to hit that and tell me what you think about that. I seen it earlier today.
Go ahead, whatever it is, man. Yeah, whatever it is. Go ahead. Do it now, Guru.
Yeah, it's a link. I put it in a private chat when you get a chance. You know?
He can do it now. He got to think about this shit anyway. Let him marinate in his head for a while. Damn it! I feel like I feel like I know an apology. like I'm running shit. He can do it right now. Fucking.
He privatized your stream rights.
Yes, I think he did.
Good thing I had my mic on mute. I didn't hear him.
No,
I think it's a
snap.
little too colorful in here. My eyes are getting.
Hey, you know what?
Damn, is that bad code? That's bad code.
You know, I'm worried about BLM come over and beat the shit out of me for somebody.
Right,
Yeah,
you better behave.
yeah.
Hey,
Damn.
here's one that I wonder what it got me. When I was younger, I was working on a house, and the guy I was working with, he was an older guy that probably contracted through him or something. But he said we needed some help doing something. He was like, I think we were both in a different neighborhood or something. He just go find one of your cousins, man, and get them to help. And you know, because we were in a black neighborhood, he's a white dude, and that struck me. I wonder if I'd fall for that now. At the time,
One, I have it queued, but we'll segue into that. I see what the topic is, so we'll stay on cue, and then we'll segue into that after we play out the.
All right, no problem.
Go ahead, Joe.
No. That was about it, man. I'm interested in the vid. I have no idea what I'm curious now. Shit.
It's about
I
Bitcoin.
was just filling time until the video came.
Hey, Von Erich, don't you want my opinion?
Yeah, I want everybody's.
And Joe, you didn't get to see the video that I showed earlier. Maybe I should show it one more time too. But you were going to ask something before Joe came up about that, or say something if you remember, just as he was coming up there.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, what you was talking about as far as how people may not know is how like what this person is doing, how everything is just an act, it's set up. People in charge will seem like they're in charge. They just puppets. But my thing is, some people know this, but yet still be into the situation. Like they still allow themselves to be in the trance or
willing slaves, right? They're willingly, yeah.
Right, but and then you have some
most
people.
are. Mm-hmm.
Then you have some people that is not willing to accept what you're saying. They don't. They always what they name it conspiracy theories.
Right.
That would be the same people. Those who willingly go along. Is there a category of those who just don't know any better, and if offered something better, they would not go along? They just, that's all they know. You know, like my mom now, they don't question a thing. They follow the news. They think, yeah, blah. They're also, if given enlightenment, they wouldn't change. Right. But is there a certain thing as a person like me, if given, I would change. I did change, you know, given, you know, the dope shit.
But some people has been under the system for so long, they don't know. It's hard for them to make that change. It's logical. They make it. It's logical what we're talking about, and they can see it. But they've been doing this for so long within this this repetitious situation that we're in. They pretty much it'll be hard for them to get off of it. It's like they're on drugs.
So they'd have to do the drug addict behavior of denial and all of that shit, because they couldn't face, you know, they can't even face it. So any argument towards that way would have to be, you know, shouted down.
Yeah, it's more literally a drug than metaphoric, actually. There's even, you know, hormones and chemical reactions going on with the entertainment of it all and so on and so forth. And
the insecurity of losing it, that's another drug that drops.
Indeed. And the, you know, the human psyche is a very interesting thing. It's quite fascinating. And one of the aspects of it is, even if you yourself are telling a lie, it seems over and over again, you can convince yourself it's the truth.
You'll absolutely believe that shit. I've had people that like, especially liars, they convince other people and blah blah blah, and they'll retell a story that you were there, and they be absolutely sure it happened that way, and you have to fucking remind them, no, this is
right. So this is what it comes down to, Von Erich, is on an individual level, whether or not an individual is being honest and truthful with themselves. And so for that, I don't know if you had a question about what you're saying or not, but I'll just say straight out, like I say time and time again, for that type of mindset, I have absolutely zero interest in focusing and spending any energy and time with.
That sucks, because my question was about to be something along the lines of how do you work with them? That's very important knowledge, whatever you said, which I forgot already. And how do you work with them to change it? Then you
Well,
said you just abandoned them. It just fucked me up.
if an individual doesn't want to get out of bed, I'm not going to throw hot water on them.
Right.
Right. So,
Right.
but what I
Right.
am going
Right.
to do is I'm going to continue to tell the truth and work with anybody who has a sincere, genuine interest in taking responsibility and being
Okay.
proactive with
What if this?
themselves in life. I'll
What
do that.
if? What if they say they have a genuine interest, and it appears that they do, but they are unwilling to do any of the work to change?
Then it's lip service,
Right.
interest withdrawn. So show me. Don't just tell me, show me.
Yeah, I just see some people, and plus some people, they like, wait a minute, I have excelled within this system that you're talking about.
Right. It's doing well for me.
These are really in denial. Yes.
That's the 90% of people. The reason why that's the glue for most of them. I was talking to Miss Cat about this the other day. I really don't think that the cognitive dissonance is as deep as it looks like. I think most people who look like they're in cognitive dissonance and making excuses are just selling themselves on the crumbs of benefits that they're still getting from being spoon-fed. And that's why they don't want, as long as it's not so bad for me, in other words, and not happening to me, as long as the poverty and hardship times and all that stuff, as long as it's Joe down the street or Bob in the midst of the town, in the neck of the woods, and I don't have to see it for the most part, and it's not so bad for me, I'll accept that. That's fine.
And then you got the guy who prefers that Bob down the street is less than me, because I hang my hat on being better than Bob. He better not go anywhere, because I can point to him and he's a piece of shit. There's no way I want shit to be level. Yeah, I don't want shit to be level.
He's the criminal. He's the druggie. He's the what he represents in our community is what we don't want, and he becomes the excuse for people to take responsibility for that.
Yes, somehow me pointing out how shitty he makes me better without having done a thing.
These kinds of mindsets is what you are going to waste your time with if you focus on. If a person doesn't want to get out of diapers and learn how to train themselves, right? Then what are you doing? If they don't want to take the spoon and put it to their own mouth, well, if you spend time with them, you're just going to be a babysitter.
I kind of specialize in that, right? The really wounded are the ones that I think I am skilled enough to go after. And I think at the other end of that spectrum is the person who runs from everybody and say, you got to help yourself before you can help other people. They have no room for the other person.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm down on that spectrum where, I'm smart enough. I can look at a person. I'm thinking of a person in particular and be like, well, here is what this person went through, during the childhood, marriage, fucked up, certain sort of education.
Right.
Grew up yelling at each other. That's how that person communicates. Now, how do I get this message across? What do I got to do? First thing I got to do is understand that they are what they are. And so it's going to be a journey. I'll get yelled at. I'll get the instinctive reactions every time I say something wise, blah, blah, blah. I understand it's going to be a difficult journey. And then I set forth and do it. If I must be kind, if I must make a person look bad, not in a horrible sense, but point out, how they're doing. For example, if they're really loud, no, I was saying do that. I totally understand. It's also very low in order to point out that little shit, man. I'm specializing in that shit, learning to communicate with a motherfucker. If they don't communicate without that emotion, then you can make change. Just like that motherfucker Wolverine. He was stuck in his ways to fight back. You got to do this and that. I hung in
That's
there.
right.
He would talk shit. He'd go live about me, hang up on me, call and record our phone calls. I hung in there. And him and other motherfuckers, man.
So there's that, and then there's what I did. Kept an eye on it from a distance, and when he changed his ways, I showed up.
Y'all put in the whole work there, man.
Okay, so here's the thing. The individual, there's a saying that goes, right? When the student is ready, the original saying is when the student is ready, the master, the teacher appears. That's incorrect.
Yes. Yeah.
When the student is ready, the message appears. It doesn't matter who's saying it.
I dig it.
That's the truth. And so all we have to do is keep doing what we're doing anyways, which is telling the truth. When an individual is ready, they're going to hear it. If they're not ready, they're not going to hear it until they're ready.
I know the world is cold. I know shit's fucked up. I know there's not a lot of people out there to help. So I feel like those people need help. They need someone willing to stay in there. And the fucked up people, because I know they're not going to get out of it on their own. I know you watch CNN all the fucking time. I know you do dumb shit with your time, and they're not going to get out if it, if
Let me
I don't
ask
put
you a
in
question.
some work. Yeah.
What about you? Do you need help?
Yes, I get help all the time. I'm not slow, baby.
First thing about it is you got to make yourself whole first, right?
Yes. You can do both. I'm sorry.
Yes, you can. Actually, I reckon that's the best way to go. As that's what I talked to Wrights about, and he's gung-ho and looking forward to as he's going through this process. I said the best thing you could do for people is document it, right? That's valuable content that people can draw from and see and relate to. Hey, I'm going through that.
But
I've never thought of that.
You could document, which is a good thing, but still if the person is not open, it doesn't matter what information that you have documented, they ain't going to, if they're not open to receive it and where they are in their life. Like
That's
I said,
right.
I mean, he says it. He says how he feels as far as what he used to think about. But just imagine someone has been doing something certain. They don't want it. They was like, wait a minute, hold up. 30 years I've been doing this, and I just cannot look dumb right now. Not after 30 years. I just
exactly.
They're
an ego slave.
Right. I just can't do it.
Don't forget, rights shit is documented. Somebody said something, you could do something and document it. Or rights, I think, yes, could document him talking to a person. And don't forget, rights, your shit, if you're still woke, your shit's already documented. And your shit is a great example, a jump off point. If you could package it where we could see your transformation, you tell why. Now you're in a better position to jump on the next guy that comes along. You're a pro now. They see why.
Yeah, so you don't document it for the sake of the individual, just like what I do and what we're doing right now. This isn't for the sake of the student that's not interested or the individual that doesn't take an interest in being a student. This is, you document it for people who are looking for that information, which could also be the people who currently aren't interested down the road.
Yeah, in most cases, it will be.
That's right. That's when
they're open, right?
Open,
right, because you never know when a person is going to become open and change. That's always a potential and possibility.
Yes.
It's just not our job to sit there and try and make that happen or wait for it to happen. Our job is to first and foremost be responsible for ourselves, then propagate. Where our position, our true position, is not to show people how to teach people to save themselves. Our position is to save ourselves and then show people how we did it.
I gotta look in my pictures for something. I'll be able to hear you. You won't be able to hear me.
If we can showcase people how we made change for ourselves, then other people who are looking for that information can draw wisdom from that when they want to, when they're ready to, which could be now, could be tomorrow, could be 10 years from now, so on and so forth. But it's even people who come after our time expires. There is a lot of information that I acquired over my research years, and even to this day, that came from people that I will never meet and aren't even around today. And they'll never know that their effort for documenting that info for the sake of other people to come across it somehow was fruitful. And I see the value in that, right? If they didn't do that, I would be nowhere near as educated as I am to being self-reliant. And that would be a big problem, especially with the stuff that's going on in this day. So I clearly recognize the value in that and how important it is. It's also important and valuable for people to expose the truth about how the government works and what's going on with it and so on and so forth, so that they have a chance to actually contemplate that and make other decisions for themselves. But what's really lacking is the narrative of what can we do about it? And that's my focus. That's where I come in. That's all I want to focus on. It's, how did I achieve being self-reliant? What are other people doing so that people who want to take that responsibility can have a much better resource and opportunity to be proactive with themselves and be fruitful.
Mm. Yeah, I see that.
And that's realistically a small percentage of the indoctrinated people. I don't care though. I don't care if it's only one person. Worth the effort to me. I'm only doing what I do anyway. I just, having a great time telling the truth, showcasing ideas. And as I'm continuing the path of my own learning curve, I'm growing too. And I get to share that authentically with everybody in real time.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Well, I'm going to be doing a documentation in a while, trying to buy land. Once I find out how it's done, I'll start telling people if they're interested in that. Well, that's their own.
After you buy the land or before you buy the land?
Well, before or after, I got to see how this thing's going to work. Once I find out, I'll probably do it.
Some during too, as I'm shopping together with Rights, and we're going to do some of that live on stream together, showcasing different sites that people don't know about that you can go to buy raw land, homestead land, off-grid land, different things that you want to look out for different objectives that you might have, and not just for the United States. Quite a number, probably about 20 or 25 nations in different Americas and Europe.
He wants to put me by a volcano, he said. Keep me warm. Iceland.
Okay.
Iceland,
We're going to have torch wars.
I guess it's not to be.
I
can't find shit.
You can't what?
I can't find shit. I was looking for this one thing about Jesus, who he came for. It was for the poor, the immigrant, the something and the something.
The missing link is here live.
Yeah, he wants to bail on us because blacks aren't allowed up here.
Yeah, man. You and your privilege, Jesse. You and your privilege, bro.
It's a new era, a new day.
Get up here, Jesse. We're making a rainbow today.
No, the blacks taking over.
You see things had to change too much because the blacks is at the bottom and the whites are
right. Hey, we gonna work it out though, bro. We gonna work it out.
This damn woke culture shit. It's got me scared to use the rainbow word. I'm reluctant even.
Caucasoid Mountain dwelling.
We still need to overcome.
Right.
Well, if you see a documentation of me getting burned by the Black Lives Matter, you'll know what happened.
I had a buddy who be calling white people Caucasoid cave dwellers.
Welcome, Jess. What's happening? Good evening.
Hey everybody. So since I just came from Jamaica and my skin is pretty dark now, does that mean I'm not
That's
welcome
all
either?
we needed. Tilted the scales. One black man they got up there already. You did it, Jesse. You did. Yeah, baby.
We've got white, black, and yellow up here.
We got the black man at the top already. Don't forget about me, bro. Don't give about me, Von Eric. You got to reach down for your brothers.
I'm on the porch now. I'm on the porch.
Hey, Jesse, we can't see you smile a little bit, will you? You really got suntan.
Oh, fuck. Jesse, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked everybody else.
Hi, Pat.
There's a court, what do you call it? Judge's order that says a regular person can't film in the hallways and foyers, but a journalist can. We're just talking about the lobby and the hallways. Why would you make it so, not you per se, but why would a person make it where a journalist can film a hallway and a regular person can't? What excuse could they give for that?
No idea. Maybe control. show that they're in control, that they make the rules, that everybody else are peasants.
Isn't this obvious? Isn't that obvious? That was everybody else in control.
It's amazing how the game was really up a long time ago, but everybody still plays along anyways. That's really what it is.
Yes, that's what Von Eric was talking about, right? It's to their benefit, so they play along.
Well, I guess I'm actually technically supposedly a Canadian journalist. So if you ever need to have the missing link press pass, you can be a journalist too, and then go film away.
Yes. Oh, you know what? Oh man, Jesse, that might be worth it, right? Because I've got to go back. I don't have to, but I'm going back to this place, and I want to test that journalism shit. That'd be great if I got a press pass from you or the Nude Guru, and you know, because you got a business card. They didn't say press pass; they said business card. Yeah.
Well, you have my okay to use the missing link. They've actually been fucking. They've been no, but you can just make one just with your name. Just use the missing link, and they're actually fucking with me on numbers because they're considering me a Canadian journalist. So I'm actually listed as a Canadian journalist.
You kind of are, bro, by definition, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you're Canadian or not, but you're certainly a journalist by definition.
Yeah, so I'm Canadian, and they're actually fucking with me on Facebook and some other places because of that journalist status. So you just go make yourself up a business card, say the missing link, USA division or something.
And then when I get in, I'd be like, now I'm verified, you let me in. And you let me in off of a business card from a radical Canadian dude. How does this help the situation? What threshold did this make me accomplish by making you present a media credential? No. They said valid media credential, business card, and photo ID. So I get my valid media credential from Jesse. My business card would have to be Joe Cool, run by the Nude Guru Foundation or something, you know. Okay, now I've showed you these two pieces of paper. How the fuck did this help anything? Why am I now better than the guy on the street?
And now I'm allowed because I jumped through your hoops?
Yes, and your hoops were pretty poor. Fucking Guru would fucking tear your fucking court down if he had a fucking opportunity. He'd be probably back there setting on fire right now. And Jesse's Canadian. He's a dictator. He'd love to take over your fucking court. I don't know, Canadians are dictators.
So they could turn you down in a courthouse What? Not bringing.
They can
arrest you. They can give you contempt of court, and it wasn't even your hearing. Oh man, the list goes on. Why?
and
Because
go
it's
through your
private.
phone with a search list, a warrantless search. That's in that court thing I showed you too.
Just to give you an update on my current brainstorm of the layman's term thing, Joe. Where I'm leaning towards is this one thing that seems to separate the difference, to make it obvious whether it's public or private.
Right.
This word called permission. If permission is needed, it is not public.
All right. Now we can't go overboard because they're sheep still.
Yes.
Let me throw
like
that
I said,
around in mine.
I'm getting there, but that's what I'm leaning toward.
I'll be throwing that around in my head. If it's mine, why do I need permission? That is very good. All right, we'll pause for a second and write that.
While he's doing that, I came up with a quote recently. Let me throw it at you guys. It'll be a future quote. See if this makes sense. Legalities are for adults with a severe case of mental arrested development.
What does arrested development mean?
It means your development was hindered. You didn't develop correctly. It means you're slow in some way. It could be physically, it could be mentally. Your development was it's quite literal. Your development was arrested.
So like hindered. Retarded.
Yeah, in a sense, right.
And it could mean other shit. Your development can be arrested, I'm sure, in certain ways, other ways too.
So laws are for the mentally retarded?
Yes. I love the way that you bluntly said it better than I did in my quote.
All right. I missed the beginning of what you said, Guru, about
the quote,
your phrase. Yeah.
One of my latest quote ideas for a future quote. Legalities are for adults with a severe case of mental arrested development.
Oh, mental. You were specific.
I was.
What is I'm really getting high up here. What is a case? Say it again. I had it, but I lost it. Say it again.
Legalities are for adults with a severe case of mental arrested development.
All right. Legalities are for adults with a severe case of arrest. Legalities are for knuckleheads. Really?
Legalities are for the socially retarded.
Yeah, I think he's right. Yeah. Because that means someone else had to show you how to do a thing or put a rule for you. You couldn't control your damn self.
Right. I mean, if you think that somebody is your nanny or your babysitter, it's obviously you're not grown up yet, are you?
Yeah.
Something's wrong there. If you don't have self-government minded mindset and self-regulation mindset, you're definitely not an adult yet.
Yes. There's something there too. The more dependent you are on that shit, there would be some type of
diapers. That's where I'm going with that quote.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes. And there's got to be a way to show that, right? That correlation between the more a person is really hanging on there, the diaper is spoon-fed or young he is.
Right.
What's popping in my head is the black dude on a video with all the jewelry and shit telling you how great it is. How do I get across that he's really...
It's like a child that doesn't want to leave the nest of mommy and daddy. Right?
That shit, yeah.
Mommy and daddy is the thinker and the ruler over the child until the child is grown up and says, what the fuck? I'm an adult. You don't tell me what to do. I'm out of here. That's what an adult does. It leaves the nest, right?
Here is some weird dysfunction. Mom them is not trying to let you leave. You know, they're trying to tell you there is nowhere to go. It's like a plantation. There's nothing out there.
Well, a true a real adult says, fuck you, I'm out of here anyway.
Right.
Right. If you're if that works on you, you still have development left to go.
You say if that works on you, let's talk about what works on you. In my head, I'm still on that slave analogy. They tell you
if you
They
believe
never. Yes, well, they got the little ways of tricking you. If you're a slave on the plantation, you
Yep.
never see outside the plantation, so you don't know what's out there. So how would they use that in today's shit to keep you, under their rule or under their
You're a
belief?
conspiracy wingnut, chastised by your peers. You
Don't
don't
go
know
out there.
anything. Don't
Very
go out
good.
there. You're
Very
not
good.
intelligent. You don't know what you're doing. You're just a crackpot.
Very good. Don't go out there. That's what's out there. You're crackpot. All right. What other shit would they use? Well, this one, slavery shit, they'd use pit you against each other. They got a million ways to do that. The Jews versus the Israelis, or Ukraine, Russia, black, white, rich, poor. They got a million ways to pit you. Oh, they
You
also
can,
got the field slave, house slave, and that works well. They're all slaves, but if you to give one a little bit more than the other, that builds enmity. They use that.
right. They use the semantics of legalities to portray authenticity to authority. And if you don't see that authority as a fallacy, then you have arrested development.
Guru, here is my issue. Fucking every time I'm doing a video, like this court one, for instance, I cannot say what I'm thinking. I guess I could, but I'm trying to help niggas along slowly. I instead of saying, outright, come on, this is nonsense fiction. This is a public building. Go get your shit. Can't say that shit, or maybe I should, but immediately I'm gonna lose a million motherfuckers, even my own people, because they think that well, Joe, certainly if it closes at 4, I cannot give the argument that is your shit. Reach across the counter, oh, he's radical. I might lose motherfuckers.
Well, Joe, I can't tell you what to do with your videos, but I'll tell you what I would do. For me, it's quality over quantity. That being said, I get the bridge the gap idea, and I'll continue to brainstorm and see if we can throw some seeds out there. But I reckon no matter what, right, no matter what, at the end of the day, when the student is ready, only the message will appear. That's just the way it
message will appear. And I do slip, and you'll see in this video, I do when I tell them something about a law, and I be like, let it be clear. I don't believe I need permission to feel my own shit. And then I'll go on with my sheep speech, and then I'll slip in again. Personally, if it's mine, I do throw it in there to let them know that I have a whole different point of view that I am not talking about.
Right. And here's another thing too.
Yeah.
You see, to the brainwashed eye, when somebody gets handcuffed and thrown in a cage, to them, that's the projection is that it's because they were an idiot. They didn't know what they were doing. They completely dismiss that somebody is using force against somebody's will.
Not only them, they got the crowd believing it too. You must have been an idiot.
Right.
You believing I'm an idiot. Now that's more kid shit, Guru. That's more, if you believe that, it's someone else telling you, like the kid and the parent, chastising you. Don't do that no more. What are you doing? Right?
Work with that.
You're a fucking kid. Yeah.
If you think that can reach, totally work with it. See what you can do to make people understand that part, that side of the equation, because that's what a lot of people aren't getting. They just think the illusion of legitimacy, keyword illusion, is so deep in people's minds that they're dismissive about what's going on right in front of them. To even question that, is this a legitimate thing going on?
That's my objective then, right? That is my task, is to get them to recognize the illegitimacy of a thing.
Right.
And I think I got to go the spoon-fed way. I got to go with are the laws, legally speaking, are the laws this and that? Are they moral? Blah blah blah. And then once I teach them that, I got to break that down and tell them a man made that shit. It's not really valid either.
Right. And you can see how obvious it is that is only going to have any effect on an open mind. That is not going to reach somebody who's just here.
Yes.
If they got you pegged as a far right wing
Yes.
extremist crackpot,
Yes.
you know, their projection stands as law in their mind.
Yeah, you can equate that then to what we're talking about. Me talking to the audience, you can equate that to, I don't want to say God or Trump or slavery and shut religion, you know, shut certain doors. Right, I'm
And
trying to sneak in on these clowns.
yeah, tactics for sure. But you can be certain that even if you haven't nailed, they'll find something to fabricate it to put you back in their box.
Yes, I could, as an example, in the comment section, you always see someone. I'll show a clip of a cop going off, and they will say, "Well, he went off because Joe did this beforehand." They'll just come
They'll
up with
just
some
make
shit
it.
that's
They'll
not
just
in the
totally
fucking
make it up,
video.
right? It's a complete
Yes.
fabrication. It didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. People. That's where, for me, the rubber meets the road. A mind set individual that does not want to be honest is a mindset that I don't want to participate with at all.
That is one of my triggers. I just left Saab. I told you.
I'm trying
Go
to
ahead.
see what you're trying to accomplish, Joe. What are you trying to accomplish in this
I
movement?
am trying to I think I am trying to reveal, show people that the emperor has no clothes. The government is not what you've been taught all of these years. I am trying to literally show that because you've been watching CNN and tell you officer friendly, go to him, he'll solve a problem. I just right now, because I'm very simple, I'm just trying to show them that that's untrue, and I'm not even good at it, right?
Well, I think you're excellent at it. I also think that while you're doing that, you're showcasing to live without fear, as Jack would say, and how you can do that. How you don't have to be afraid of these pussy
like that.
steroid thugs.
I hate I overlooked that. That would be the biggest thing. I know that because that was the biggest thing for me. You know, I was very, very afraid of these guys, and seeing other people change my opinion, life, beliefs, system. Yes, seeing it was all of that. Right, just that. I don't give a fuck what come out of that mouth. I couldn't believe. Hey, I want you to go to my channel, Guru. I want to watch one of my bits. All right, it's when I got 100,000 subs. Creating Cop Crushers is the name of it. All right, and before I forget, it's about why I feel egotistical, but it's about why I got into it, and it's a part in there. That's why I thought of this.
You
Where
got a thing in that? Okay. What was it called again?
Creating Cop Crushers.
And it's a vid, not a short.
It's a vid. It's full length vid. Yeah.
Oh, I got it right there. Okay.
All right. There's a part in there of the moment I was just about to tell you guys about when I saw these people talk to the police told them to keep moving, and they turned around and laughed at the cop and started walking in his direction. My heart dropped. I thought, are these people crazy? Seeing them do that shit changed my life. And this is about all the people who changed my life. It was my celebration of 100,000, and we got no sound.
Yeah, I'm just letting the commercial play. Okay, just a sound check, and then I'll say one last thing before we play it. Sound play it?
Yep.
All right. One last thing about while you're doing that activism, even though it's a Band-Aid, and and the reason why I want to say that is because I want everybody to realize that while you need to stop the bleeding of a cut, you also need to recognize where the root causes of cancer are and not neglect focusing on that. It's very important.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
But it's also important to stop the bleeding where you can as well. And that has
a lot
merit.
of Band-Aids. If I can get a lot of Band-Aids out there, then we're gauze.
That's true. So while you're doing this form of activism, the other thing that you're showcasing while you're practicing is mitigating violence.
I dig it.
And that to me is I would put that in front of everything.
I think so. Anytime you show that you can communicate with a motherfucker, you're mitigating violence.
Definitely, it's a healthy positive endeavor. Okay,
you're right. All right,
we'll give this a go. Here we go. Oh, let me actually wait. Let me put this on just the things. Okay.
Remember, I was telling you, Von Eric, when I invited you over here. It's a slipshod show. Hey, with bad technical skills and stuff. You're getting to see that firsthand now. I tell you, the IT guy's an alcoholic. You know, he's never around. The fucking the janitor ran off with the mop.
Excuse me, officer. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Can I ask you how you doing, man? You got to give like a smile over there. Can I ask you what happened here?
It's a bomb threat at the Walmart.
How you doing? Does the dog do double duty? Does he do drugs and bombs? Just bombs?
Just bombs, and he's a therapy dog.
That's a Walmart evacuated in Aurora, Colorado. Bomb threat. But that's going to have to wait, because this vid is about you and these guys.
I've got one that can see.
There are a lot of cats out there that I admire.
Ah!
But there are a special few that without them, me and you would have never met. Any chance I can climb up on that hill there?
No, this is all private property.
Is it really?
It is.
Not this that we're on, is it?
Yeah. No, on the sidewalk, yes, it is.
Yeah.
This sidewalk's private?
No, on this side of the
Oh,
sidewalk.
no.
It's private.
Well, that's what I was getting to.
Even though that cat's covered up, a lot of y'all know that voice. That's Philip, High Desert Community Watch. And he's part of my origin story. Every cop watcher's got one. Years ago, I'm sitting at home on house arrest. Can't stand a cop, can't do nothing about it. And I see this vid.
What do you need a permit for? Why are you here at the post office? Doing a story on your post office. You do what? A story on your post office. Oh. Do I need a permit? Yeah, sure, sir. But we'll see right now.
Oh, look, they're right here. Perfect.
Perfect.
You know what? You should stick by.
Stay here so you can get educated. So you can get educated.
You might want to see this.
You guys keep going at it? Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Surprised the cops didn't get out.
See ya.
Never mind.
Public photography?
Cool.
First Amendment?
I got one right here.
All right.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, we don't want to answer no questions. You guys have a good day, though. Be safe.
You guys have IDs on you?
No, we don't need to provide one. We haven't committed a crime.
We're fine. So why are you?
We haven't committed a crime, so no, we don't have an ID.
But you know, it kind of raises our suspicion.
It doesn't matter what your suspicion is. You have to follow the law. No, I don't need to listen to you. You have a good day, okay?
Take care.
Thank you. All right.
Exactly.
So try your shit on somebody else, not on me, man.
Keep walking.
This was the moment. I was still so indoctrinated. I didn't even believe the shit they about to do is legal.
I'm going to stay right here now.
So am I.
Okay. Well, you're being live streamed, so we'll see when they call your department. I don't care. So I don't care what you say. No, you're not. Asking for ID.
There's a lot of terrorists.
Let me see your ID. You're the terrorist. You're the gang member. Yeah, you didn't place terror in the American
That's
streets.
guru there. You
So go ahead. You want any other spiel? Because I got one for everyone you got, man. Ever since 9/11, the boogeyman wears a badge.
Don't sleep on what he's saying. This is the United States. We don't bend, we don't bow, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Bullshit. 20 years ago, they did some shit, and police still violating everybody's rights because they still scared. The terrorists have won.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Are you investigated for internal affairs? Are you being investigated for beating anybody, or for killing somebody, or for violating somebody's rights? All right, thank you. I don't answer personal questions. Thank you, sir. I don't answer personal questions. Thank you, sir. You're being intrusive now. You're being intrusive now. Thank you. You have a good day, sir. So he tells the guy we're fine, but then he's going to come out and trying to violate my rights and ask me for ID. Put his lights on, and he's going to get sent packing. You're dismissed, by the way.
Crime, sir.
You're dismissed.
What are you doing?
Go find. They go find the real criminal. Let me see your ID. Where you live? No, where you live. Exactly. I'm not gonna tell you where I live. I don't tell people with guns where I live. So nice try though. No, you're dismissed. You're gonna leave before I do. You're not gonna get no ID.
He's good anyway.
Exactly. Overpaid. Peelman, what's your badge number, Mr. Peelman? What's your 2520? We'll post how much you make a year on the video.
It's none of your business.
No, we'll post it. We have ways to figure it out.
When you're stealing it from me, yeah,
When
it
you're
is.
stealing it from me and you're trying to extort me and I pay you, time for you to kick rocks, man.
Hold on.
Oh fuck! It's my month to play my
We'll see.
YouTube
You're gonna leave
premium
before I
bill.
do, man.
That cop made
So-
$154,000.
Yeah.
You'll just be put on the list of many officers. Hey, don't run with scissors.
That's
Don't
illegal
violate
money?
nobody. Don't eat yellow snow.
Right.
And suck it easy. Told you.
Where is this at? Colorado making that much money?
That's California, high desert, somewhere in the high desert.
That's just his salary. No, that's before kickbacks, royalties, commissions, bonuses, vacations.
Yeah, I was looking at some cops a couple days ago make $400,000-$500,000.
Every cop watcher's got one.
Yeah, but the price of living is
Also
high.
theft of the public.
Yeah,
Hold on,
but
guys.
the price of living is high probably up there. That's probably why it costs that.
I don't know exactly where we were. I clicked on the bar here, so it's somewhere here, I guess.
In streets. So go ahead. You want any other spiel? Because I got one for everyone you got, man.
Pretty close.
Ever since 9/11, the boogeyman wears a badge.
Don't sleep on what he's saying. This is
You
the
can
United
go
States. We
forward a
don't
bit,
bend. We
man.
don't bow. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Bull.
You're dismissed. Go find. They go find.
Yeah,
You're stealing
that's
it from
exactly
me and you're
what
trying to
we-
extort me.
We saw
and I
that, so
pay
we'll go
you?
from there.
Yeah.
Time for you to kick rocks, man. We'll see. You're gonna leave before I do, man. So, and you'll just be put on the list of many officers. Hey, don't run with scissors. Don't violate nobody. Don't eat yellow snow. And so easy. Told
Suck
you.
it easy.
You're dismissed.
Where I come from, that shit was magic, which means I couldn't do it till I saw this cat.
Your worst enemy is not a criminal with a gun. Your worst enemy is a bad cop.
Yes.
Because if that cop 2 weeks ago kicked me in the head and now I'm enraged and I
hate you now.
I'm not going to see him. I'm just going to see that uniform.
Absolutely.
And that makes it dangerous for you.
It was a lot less people recording back then. Certainly a lot less brothers. But at Nick is where I saw myself. Back then, I didn't know him. I was just some cat in his comments with 2 vids. But without me asking, Nick posted one on his community page.
How you guys doing? I'm all right, brother. How's it going? No, thank you. All right, we see your IDs?
This guy is good. You
Let me
hear
see
him
your ID.
laughing? I thought that was crazy back in the
No,
day.
your ID with address and all that on there. So what you want to see my ID for? From our police station. Is that against the law?
Remember that head nod? He's gonna say I never heard.
That's against the law? What law is it against? Because I thought Florida. I thought Florida Penal Code 901.151 states the only time I must
He's
present ID to you is
smiling.
when
He
I'm
know he
committing a
can.
crime, about to commit a crime, or have committed a crime. That's Florida Penal Code 901.1.
Is there a legal reason you want my ID, or do you just want to identify me?
Right now, I'd like to identify you.
So you like?
You would like to identify.
I'm going to identify you.
No,
right now.
you're going to
All
violate my
over,
right
yeah.
to do
How
so.
am I violating your rights?
But because Florida Penal Code 901.151
He
states
hate
that the
that.
only time I need to give you my ID is when I'm committing a crime, about to commit a crime, or in the process of committing a crime. So what you need to do is give me reasonable, articulable suspicion that I'm breaking the law. That's not the Supreme Court room photography in itself is not a crime. And this is a governmental facility, and I have every right to come out and record you guys in the course of your duties. So what crime am I breaking?
You're filming in the back of a police.
You said that
He's going there
5
again.
times. You
Right.
don't need to know. Who are you?
I'm asking to get your identification.
And I'm telling you, and you're asking me, and I'm respectfully declining no. You're not getting my ID because I don't have to, because you haven't shown me yours.
Yeah. What do you figure out why exactly you guys are filming our police station?
It's not your police station. It's our police station. This is our police station. It's not your police station. You work here.
That's
I allow
our
you to
argument
work
from earlier.
I mean,
Is it
it's what
mine
you
or your
think of
courthouse?
This is the crux.
Now, while that is what he's touting, he's very incorrect on that. But again, these people need to make it look like that is the truth because they need to hide that it's a private corporation, because if they can't hide that, then the game is over.
Of our issue. The government thinks we're incapable children that need their instruction, and me and Nick believe the people hired you to watch over our shit till we show up.
You allow me to work.
Yes,
Sound
by
like
paying
our
my
court
taxes,
argument.
giving you employment. It's suspicion of felony or misdemeanor.
Suspicion?
Yeah.
Suspicion is not a crime.
So it's not a crime, so it's not a law, so you don't have anything to enforce.
Suspicion is the back, film in the back facility. Facility, absolutely.
Okay, but is that against the law?
I didn't say it was against the law.
Okay, then thank you.
Do me a favor, come talk to me, will you?
No, I don't want to talk to you. You didn't want to identify yourself.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk. Anything you can say to me, you can say in front of my friend here. Because until you guys tell me what law I'm breaking, you have no authority over me.
First of all, we have the authority granted to us by the law. We never said you were breaking the law.
Right.
Granted to us by the law, as if the law has fingers, thumbs, teeth, a mouth, and granted something to them. It's its own person, right?
And the guy did say the very first thing that he did say was that you were breaking the law. When he first came up there, the very first thing he did say that it was against the law.
Right, nodded his head.
That's right.
You have no authority over me.
And he's a sergeant.
And he's a sergeant.
But after we told you that I didn't want ID, why did you arrest
You
me?
told me I was going to give it to you.
Yes, you were. If your camera's rolling, then
Not really. We just want to record and be left alone.
All right, have fun. Did I give you a hard time at all?
Can you take this officer with you, please? I'm tired of him talking.
Yeah, we're all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, like not now, maybe later's live.
Oh, good.
And
Get him, baby.
he's got 13,000.
Fuck it. I love that nigga. Yeah, let's battle. Fuck that shit.
The next cat I can never repay is Chuck Bronson. When I first began, Chicago auditors made a pact not to go out with me. Said I was too wild and I'd get them popped. Chuck drove to Chicago and took me under his wing. We drove across half the country while he generously shared every bit of insight he could muster, when most auditors would stop acknowledging me even in their chats.
Yeah, you him to my window lying to me. Go f yourself, motherfucker. I gotta show you shit. Take a picture.
Now, I don't
Look at that courage shit you was talking about, Guru.
Yeah.
But this cop just lied to pull him over, so he's high.
No, it's on
They
the
need to see
license
this.
plate, dumbass. Then write me a ticket and go yourself. Bitch. Yeah, I got a current one. It's right here. Make up lies.
Cop didn't know Chuck keep like 8 cameras rolling at all times.
Car designers can shape a piece of clay into a piece of art. So why don't they? At Nissan, things are different.
For anybody listening, that is #1 rule of thumb. In this day and age, you shouldn't be going anywhere without your ability to hit a button and record anywhere. So any interaction with any government on any level, any way, shape, or form, record it thick and thin.
So this cop pulled me over, lying to me, telling me I was speeding. I knew the cop was behind me. I put it on cruise control. Said I was doing 42 and a 35. He's a liar. I put it on cruise control on 35 for that reason. The second he got behind me.
Joe Cool visiting from Chicago all the way to Bakersfield.
San Joaquin Valley Transparency stuck his head in when I needed a friend, and he's helped more channels than the rest of us combined, and I ain't never seen him ask for shit. Thank you, bruh.
You're not with the party, you need to leave now.
Why is that?
Because
This is a private event, so if you have no business.
But is this not open to the? Okay, what is this right here?
It's closed for the day.
It's closed for the day?
Yeah.
Permission, private, public.
Yes.
If you have no business here, you need to leave because this is private property.
Private property. See, there
you go.
Freudian slip much?
Yes,
you know?
Freudian slip much.
And there's a private event here, and I don't think they would appreciate you videotaping.
Is this private property or public property?
It's a wedding.
Uh-huh.
They don't want to be videotaped by people that they don't know.
That's not what I asked.
But what building am I in?
You guys all need to leave, please.
I don't want you to be talking to me, having a uniform on. I don't want you to be in front of me. What difference is that going to make?
All right.
Oh, look at. Recreation office, hours of operation. Look at Friday through Saturday, Friday through
These are
Saturday.
private, though.
Friday through Saturday. It
These
says
are
right there.
private. Sir,
Show
you
me where
need
it
to
says.
leave.
Show me where it says.
You need to leave.
Show me where it says.
You need to leave.
Look, it
These
says
are
it's open.
private parties
Look,
right now.
it says. It
They're
says.
just here, just taking pictures of us and.
It is public,
How's it going,
motherfuckers
sir?
in public.
So I'm trying to just get information, basic information about the establishment, where I'm at, what I can donate if I have to donate to, if just
Serious community center.
right. So this is open to the public, right? This section right here.
This section here is open to the public for another 14 minutes.
Oh, so you're wrong. Go away.
You need to back
Go
up
away.
now.
Why are you acting so threatening?
Yes.
Calm down.
You need to back up.
Calm down.
No,
Your
you
mouth
need
too.
to back
Hey,
away.
you smell disgusting.
Now.
Cigarettes.
You need to leave.
Look, look, look,
You need to
look.
leave. You need to leave now. Back away from me now.
This is
Please.
hilarious.
All these
bro.
cats I featured, channels are bigger than mine. But if you haven't already, please go sub them up. All the links will be provided. I don't know about other YouTubers, but this is not my channel. It's ours. If you have an issue, you now have a voice. Can I also suggest you go visit Here's the Deal, James Freeman, and John Felix. These cats will free your mind. And if you haven't figured it out by now, this vid is a thank you for 100K subs. And I'm really thanking you. See you in the comment section.
Oh, that boy go. Public, private permission. I'm not trying to remember that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good discernment point. If there's permission needed in any way, shape, or form, it's not public. Somebody is ruling over it.
All right. I'm trying to remember that. It can't be trying all this.
That's the most
shit.
elaborated, the more elaborated point about it is if somebody is claiming dominion where they write rules on it in any shape or form, hours, where you can go, secured area, private access only,
Ooh, all right, I
staff
got to
only.
pause again for a second.
Dogging them up.
You guys had mentioned Israel earlier, something that you said. So I put a TikTok video, that kind of a newerish video that I saw that you might wanna play.
Okay. I saw that. I didn't know what it was. And Vaughn, your thing is not forgotten, just so you know.
Oh, no, no problem.
I want to make sure everybody... Oh, shit. Jesse, can I get you to put that up and I'll... It's asking me to make an account on my end.
Oh, okay. I'm not on my I'm not on my computer. I'm just on my phone, so I don't know how I can do that.
Okay. Does anybody else have TikTok? They can just broadcast this link that Jesse put in private.
Let me see if I can.
We went from Israel says they're not going to bomb any hospitals to Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza, but it was justified because there's maybe tunnels and that was an elevator shaft, our mistake, but it's still justified. We went from all Palestinian civilians need to flee south in Gaza because Israel's targeting the north to, we did end up targeting the south as well, and in fact, we targeted some of those civilian convoys that were fleeing south after we told them to do so, but it was justified. We went from Israel will never kill a journalist. You think we're barbarians or something? To Israel's killed over 80 journalists. In fact, they're doing this in targeted strikes. They admit this, even targeting the families of journalists in targeted strikes, but it was justified. We had to do it. We went from Israel will never take civilian hostages because obviously that's a war crime to Israel this week now taking hundreds of civilian hostages, stripping them naked, making them sit out in the freezing cold on the beaches of Gaza for hours on end, only to let some of them return home. But oh wait, we looted their homes and we burned some of them down. But it was justified. We went from Israel would never...
Fair turn.
This brings to another.
We went from Israel says they're not going to bomb any hospitals to Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza, but it was justified.
See if I can.
Are you trying to put it up? We heard that pretty clear, actually. I don't know.
Okay.
Is there much visual to that, Jesse?
There's maybe tunnels and that was an elevator shaft, our mistake, but it's still justified. We went from all Palestinian civilians need to flee south in Gaza because Israel's targeting the north to, yeah, we did end up targeting the south as well. And in fact, we targeted some of those civilian convoys that were fleeing south after we told them to do so, but it was justified. We went from Israel will never kill a journalist. You think we're barbarians or something? To Israel's killed over 80 journalists. In fact, they're doing this in targeted strikes. They admit this, even targeting the families of journalists in targeted strikes, but it was justified. We had to do it. We went from Israel will never take civilian hostages because obviously that's a war crime to Israel this week now taking hundreds of civilian hostages, stripping them naked, making them sit out in the freezing cold on the beaches of Gaza for hours on end, only to let some of them return home. But oh wait, we looted their homes and we burned some of them down. But it was justified. We went from Israel would never ever kill our own Israeli hostages that are being held in Gaza, right? There's these ridiculous reports that Israel accidentally or maybe even on purpose bombed over 50 of the hostages that were being held in Gaza to, today we shot 3 of our own Israeli hostages. And it was a horrible, horrible tragedy, but it was justified because this is a war zone. Above all else, we went from Israel is just targeting Hamas in this operation that we've launched to Israel has killed over 18,000 civilians in Gaza. Israel has destroyed over 40,000 homes. Israel has caused the forcible displacement of probably, north of like 1.4 million Gazans. But, of course, it was all justified. At what point do the justifications not matter anymore? These are just horrific war crimes that are not being prosecuted.
That goes for, I know this is weird, but that goes for everything. For the disputes between me and you, the disputes we have on this panel. It's all, when does it stop being justified? At least when you're doing that nonsense, I did it to him because he did it to me bullshit. When does it stop? He did it first. When does it stop being justified?
So I got 2 quotes that'll tie in with that, and they're quite well. One with a variation, and the other that's just direct. Justice is a disease.
I'm sorry, did you say the quotes? That's what happens when you get high. Did you even say the quotes yet?
I said the first one. Justice is a disease.
Justice is a disease. All right. Why I would have named it something else. Why is justice a disease?
Can't solve violence with violence.
All right. Justice is a disease. The reason this is a disease because you can't, I don't get it, man. Maybe because I'm high. I have nothing here. I'm not getting it.
Precisely what you just said a minute ago. At one point, does it become apparent that it's a nonsensical pursuit where it's a dog eating its own tail?
Why is justice inherently negative a thing? We're assuming that disease is inherently negative, yeah?
We didn't go into whether it was negative or positive, but it is a disease. Does it create easiness?
Does justice,
or does it create hardship?
I would assume it does both. Misuse in a proper form. I don't know if it would create hardship. I don't think so.
Show me where. Okay, let's try a different angle. Does justice come from the heart or the ego?
I would think ego. I would think. Let me see. A guy steals my corn, and me and my friends, we go make him
I want to get
restore
even.
that coin. Yes.
I want to
Is
get
it
even.
that? Is it I want to get even? It's not. Well,
I want you to
so-
be punished.
no. I just go get the corn and I'm whole again. No punishment.
That's not justice.
I thought that was the definition of.
No. That would be remedy.
What is justice?
Justice is you need to be punished for your mistakes. You need to be
That's
taught a lesson.
nonsense. Yes, that's nonsense.
That's justice.
All right. That's.
I'm going to bring you to justice, and you're going to go to jail for your crimes.
That's the way we misuse it and think of it. In my opinion, I think there's a real thing is justice.
Well, I think it's subjective. I think it's subjective because some people believe. I think some people believe justice is just like the video that Joe Cool showed. We standing up for we standing for justice, and we won't allow the police or any government officials to take.
Right, it shouldn't be negative in that sense, right? I'm just out for justice.
So it's just right. So justice.
What you're actually out for, again, it is semantics, and I would say that in that form, it would be more properly correct to say you're out for peace. You're a peacekeeper.
Absolutely, but I don't just want peace. I want equality.
That's different from your definition. Then, so it depends of the people. Your definition of what you look at, you define justice.
Right. Most people would define justice in the context that I used it, and in the same token, they get semantically tricked, as is the number one effective tool that the government does with their gaslight and psyop is use semantics in a contorted way to get people to advocate something that is really against their own best interest. And that is a classic example.
I would again though say the definition of justice vary here. Yes, your definition, that's the way most people think of it, as bring him to justice, as bring him to jail and make him pay for his crimes. If they tell you that's justice, I think they're wrong. I think justice is more equality, down the line of equality and peace and those type of things. Superman shit.
Would that change though if it was, say, somebody's child got, hurt by somebody and they wanted to get justice for their child and went after them with a vengeance, would that be hard? Or would that be all hard or would that be for ego?
Right.
I think that entirely is ego.
I think it's synonymous. I think it's synonymous to one another. They both combine, because you come that part what you saying. I say that will come from your heart, but at the same time, I would think the one you described, Jesse, that comes from the heart because of your loved one that just
If you look at it right to its root, you'll see that the reason why the heart is broken is because the mind didn't accept the reality, and that's an egotistical thing that they're holding on to.
Right.
I think that goes to something. I think that applies to other situations, but what Jesse said, I think that's more so with the heart. But what you saying, Guru, I do think that applies to another action. That
Guru is saying heart is ego in this instance, at least.
Well, what I'm saying is it's felt in the heart, but what's being felt is stemming from an attachment from the ego.
Okay.
But you could also think though that if you don't get that kind of justice, that person may be able to go hurt another child as well. So maybe it's not ego. They're actually having to do that in order to make sure other people are protected from this predator.
That was the argument I was trying to squeeze in. Go ahead.
That is a sensible thing to look at. Absolutely. So for that aspect, yes. If what we're talking is there a threat of violence? And if there is a threat of violence, we have a duty to mitigate that. Otherwise, we're saying we accept that. Absolutely. That is nothing to do with ego. That is just logically, if you got an attack coming against you, if that threat against you is still there, you have to do something about it.
But
Nothing
the
to do with
first incident that you and what's his face, the guy I can never remember, Von Eric was talking about, well, ego and heart. It's I guess you could feel it in your heart. I couldn't argue that, Von Eric. But
preservation is not even heart too. Preservation is instinct.
Yeah, but that's that. I think that's another situation. It's too with Jesse defined with Jesse his analogy. That's from the heart. The police, Joe Cool, his information, the things that he showed, that's ego.
wait. The other part of
both
that, I
sides.
didn't finish.
So it depends on what action that's occurring.
I didn't finish. When you feel it from the heart. But in order to punish them, now that's suddenly ego.
Okay, okay, but still, it's still you coming from the heart. Then you have another that you coming from your ego. That's two different. That film that you just
that
said,
makes it two different things. I agree.
That's two different things. That's ego, and then one is come from the heart. But what you just said, as far as it starts out from the heart, and then when you want to get even or justice,
don't nobody do that to me, bro. That's don't nobody do that to me on GP. I'm gonna get them back.
Right, I can see that. Right, that's when they synonymous to one another. That's when both of them combine.
Right, and of course, all things being subjective, all things are, all words are. In the context, of course, that I'm using in that to be quote is definitely in that egotistical form, and that's why I call it that is a disease in on itself. Everything ego based is going to lead you down the path of bondage and disease. Everything.
Right.
Your argument about mine, I tried to throw that out there. I didn't do so good, but there is no mine. I was trying to see if a person could get to all of these things happen because you want ownership of a thing, and I didn't do well.
It's it's been a challenging thing for me as well to get well at conversing about. Still a work in progress. The other quote as well, very much hand in hand with the one we just did. Culturism is a cancer.
Yeah, that one's hard to argue. Okay, wait, I've got a good argument. All right, culturism is not necessarily a cancer because part of my culture is my food. Part of this guy's culture is his dance. It doesn't make
is that a part of your culture, or is that just a part of nature and life?
Well, the way you do it, it's definitely your culture.
Did nature give that to you because it said here, this is Joe's culture, so this is the specific food for you and your culture?
No. My culture made it specific, right? Food is food, but the way I put it together, that would define my culture. The dance is dance, but the way I do it would define my culture. Song is song. The way I do it defines my culture. Clothes is clothes, blah, blah.
I would like you to show me that your culture isn't anything more than a figment of your imagination. Demonstrate.
Well, I don't know. Maybe by definition it is, but by definition, culture would just be the habits and I forget. I can't think of a better word right now. That people of a certain confined area develop the habits and rituals that certain people develop.
So, like
for instance, perhaps. Then we had to define a cult, which I'm not ready to do, because whether there's a negative connotation to cult, and then we're down the same fucking pattern that we're on right now with whether culture is and what culture is and whether it's negative or not. There's not negative because so and so likes spicy food down south there in fucking collard greens and so and so. That's the culture in my neighborhood or urban cities. They like that hip hop shit, drill music. That's your culture. It's a real thing. I could point at it and show it to someone. He can acknowledge it. Therefore, it must be real. Yeah.
Is it, or is it just a figment of the imagination and you're just eating food that grew that people put together on a dish?
Of course, I am doing that, but that doesn't eliminate culture.
Right. You're applying a definition to a culture that whenever you say
there's no culture.
A figment of that person's imagination, but that's their culture.
Yeah, you're right. Bondage is their
definition,
culture.
That's their culture.
Yes,
You're absolutely
it could be
right.
part of right. If
Right.
I ask you,
I didn't say that cognitive dissonance wasn't the root of it. I said it's a disease. That's the point of the thing.
I'm not so sure. I'm
When
not
he
so
said
sure.
when you apply disease, how you applying it, because it's like derogatory to when it comes to his culture.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
So he doesn't. Yeah, that word that you apply, no, that don't, because we don't look at it in that way. How can
My
you do
Mexican family, my Mexican friends want to come over during the barbecue. We're gonna mix my down south culture with some of the Hispanic culture. We had a great time. We danced. I fucking twerked, and he did whatever fucking dance Mexican motherfuckers do without the racial imagery that's popping in my head right now.
What actually created these culture things? How did that happen?
Tight knit so and so, and time would have had a lot to do with it.
Was it the freedom of movement that humanity has, or was it the restriction?
It was neither. I'm sure every motherfucker had developed their own culture, at time, just by being tight knit. The one village here had a different fucking culture from the village X amount of miles away. Their culture was similar, and it would have been different. And they were free to move about as much as they fucking wanted.
Really?
Yeah, they probably had land endlessly until they ran into a motherfucker 6 months later and thought, damn, we own the earth. But they had their own culture, and the niggas they ran into dressed different, talked different, had a different culture, ate different shit, same food, prepared differently. That is their culture.
That's why the skin colors are isolated that way. That's why there's only just an air few. But if you look at the breeds of the rest of nature in the wild, you see such a overly diverse mix in everything. It would be so hard to put a superficial culture on anything, because next week it's not there anymore.
Well, yes, the culture could be called ephemeral, short-lasting. Doesn't mean that it's not there. I'd still say it's fucking real.
Culture is a symptom of arrested development. How about that?
All right, let's try that one out.
It still depends on which culture that you're talking about.
He actually might have an argument with
You're
that.
trying to apply something to, you're trying to make one thing a general statement, but you have to break it down, because like what Joe was saying when he gave that analogy as far as the Mexican, you could go down south, you got the Creole down there that does that, all different people
that shit together,
and did a whole bunch of things within that culture. They live. Then you have the Indian culture. They still had other people come, whatever culture they was in, who lived free and did all the things of nature and all that around. So
different tribes, different culture.
As soon as you do that tribe thing, it's no longer. That's the end of it being. That's the beginning of free range and the end of freedom.
Tribe like what? When you say tribe?
Just tribalism itself.
Tribalism itself. I'm American. I'm a black man. I'm a Democrat. Tribalism.
Yeah, but what you still, when you say tribe, you still have to be specific, because it's tribes that open up freedom. You have freedom tribes that's open up to all.
Or in this instance, it's the tribe that we're defining as culture. We'll call it the hip hop tribe.
Okay, so that's a Pacific culture, the hip hop. Well, within hip hop, hip hop is a broad thing. Hip hop is broad. It's not that's signed to a particular. It started.
Genreism is a disease. Pop culture is a disease. Nazism is a disease. I'm not
sure that any of that is inherently any of that is inherently a disease.
See,
I
the way you
use pop
said,
music when I'm painting or doing work, that I can't listen to the music I like because the lyrics require mental concentration. Pop music does not. They're just bopping, and I use it to paint and pass the time. Therefore, it cannot be inherently evil. It may have plenty evil, good, and evil like everything else. Man use it to his advantage, but as far as being inherently, meaning it must always produce evil, I'm not sure that's.
let's divert from the judgment of evil and good and put the more of the other discernment tool on it. Is it healthy?
All right, is it healthy?
depends.
In the sense I use it for painting, I don't see why it's not healthy.
I think well, I see what Guru is going at, but I
Yes.
think it depends, because it all depends on the person and how they're receiving it. And I can
I
see when
think
you say
so.
disease, when they take it, when someone was in a certain culture and they take it in a certain way, yes, it
Yeah.
can become a disease that it deter you and put you in a bonded state. But it all depends on the culture, or what culture that you speaking of.
Yes. For instance, let me back you up on Eric. I ride with my buddy. He's an auditor. He was in that video for just a couple seconds. He's from a different culture. He's Cuban, and the music I listen to drives him crazy. It causes anxiety, vibration. He thinks it's devil music and all of these things. I use the same music to fire myself up for the day, or a cop watch, and to acknowledge God. All I hear is God in the lyrics.
As
It's
soon as
different to me.
as soon as you do that, though, you're isolating the totality of divinity from yourself. You're saying this is mine only, and you're blocking yourself from the
No, no,
grand
no, 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 no. I don't think.
diversity of
Okay,
it all.
let me. I'm gonna ask myself in a second. Am I saying it's my own? But uh, first, my first response was, no. I'm not really declaring it as mine. It's out there, and this is how I use it. To other people, I acknowledge that it fucks them up. I'm not saying that it's mine. This is how I use that song.
Then it
And
wouldn't fit culture, because culture, the very premise of culture, is mine.
yes. Then I had to ask myself the bigger question: Am I claiming it at all?
Right. Are you that open?
I am certainly claiming it. I am certainly claiming it.
I still, because some people, we have to understand, some people that we think that is, well, we saying, well, that's blocking you, you shouldn't do this. They feel free in that.
Right.
That's
Good
their
point.
freedom. They
Yeah.
feel free within those boundaries. That other boundaries outside of that, they don't want under that. So while
Again,
we can
the
label it a
question,
certain way and say it's a certain way, that's fine, because
yes.
we walk different, but those people feel free with whatever boundaries they're in, or culture,
Well,
or whatever.
But the is it mine thing, that
a
was
lot of people feel healthy drinking whiskey and smoking pot every day, and they'll justify it till they're blue in the face. This is doing this for me, and blah blah blah.
or
They
we're
may
trying to
even
be
there
subjective here.
there may even be some accuracy and truth in that. But what we're doing in this discussion here is looking at it objectively to see is it healthy, and is it actually even real? Is it not just a made up fiction in the mind?
As far as health, I think
You're applying a health thing to something in culture. That's two different things.
no.
Is it a healthy mindset to have, is the question.
But that depends on the person, because just like I said, that person within that mindset feels free. Just because you don't look at it a different way, they look at it as they feeling free.
All right,
So
well,
again,
keep our objective mind.
Your judgment and your subjective. No, that doesn't work for everyone.
Wait a second. It's the question wasn't are they feeling free or not? That's not the question. The question is not whether they can see it or not. is also to the side here. The question is, objectively, is it a healthy mindset? Whether an individual knows it, right? Whether an individual knows if it's healthy or not is not the thing in question here.
Right.
But
Is it beneficial?
That's your how you look at it. I'm saying to them because they look at you as the same way you look at them. So
Okay, fuck their opinion objectively.
I'm not
if
looking
you feel as though if you feel as though that person is unhealthy, they feel the same way about you and how you look at things as unhealthy.
Listen, so we must go objective, right? Okay, fuck how a person feels. What can we see from a distance? Is it healthy? If this guy is claiming I'm an American and therefore he joins the war and kills a bunch of motherfuckers over oil or something, it probably isn't healthy, right?
To who?
Well, certainly to the people he killed. I guess to him.
That depends on the person. I know plenty of people that went over there and did exactly what you said and feel just as good.
We're being objective, right? Is it healthy to kill people? We're being objective here.
Yeah, we're not.
It depends on the person.
We're not trying to ask the indoctrinated mind at the moment here. We're trying to look at it
it's bad to go kill people. Objectively, it's bad to kill people because another nigga told you so, not on your own decisions. Objectively, it's bad to kill people who are not at least harming you and currently and putting you at risk currently. That type of shit. We can be objective about that.
Let's look at it from the results that that actions produce, and look at those results and say, is that healthy or not?
All right, here's where we get into the you're talking about the totality of the thing, right? Like let's take anything, milk. It can be healthy taken in small doses. You can overuse it and it's suddenly unhealthy. Beer, small doses of wine is supposed to help you. Big doses. So the same with culture. Hip hop culture, you could fucking say, let sweat drip down my balls and all of that shit, and it'd be bad.
The first two wasn't a fiction in the imagination.
The milk and it's so and so.
Right.
Nor is music.
Music's not.
Nor is drill music.
But there's 4 elements to hip hop.
And now what Jesse's doing right now, that's the imagination. See? Music's not the imagination. Vibration's not an imagination. We feel it, we see it, we hear it, we play it, right? But when we put a collage together and now we say pop, that's the imagination.
No, it's not. It is simply like if we heard if we heard a vibration. I could have said
root beer.
Yes, and it would have been a real thing, like vibrations. We know they're real.
The only thing it is the collage of vibrations. That's it, to be real. And as soon as you go outside that, you're going to start to get away from the reality. And then all the expectations that go along with it start to fall into place. Eventually, people will actually get into physical confrontations over this fallacy in the mind that made this whole thing up.
The argument over the name frequency and vibration are a real thing. We call them frequency and vibration. We even call them low frequency, high vibration. But we could have named them apple and oranges. They still exist. The music and the frequency that still exists. And by I'm just giving it a name, calling it frequency. I'm calling it hip hop to describe a frequency that really exists.
A flavor. I get it. It's a flavor. Right? Look at it that way.
A flavor,
I get it.
yeah.
What I'm saying,
4 elements. There's still 4 elements to hip hop.
We see here's 4 elements. Yeah.
Well, you have the music part, you have the breakdancing part, you have the tagging part, and then you have the there's one more, the
dress.
The dress part of the hip hop. So there'd be 4 elements to hip hop.
I don't know. I could probably come up with a few more elements.
I'm going to take Von Erich's place while he's gone here. That's subjective. I can come up with 12.
Right. You probably could come up with more.
That's what you get to do with the imagination. Right? You can take it as far as you want. But here's, you know what? And I'm not even touting that that's necessarily a bad thing, because we can design things and make things better that way. What I'm saying is that people misuse
You
that
have no
divine
argument
gift.
from me, right? That seems to point to us. Oh, I had a good one, Guru. Maybe I ran it by you already. We always talk about what is man's nature. Is it to the bad shit or is it to the good shit? Yeah, I ran it by you already. I think I can prove it was man's nature is good. I was gonna say man's nature is good because if you get 10 motherfuckers in a row, 9 out of the 10 would agree that it's bad to kill a motherfucker who's done nothing to you. So I would say that that's proof to evidence that something really exists. It's good, blah, blah, blah. And in the instance you just used, all I can think about is all the way people use shit wrongly. And no matter what you make, if I created a baby cage that saves baby lives, somebody would find a way to cook crack in it. Someone would misuse it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the arena that we're in here, and and then it just comes down to this: some people are in fear because of that, and some people accept that and do what needs to be done to take responsibility in life.
Yes,
that's where the rubber meets the road. And the people in fear go to no end in sight in the abyss to try and mitigate that to their own demise and to everyone else.
And the other guy who was fearless will say more risky or what apparently risky things.
Yeah. That's
go out on more limbs. Yeah.
And with your thing, Joe, you would probably get 10 out of 10 in most rooms. You get the odd 1 out of 10 in the odd. I think that would be more than an odd.
You're
thing.
right. It'd be more like 1 in 100 or something. I would disagree with that one. Yeah.
We got a long running discussion going, Joe, of what was it? Got my notes here. I wanted to bring back. I have further contemplations in this one. Give me a second here.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna take this.
The rights thing.
Hold up.
Okay. So I have a couple more points that I came up with. The rights thing. Here it is. Okay. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. So back to the rights conversations that we've been having over the months. It seems to me that's coming down to this thing semantically: rights versus abilities. Can you prove that you have rights versus I can prove that I have abilities?
Okay, it would be. I don't know if that's fair. Yes, it sounds a lot easier than mine.
I credit a lot of this to you, Joe, because this is something that it's a work in progress for me, and this is where I'm at with it.
All right, can I prove that I have rights? Good, Jesse's here. I bet you I can because he thinks like I do. I needed that, right? I needed it because this is a hard one. And the only way you can prove you have rights is through God. I'm going to use the word right, but let's assume that the word is interchangeable here. Jesse, do you have a right to stop a person from killing you?
Of course.
All right. Now, that's under a different name. It don't have to be called right. That thing exists. That's my assertion here, Guru. That thing is real.
What is that thing? That's
real? That right. I'm calling it right for lack of another word. That right to defend myself from being killed by another person or my family. That thing exists.
Can you
like
demonstrate
intuition?
this thing that exists?
It would be intuition. It would just be something that is intuitive.
That would be instinct, and so that wouldn't fall under a right. That would fall under preservation reflex.
So more of the ability.
more of the ability and responsibility for sure. And
Okay.
which, of course, is something you can demonstrate.
All right, here we'll try a different one. I have the right to voice my opinion, even when no one is around.
Demonstrate this specific thing called right.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Don't confuse demonstrate that you have the ability to voice your opinion. Demonstrate the right.
Well, I don't know directly demonstrable it is, but it's kind of like
wouldn't you just do it?
But that'd be
if you do it, then you're demonstrating your ability.
The ability to do it. You're demonstrating that it exists, is what he is saying. You know how we find planets, Guru? We look for the effects of gravity, and that tells us where a planet would be. So I may not can point. I know it's weird.
What a segue. Holy shit. We know what's on your mind.
I heard the sovereign stuff earlier.
The flat
today.
Earth argument is coming, right?
I wasn't
heard
even
a bunch
there,
of
and I can see.
Yeah, I heard you, Joe, with sovereign today, going back and forth. So
it was so fun. I love that so much. I'm a big kid. I love that so much. And I know I'd be causing them anxiety. They be calling me names and talking shit in the chat. Oh my God. But it's so much fun to me. It's irresistible. But the same, oh girl, I totally forgot what I was talking about.
We're trying to demonstrate.
The way you can't demonstrate, yes. You can't demonstrate by looking directly at a thing. But you can look at it causes certain effects, and that's how you know it's real. All right, that's why I went to that.
What causes an effect in this instance with this thing called right? Demonstrate this to me.
All right. The effect that rights are real when I or anyone is on let's say a street, and someone comes up, and I don't know if we can use this one. I'm changing the thing that I just had, and tries to take my money. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, okay, so if you have natural law, so do you have the right to do no harm, or do you have the ability to do no harm in natural law?
Thank you. Jesse did it better than I could. If there is a natural law, and if that natural law is do no harm, then don't that prove that the right exists? There, blah blah. Certain rights exist.
If I have the ability to go either way and make a choice, then that's the natural law.
Wait, I'm not so sure that you have the right to defend yourself, and you were unsuccessful, or a motherfucker locked you up, and you were unable to defend yourself. Then I'm not sure that the right never existed.
Natural law in its truest form is the ability that you have, and the most fundamental ability that you have is the ability to discern. That's natural law.
Do I have the right to kill indiscriminately?
You have the ability to.
Do I have right? Okay, now we get into what a right is then. A right is definitely not an ability, because I'm sure that I have the ability to do it, but I am sure that I don't have the right. I'm not using the right word apparently, but I don't have under God the permission under God to do it. Perhaps that's what a right is.
Now I figured you were going to go into
I
divinity
didn't even know I
with
was going to
this.
go there. I didn't even.
I did. I did, and it just so happens that I have something prepared and here it is. If rights are from divinity, then why do you have to pay for anything? Don't you have a right to it already?
I think so. What do you have to pay for? Well, not in this world. I mean, I got the right to fish and all of that shit. I have the right, even though.
If it's from divinity, then is there anything you're not already entitled to by default?
I don't think there necessarily is. There may be a certain thing as I can't use that tree to build my house because that guy cut it down and used it. I can't take it from him.
Is that because divinity said so, or is that
That's
because
divinity.
you
That's
wait? Is that
yeah.
so, or is that because you've been given the ability to self discern, and you're using that discernment to make that decision this way?
I only got that discernment, I think, from divinity. I'd go as far as to say the Holy Spirit that it's
Right. You got the ability to discern from divinity, but
yeah.
divinity itself isn't sitting there saying you can't do that. If that was the case, then
No,
you
no,
wouldn't
no.
be able to do that.
No. The rule. You're able to break the rule, but the rule
Who,
exists. It's
wait, whose rule?
divinities.
If it was divinity's rule, then you wouldn't have the ability.
I disagree, man. I made baseball, and the rule is you can't fucking throw a baseball bat at a motherfucker. And he does it. Doesn't mean the rule doesn't exist.
And if that was a rule, then you wouldn't be able to. Whose rule is that?
I would
Yours?
disagree. No, it is the ones Holy Spirit again. It would be the ones put in you. In fact, it's definitely godly. That would lead into it's a rule.
Are rules meant to be
And
broken?
exactly
Wait.
by the weak
Is
motherfuckers. I was gonna go there, yeah. Well, Jesse went, yeah.
but before you can even go it meant to be broken, is it actually a rule?
Yes. Why
Is
wouldn't
it?
it be?
Okay,
Yes, absolutely. I'll
demonstrate the rule.
demonstrate it. I'll demonstrate it. Again, I can't demonstrate it directly. However, I can bring 100 motherfuckers into a room and say, there is an invisible rule. Is it that I get
Then
the
you're only demonstrating that 100 people are saying there's an invisible rule. Anyway,
but
go
if
on.
100 people see it, it's probably an indication that something is really there. It's great
No,
evidence that
it's
something is
not.
there.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't demonstrate that. If 100 people say 2 + 2 is 4, or 2 + 2 is 5, rather, it doesn't demonstrate that 2 + 2 is 5, does it?
Not 100%, but there is that evidence that something is there. It doesn't prove it, but
So
it
there.
certainly leads you in the direction that something is there.
No, only only if you have cognitive dissonance.
You don't think that that the fact that me and you and everyone believes that you shouldn't hurt anyone, it doesn't make it real just because all of us believe it?
That again, that's a discernment that I do because I have the ability to discern and I can see the outcome and the consequence of those actions. It doesn't mean that it changes my ability to. The ability is the law, the ability is the rule. And that I can discern is also the law. That's the rule.
So
What
we
I
all
do
have
with
the
that
ability.
is my choice.
We all have the ability to heal or to harm, but do
Right?
we have the right to heal or to harm?
Right.
Demonstrate either way.
Well, I don't think we
And
have
whether
to
or not,
because every person knows. I don't think I have to demonstrate it, and it's difficult to demonstrate,
do
but
they?
I'm talking to a guy who knows. I
Do
haven't,
they?
well, apparently that's not proof to you, but everybody knows that
Well, I
uh,
know of a lot of psychopaths and sociopaths. I know of a lot of people who have committed violence every day right in front of me and to me directly. So the only thing that's proving to me is that's the law. They get you.
no. It's the number thing again. If you line up 1,000,000 people at the sea and two of them say I don't see water, the fact that 999,998 of them do means something, whether you say it doesn't or not.
No, and I can take the same narrative and reverse that. If
Please do.
999,000 people say I don't see water and there is, and one person it doesn't change anything. The truth is what it is.
Agreed. I am saying it just points in that direction. It does not determine any type of
Not
absolute, but this is how
necessarily.
you find a thing. You
Wait.
point to a bunch of things that point in that direction. It's probably there, whether I can
Wait.
see it or not.
Not
Don't forget
necessarily.
Stockholm syndrome.
Right. And in fact, I would definitely point to the direction that the masses are highly indoctrinated and highly in cognitive dissonance. And most likely, if it's coming from them, it's a rhetorical repeat of the same mainstream bullshit that's been fed to them. I'm going to probably, in an objective position, think that it's a lie.
Where they
I would
defend their
agree with that.
masters.
But even if I went to all of the people that you thought were extremely enlightened and gave them the same question, they would come to the same conclusion, perhaps even more so.
That's because they're in a that's an opinion focus, not an
Objective.
objective focus. And
Well,
if I'm going to base my logic on the same opinion focus, then I'm in the same opinion logic minded cognitive dissonance as they are. That's my demise, right?
Yes, only if you base your mind. That's the way we do everything. I hope we search for an abundance of evidence to prove a thing. We go, like when I see an article, I go look it up in 4 different fucking sources, and I try to find people who hate it, people who love it, people who are, and this is hard to find, people who are neutral. But you find different sources, man. We've used that as a way to prove a thing entirely. Why wouldn't it work here?
I don't because people are easily fooled, easily deluded, easily manipulated, easily brainwashed, and people lie. And if it's not in front of me, then it's just a theory. That's the only logic, you know.
But yes, but you live your logic by these. You live your life by these theories. There are many things that have not been in front of you, but logic tells you it's there because so many other people who I can't rely on for my shit, it don't make it real. But you relied on what they said, and you followed it, and you found it.
I mean, that was a big fat projection, but. Give me an example of give me an example for me that you think for me is something that I hold that is indeed that thing.
I think many people told you that there was a here I'm gonna try and change it on the fly here. That there was a way to free your mind from the government. I know that shit's vague, but a way to accomplish that, and not only your mind, yourself. You heard that. I'm assuming that when the thought came to you, you investigated many different sources, as we all do. You may even found sources that you found more reliable.
Okay, so
we all do.
That was a self-evident knowing when I saw that something was wrong in front of me, and then I took the pursuit. I took the pursuit to go research and discover and learn how to live on my own and be self-reliant.
Exactly.
That's not theoretical.
Wait, no, I'm not talking about theoretical. Right?
And it's nothing evidence-based. It's in practice by me right now as we speak.
Yes, as is my not killing people in practice as we speak.
Yes, that's not theoretical either. But it doesn't change the abilities, does it? I could still go back and be a sheepcog if I wanted to. I can go kill 10 people right now if I wanted to.
Just because you go back on it doesn't mean that freedom doesn't exist. You have the choice to do it or not. Doesn't mean it exists. It has no bearing.
It doesn't mean that
because you choose to do it or not, it's still there.
The rule is that I have that choice. That's the rule.
Well, the rule is in my scenario to kill people where I should not. I have the choice to do it or not. I choose not to.
Right.
Because I know I felt I saw somewhere that was in my heart. The same way with you.
Right.
And
the rule from divinity is that you have that choice, and the rule from divinity is you also have discernment.
Yeah. Okay.
But the rule from divinity is not you have that choice, but you don't have that right. You have that choice because you have the right, if anything. You are entitled to make those decisions. You absolutely are. If you weren't entitled to make those decisions, including the ones that we would call the negative one, you wouldn't have the ability to. That's from divinity. It doesn't mean that it's healthy or righteous.
I must be missing you somewhere. It sounds like it's absolutely healthy, right, righteous, and all those things.
No. another way of looking at it, sticking scissors in a light socket. You
Yeah.
have the ability to do so. It doesn't mean
Right.
that it's healthy,
Agree.
but
Yeah.
nature doesn't say, as a rule, that you don't have the right to stick scissors in a light socket.
It does say I don't have the right to take this man's shit. It would be
It
healthy and
doesn't.
beneficial to me to just walk in your house and take your shit after you've built everything. It would be easier for me. But I know I cannot do it. And that knowing is a real thing, that I cannot do it. That's real.
You can. It's just going to have consequence. Everything you do is going to have consequence.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the
In
rule.
that sense, of course, I have the ability, which is why rights and ability are not the same thing. I don't have the right.
You do. You
What
have the
about
right.
breathing?
What about breathing?
What's the
We have
question
the
about that?
ability to breathe, but do we have the right? Of course we do.
Apparently we do not, because I can shoot you in the head and take it for you, therefore it doesn't exist.
You also have the ability to harm yourself, right? Yeah. Do you have the right? If we're looking at right as just being ability, demonstrate. If right is not a synonym for ability, then again, demonstrate, make it clear cut what it is, and demonstrate that it's not
I
just a
thought I'd
figment of
been
the
trying to
imagination.
do that shit.
You
To
have been
demonstrate,
trying, but you haven't successfully done so.
I don't think I'll be able to, because what I see as proof is like the flat earther thing. I tell them that's a picture and they say it's CG. I can't prove it.
I wouldn't use that as a good analogy, because there could be a point where we could, at some point, that's actually possible if we had the technology, we could go up high and so on and so forth. This thing here, what I'm seeing fundamentally is that it is straightforward, coming from the imagination alone, nothing else, straightforward indoctrination. You wouldn't even think like that if you didn't have that coming from other men convincing you to
Very
think
good.
and believe.
So you're telling me that we're going to go back to the early men, or men who have been separated from other people. They don't know, or is it programming? Because they believe that they're a better person if they don't steal from their neighbor or go kill the village next to them and they take their shit, that it makes them a better person. Is that indoctrination, or did it come from the spirit that is out there, that is real?
I don't know. Ask a crocodile that just ate a deer, or plays, or a cat that a cougar that just plays with its prey for a while and beats it up for a while.
Not sure he has the Holy Spirit at all.
No, so there are things. Are you trying to tell me that divinity is not through everything?
No. I am trying to tell you that I don't know if the Holy Spirit of discernment goes into a leaf the same way it goes into a human.
You sound like Denison. What you're saying right now is there's no agency. Discernment is not a self-derived thing. Or
No,
a self-choosing thing.
Okay. Well, your ability to achieve discernment is different for a human and a lizard.
Yes.
You're right. So self, where it comes from, for whatever reason. Yes,
discernment
for whatever
seems to be, as far as we can tell, more apparent as a human trait. It does seem so.
very good.
We can't
And
say for sure, but it does seem so.
I would leave room that I am absolutely wrong, and a leaf has all the answers, and I'm an idiot. I would leave room for that. He has better discernment. He doesn't hurt anyone, and when someone tries to hurt him, he didn't even fight back. Has better discernment than I.
So, are you trying to suggest then that just because we have the abilities to discern is what stops us from having a right to something?
If we have the ability to discern, it stops us from having a right. I thought I was saying the ability to discern stops us from having a right. No, I would say the opposite. The ability to discern shows us what the right is.
Shows us what the right
It
is.
points us to the right. The ability to discern is what shows us, reveals the right that exists, that already
Okay.
exists. We're just
Okay.
seeing it through our discernment.
I get you. Well, okay, I see a separate aspect there. That like, okay, the ability to discern is a divine gift, and then to accompany the ability to discern, we have these other abilities such as intuition, instinct, memory,
and a
so on and
million
so
other
forth.
things, including what bear witness, who you run into, your childhood, all of those things would play
Right.
on your ability to discover that right that already exists.
Right. Now, one of those fundamental abilities is to counterintuitively resist or go against my instinct. If that wasn't a divine right, then I wouldn't have that ability.
I would agree that we have that ability to resist what is instinct. Yes, not sure what that has to do with right, but I'm in agreement with you so far.
If there is such a thing as free will, you get to decide, do you not?
Yes.
And it cannot be, don't get me wrong, maybe this is another thing that needs to be explored, investigated, and understood by a lot of people. I think people intertwine this thing called consequence versus this thing called punishment.
Okay, very good.
Consequence is innate. Can't get away from that. Punishment, though,
right, right,
doesn't exist. Fallacy.
Yes, I would. I took the consequence more when you gave those two things. Yes, there will be consequences, and they would not necessarily be punished, maybe by our primitive monkey mind.
If it was a punishment scenario, then that would be a divine gaslight. Here, I'm giving you free range to go ahead and slaughter people. But if you do it, I'm going to slaughter the shit out of you for being blasphemous or whatever, right?
Yes.
What that doesn't sound too divine to me.
Yes,
You know,
I think that the same way microcosm macro as above, so below. I think we get an indication of what's on the other side by the way we do now. We do a thing and it has consequences. Many times we interpret it as punishment, but there are consequences when you put out negative shit into the world. There are consequences.
Yep. I like to refer to that as the true karma. Consequence really being just a synonym for karma. That's how I see karma.
Yes.
You know, it's another one of those semantical things people are kind
Do
of.
you believe this? Because I believe that we are all literally make up one being. We are all interconnected. That my shitty behavior, negativity, pervades into everybody else's. It's like we all piss into a pot. Our negativity, and the negativity shit comes in doses. It could happen to you. The group of negativity could be over here fucking up Venezuela.
There's a divine energetic collective. I hate using that word, but I'll use it here. There's a divine energetic collective, and at the same token, and that is existence. Existence itself is a divine energetic collective.
Yes.
Consciousness, however, is a divine individual, non-collective that is influenced by the divine energetic collective.
All right. Since I agree with you and I like to take opposing stances, let me see if there's such a thing as a collective conscious. It sounds like there is, right?
But you have the right to connect to that divine connected consciousness.
See, this is where I can.
That was a great fucking question. Do you have
let me put my spin of answer on this. When it comes to anybody who's going to ever ask me if I have a right to something or not, I say I don't give a shit if you think. I don't give a shit about your opinion if I have the right or not. I'm going to demonstrate that I have the ability regardless.
Yes, I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. And I've been throwing that
right to life.
That's ability trumps right head over heels. 100%.
What about the right to life? Did God give you the right to life?
Well, you're living, so you're already alive, and that's just the way it is. You're alive right now.
But what
and
about
I
that
have to.
spark, that initial spark to be born?
What about it? What's the question?
Wouldn't that be, God granting you the right? Like that was your right to be born?
I wouldn't say it was a right. I would say it was a gift.
I don't know if that one's a right or not.
Because in the same breath, literally breath, again, you also have the same ability to counter that gift if you want. Your gift was the ability to discern.
Guys, I'm gonna have to abandon you. I'm absolutely getting sleepy. I'm ashamed to say it.
All right,
Me
Joe.
too. I fell asleep and woke up.
Pretty bad. Every time you guys are talking about rights and just blasphemy like this, I see what's going on.
That's right. You heard that. That was all cold for talking about you, buddy.
Have a good night,
good
Joe.
at it. We're getting good at it. Thank you. And
Thanks
thank
for the
you.
chat, guys.
You bet. Thanks for being
Guru.
with us. Brilliant conversations. Appreciate you guys every time you come up. To be continued.
Let's see y'all, guys.
Have a good night,
Have a good one,
folks.
Jess.
Vaughn, if you're still with us there, saw your conversation. Or your conversation. Sorry. Multitasking too many things at one time here. Saw your message. Feel free to come back up if you're still there. Getting further and deeper, right? It's getting closer and closer to that point where the fallacy is shed and it's just understood what we're really aiming towards here. And this is what I did myself, and I still strive to do so every single day. We all seem to know, at least around here, that we were indoctrinated, and that being indoctrinated in the way that we are was not in our best interest, and it caused us much grief in our life, poor health, arrested development, incapacitation of abilities, and so on and so forth. So once I understood that, I took it upon myself to take full responsibility for what happened to me and choose wisely everything that I do in the direction that I go from there to reverse it as much as I possibly can and bring back to life that what was supposed to happen that didn't happen because of what did happen. And as I did that, I learned and discovered certain things that I see that many people who are still in the shadows of indoctrination still don't have a clue about yet. And the only way to learn those things is by going down the rabbit hole path of shedding all the indoctrination right down to the core and just getting back to the remains of what's left as true. And to do that, it takes being completely honest again. It's all about that honesty thing with oneself and letting go with anything that was indoctrinated in the belief system. In other words, shedding the belief system itself, including what could be healthy. Just shed it all for a second and come back to a 0 point and start to observe one by one everything that we thought we knew, everything that we believe in, so on and so forth, objectively observing it and deciding consciously with intention, is that something that is truly healthy? Is that something that is truly meant for me as a being here to grow and develop energetically and my divine potential and so on and so forth? When that happens, the potential of us being a flower that we started off as a seed begins to shape and take place.
Look like a beautiful flower and a strong one too.
Right.
You know what? In just 2 years since I've talked to you, and I appreciate it. My different aspect in life has totally changed. I mean, totally. I mean, I try not to let anything bothers me anymore. You know what I mean? In fact, I don't let things bother me anymore. I mean, I just accept things now. I just don't believe in anything. When I see bullshit on TV or hear people talking, or you know, what I mean, it's just totally different.
Mm-hmm.
The days look different to me. In other words,
That's freedom.
yeah, I can't wait to get to where you're at. I can imagine what you feel like.
Freedom at its fundamental core. I was going through some of my older quotes earlier, and this one. It's quite profound how my quotes are for me too. They're a reminder for myself. It's a great exercise. That's why I like doing it, because it helps myself too, as much as anybody else who can draw from it. Because we have a tendency to forget, from time to time.
Not me.
No, never. Yeah. I'm learning your wisdom when it comes to that. Yeah, I'll get there. I promise. So this one is fear is when you freedom is when you let go of fear and just live.
Wait a minute, something's wrong here. I'm on my phone. I don't see nothing yet. What the hell's
Oh no,
going on here?
I didn't put it up. I'm just saying it from
Oh,
memory
okay.
that I saw earlier. Yeah.
Say it again, please. Go on.
Freedom is when you let go of fear and just live.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point real fast now. I am. I really am. I mean, my whole life's changed around. It has. And I just can't wait to do, better than what I'm doing now. My wife can't see it. I mean, she sees a change in me, but she don't see what I feel. I mean, what I feel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow, what a difference. Seriously, what a difference. I look out the windows here, or I'm driving in it, and I just think about these people, man. They don't know what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Rush, rush, rush. Go to work. Come home, eat, go to sleep. Rush, rush,
Beehive
rush.
life,
Get up. Yeah.
right?
Like, wow. At
You
least I
can
was
see
lucky. I
it,
might be old. Yeah, I can. I can see it. And I used to be the same way they did. You know what I mean? Rush, rush, rush.
right? And that's not how we're obviously. Again, just because we have like our conversation that was just happening, just because we have the ability to do something, it's not a question of whether we have the right to do it or not. It's a question of, is it healthy or not? Is it a positive outcome for us or not? That's a more solid foundation for discernment. Right, wrong, good, bad, judgment-based things. Yeah, it's some ability to discern and can go either way, but that leads people down to a road of conflict and division. So more often than not, it's not healthy. And again, I'll put forth that was by design, that was what we've been indoctrinated and trained to do, so that we neglect the responsibility part, whether it's truly healthy or not. Being objective, having critical thinking, observing, recognizing that nature is fluid. Some scenarios call for certain things, other scenarios call for other things. As soon as we genreize everything, we restrict that fluidity. And the restriction of fluidity, when that's nature itself, can only be diseasement. That's the beginning of slavery. Slavery is a synonym for disease. It's a cancer.
And this is what the government lives by, just to control you.
This is what we, the sheeple, lives by.
Well, that's because of the government, what we were indoctrinated, right?
No, it's because people are indoctrinating themselves.
All right, can you explain that a little bit more? Because what I'm seeing in my lifetime is the school boards, pledge allegiance to the flag, be good, listen to, the man, the police.
Who are the teachers?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one there. Yeah, teachers.
Who are the teachers?
What do you mean, who are they? They're part
Are
of
they
the
some
government.
other species? Is the
No,
government some other species?
they're people. That's what you mean.
It's we. Do you know any teachers in your life?
Personally, you mean, or do I still talk to
Yeah.
them? Or
Have
no,
you? I mean, yeah. Have you ever? Do they come from another species, or they just come from families of people?
family from other people.
Right. It's just us.
You know, the fact the teachers I know now probably dead and gone. You know,
Right. And in the hive mind collective mindset, which again I reckon is not a healthy outlook at all. But as far as a species goes, humans are indoctrinating other humans. If you want to label that and call that aspect of humans government, what you're doing what you're doing what you're doing again is you're falling for the indoctrination set up so that you point the finger anywhere but
yourself.
yourself.
What'd you call that again?
You roboted there. What did you say?
What'd you call that again? You threw me off when you named it something, and I didn't quite get it.
Genre. When you genre
Shine off.
genre like
Never
music
heard of it.
genre, pop, rap, reggae, country. Those are different genres of music.
You know, this is no lie. In my age, and when I got taught, I mean, this is whole brand new words to me. What you guys are talking. I mean, they never taught us this shit in school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, genre, disconcernment. I had to check that out. You know, judgment and everything else. And I'm like, damn,
Yeah,
where are these words coming from?
the more they can do this, the more people go down this path, the worse it gets for divide and divide, distract, conquer, and destroy. So people say divide and conquer. They're missing two. It's a foursome. Divide, distract, conquer, and destroy. They're missing all of that. And this is what you're doing. If you get mad at government, you're lying to yourself in two ways. Number one, you're breathing life into a falsity. This thing called government doesn't actually exist. You were trained to think that it does. It's just people, other people acting theater. That's all that it is. It's just theater. And it's a delusion in the mind. And if you believe in it, you're the diseased. Secondly, not only if you believe in it, but if you point the finger to that delusion that it's at fault for your neglecting responsibility towards yourself, you are millionfold diseased.
Well,
and you're also ripe for the picking to be nanny stated and ruled and reigned over, because you're incapacitated. You have a mental, you're deranged. And if you're deranged, then we got to do something with you. We've got to we've got to take care of you, and we'll take care of you, because you're not taking care of yourself. So we'll take care of you, but we're just going to do it how we see fit, and that could be anything that we decide. But you're going to choose it.
Would I blame myself if I pointed to the government and said, "Hey, they're freaking liars"?
Saying that people are liars is true.
Okay.
People
All right.
are liars. Again, if when you say government, you're saying a culture again. You're saying a cult. What is government? It's just a group of people. Let's get real and very accurate as to what it is. If you want to get out of cognitive dissonance, You have to get very down to the basic. If you were born today, even in the beehive, and you were looking around, sitting in your crib, would you know what this thing called government was?
No.
No. You had to have been trained and indoctrinated to bring that to your imagination.
Did somebody just pop up?
Yeah, we got Chad in the basement. Hang on a second. I'll get him up.
Oh yeah. I
Hey,
see
Chad.
him.
Okay, so if it was there by default, you wouldn't.
Santa and the Grinch Christmas wish line.
You're roboting there, Chad.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I said, is this the Christmas Santa and Grinch hotline?
Yeah, it's $4.99 per minute. Please press 6 to accept. Beep.
How are you two? How are you guys doing? I had to give you an example of a show.
Please press 6 now. Beep.
Ha ha ha! Very funny, Duty.
I'm sorry. I did not understand your answer. Please press 6 now. Beep.
As he was saying, this is an example of a show, right? How you doing, brother?
Are you there? Please press 6 now. Beep.
Did he say he's Santa? Is that what he said?
Santa and the Grinch.
Listen, I'd like to order something. I want a blonde, heavy on top, easy in the bottom, and doesn't scream mama. And I want a carry-on on it.
Wait a sec. Run.
Are your barbers available?
Oh. She fits in everyone's stocking stuffer. No problem.
Well,
Well, you know, it is 5-cent Friday.
Happy whatever you believe on this day, this time of year. How's that?
Ooh.
Well, I don't think you celebrate Christmas, Guru. I didn't know if you
I don't
did or
even
not.
know what Christmas is.
Okay, I know Rights does.
Yeah, my family, I do. Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, that'd be a bad tradition if we didn't, huh?
Yeah, but it's a tradition that's always been around. It's Christmas. You always celebrate it with family, right?
Yeah, just the family. Yeah, I don't. Between me and you, it's just another day. But yeah, for the family, I do.
Yeah. Well, like
I'll
for
just
me,
let me put it this way: I've never seen a pagan that wasn't an idiot.
touche.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So stick this in your presents.
Put that in your stockings to see if it stuffs.
I celebrate the solstice, so mine's already passed. So
celebrate the solstice.
The winter solstice.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the change of the cycle for the winter, right? We're into the winter.
Sure, but why do you celebrate that?
Because it's celebrating my connection to the planet as a whole.
You have that every day of the year.
Yeah, but
why just isolate that to where the position of the sun is?
Well, okay. I don't isolate it but I do every day. But like I said, when those time frames come around, they're more of a special. Do you know what I mean?
You're even more
because it is. Well, no, it's just part of the way I feel naturally to do. I always have.
No, you're indoctrinated. It's even more pagan.
But the thing is, though, okay, like I mean, I've as I've said to you many times, I've done a very extensive spiritual journey. I'm a very spiritual person. I believe that we all, in my aspect. I mean, I could go deep. We've gone in many deeper conversations on I'm a wayist, but I mean, I did do some study into the pagan culture as well. So I do still honor those days because they are like the longest day of the year.
Yeah, but again, making the present at any given time any less special than another present is the opposite of spirituality in its truest form and a positive, healthy pathway.
Yeah, but you also do. it's a little more. I'll word it this way. I do a little. I always when I celebrate it.
You
that's what I
like to injure yourself. Just say it. Say it outright. You like to injure yourself.
No, I like
It
this.
feels good. It feels
I
good
like to
to, you know.
I like to envision Nude Guru sitting strapped to a table and me feeding him rotten bananas.
Well, it is out of season, you know. Give me your address. I'll FedEx. I'll hook you right up. They're all black and ready to go.
That's quite all right. I'll pass. I don't feel like making banana bread.
I know that would be cheating. You have to eat them black ones raw and whole in a smoothie.
Wow.
Put the banana girl to shame. Sure, who's boss?
Yeah, I'll pass. I'd be throwing up. I'd be throwing up 20 minutes later. Yeah, no, thank you.
Chad, you're not gonna be by yourself, are you, for Christmas?
Well, I have three offers for Christmas dinner, all on different days between Saturday and Boxing Day.
That's good.
And I'm also probably going to be hanging Christmas Day with a friend of mine and just sitting back, having a few drinks, and watching some Christmas movies.
That's good.
Practicing the art of indoctrination.
It's a female guru. I'm trying. I'm working on her and trying to get her
Just
away from
say it for what it is. Just say it for what it is. You know.
She is actually very open minded, though. She's very, much like the way we talk a lot of times. But where she wants to go, and she wants to.
So you want to practice closed-mindedness with somebody who's very open-minded.
Oh no, it's just for her. It's a family tradition that she just wants to honor with somebody that she considers family. And I feel it a deep honor that she's, willing to invite me over to her house to have a couple of drinks with her and watch some Christmas movies. I don't care.
Well, I never find it unamusing how people squirm when the truth is presented to them. There's a saying. It's called you're never an asshole for presenting the truth until you present the truth about
But
something.
the thing is, as you know me, Guru, I'm much more beyond that. I still, like I said, I'm an independent reporter. I work I'm with a guild that's out of Ontario and Detroit. So
Did you say a guild?
Yeah,
You're with a guild?
a media guild. We're all independent. We're all independent, but we kind of share some of our information and stuff to each other, right? Basically,
Right.
is what
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
And that's what I've been doing a lot lately. That and looking for a job just to get some money so that I can get to where I need to get.
I'm gonna turn your mic up here a little bit. You're actually.
He is low. I thought it was me.
Yeah, hang on.
Oh, I've been adjusting my mic because my mic is really, really loud. I've been playing with it a bit and seeing what levels I have to have it at. So
I got you good now. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've been really, really loud at times, and other times I'm really, really quiet. So I've got it set in a spot. I got to try it out, and I figured, well, hey, Guru and Rights are live. I'm still up. I'll go hang out with them for a bit and shoot the shit, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, Chad. If you're ever in Detroit, give me a call. Somehow. And
oh yeah, no, definitely, man.
Drop by and bring a present while you're at it.
I'll bring some ketchup chips or all dressed.
I don't want no black bananas. I'll tell you that. No.
No, I'll smuggle some potato chips across the border.
Okay. Those ketchup potato chips. My wife loves those with my daughter.
Oh, I know.
You know that.
Trust me, I know. I'd have to at least bring a bag each one for each of them. And I have to bring you a bag. I have to bring you a bag of all dress because I know you like the all dressed.
The old dress.
All dressed. You tried the all dressed potato chips. You told me you did.
All dress. I can't remember now. Shit. I probably did, knowing me. Yeah. But I don't eat chips anymore. Though. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I got leg. Go ahead.
I just say I don't eat chips anymore. I just my daughter, my wife does though.
I'm sure even the ketchup chips show up in the house, you'll be sneaking a couple.
No, I don't. That's the truth. I don't. I'm trying to.
Just to have a taste. That's what it would be.
Well, a taste I could do it, yeah, but it's just I went for the funeral and ate the dinner over there. Man, I tell you what, I paid for it the next day. Jeez, oh man.
Oh,
I'm not used.
well, yeah, I understand that. I mean, I've gone. I started that doing like that with like you got you doing. I had
Yeah.
started that, when I was back in Amherst, just before, literally just before I left for the convoy, and it, it was I felt great. Like, I wasn't drinking much of tea yet, but I was starting to eat healthier. And I felt great. Like, I was making my own smoothies in the morning with like fruits and vegetables and that sort of thing. And I have a small little salad, and I did meat. I was slowly cutting meat up. Like, I wasn't going totally off of it. I was trying to wean myself off of it, right? Eating less meat, but still having a little bit just once in a while. And but yeah, no, I felt great.
I'm still here, half listening. I'll be back in about 30 to 60 seconds.
Okay,
But
Nude.
I mean, when I came up to the convoy, I mean, the first thing, like, I hadn't eaten all day, right? The whole way up, I just drank coffee and smoked a lot of weed. And
well, jeez.
And like, literally the first thing that I had a chance to eat, and I was literally super stoned, was a ham and cheese sandwich. And it was like I had meat in like a month, a week and a half. I hadn't had meat. So I mean, it was, yeah, it was good. Don't get me wrong, it was a good ham and cheese sandwich, but it was it was just like so heavy for my stomach. I was sick as a dog for like.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it didn't help the fact too that everybody was showing up that was coming from that was there in the city, bringing food, because we were like literally all bottlenecked in there. Like, some of the four wheels, we were all bottlenecked in around the trucks. And people dropping food off, like sandwiches and sweets and granola bars and fresh fruit. I mean, like, yeah, it was like, you get what you get, right? Like,
That's right. Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even now, I mean, with the fact of what I mean, I'm barely getting by, like, to be honest. But I mean, like, there's plenty of places I'm going to get food, and sometimes I go out with friends. Like, I have friends that will call me up and ask me to go meet up with them, and they'll buy, but I'll be at a restaurant somewhere and they're paying, so it's like, yeah, okay, I'll get something to eat, or, whatever. Like, I only eat like when I'm really hungry, or once, twice a day. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. You come here in Detroit, I'll pick a good restaurant and I'll pay for the dinner for you. Hope you like White Castles.
I never had White Castle before, to be honest.
Oh no,
Well,
you'd be burned the next day, huh?
One of the places that if I am in Detroit, that I will be at, will be Coney Island hot dogs.
Oh no, Lafayette. Oh geez, oh man, that's going to be a hard place to park. Oh my God.
Well, that's where Charlie's studio is, above it.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, he's above it.
Wow.
Yeah, he's above it.
By Jefferson, I can't think Lafayette.
This way, the first time I saw something, I've been following him for a while since I met him, right? And basically he just because of the fact that he's like, he's actually told me where his studio was, so like, he's literally above Coney Island.
That's a very well-known place too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he pays rent. like he pays rent for it. He rents it. He doesn't. It's not just like he gave it to him, but they also sponsor him because they're rich. It's free advertising for them, right?
It is.
Like they're a sponsor basically to a show. So
About a half a block from there, I used to work there, called the Penobscot Building. I used to go with her quite a bit, grab them for for my wife.
Okay.
Yeah, you go see it, Penobscot Building.
I've never had one of the hot dogs, but Shirley tells me they're amazing. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they are good. They are good. I'll give them credit on that. They are good. Yes. But if you want to go there, we're gonna have to, brother. We're gonna have to figure out where to park.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, I'm saying that's probably where I'll be when I'm there. I'll be the first
okay.
to go right there. So, but
well, you will have a vehicle, right, or no? When you come here,
I will be
or
I don't drive, so
you don't drive.
if I end up down there, well, I gotta get my passport first, though.
It'll take me about a half an hour to get down there. I could pick you up and then just, we'll go someplace and then I'll drop you off. Where I picked you up at. We can do that.
Well, I have to let everybody know I'm going because I'll be there for work. So
you broke up. I'm sorry. What's that?
I'd be there for work if I was there.
Oh, I got you. Okay, well then I'd have to figure. Well, you're talking about Suffield. You want?
Like I said, I don't know when it's going to be, but it could be sometime in the new year. Trying to get my passport at some point here.
I got a who is it? Chrome.
Cromwell
Bearer saying.
Unlike our extreme esteemed colleague above us here, that is wearing the Christmas hat and dressed and has the image of the Grinch up.
You're a lizard too?
I'm not a lizard.
Well, you said colleague. Yeah.
Well, I'm referring to your icon. I was calling you a Grinch. But being in a place,
where's your green skin?
I don't have green skin. I'm human. Full-blood human. But to chime in, though, as you were saying, though, guru teachers, just going back to part of the conversation where I was jumping up at, I actually have call it what you will, my mother was a teacher. But she was more of an old school style person that was just there to teach and teach subjects that she was whatever she was teaching. So whatever grade level she was teaching, she would teach the regular fundamentals. That was what her goal was, teach kids to read and write. And when all this other crazy shit started coming in off and on, she
go on. Listening to the colleague.
She basically would say no, and when she didn't teach some of this other crazy shit that they wanted her to teach, right? But she also saw the indoctrination, and I was already the time she went back to teaching she left teaching when I was born, but she was a teacher before I was born. But then she went back to teaching, and she's just when she saw that, she was like, how it changed. She's like, no, I'm like.
Well,
I mean, like I'd already seen that, and I'd had some great teachers along the way that had actually guided me into more of a exploratory. And don't always listen to everything you're being told, because the classic saying is, I mean, Guru, I'm hoping you'll agree with me on this comment. The history is written by the victor.
History is written by what? You're very choppy there.
History is written by the winner.
History is written by the winner. You'll have to elaborate on that.
Okay, case in point, for example, when in American history, it's when the British attacked them when they were fighting for their independence and burned down the White House. Some Americans that know the difference know it was actually Canada and not Britain.
Yeah.
Who's right?
Maybe just elaborate specifically what you mean by winner. The winner of what? A war?
Okay, but because the Americans won their independence from Great Britain, right? They, in their history, they say it's Britain. They don't say it's
Yeah.
Canada. Correct me if I'm
No,
wrong, right?
what you're saying is not correct.
right.
The history you're referring to is not written by actual events that take place. It's written by the narrative producers of the Dog and Pony Show theatrics,
Exactly. Yeah.
and
But
that's not that's not the winner. That's not the winner of the theatrics. They don't write the history at all.
No, but that's the winner of the theatrics in the country of the United States. They wrote
No,
it. It was
that's not.
Britain.
That's not who writes history. History is written by the oligarchs. Actually, the overlords of the oligarchs. That's who writes your history.
Okay.
That you read in your class. So that you will believe that it's written by we the people.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know how the industry works. As being in a media type industry, I know how it works. It's the same way. It's the same puppet show.
Yeah, I was showcasing earlier. Chad, you might have been interesting to see that documentation. You'll hear me say, I got my banana up here. That was for you, Chad, by the way.
Oh, thank you. There's the banana.
You hear me say a lot that the whole thing is theater and puppetry. I'll play it again. You'll find this out. I don't even need an introduction. You'll know exactly who this is. And the reason why I was showcasing this to rights and audience is because I wanted to share that I have...
With the late, great comedic philosopher?
Wait, you're really choppy. I didn't get you.
The late, great comedic philosopher by chance?
No, not at all. No.
Oh.
But no doubt you will absolutely know who this is. Give me a second here. So the reason why I was showcasing this is because I was telling rights and audience that part of the Project Hub is an arsenal collection of a lot of documentation to showcase what I'm talking about when I reference that none of these puppets that everybody thinks that they're authentic and they're not acting at all are actually just that. They're just actors running off of a script, and they're not making any actual decisions. They're just being obedient to their paymasters and trying to put on a good performance as they've been trained to do. So here's a really good example of that. And again, for you, I won't give any more background because you don't know who this is.
Give me right away who it is before I see it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, here we go.
Oh, God.
Very much.
In times like these, we can't lose sight of what's important. It's important as a nation that we don't spend beyond our means. It's important our communities are safe and secure. It's important to help you save money so you can own a home, send your kids to school, and have enough left to retire on. Most important of all, this isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. It's the time for certainty. Sorry, I said schemes. This isn't the time for untested theories or risky themes. I did it again. Schemes. Theories, themes. Theories, schemes. Risky schemes. Risky schemes or risky schemes. It's not a great risky schemes. It's an occasion to take a break from our busy lives and appreciate that family and friends mean everything. We'll sit down to meals prepared with a little special... il commence à jouer du piano, de la guitare, et je l'accompagne du piano. Et I don't know, it's not working for me.
Oui, mais la première partie est excellente.
Ouais. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to have to decide whether we're scripting it. If we can do a script. You want to do a script? We'll do a script. Okay. We need to be certain that the government is living within its means. That when we raise taxes, or sorry, I want to say the words raise taxes, and keep us moving towards the future. And that's what we want to be able to do when this election is over. Is that what you want?
Yeah. That's great.
So there you have it. There's a prime example. He's just there to please his paymasters and nothing more.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. That's why. I used to be heavily involved in politics at one point in time.
You still are.
No, not really. I'm outside of that. As a
You
media,
still believe in statism. You still believe that you're Canadian. That's all politics.
When I say I'm a Canadian, I believe I'm a Canadian. This is the continent I was born. This is where I supposedly was born in this planet. In the country of Canada.
That's all politics. As if where you came out of your mother's legs has anything to do with it. So if your mother birthed you on an island somewhere in the remote parts of what's referred to as the continent of Antarctica, where it's frozen, would that make you Antarcticish? What does that have to do with anything? No, that's again another one of those fallacy fiction made up imaginatory things. That's politics. Politics is a synonym for theater. It's just a fairy tale. That's all it is. And you believe in it still.
For the time,
I'm here to represent that I just tell the truth, right? I just tell the truth and say that it is a fallacy, that people are believing it. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm here to do. In addition, for those who want to take proactive solutions for learning how to live in reality world and be self-reliant and self-responsible instead of trying to live a spoon-fed life that this fallacy boogeyman thing they believe in called government, or the spirit of government, even if you will, is actually anything more than a fictitious puppet of the imagination and has no bearing and it's just a child that isn't grown up. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in working with people only who are ready to come out of that and move into reality and take self-reliance mindset with themselves. That's what I'm here to do. So when you hear me tell the truth, right, and do it in this way, of course I'm very blunt.
Oh, I know how you are. We've had many lengthy conversations. I always value how you word things.
I'm sure you do, which is great. You're still a little clippy. You weren't so clippy when you first came up here. Something must have happened when you.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to work the bugs out on what's going on with my audio. I've been having some problems lately. So.
You got are you on a cell phone or your computer?
I'm on the Chromebook on a headset.
You're on a Chromebook on a headset.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's probably the first problem right there is you burn the Chromebook.
What's that?
I said that's probably the real problem right there. Burn the Chromebook. They're pieces of shit. But anyway.
It's one of my... I have two computers. I have one it's a laptop in Acer. I haven't got it online at that place I stay at. Well, that place I stay at right now because I got somewhere to do it. Need some repairs. Mm-hmm. It's been well. It hasn't fared well through my travels in Ottawa. But it needs some repairs, and I don't have the cash flow to get it repaired right now. So.
Well, there's OnlyFans.
I work.
Yeah. Whatever it works, right?
Wrong platform, guru.
Well, I'll give you a link if you want. I heard people are selling feet and doing quite well on that platform.
I've heard it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They don't even have to be your own, especially with AI.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
What do you think, right? Should we get into OnlyFans?
Well,
hold on. Keep talking. I'm going to try to see if we can help him out here.
Oh, you mean with his audio?
Yeah. Keep talking there, Chad.
With
I don't think there's.
I've
Go ahead.
seen stuff done with AI. People are doing it. It's pretty unique.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, so you are still into politics. Oh, we got big echo. Big echo.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, you also look at what I'm passionate about. I mean, I'm passionate about working in the media. It was, and I try to find the truth in story in stuff. So having to deal with politics that comes with that comes with being a camera guy or a reporter for working with other people that are doing that aspect. They're more into the politics. So I kind of have to play that game, right?
No, I know plenty of people who expose the crap and document it, but aren't actually. They don't believe it in it themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, I like I said, as for where I'm from, I'm still not at this place where I want to say I let go. I'm a Canadian. Do you get what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the cognitive dissonance. And, I get why that's the case, because that's what you're indoctrinated and trained to function with in your belief system, your whole way of functioning.
Yeah.
That's survival. And I get that, right? But that's the problem, is that when survival is also a cancer to your own demise, it's not logical to work your way out of the disease.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first step towards
but when you start those steps to do it, though, okay.
Well, the first step is
have to be fully ready.
No, it's nothing to do with ready. Ready is simply a choice. You're ready whenever you decide you're ready. That's all. It's not like a formula that all of a sudden you're ready. That's just a simple choice. When you say, okay, I want to be honest with myself, and then you do, then you are honest with yourself. Because when you say you're a Canadian, you're lying to yourself.
Just like when I say I'm American.
Right.
Sorry.
And so if you don't mind being dishonest, especially with yourself, then just keep going.
Okay, so if somebody was to ask you in what country were you born, sir?
I wasn't born in a country.
Oh, so you were hatched from an egg, were you?
I was born between my mother's legs.
Okay, where was your mother situated at when you were born?
I don't know. What relevance does that have to make for anything? What does that change? What does that what significance does that have at all for anything? Would I be anything different? Would my anatomy be different? Would my spirit be different? Is that pertinent and relevant to where my mother's feet were on the ground at the time that I came out?
Depends on the situation.
Well, go ahead and explain yourself if the answer is yes.
It depends on the situation. Like I said,
go ahead and explain yourself.
Well, I mean, as the way you're looking at it, if you're doing a job, let's say, and you're traveling somewhere,
Whoa. We're talking about no. You're deflecting at this moment. Let's go back to the question here. The question is.
Hold on, guys. Hello, Carmelo. How you doing, the guy? Come on.
I showcased their message earlier. Maybe it was missed. And welcome. Good to have you with us. Back to the question. Is where I came out from my mother's legs, the specific place where her feet were, or her shell, her body, whatever, the specific demographic coordinates, does that have anything to do with who I am physically, spiritually, mindfully? Does that have anything to do with
Not
me?
really. Not really. Not really.
Then
But-
why
but
put a
it
joinder to tie that on to
but it does-
the
but it
made up
does-
fiction that goes along with this thing called culturism and nationality?
But it does give a person. I'm just clarifying. I always play devil's advocate with you. You know that I like doing it.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It does.
All right.
No, but it does clarify. A rough idea of where your basic upbringing would have been, right? Like,
What does where your upbringing what does the location of your upbringing have to do with anything? That doesn't mean
what some of the core values would have been because of where you were born, around the people that you would have associated with as you were developing into an adult.
that has nothing to do with location, and that has nothing to do with who I am. And my core values are at my own discernment to choose when I have the cognitive capacity to do so. What does it have to do with any of the stuff we're talking about?
True.
Other than that, it's all a made up fiction. It's a lie. It's a lie to keep people pacified and distracted from the truth that it's a lie. What truth? That it's a lie. That truth. And from being honest with themselves, and why is it important that we recognize that truth specifically, and why is it important to your oppressors to not recognize that truth and keep grip held to the lie? Because if you're distracted by that lie, you're ripe for the picking for all the rest of the things that the indoctrination can do to you: the wars, the infighting, the lack of self-responsibility, the blame game, the idea that you have to pay and earn a living, slavery. That's why. And that's why it's important to be honest with yourself, other than the fact that honesty is the foundation of divinity.
To be fair about this, I use America quite a bit just to tell people where we're at. I mean, I can't say, well, you live on a land, and what land are you talking about? England? Ireland? Where you at? I don't like using the word America, but I do use it.
Well
just
said.
as Chad is,
Cromwell Bear, well said. This is the commented right here. The collection and sharing of information created borders and cemented identities, so those who hold data run the dance. That's what it's for. It's to track and trace you, to keep you in free range mode and in an illusion of freedom, and not realizing that you're in free range. That's what it is.
Remember, I said the same thing to you. Remember that about a month ago? Very well, Cromwell. Very well. Very good. Very good. That's what it is too.
And so you touting Chad, and I'm not picking on you, even though I'm picking on you. You touting, okay, I'm just using you as an example so that you and other people, of course, can realize this important thing. You, and when I say you again, this is anybody who does this. When you personify yourself or identify yourself as this thing called Canadian, you are breathing life into the fallacy. You are making it a reality for yourself, and you are putting bondage on yourself. You are doing it to yourself. And then you will go so far as to embrace it and advocate for it and tout it and celebrate it. I love being a Canadian. I would never want to let that go. It's the best country in the world. All the people in their nation say the same thing. America's the best country in the world. Canadia's the best country. English is the best country in the world. No such thing as the best plantation. The best slavery. That's what you're saying. My slavery is better than your slavery. Wow. Step aside from my house, please. Go battle that one off in the ocean somewhere. I'm not in that dogfight,
Well, that's why you live on a yellow submarine. Come on, dude.
Away from the liars of of humanity. You're right. I have long seceded myself from the delusional lie state of my human kind, if you want to call it. That's why I say I don't even see myself as the same species. I really don't, not even being facetious.
More calling Nude, come in Nude. More calling Nude, come in Nude.
And the reason being is because not too many people seem to want to be honest like that to the core. And without being judgmental on people, that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's sad. That being said, though, to anybody who's listening, if you want to be honest like that, core, let's have a conversation. Let's get to the truth. Let me impart to you wisdom that can help you, and possibly good chance I can probably learn something from you and grow and develop as well. And let's celebrate that. How about we celebrate every day in the present, living life to the fullest without fear and lies of all this bullshit that your oppressive indoctrinative junkies want to continue to get you to perpetrate yourself in day in and day out.
Believe me, Jed, I don't know how many nights I got done Guru talking backstage 12, 14 on my head, just been trying to figure all this out. Wow.
I mean, I'll say it this way. I mean, I get where you're saying, Guru, but I'm also saying I like my escapism sometimes.
That's right. You like your excuses. At least you're being honest about that, and people do.
My escapisms, I say.
That's an excuse. Same thing.
Yeah.
It's pointing the finger, right? It's so that you're not you can blame it out as scapegoatism. You can point the finger outward to not be self-accountable and self-governing.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest to the next thing with yourself as well. Is that what an adult does, or is that kind of a childish mindset that hasn't developed?
Excuse me, Dennison's in here too.
Hey, Dennison.
What's going on, Dennison?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, and this is why I had that quote earlier that, and really it's not just about legalities, it's about all this stuff, but I use the word legalities to make it obvious. Legalities are for adults with a severe case of mental arrested development. I can change that front word to all these other things. So legalities, culture, nationalism, patriotism, so on and so forth. All of those are for adults with a severe case of mental arrested development. And without being derogatory, condescending on anybody, I'm just speaking the truth, no holds barred that it is, that would include you.
Ouch, that one hurt, Guru.
Okay, so if it hurts, then take it with you for objective contemplation and view what it is that's doing the hurting, and then you come to terms with if it's really something that you honestly want to be hanging on to for yourself.
Yeah.
That's the point here.
Just figuring out what it is the big thing. Like what it is actually I'm still hanging on to. Whether it be, what the key thing is that's making me hold on to it all.
Yeah, and the why as well, right?
Yeah.
The why.
Well, that's the thing, as I've always said, as my spiritual belief. Like I said, I'm a Moaist before to you, and I've explained it to you. I've lengthy discussions about it. That is also part of my journey.
You say that almost like it's like you had this preset journey notion that you're walking on or something like that. Your journey is actually present moment chosen thing, whatever path you choose.
Well, yeah. Well, it's like me choosing to come up here.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Uh-oh. 12B's up here too. We're in trouble.
Holy sheep shit, he puts.
What?
Holy sheep shit.
12B.
I'm not looking at the comments.
Holy Lee sheep shit.
The link's
I'm
in
gonna
the
have
description somewhere.
I'm gonna have to adopt that. Is it still? I think that's pretty high up by now.
Was it?
Yeah.
Can you give him a link there? Oh, never mind. I'll get it. Never mind. I'll come over here.
You sure? I need to make some money.
Okay, go on. You twisted my arm.
Oh, look, I did it to myself. I really got to do the work now.
Yes. You have to earn your banana, monkey.
Well, did you
Well,
see what he said?
my bananas grow for free, but
12B says that I woke up for this madness.
You have to earn the right to go pick it.
Hold on a second.
He told me I woke up for this madness.
Come on. Wright's banana plantation. It's his banana plantation. Come on. You used his money to get it. We all know you did.
I like Banana Girl.
How could I use money that I never got paid for yet? Oh yeah, I had his credit card.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you bought the banana plantation.
There's just one problem with that. Every time I go to use it, it gets declined.
He's probably canceled it by now. Oh. Did you see my message in chat there, Wrights?
No, it wasn't
when I first came in?
No, let me go up and find out. Where'd he go? Well, there it is.
Links in the chat. I got it.
Would the real nudie please stand up? Hey, you bad baby. I'll never live that down.
Nope. Ever. Never, ever, ever.
Every time I see my daughter, I spank her ass for that.
Well, put it this way. I was told by our dear friend who you were initially playing on the joke. She says, as long as you're alive and he's alive, never let him live it down.
Oh, she did say that.
She did say that to me, yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna
what?
I'm gonna fix her for Christmas. I'm gonna give her 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
No, I'm talking our dearly departed friend Michelle.
Oh.
She asked me
Michelle Bruce. Oh.
Yeah, Bruce. She asked me to continue it every time I'm talking to you.
Oh yeah. I miss her. I do.
I do too. I do too. I do too.
Well, as long as I'm alive, we're gonna have a eulogy on her and everything.
She was an amazing person. Okay.
Yeah.
And I had very lengthy conversations with her, and and talked to her about why she chose to be who she was, and because you do know she's trans to being a woman, right?
Yeah.
So I got to understand her reasonings, right? And I respected her choice. Right? I did. I respected her choice. And I just looked at her as Michelle. And and she was a very dear friend. I mean, I learned a lot from her, especially how to pinpoint a cipher on a roof.
Yeah. I don't mind people being what they are as long as they leave kids alone, or don't indoctrinate kids. I mean, you have the right to be what you want to be, but don't force other people. You know what I mean? And she never did that.
No.
She never did that. She's
No,
fantastic.
but if you were questioning it and you were an adult, she would gladly talk to you about it and tell you the pros and cons. And and like Guru, not sugarcoat it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like when Guru's talking, he doesn't sugarcoat anything.
I don't know how many times I got my ass chewed up because he sounded like a guy, and I kept saying him for the longest time. She chewed my ass on each and every. I went, damn, I did it again.
Yeah, she had a regardless. She said to me one time, my voice only dropped a little. My voice only raised up a little bit, not much.
Wow.
Yeah, like that was pretty much her voice when she was a he. So her voice really never changed throughout her whole transition.
There you go. Cromwell Bar. I put my link there for you as requested to my channel, and also I got a pre-launch website to a project that I'm working on in the future. Feel free to check it out and find all the details. And also, if you'd like to stay in touch, there's many ways to do so that are print on there.
Wait a minute. That's $5 for doing that.
You're right. Pay up.
Get the. Damn. Forget about it, Chad. I was gonna say, go and get the money off of Nude. Forget about it. You don't have to come after me. Look at 12, you bastards.
Okay, dog eater. Just reading the comments again. Here's an interesting one. Can we agree when the kids are okay? Can we sort out the dog eaters? Probably. You know, when the kids have matured enough. I think that's really the root of the problem here, right? It's back to the arrested development thing. NASA has been arrested, developed for maturity, and really just delegate everything out to the dogs, to the people eaters. I think the hardest part, the stickiest part of the indoctrination is the self-responsibility part. All the rest actually doesn't matter at all, and if that part of the equation is not remedied.
Well, I can actually say it was easier for me to blame the government than it was me.
Right.
You said that,
Yeah.
so you showed me the other way around. I went, oh, shit.
Right? Because, yeah. And then again, every single moment individuals are doing that, the rulers are rubbing their hands going, I got you. Yes, come here. Blame me for everything, because that means you still make me significant. I'm significant in your eyes. I'm supposed to be doing something for you that I'm not. And you're going to be mad about it and angry about it because you still believe blindly that I'm supposed to be doing something for you. That's the disease. The disease is thinking that somebody is supposed to be doing something for you. Nobody is supposed to do anything for you. If you want something done, you do it. You do it.
I do believe, and if I'm wrong, tell me, you too, Shad, that because of what's going on, people blaming the government, they're actually going nuts about it. They're killing each other, fighting like they had 10 fights in one school in Maryland today. 10 fights.
Yeah.
And that's a narrative repeat movie that just keeps playing over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And of course, that's immediately propagated all over the place on mainstream media because, oh, now we got another scapegoat. Oh, we need to clamp down more laws because look at the violent outburst that happened in the schools.
I just look at some of the mainstream media and laugh. You know, it's like it's a joke when I watch it. But I mean, sometimes somebody will tell me, you know, oh, so and so did this story. Take a look at it, just so you can see what their perspective was on it from the others, you know, from the controlled narrative, right?
All of it is a joke. That's the only thing that logically needs to be concluded. And after that, the only logical thing to do with something that is toxic is don't go near it. Of course, if you're toxic yourself, though, you won't think that way. You'll be attracted to the toxicity and you'll want to jump right into the shitty sandbox and play with the shit as much as you can and have a good day.
That makes a lot of sense. You just said that makes a lot of sense. Yes.
I still always will say I'm the guy I'm the guy that's one that jumped into the shit and try to grab the ones that are still stuck, but yet want to get over the fence.
Well, thank you for your service, Chad. Get right in the shit. I'm going to continue to live over here in the clean air land. And that's another thing that people do, right? As they think they're doing that as in service. We're going to battle to be in service to everybody. We're going to take the shit for everybody else. Well, go ahead.
Dennis says I prefer Swami. Swami says nothing but a bottle.
Well, but the thing is, somebody has to do it.
Why is that? I mean, don't let if you want to do it.
But in a sense, I mean, in a personal sense, aren't you doing that?
Doing what?
By talking about this stuff and explaining it to people, getting information out there for those to find those that are willing to say, yeah, I want to learn, and I want to get to where you are.
You still didn't answer the question though. What specifically are you saying that I'm doing that?
I'm saying by going on platforms like YouTube and talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Aren't you kind of sort of doing that anyway? Playing in the shit?
Oh no. Oh no. I'm not playing in the shit. I don't believe in it. That's playing in the shit. I'm just telling the truth about it, and I'm gathering people who are like Wrights, for example. As you can see, he's looking for information to learn how to be self-reliant. I'm helping to facilitate that process little by little, working with where he's at and many other people at the same time. That's what I'm here to do.
Yeah, and like I said to Wrights, I mean, like I know I started doing the whole diet, right? Like, taking certain things out of my diet and doing that when we first started talking there. And then when I kind of threw myself all out of whack, and I'm at the point where I really can't afford to do it right now because the fact is, of where I've chosen to be in the shit.
Foraging doesn't cost any money.
Yeah, it doesn't. But if you don't have...
Unless if you're taking a petrol car to get out in the field, then it'll cost a little bit there. And eating grocery corporate food to get out there to begin with, it'll cost a little bit that way. But to actually do the foraging doesn't cost anything. To answer your last question as well, metaphorically, you could look like this. There's a sandbox or a cesspool pit, a lake, a river, whatever you want to call it, full of shit. And there's a bunch of people in it. Some want to stay in, some want to get out. I'm already outside, and for those who want to get out, I'm throwing ropes so that they can pull themselves up.
Okay, so I'm the guy strapped to the end of the rope, or that's tied himself.
You're the. Go ahead. It's just like
I'm the guy that says, "Okay, I'm going to help you out," and tied myself to the rope, and I'm actually guiding people to the rope.
No, you're not. You're the guy who's swimming in the shit, taking pictures of it and broadcasting it to people.
True.
Big difference. And you're dirty when you're doing that. There's only one way to get clean. Get out of the shit pit. And to do that, you have to be honest
with yourself. And that's what I had a hard time with myself.
Mm. Yeah. True, I agree.
All the shit pit really is just the lies in your brain that you tell yourself. That's what it really is. It's metaphoric for that.
I'll tell you what, if things work right next year with me, you're going to start seeing I'm going to document everything, the transition.
I look forward to seeing it. I know Dan. Dan went through it too. Dan did pretty good through it too, didn't he? How is Dan doing anyway?
Nude? Dan is doing. Sorry, ask again. Sorry, I was distracted.
How has Dan been?
I don't really know. He's been present much more lately, which is good to see. And coming up here, last few panels, his spirits seem to be pretty good. Health-wise, though, he's saying he's still having challenges.
That's a good guy there too. Dan is. I like
Yeah.
Dan.
Oh
He's a
yeah.
great guy.
Yeah, yeah, I like him.
Yeah.
That's a guy. That's a guy who's very honest. Sometimes likes to put the blanket over the head for a second, but will say, "No, I can't do that."
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. I get a chuckle out of him with Barbara. That was hilarious.
Who is that bitch?
Who's that? Who's that blonde fuck?
Yeah. Who's that blonde book? I was actually showing that to a friend of mine a couple days ago. Yeah, it's like I was tormenting him because he's very much a flirt, right? So I figured I'm gonna do some to Barbara and have some fun, right? At some point with him. And he's like, "Ooh, I like her voice. I like her voice," right? And I'm like,
The long-awaited sequel should be coming out pretty soon. Now that I actually have the content finally.
ah.
Mm-hmm. There'll be 2 sequels coming out soon, actually. A lengthy one and one that, well, the one that Wrights has that we've seen quite a few times. That'll be
Yeah.
going on Barbara's channel as well.
Okay. So Barbara's got something else she's putting up, eh?
Yeah, what was it titled? Meet Barbara's Pimp.
Okay. Oh, that's been in the works for a while.
Yeah, that's been waiting for the content forever and a day, and finally got a hold of it a couple weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I can finish that and put it to rest finally.
And then you can start working on the next story for Barbara. The next chapter.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be something. She has her way of appearing everywhere from time to time.
Well, I've got one for you. Barbara meets the DJ.
No, that is Meet Barbara's Pimp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Barbara gets pimped out to another DJ.
Another DJ. Which DJ is that?
DJ Gomez, 613.
Barbara cheats on her pimp?
No.
Oh.
No. He's making arrangements to try to get her to get her to come to one of his shows. Because that's what he'll do. He'll try to pick her up when I introduce him to her. Sometimes she's on a panel. Maybe you never know. I'm sure Mr. Wrights Prevents will have her up on a panel at some point in time.
Well, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to have a lot more raising up on that. When you can afford it. Again, I know she doesn't come cheap. Dude, did I get my allowance yet?
Well, everything I give you comes out of you paying me, so you tell me when's it coming.
Well, Chad, I guess I'm out of luck.
Let me see if your Target card is working yet. Hang on. It declined the last time. Think it's working now?
Maybe after it's on the channel for a bit, maybe Barbara can come up as a guest sometime for Rights.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could arrange that for him, Guru, since she is your sister.
Just say this real quick. 12B, get your headset for your computer. We miss your presence, man. Hopefully you get that sooner than later. Go get a Logitech from Walmart. It'll be about $26. It'll last you a minimum of 12 months, a maximum of 13 because it's made in China. So you can expect that. But you'll have a good solid year of quality. That's what I'm on right now. Maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Do you still have problems with this mic?
It was feeding back. You remember because he doesn't have a headset.
I'm on a Dollarama, cheap Dollarama headset, so that might be part of the reason why I break up a lot too.
Well, let's not jinx yours. It's running good at the moment.
Yeah.
You sound better than you have in a long time.
That's good.
Yeah, I put it
How
on
did you
automatic.
how did you fix it, right?
I put it on
You
automatic and echo. I think the put it on echo and automatic.
nice. I was expecting it to get worse when you said that.
Oh, don't jinx it, Guru.
I'm still flabbergasted trying to figure this
Yeah,
out. It worked?
Yeah.
People are starting to believe you don't exist again. You know,
Who's that?
well, you know how everybody says, "Oh, don't say Nude Guru's name 3 times, or he appears." Well, some people are starting to believe you don't exist anymore because you're not
Well,
appearing.
you know, I'll put on a what's the thing that Santa wears? A red suit and that hat thing, and come down the chimney. Who's oh yeah, I saw actually I saw that you and Ronnie were live yesterday, was it? But I was at the end of my day, so I didn't even
Yeah,
get a chance to type
yeah,
anything.
yeah. We were basically to sum it up. We had some previous troll. She was doing just a rant about trolls and shit, and having a fun time laughing and carrying on and catching up with her, giving just a bit of a catch up because she's been sick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, granted, she has 13 grandchildren. So, or no, wait, not that many. 11 grandchildren. She has 11 grandchildren. So, and I might be wrong still, but anyway, she has a whack of grandchildren, and of course, anyway, you know what it's like with kids. If they got something, right, they're gonna give it to you,
Right.
as in a cold, right? So if you picture it, that many grandchildren coming in to see grandma, and she gets every single cold each kid has. So she's got hit all at once with them. So she's been sick for a while.
I see.
So she just was starting to feel a little better and decided to come up and do her little rant and joke around and have some fun. So that's what we did. I just kind of sat there. I was like, yeah. And
Gotcha.
if it was somebody that asked me my opinion on a certain person that they were talking about, I'm like, I don't really have an opinion of them. I'm not having a problem with them like you guys are right now. They're like kind of leaving me alone, but I'm pissed off that they're bugging you.
Me? Who?
No,
What?
no, trolls bugging. They had some trolls bugging them, so they were doing a troll rant, not you.
I got
No,
it.
the reason why I mentioned it is because we actually said your name 3 times.
Okay.
And somebody chimed in the chat. This new guru never shows up when you call him 3 times. And now that I know you were there, you didn't. I can say he was there. He just wasn't saying anything. Next time we're live.
Right.
So
I had actually pulled out 2 clips of Stephen Harper. I have another one I can showcase. I just got to find it. It was in my other browser here.
I would probably take off after this because I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of the truth. So boring. Let's see.
No, I was to the point where I was getting ready to fall asleep when I saw you guys were live. But I said, I'll go up and chill with them for a while until I really can't anymore, and then try to get a little bit of sleep, right?
You know, you would figure if anything you can learn from me, it's that you can sleep when you're dead. Isn't that the message that I portray the most?
You know what? Wait a minute. No, I'll get him. I'll spank his ass. But where's he live in Canada? Right? I'll find him.
It's not hard to find. I'm in the capital of the country. Come find me. Come find me, a goddamn baby, bad baby.
You taunt him enough, he might get there.
I'll even email you my present address.
Your present address.
That sounds like a challenge there, right? So you're going to take them up on it?
Excuse me, I got a cold too. I'm blowing my nose. Damn. Wow.
I had mine back right after my birthday. You know, the day I popped out of my mother's, the day celebrating that when I popped out of my mother, came into existence in this world. Am I starting to sound like Nude Guru?
Yep. I thought you were Nude Guru.
I didn't, but keep going.
Damn it! I'm like it.
Where did he go?
I was so I can tell right. This was funny. So I was talking to a friend of mine that was up on the panel with Ronnie and I after the show. Ronnie had left. We were talking, and she asked me about because I mentioned I play a lawyer on YouTube. I said, yeah. And then after the other person was on the panel that I just met, that does the same thing after he left, and we were backstage. This other lady asked me. She says, "How many cases have you won?" I said, "1." She says, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm more of a defense lawyer. I usually end up playing against a really, really good prosecutor when I've done any of those little lawyer stuff. I usually end up losing." I said, my last client was actually, I said, "You've heard of Rights Prevent?" She says, "Yeah, I know who he is. From what Ronnie's told me, and I've checked his channel a little bit. He's a pretty funny old guy." She said, right? She's only been to your channel a couple of times. I said, "Yeah." I said, "He was my last case," and I said, I got slaughtered. He's still mad at me for that.
Why I'd be mad at you for something she did? I'm not worried about it.
No. I'm talking about your last legal case that I represented you in.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
Yeah, the one I was playing your lawyer in a YouTube court.
I remember that. Yep. And guess what, dude? I lost.
That's what you get for choosing representation.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't give me all the facts. To be honest, there was stuff that was brought into evidence that I hadn't seen. You have to prep your lawyer before you go in. Come on.
I did forget to tell him.
Yeah, bad baby.
See, you're blaming it on somebody else and blaming it on yourself. Shame on you.
Well, see, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, your lawyer gets paid anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Wait a minute here. Did you get paid for that?
I don't answer questions.
Wow.
But I will say this: it bounced, literally.
My credit's good anywhere. For the first time, anyway. Even Barbara's pissed off at me.
That explains where all your money went. I see what it was. You told all that money to get Barbara on the show.
No, I had a little extra. What do you call that? Activities.
Gee, I might have. You do know Barbara gave me your number at one point in time, right?
Well, that
everyone has Barbara's number.
No, the private. No, not the bat phone. The private number. Not everybody has that one. Guru, remember?
That's DJ's. That's the pimp.
Oh, okay. It's the pimps. Okay, so I have both numbers. Okay,
Barbara doesn't know how to handle her own numbers.
Okay.
She's got too many.
I don't try to even argue with DJ. I say $10, she says 20. So I said, all right, the hell with it. You win.
Well, right. My name is DJ. Throw me a number.
Boy, I miss her. She wrote to me too.
How is she doing anyway?
Has she been not around again lately?
Yeah, she's sick again a little bit. Yeah, she is. I can't get in details, but yeah.
Hmm.
I miss her. I do. I told her, I said, when you can, huh?
I don't know if I still have her on WhatsApp or not. That's
you
the only
don't?
way. I said I don't know if I still do or not. I don't go on WhatsApp as much as I used to. I find I get too many people, and I try to remember who they are, and I get some of these dumb scammers, that
Well, I'll
say
tell you
they're.
what. I'll talk to her if she wants me to. I'll send you the number. How's that?
Well, the last time I spoke with her, she had sent me a message because of the last fiasco with Ronnie. When you showed up and Ronnie had a freak out because you were there.
Yeah, come on up anytime you want to. Go ahead. I said, no, that's right. No. It's forgiven. Jeez, oh man.
Well, I mean, it's all. It's all. You're like me, right? It's in the situation. Okay, you're stuck in the fucking middle between the two of them.
That's why I didn't say nothing. I just left with grace. I know.
Yeah, I know, and I respect you for that. Right, I do. I knew that's why you left. You left with,
For you, not for her. Believe
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
No, I know. Just keep an eye out, though. I will say this: I am going to be starting to do a few things by myself. I've let Ronnie know that, so she's well aware.
Good.
So
Good.
just kind of do what I do sometimes. Just kind of sneak in and watch for a little bit and see who's there, and if you want to, because I mean, I'll say this to be honest. There's some people that I'll tolerate, but I really don't like them. I'm not going to say names, and they sometimes appear over here. There's other times there's people that I want to jump up and say hi to because I haven't seen it in a while. Like Joe Cool's one. I love listening to Joe Cool talk. Right, but any topic he's talking about. Right,
Yeah, he's talking about that nudie asshole guy. He doesn't want nothing. He doesn't hear anything. That guy. I don't blame him.
He's fighting for you again.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He should go jump in a shit pile lake, swim in the shit. That's what he deserves.
Oh, boy, I'm snitching. I'm telling Nudie.
You should. I'll pay to do so.
Really?
Yeah, here, take my charge card.
Here, take this credit card.
Wait a minute, it's got my name on there. Wait a minute, this card's no good.
It's max has no limit.
Yeah.
It belongs to Rights for Vets.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, if you're going to be there by yourself, I got to get your link again because I don't have it. I totally destroyed it after that day, so I wouldn't come back.
Yeah, I can get it to you. It's no problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure Nude can get it to you too. Yeah, I know he has it.
But you got to do me a favor. You're going to have to give me a wrench because I don't want her to kick me. Well, she still can do it, can't she? Never mind.
Yeah, she still can do it because she's a super mod.
Yeah.
So,
oh, brother.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't no good either because
I mean, okay. In all honesty, though, if there's somebody I don't want in the show, like I personally don't want on my show, and they come in and on another account, which we know that's what the trolls do, right? We both had our fair share with trolls. So was Nude. And I mean, you don't really pay mind to them, but if I say a certain code word, which I've set up with Ronnie for my channel, because she's quick, like she's one of if she's in the chat modding, I can rely on her dropping links. I can rely on her to dig a troll that I want to get rid of real quick if I do. Right, but she takes the power out of control sometimes because it's her channel too. But she doesn't realize that you're on my channel watching because you're a friend and you're hitting me the likes and just saying hi. Right? She sees that situation and she freaks out.
Yeah, I know.
It would be like the same thing, like DJ, like DJ was in the show in my chat one time. and she didn't say anything. She just hit the like button, right? You know, like because I was actually talking with a friend of mine, and Ronnie was in the chat, but she was modding, so she didn't say anything because she knew Ronnie was around. But she messaged me. She sent me an email and then said, like, she has my email, so she sent me an email and had said, "I just was in your show. I like the interview you did with the guy, and you know, I didn't want to leave say a comment in the chat because Ronnie was in the chat, you know, moderating." I'm like, yeah, no worries, I understand. Right?
Well, I don't mind going to your channel by yourself, but if she happens to see me, she kicks me. I'm going to be one fierce. Oh, I will be mad then. Wow, I'm not
Yeah.
going to be happy.
Well, the other thing is too is like I said, it's.
I hate being fooled twice. You know, I don't
No,
like it.
I know. I'm not trying to fool you, but like I
I
said,
know you're not. I'm not. I know you're not. But I know.
Yeah.
I know your heart, but I know hers too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, I mean, even if you don't want to be in the show, you want to watch what it was, like the thing I'm doing later on, you can always come in and leave a comment, right? Like you used to do, right? Every once in a while.
I can do that. Yeah, and leave.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
because
right, here's oh, sorry.
because I'll purposely look if you're doing that because I always did, and I'd leave a comment back. And I think Ronnie doesn't go in and look at my comments on stuff. She just looks at her own channel, same as most people do, right? You know, you follow your own channel. What's going on in your own? Because that's a job in itself.
Yeah,
Guru,
that is.
Guru can attest to that. I know he moderates Barbara's channel for her because she's not able. She's not mentally capable to handle shit.
Yeah, something like that. That's right. We'll go with that. I get paid very well from the 5 Cent Friday slush fund.
Oh, he's got the video. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's watch this video for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is again another just thing that I pulled with that first one that I showed out of my thumb drive that I'm going through. Another little piece of behind the scenes footage showcasing just the crew, the production crew, and how they're enjoying their mockery because they obviously know it's a facade because they are there to portray the facade. And this is them doing this behind the scenes right on election night. Again, same Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister of Canada.
Hate the man.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, so but we come up and then we go down and he gives a speech and we come back up again. Which way are we going now?
Thank you, Ed, for that kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to do that. British.
She's got it? She's working.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
it is a real pleasure to be here today. I say it to people around the world and here at home. We will govern as if we have a majority.
Anything else you need to walk through? Okay.
Stephen, do you want to read for Rachel? She wants to go.
Thanks, Ed.
Rachel wants you to read the speech so she can do it.
Yeah, read the speech. Read the speech, Dad. Read your speech. Read your speech.
Neil and I give our warmest regards to all Canadians.
Rachel wants you to read the speech. Rachel wants to do the teleprompter.
Right.
Read the speech.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks, Ed, for that kind introduction. Friends, it's a great pleasure for all of us to be here back in sunny British Columbia. Anyway, one last round of applause, wishing him all the best for our friend and enormous contributor to our party, our singer tonight, the Honorable Chuck Straw. Right.
Friends, we have a great team of conservative candidates from British Columbia and across the country.
Good.
I do them all.
You're done.
I do them all. Anyway.
Well done, Rachel.
just too clever, Dad. Yeah.
See you later, Rita.
So just another, snippet showing them and how they know it's a performance, right?
Oh yeah, you could tell. You could tell.
I mean, if it was legit and serious, would you be taking a chance like that on an election night?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You have to pay attention to what's going on right around you. And obviously, they don't, because all they care about is what they're doing at that exact moment.
What a shit show.
Oh yeah.
Theater.
Yeah, a theater, an actors. I wonder if you're in broadcasting, you said, right, Chad? Is this how it
Yeah.
works with you?
Oh yeah, like sometimes, not all the time. I mean, there's sometimes that I do stuff that's unscripted, right? Like a conversation that I'm having with somebody, like the gentleman I work with here in Ottawa, from the Media Guild that I'm associated to. Basically, like if we're doing a show on his channel, right? Which I just did one here recently with him. It's sometimes it's pre-scripted like a pre-scripted routine that we've scripted out for a particular story or something that we're doing, and whether it be a joke or a serious thing, because we do some humor like stuff as well, just because you know and like for example, like I went down to the Ottawa River by where the canal meets, and pretended I was looking for the guys bringing Trudeau the money that he's stealing from everybody, or that he's getting for bribes, right? Kind of that sort of joke journalism. I was one of the things I did right recently, and we're doing a section show or segment show on a lot of the same sort of I'll say more entry level of making people aware to like what of stuff like
I was going to ask what
of people's rights and you're more of your freedoms. Like he's not. I'll say it this way. He's one I'm not gonna. He's one I'm gonna let drown in the shit river when I finally jump out. Okay. Because there's no way of saving this old man. He's still set in his ways, but he sees it. You know what I mean?
So
he sees where you are and where we need to go, or where you need to go as a person. Do you know what I mean? Like going back to what we were saying in our discussion, you're in your monologue, I would say.
Hang on, I missed the who. Who are we talking about here?
One of the guys I work with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, he sees it on the level you're at, okay? But yet he's not willing to. He's like I am right now. Like I said, I gave you my analogy of what I am, okay? Where I'm at. But he's one of these guys that he wants to stay in the middle. He's not willing to jump out at all until he sees it fall.
Yeah, he wants to stay in the cesspool of the shit river.
Yeah, exactly. Where I'm willing to say at some point in time, yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Well, until you're willing to say fuck the shit, enjoy the shit.
Oh, I have to say, it's a fun and humorous place at times.
Well, life itself is fun and humorous, no matter where you are. For sure. I find it humorous that adults want to sit there and play with this shit and make Play-Doh out of it together. I think that's pretty funny. Actually, I think it's pretty sad.
Yeah. But no, they do script a lot of stuff, right? To answer your question, a lot of times too.
When you say one of
But
the
there's other times no.
one of the objectives is to showcase people things. I heard. Can you be more specific? You said their rights and stuff. What do you mean? Specifically, what are you doing to showcasing that?
Well, like for example, he had a couple people that are fellow news people up that were like documentaries he's found that he's put up. I can't go into details on what they were both top of my head because I'm kind of really tired. That's what I was telling you earlier. And I've had a long day, and I had a long day yesterday too. So I didn't sleep well last night. So I only got like 2 hours sleep.
I'll tell you that. Okay, I got you. I'll tell you the number reason why people don't want to admit the truth so much to themselves and other people is because they're embarrassed and they're ashamed of it. And they realize that if they have to do that, they have to face that embarrassment, and then they have to do that in front of their peers that they still have an attachment to, and be ridiculed for telling the truth in the face of your peers who are not willing to do that and who are definitely going to mock you for attempting to do so, because what you're saying then means you're calling them out on their ignorance, naivety, stupidity, so on and so forth, just as much as you recognize your own, and they don't want to do that yet. That's why people don't want to do that. They would rather stay in their cognitive dissonance denial excuse mode and play in the shit together and just blame each other for all the shit that they're causing and throwing at each other and getting nowhere. That's what people would rather do. That is a childish arrested development mindset that only childish arrested development minds will embark on. So I hope what I'm saying here might get through a little bit when it comes to that. That if you want to be talking about making progress as far as making change and actual real solutions go, do it yourself first, or don't be a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's for anybody listening, right? Because otherwise you're just lip service and you're not leading people to anything except right back into the cesspool to play shitting it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Guru, I will say this for my brother. My brother from another mother. I will say this: when I'm at the point where I'm ready to grab the rope and pull me out, I want that out. I'll let you know.
Well, the rope is already there.
I know.
You already know it's there. I don't give you the rope. I just tell you about the rope. I already did. I told you the rope is there. It's up to you. You walk your own path, Whenever you want to be honest with yourself, the day that you decide you want to be honest with yourself fully and don't want to lie to yourself anymore is the day that you're going to choose to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And you reap what you sow in life either way. So, if you want to be dishonest with yourself and have a disease-based life, you choose that. If you want to be honest with yourself and start to learn what the path of self-reliance can hold for you, then you'll choose that. It's that simple.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I'll reach back out to you for certain things and advice when I need it, of course, as I did in the past when I started it. Started going to a healthier lifestyle and that sort of thing.
Yep.
That's where I was implying. I apologize if you kind of misunderstood me there.
No, I'm just saying that the message is there always. It's always there.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to bid you to adieu. Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy the rest of your show.
All right, Chad.
I'm
you
gonna
later.
say,
Be
I'm
good,
gonna
buddy.
bounce out and try to get some sleep.
All right. You get some good sleep, and we'll catch you later. Thank you for showing up, Chad.
Oh, no problem. You know, no problem. Anytime if I'm able, I can. It's not too. I'll try. If it's not too bit late, I'll try to jump up. But like I said, I'm still awake, so I knew I had a little bit of energy and thought I'd come up and bug you and have some intelligent conversation.
Do me a favor, will you?
What's that?
This is a big favor now. When you go for your holidays, eat like a mother humper and have a mustache look like me. You'll come out beautiful.
I will try.
Okay. Enjoy yourself, Chad.
You as well. And wish your family a Merry Christmas for me.
Hey, just one thing before you go, Chad. Do you agree that we are what we eat?
Yes.
What are you going to eat for Christmas?
I don't know because I don't know what people are serving.
What's probably the main thing you're going to eat?
Vegetables.
I doubt it.
There's a lot. No. I mean, if you think about it, in the main course, there's a lot of vegetables.
It's
That's all.
trying to dodge the bullet so hard.
But there could meat wise, it could be a turkey, it could be ham,
Yeah, enjoy your turkey. Have a good night.
could be deer. I don't know. I know somebody said that they had some deer meat. So.
You gotta love Chad. I'll tell you, you gotta love him.
I
like
totally,
my meat. I'm sorry.
I totally baited him into that. No, I wasn't referring to the meat. It's the turkey. That's why I asked you if you are what you eat, and you have the same ideology. Enjoy your turkey. Have a good night.
Well, you enjoy your bananas there, banana.
Well, at least he didn't call me a vegetable.
You are what you eat. You want me to call you a vegetable? I can call you a vegetable
Right?
too.
Or a bunch of nuts, because I eat those a lot,
Well, yeah, we all know you're a little nuts. And you like to pop your nuts around a bit too, there, the new guy.
Oh my God.
Later.
Be
Have a
good,
good one,
Chad.
Chad. Yeah, it's. I find it. The more I break out of cognitive dissonance, the more clear. The clarity is such a profound thing.
Oh, I can't wait to get there.
It's a never-ending thing. It's not that there's a dare. It's like I'm always sort of just breaking new doors, and it's like, oh, there's another one.
Well, just to be where I'm at in 2 years, I just can imagine what's going to happen in 4 years. Wow.
Have you noticed that wool is like, or sheep wool is a very popular, and it's kind of goes in and out of trendiness, but right now it's a big trend again.
No, I don't keep an eye on that. I didn't know it. Why is it a new trend?
It's another form of mockery. Your corporations are making it trendy to wear what you are in a mindset, a sheep.
Whoa.
They're getting people to wear it now. They're so ignorant, they don't even see it.
I never thought about that myself. Well, because I don't look for, fashion wear,
Right.
Wow.
People won't put that together. But the reason why I can see that is because I see that on the other side of the fence, I see the costumes that they wear a lot are also to mock everybody else, like the judges and those forefather wigs that they wear with the big curly rolls, right?
Yeah.
That's to represent that they're a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Well,
that's what that is, and they know that. They wear that hat with pride every time they go to work.
That is the most funniest. Did you notice that I put that picture up, the thumbnail of the? Well, I guess we're gonna have to listen to him. Attitude 60 minutes later, they're all slabs of meat hanging on a hook.
I think I missed that.
Yeah,
It's
you put it up there. I'll put your name on there.
Oh, that's what. Oh, yeah. No. I did. I saw in the video. I saw you put that.
Yeah,
What you mean? Yeah. I did see that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that. I really did.
I got a few. Actually, the one that you gave me, it's not finished yet, but I'll give you a sneak preview. You gave me one that I'm enhancing. I'm modifying.
The carrot.
No, it's
I need a bigger. I need a bigger.
I'm saving that one for sure. You know, since it's my true upbringing picture and all. I don't know how you got a hold of that. You must have bribed my parents or something.
That's quite a picture.
This one here, I'm modifying this one here a little bit because it's missing some things. This here is the version that you gave me, right?
Yep.
So I'm adding things to it. It's missing CEO, and it's also missing shareholders and silent partners. And for that, I'm going to put that a few of those kids that are pissing. The one that I have where the kid there is pissing on the flags.
Yep.
Cartoon. Yeah. I'm going to
I
put a
still got
few of
that
those
one.
there. So that's going to be the shareholders and CEOs, and they're pissing on the whole lot here.
Oh, wait. When you get that done, tell me. I'll send it out. Believe me, I will.
Yeah, I'll have it done tomorrow. I got
That
the
fast?
CEO.
Wow.
The CEO shitting on the manager. Right? If you wanted to see that, zoom up on that. There you go. There's the CEO.
Flying away. Oh, yeah, that's a big one. Oh, yeah.
When it's saying when the top level guys look down, they see only shit. When bottom level guys look up, they see only assholes.
Oh, assholes. Yeah. Yeah. I see that. So I got to show this with the dude.
Pretty good one.
Oh, yeah. I'll send that out my next video.
I got that in the works, and it's been a while since I've been doing quotes, so I got a bunch of new quotes that are almost finished, and so I'll be doing those on the daily again soon, at least for a couple weeks.
Well, when you get done, I'll start sending them out there on the YouTube. I'll put them together.
Sure. Let me catch on. Question here. Nude, may I ask you something? You absolutely can ask me anything you wish. By all means. That's from Wellbar in the chat. We'll also put.
You can come up if you wants to. I don't know why he doesn't want to come up here.
Absolutely. Well, some people, it's not their forte or whatever.
Oh, sure. I got to go up here and I got to talk. And, I don't like talking up here, but yet nobody else wants to talk. I see how this is working.
Oh, maybe if you pay your bills one of these days, you might get some more customers.
Well, there's your answer for your question, brother.
He also put another comment that was good earlier. Again, the beauty. Oh, I put a few comments. I didn't even see it. Oh, yeah, this one here. It's the ease. This was after that last video I was just showing here. It's the ease and comfort they do this that gets me. He or she says, "Are you a he or a she, Cromwell Bar? I can reference you properly." Such arrogance, it seems, but really, here's the key part. But really, it's us who are ignorant. Yes, us who are ignorant, and us, only us, who can take responsibility for that ignorance. And I know it's a conundrum. How do you know you're ignorant when you're ignorant? How do you know you're hypnotized when you're hypnotized? How do you know to become aware of such thing when you don't know to become aware of such thing? Yes, it's a conundrum, but it's still your responsibility. And one last thing to that. It may not really be totally your doing as a naive child born with a clean palate. for the indoctrination that you got. Let's give that some merit. That you were thrown into a cesspool of indoctrinated people with televisions and full of all this distraction, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that is the truth. However, as an adult especially, it is only your responsibility for what you keep on your bed and to work that indoctrination out. Nobody else.
He's got another one for you. I wonder if you're on the path to carrying knowledge, if you ever went through real stages of grief for the future, and did this make you take a personal stand?
Is this a meme? What is that you're reading there? As a meme?
It's Cromwell Bear.
Oh.
Right, another. See it right there? It's 1, 2, 3, fourth one down.
3/4. This one starting with I wondered?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, right after if they asked me. Yeah, okay. Let me catch up here. I wondered if on your path in carrying knowledge, if you ever went through real stages of grief of the future, and did this make you take a personal stand? I did not. And I think the reason why is because I didn't accept the indoctrination like most people who are indoctrinated did. Even though I was born and raised in the same environment, I very much tuned it out, and I never actually accepted it as part of my belief system or whatnot. I challenged it all, so I never actually had an attachment to these fictions for myself that I had to let go of. So I think that's why it's different for me. It made it probably much less difficult for me to reverse the gunk and residue that was there than most deeply indoctrinated people will go through. People who have that attachment are definitely going to probably go through some traumatic griefs, coming to terms with themselves for holding on to those superficial things. Now you got to go through the reality check that you were really that naive and that you really made those decisions, and then work that out, and then start questioning, shit, if I was that gullible, what else am I gullible towards, and so on and so forth. And as much as I'm not infallible like anybody else, I had chosen less gullible ways, so it was easier for me to confront myself about that than it probably would be for most people. I guess fortunately for me. That being said, if I did, I still wouldn't hold back because I'm a man of truth. And so maybe even that being the case, I probably I still wouldn't have held on to grief, and I never fell for the blame game either. I was always just wanting to look for ways I can be responsible for myself. How can I take care of myself? I always had that mindset. I never had spoon-fed itis, as I like to call it. So, you know, I was never disheartened seeing that I didn't have any expectations to be disheartened by. So when these superficial systems were failing me, there was no disheartenment there because I was already looking and seeking for a path to not rely on those superficial systems whatsoever to begin with. I reckon that won't be the same for most people.
He also threw me off on a. Oh, sorry.
Great question. I just want to say, great question and very interesting.
There's last one on the bottom here.
I've got 12. I'll just go through the last few they put. I've got 12 dogs. Bets it's mental noisy. My bear. Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear is a he. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
We are on a different frequency and the same frequency as the ignorant. We are semi-ignorant. Yeah, we are, because we are not omni, we have no choice but to be ignorant. Or, I don't know what the right word it is, but we don't know everything, and we can't know everything. We don't have the capacity to know everything, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with it. But we definitely have the capacity to not be naive, to learn from our mistakes, to discern, and to do it well. And if we do get taken for a ride, to learn from that and not let it happen again. We certainly have that capacity. Appreciate the answers. You're welcome. Appreciate the question.
He's
Great,
got
and your
12 dogs.
participation.
Jeez, 12 dogs. My daughter's got 3 and they go nuts. Well, what's happening to him over there? 12 dogs. Wow.
I actually had those videos pulled for the last live that we did, but we got so into some other discussions. I just let it go, and I thought I'll save this for more when it's sort of lower level like this. So that was waiting in the woodworks.
I do remember a person when we first started saying, well, I'll be on just for a short.
I actually said that to Fruity before this one. I said, yeah, we'll probably be in for shorter tonight, whatever that means. I'm being smart now, you see? Whatever that means. If that's at the end of the statement, I'm covered.
Fruity's gonna hate me. No, that was good though, that video you showed about that.
Yeah, I hope that is a little bit maybe eye-opening, but also like shedding the light on what I'm referencing, because these are the things that just very icing on the cake examples of the stuff that I found when I researched, seeing how things work behind the scenes and what was really going on. So I'm bringing it to you so that when you hear me saying certain things, it'll make more sense, how it's all really a stage. I know a lot of people think if they don't really see what I've seen, then it might sound like I'm just being facetious sometimes, or dramatic, or almost like I'm venting sometimes, when I'm really not. I'm not venting at all. I don't care. I'm just telling the truth as I've learned it for people, so that they can have a chance to recognize that too, and then make better decisions for themselves.
Well, you said that last month about this video you talked about before, and I was watching a news group. The reporter was talking to a contributor, who was contributing his information towards the people.
Mm-hmm.
As he was talking to the reporter, you could see his eyes move. He's reading the script.
Mm-hmm.
I went, wow, look at this, Normally their eyes are straight. This guy, his eyes are like moving back and forth, right to left, right to left, right. And he's looking down as he's reading, I'm like, oh, pure
Right.
script. Yep.
And, people don't get to see all the stuff that goes on before there's a production or a broadcast. There is a lot of conglomerate, like, meetings and huddle sessions and getting everybody on the same page, like a board meeting before a broadcast. Everybody goes in there and they're briefed. Okay, guys, this is a narrative. Everybody, here's your role. Here's your role. Here's your role. You're ad-libbing. You're scripting this and that. And this is what we need to convince the public. Lights, camera, bullshit.
Just like that movie Wag the Dog. Did you ever see that yet?
I've never seen that, but you told me about it.
It's on Rumble. It's on Rumble. For Rights for Vets. Well, you know that, Rights for Vets. Yeah. It shows exactly how they did it. And what happened to the guy at the end. Wait till you see what happens. Whoa. Dustin Hoffman plays it. Hold on, I can roll my nose again. Get that one movie out there, that Calypso. You know what I mean? Wait till you see the first 20 minutes of it, you're going to laugh your ass off. That movie with the Mayans. What a picture. You'll like that movie. I know you will.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out and get a chance.
I gotta make a video. It's a long one. It's like 2 hours or something. I got to get off my ass and do it.
So I think it's important that, people also realize, back to the blame game thing, when you're seeing these things that are being showcased so that you can learn and understand what's really going on here, it's so that you can let go. You can let go of what you think, what you've attached significance to in your life, and stop believing in it. And if you do that, it will come, if you truly understand it, will come with a breath of fresh air and a sigh of relief. Because what you'll understand is that matters really are in your own hands, and they never really were. There is no real true ruler over you. There isn't. There's just people who think that they rule over other people, and they might do something to portray that personification over them. And if you don't believe that, it doesn't work on you. Then the only thing left after that is whether or not somebody is going to force their will on you, and you still won't buy into the narrative. That's not going to change anything. It just means you're going to be, if anything, a lot less afraid, and maybe not afraid at all. With confidence, defend yourself if need to, and if you don't need to, live free without fear. That's the life that I live for a long time now, and let me tell you, it's wonderful.
Like you said, yeah, I want that. But like you said before, as long as I live in this plantation, they own the plantation. They do the rules. But as soon as I'm off that plantation, it's my turn. They come after me. Shame on their asses. It's either me or them. I'm tired of this shit.
Right.
You
And
know,
see,
somebody's go on.
there's a little bit of learning with that too, that you'll when you really get out of it, you'll understand that the plantation itself even has nothing to do with where you are physically, and everything. It's actually a mental plantation.
No, I understand that. I just don't like the idea of the strongmen's coming after you for stupid shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not taking it no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
And
the
that's
only. But I tell them, well, go fuck themselves. They didn't come after these. If you fight one cop, you fight two. You fight two, then it comes four. Then comes four. Then comes an army. What the? That's bullshit.
that's called dogpiling, right?
Yeah, exactly
And
what it's
that's
called.
what
That I do know. Yep.
that's what insecure people do when they want to control other people who they can't get their way with. That's all. And it's nothing to do, this is what a lot of people get confused on, because they have the indoctrinated view that the cops, they don't do that. They only dogpile criminals. That's what they're supposed to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever stops to think that, wait a second, they are the criminals and they're dogpiling innocent people.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would ever want to think that. Why? Because that means you're not as safe as you thought. And that means, I'm in trouble. I have to do something to take responsibility for me, because I'm surrounded by a bunch of psychopaths who are wearing costumes here, and they might do something to me if I don't watch my back. That's the truth. And if you don't want to get real with that, go back and play in the shit. And when your hands, fingers, and back get severed, beg for it more like you usually do. That's what you're going to do. You're going to enjoy it and beg for it more. You're going to beg for your oppression and applaud it all the way to your death. And if that's what you want to do in life, that's fine. That's your prerogative, people. That's your prerogative. That's where the rubber meets the road for me, and I'm not interested again in paying any attention or focusing on that bullshit. On the other side of the fence, for those of you who are ready to put your hands together, roll up your socks, and go to work, learn what you needed to learn and didn't learn, I'm here to have a conversation with you, and I'll help in any way that I can, facilitate that with knowledge, some wisdoms, experience, words of confidence, encourage, and show you that it's not a pipe dream to live self-reliantly. Not by no means. I'm just one man, just like anybody else, who wanted to learn how to do it. That's all. And didn't make excuses to do so. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. And I'm also far from the only person who has done this. In fact, I discovered what I refer to as the hidden world, but it's not hidden at all. It's only hidden to the indoctrinated minds of literally hundreds of thousands to probably tens of millions of people that I just haven't met yet, but hundreds of thousands for sure, of people who have already lived this way since long before I was alive and have a mastery of it. And I took great learning and wisdom from their way. So that's it. I'm just here to speak about that and propagate the message that if you want a better way, if you want a better life, then it can be done. I'm not here to try and wake anybody up. Let me make that perfectly clear. I am not here to do that. I am here to showcase and talk about how decisions that I made in life made a decision for me and help facilitate for anybody who wants to do that for themselves.
And I'll vouch for that. That's why he's here for people. He was nice enough to come to my stream and talk to you people out there who want to learn how to get out of this bullshit. He's helped me out, and I want to learn more. This is no games. Trust me. What the government's going to do to you, it's going to be unreal. And it's coming right around the corner. If you can, please talk to the new guru. Everything's for free. I mean, he spent hours and hours and hours in the backstage talking. I mean, and if I didn't get it, he was right there until I did get it, because I wanted to learn, not because he was forcing me. I wanted to learn this. He never lied to me, never. And everything he said, it was true, everything. And I'm getting a little bit more free each and every day. But I'm doing my homework. I'm going through YouTube. I'm trying to learn, foliage and learning about the government as much as I can. I pass it on to you people to understand that, hey, I'm not nuts. I'm just trying to help you people. But like him, if you don't want to understand what's going on, shame on you when that judgment day comes to you, because the government's going to put the screws to you. And that's no bullshit. If that's what you want, just don't even pay attention to this station. Just go or stream. Just go someplace else. Sound like a TV set. But he's the real deal, and I'm telling you, he'll help you out. Of course, it's going to take time away from me, but that's okay. What am I talking here? Hey, you can't do that to me, Nude.
You did it yourself.
Damn.
Just don't tell yourself. It's a secret.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh boy, another spanking for me, dear.
Let's see what else. Cromwell Bear has 7 Whippet puppies at 6 months lab, spring adorable, and an old man Whippet and another Whippet. And a Sprocket. Wow.
Well, he said vet. Is he a veterinarian or?
I think so. Is that correct? Let's throw that out there. We haven't watched TV in 10 years. Here. I applaud. I took my kids out of education 6 years ago. I doubly applaud. One is training for veterinary, one in dentistry now. Something else was almost impossible. Oh, it was. I think that's it. Was almost impossible to get help. I'm reading that correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what it says.
You will never beat the system. Correct. You will never beat the system because the system doesn't even exist. That's imaginary as well. You can only secede from it. You just need 10 good friends in 10 miles to make someone hurt if they ever do come for your peaceful way of life. That's about it. You put it that way, make someone hurt. I just put it in the way it's just defend yourself to whatever necessary means you need to go, and then go on with your life. Go back to eating dinner, and life is great. That's really what it's all about. And he said, no, I'm an artist. Cool.
Oh, sound like he got his shit together real good.
Definitely on the path to more self-reliance, and that's why obviously they're here, because they can relate to the information.
I forgot how I met him. Remember where was that at?
The name is so familiar.
DJs.
then at this point, everybody is. I wouldn't be surprised if we've even conversed with him live. We only have Longbow.
Longbow.
Longbow. Cromwell Bear, have you ever been on panel? Have we ever conversed before? Can't
I
remember.
remember him telling me before, and I forgot where we met. Well, of course, you know my memory. I think I got hit by that car walking across the street.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that, though. We did meet. I remember that. I don't remember if it was DJs or.
I'm a
Yep,
mod
it
on
was.
Dix's channel. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you. So I gotta ask him. So what made you come to this channel? Grandma, I gotta find out. Usually I don't get people following me because I tell them not to follow me, because it's a government channel.
I'm guessing you owe money.
I watched it.
That's what everybody comes here for, to collect. What else? There's nothing else here for anybody.
Well, I gotta go. I watched a few Saturdays with you guys. Oh, okay. That's decent. You and him would have a real good talk with each other, seriously.
Yeah, for sure.
Going backstage and just sit there and talk.
There was another meme I'm trying to find that I found recently too. I think I saved.
Oh, I got it good. My wife today. Oh my God. My first stream. I was telling everybody I was so damn plugged up. I couldn't even hear, and I said, well, I'm happy about that because I couldn't hear my wife talk. And bang, she hit me with a pan.
Yeah, I listened to the first 10 minutes before you
Yeah.
messaged me back there. I heard that. You got a welt?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It popped up once. It popped up one Saturday. I think we've been on a Cool Tools stream together about a year back. Wow, it's been a year. Wow.
If she's doing you a favor, maybe if she whacks you hard enough and enough times, your memory might come back. What do you think?
I think she's trying to do it so I don't remember anything.
So work in progress.
Yeah, she's winning. Yeah. That's why you don't get paid because I'm paying a hell of a lot of doctor bills.
Ah.
Yeah, I'll walk in the hospital. Your wife again, eh? Yes, sir. Hold on. Get right back if I can blow my nose. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, take your time. I'm just trying to look for that other meat. Okay.
There we go.
Did you get the one? Oh man, I had a good one actually. Did I give it to you? The one with I can text now. Where it had Bill Gates in it. Sometimes I don't know if I give you if I send to your phone more than one meme in a row if you actually know on your phone that you got more than one from me.
Well, I get more alerts from that messages through my phone than I do my Gmail.
Okay, let me hang on a second here. Let me yeah, that's what I'm talking about on your phone. I know you check your phone more. Close that back.
I'm in Lincolnshire, UK. Dad of 4. Wow. I see what you did all your life. My son-in-law, he's got 10 brothers and 1 sister, excuse me. I thought he had 48 in the family. When they were after the wedding, they had over 70 some people, just the family alone. Unreal.
Okay. All these ones here. Did you get them?
Oh, I can't even see it. Hold on there. Yeah, yeah, I think, yeah, hold on here. Let me go check that out. Hold on. I'll let you right now. I'll be right back. I'll still hear you. I'm on my phone. Yeah, I got that. I
Okay.
know I do. I know I do.
Like I put these three together back to back.
Yeah, yeah, I got it. Yep, yep.
So Bill Gates was the one in the middle.
Yeah, it says Bill Gates owes 4 private jets, 2 Gulfstreams. I don't know what's G650ER. I guess that's the name of the
I don't know either.
jet. 2 Bombardiers, Challenger 350s. Wow. One each of them emits more than carbon in a single flight than your car and your entire life. Yeah, and they want to
Just one of them. Just one of them. Never mind all of them. Just one of them on one single flight. Well, I guess it depends on how far the flight is, but it'll emit more pollution than one car in its lifespan. I didn't realize that that's how polluting planes and jets work, but that is the case.
They went to another squad. Sorry.
And I reckoned, again, I'm not pointing the finger again at the elitists here. It's still the holistic picture. And I don't care about the meme again showing the hypocrisy towards it either. I'm just showcasing that any of this, the only reason why that's been accepted for so long is because the people once again have accepted petrol. If people didn't accept petrol, and it's nothing to do again with the environment. The environment itself. Well, I mean the climate change. That's a scam, right? But the toxicity of our living environment, nature, and ourselves, that's not a scam. And we've been polluting our environment, our living environment, for a long time now with the choices that we've made through our purchases and the products that we're doing. Cars, chemicals,
plastic bottles,
plastics, yeah, all the petroleum-based things, so on and so forth. That's all us doing, advocating for it by our purchases, accepting it, and making excuses for that. Oh, it's okay. It's not okay. It never was okay. And so the results from that are people like Nude Guru gets carbon monoxide poisoning. That's not okay, right? And I might sound biased, but even before that happened, I was never a proponent of petrol because it's toxic. Forget what happened to me. Doesn't matter. I mean, we need oxygen to breathe and clean air to breathe. It's not rocket science to realize that it is not logical, healthy, sane, or rational to pollute the air if we need it for life, right?
Oh no, I agree with you there. I just don't like the way they're doing it, and I'll explain that to you. Go on.
I'm at a close with that. I yield to you.
Okay, people are complaining they don't mind about the change. 2 things I don't like. One is it's going too fast. People can't afford it. People are losing their jobs. Second thing is that with these automobiles, it's coming with spy techniques. Chicken alcohol, stop your car when you wag your or move your car, back and forth too many times. They don't like that shit, and I can't blame them. Then. Go on.
Sure. Let me address both of those. The first one, I have zero sympathy for. Why? Because we should have never made any excuses to accept it to begin with. So if you're going to get a blowback from that, good, you deserve it. And
it's going to happen.
And not only that, if it wasn't for that blowback, it would be one thing if people on their own initiative would be moving towards the direction on their own terms, not making excuses to get away from that and looking to produce their own goods and services that were not polluting. That would be different. We're not doing that. We're waiting for corporate. And we're waiting for corporate to make those decisions. We're not even sitting there. And when I say we, not me, I'm saying again, the collective mind,
I know what you're
right?
saying. Uh-huh.
They're waiting for corporate to lead, and then when corporate does actually lead a little bit, we're complaining about it. What the fuck, right? So no, I have zero sympathy. I hope that everybody all of a sudden can't afford to buy petrol anymore, because you shouldn't be fucking using it to begin with, you pieces of shit. And I was a piece of shit too for using it, and I still am at this very moment. I'm a piece of shit for doing that. No holds barred. That's the first thing. Number two, especially when I got hit with carbon fucking monoxide poisoning. Holy shit. Hypocrisy to the max, right? Okay, number two. Sorry, remind me, what was the second one again?
The EV car. The EV car
The EV car,
controls.
yes.
Yeah.
Please don't get psyoped by the reverse psychology aspect. They're not doing it to just the EV cars. They're doing it to all, and they're not just starting to do it all. That technology has been there for decades already. If they wanted to stop your car right now and drive it, the petrol car that you drive with the computer in it, if they wanted to stop it dead in its tracks by hitting a button, they can do so. They can also drive that car to a station right now if they want to do so. You just don't know about it.
Well, I got 11 motherboards in that damn car of mine. I should
That's
say
right.
11 boards.
That's right.
Told me,
The technology for not self-driving, but remote control access cars has already been in cars for well over a decade right now. It was patented over 3 decades ago. It started in production a decade and a half ago. All the cars have it already. The only thing that's going next is more autonomous like AI based cars. That's the next step of it. And it's not just going to the EVs. Nothing to do with that. That is a distraction narrative. And if it was going to the EVs, so what? Big deal. Again, the solution is to not complain about the technology that they're giving you, is to secede from it. You want better technology? Do it yourself. What am I doing? I'm making a next year, or this year coming up, an EV RV. Why? Because I don't want an EV RV that is loaded with this AI bullshit. So I'm gonna make my own and not trust any of these fucking corporate pieces of shit to basically produce a gas chamber on wheels, because I know that that's what they're doing. It's part of the genocide.
Oh,
but does it bother me? Does it bother me? And am I disturbed or complain that they're doing that? No. Why? Because I'm not reliant on.
People don't believe me when I said that they're going to eliminate 6 to 7 billion people on this. That's why I put it up there before you came up. With John Kerry, he said it right there. It's the people. It's the people causing this. Well, what do you think they're going to do to these people? Let them live? No.
Right.
They're
And
going to get rid of it.
And they've never hidden that. And
nope.
And I agree with them.
Hold on. Well, thanks a lot. I probably will be around.
Well, like I said, and it's not. Nature takes its course, even whether me, you, or anybody agrees with it or not. Attrition is a factor of reality. So here's the thing. Don't be on the wrong side of attrition. If a rubber band is being stretched and it's about to snap, get out of there. It's that simple, right? Don't be standing on the fucking rubber band. Be wise.
Well, we're going to find out what happens next year, Guru. I hope everything works right. I do. I already figured out everything that I possibly need to, and I found out what the price is going to be. So I don't know. I'll have to sell this home too with it, but to get really moving. I mean, to do things fast,
right?
Get
and
trees and go on.
Not to mention one last thing, right? To those who are kind of struggling behind or just learning this, or all the people that are really going to be too late. It's going to be a lot of people. That was your fault, because this information isn't just coming out right now. I'm not the first one to talk about it. I'm not. And even if nobody talked about it, again, the we that we talk about it accepted this. And the we did it to ourselves this whole time. So again, that's the blame game, right? Don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in their technology and their this and their that. Again, that's only a problem for the we that doesn't want to be responsible. And the we that doesn't want to be responsible is not going to be a problem for me that is responsible. See? That's what it's all about. Don't be part of the we that isn't responsible. That's my message here. For anybody. Get this. Get this in your heads. Understand this. And then waste no moment.
Yeah. I got to go get some ammunition too this week. I didn't do it because I
I
got
still
the
got
cold.
those. I still got those links. I didn't close them yet. Remember when we were backstage? You said we were looking at the stores online together. You remember that?
Stores. Oh yeah. When we were when I showed you my.
Yes. The ammo
Okay.
stores. Right. Yeah, I still got them opened.
Okay. Yeah, leave right there, please. I haven't gone to that place. I got to go there yet. It's right about like a mile and a half from here. My daughter happened to see it. And I said, I didn't know that place was there. So I'm going to go over there and show my license and see what I can do, you know?
Right.
I got to buy some more. Yeah. It's just, I got to get myself prepared. No doubt about it. You're right. January is when I'm going to start. That's when I'm going to start really kicking in gear, find out what's going on. And I'm not sure what to tell them, what to look for, but I mean, how about the price range? You know what I mean? That's the problem. I don't know what to do.
We'll figure it out.
I'll just tell them to look. That's all. We're from there.
Right. One step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
You should be excited. I'm excited for you more than you realized you were excited for yourself because you haven't walked that path yet. But I know where you're going. You know.
Yeah. I'm a little bit nervous about it. You know, I'm not scared, just nervous. You know, because I don't want to. You know what happened to me to get this far.
Yeah. Right, and rightly so. I mean, that's natural. You know, I mean, a lot of it is new and new path walks. That's just natural. But I know the path you're on without the challenges that you have. So that's interesting. But I've also seen people go through this walk path that would put the challenges that you have are kiddie pool. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen other people with some quite interesting disabilities do remarkable things that always humbles me back into that. Well, people really make excuses for themselves a lot, you know. People with no limbs growing massive gardens and stuff. So many things.
My son-in-law didn't. He wants to go with me when we look for land. I told him that's fine. I told him this is we're having separate houses. This is my wife and you are not getting together. You know, he laughed his ass off for that. He says, "Okay, all right."
Well, there's just as much homesteading land in California and Washington as there is in Michigan. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. That's true. We're talking about that too.
You want me to get you a Nova Scotia land link? You know,
how about Iceland?
Off-the-grid land link? Yeah, Iceland. Oh, that's yeah. There's lots there.
You heard about Iceland, right? What's going on?
Yeah.
Over there?
No, what's going on? Something going on?
No. Volcano blew up. Got lava all over the place. They had to take out some people out of there.
I did
and it's
not.
still flowing. Yeah. I didn't know they had that over there.
I don't do many memes. Well, sometimes I do, but I do mostly quotes. But this is a Nude Guru meme. I don't know if you know that. Oh, you're having a smoke.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking to Cromwell. Yeah. How did you? Yeah, you heard me, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm right with you. Yeah, you start sending them to me, I'll start sending them out there on YouTube. You give me something to do, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's about high time too for another collage collection video. Thinking about that the other day there. That's a nice morning thing that I can do. Just gather them all up, put them in a folder, and then put them back to back on Canva on the template. It only takes me about 20 minutes. You've got a video. You can also I don't know if you
excuse me, make them longer though if you can. If you're gonna do it that way, so people can read them because they're so fast that you gotta stop and I gotta make them.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah.
It's the challenge with that is the loop clip thing to make it
don't worry
loop
about it.
to make it loop in on itself. It's only 15 seconds. But I might be able to do that longer, maybe 20.
You can't do it. Don't worry about it. I'll get it. Don't worry about it then. It's worth it. Believe me, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll put those together and fire that. Oh yeah. I don't know if you've been nervous to put those on your YouTube or not. Because wasn't sure if you put them only on Rumble because I didn't know if that was just because YouTube wasn't working at the time or if you were worried about copyright. But you don't have to worry about that if you're worried about it at all. Put them on your YouTube.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm cautious. I got about a little ways to go yet, and I'm done. But I don't worry about it for now. You know what I mean? I got about let's see, about a month and a half yet.
The music theme on that is a free for all music, and the video itself is just done by me, like all spliced with the background and everything. Nothing copyrighted at all. Yeah.
I don't know what happened with that last video, but YouTube took it down.
They took it down?
Yeah, they took it down, the live. However, I think I saved it.
Were we over well over 12 hours?
No, something happened. I missed it. I was in the bathroom. He says, "Oh, right. So they're gonna put a blank on it."
Yeah,
you know?
And
yeah. When I went back to find it, it's gone. I went, "Oh man, no, nothing, no." You know, we took it down. Well, yeah, they did too. Come to think of it.
After we get off stream, maybe we'll look in your studio and see if it's just there, but not liveable. And if that's the case, if you really want it on your channel, I can show you how we can put it back there and just edit out the copywritten part that we were doing when we were on live there. That's easy to do, right in the studio.
Like we did last time.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's so. I think I have it on my computer because I saved it.
Okay, great.
I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, but I'm not. You know, don't quote me on it. But I'm knowing me. I do stuff like that. I try to go fast on it. So, all right, but yeah, I just wanted to tell you in case you wanted to know where it went to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I didn't notice that it wasn't there. And then I thought it probably had something to do with that.
Yeah, so
that's okay though. It was just a claim anyways, at least. And of course they like to hear you with their little message email they send, right?
What was it that happened anyway? I don't even know. I didn't ever check that up on it.
When you rebroadcast a YouTube video that is copywritten and monetized, if you don't pause it and narrate over it in between enough, then YouTube will pause your live until you stop doing that. And you've got 1 minute to stop doing that. And if you don't stop within that 1 minute, then YouTube will axe your live right in the middle of your live.
I got you though. Okay, I know what happened then. Okay.
Right.
I see. I didn't know.
So it was Motor City that spotted it. Fortunately, I'm usually always watching that, but I wasn't at that second, and he spotted it. So that was good. So I just stopped my screen share right away and in about 10 seconds we were back live again.
Wow. Okay. I was like, oh, it's gone. Guru's gonna think I did something.
No, it's
If you,
okay.
if your doesn't. Oh yeah, this is the one you gave me before. Yeah, I got that. If your doesn't at least look like this by now, you better catch up quick.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love to have something like that.
This is an actual me. I made that.
I like that.
In meme fashion with, it doesn't look like a new. I do that some. Just to cloak and camouflage, as you can see, there's no new symbol on it or anything. No branding.
Well, I was going to YouTube and it says bug-free garden. Like the wooden garden they have here. I don't know what they call it, like little coffins. Where you put wood around and put dirt in there and grow your garden. So I'm thinking, well, how the hell could you get a bug-free garden? Guy put in a bug net, so bugs couldn't get in there.
A bug net?
Yeah, like they do for mosquitoes. When they're
Right?
sleeping at night.
Yeah.
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 I'll be dang.
That's something I've used a lot as well. Nets and meshes.
That's it. That's something I'm missing. Yeah.
Right. That's very useful. You just gotta make sure that it's the material is non-toxic because it can leach into your soil, right? And also if it rains, the water drops can take on any chemicals on the mesh or whatever, and then fall onto your crop. So you don't want to do that.
Thank you. They didn't say anything about that.
Of course. People don't think about that stuff, right? So, yes, you want to choose a material that is safe and non-toxic, or at least, to the best of your ability to minimize that. And don't just like put the mesh over your crops and then like leave it like that the whole time. Only use it as needed and let your crops have the benefit of being exposed to the sunlight fully and the air fully as much as possible, and the rest of the environment to the bacteria of nature. That's kind of a catch-22. The more we kind of do to try and mitigate nature and its force, the more it also has an effect that works against us. But if you do it methodically in a balanced way, it can work very well.
I like that idea. Yeah. Do you know anybody that does? Well, I understand different plants like repel bugs and stuff like that. Do you know anybody is that good that can tell me how to start this proceedings if I start doing it?
Absolutely.
You do? Okay, good.
Yeah, that's another about 4 thumb drives of information.
4
resources.
thumb drives?
Yeah, just loaded with links of
Wow.
how-tos and people who are doing that. Yeah, and different techniques. And I've collected it for as many environments that I possibly can, because what works over here doesn't work over there. That's part of the resource hub. Is I'm putting it together so that people can go to their area and say, that's what I need over here. Is going to work. There's the beetle that comes here every 4 years or whatever, and this is what I can expect in that season. So I should probably plant these rose hips over here, and they won't be interested in coming in this direction, type thing. That type of stuff.
Okay. That's somewhere else to get. All right. That's another deal. Well, I got a lot of learning. Holy hell.
It is a learning curve, but it's an enjoyable one. And just realize you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to have some pretty interesting. You're going to wake up one morning and all of your cucumbers were eaten by something. That's going to happen. That's okay. You just want to diversify, and that's the way life should be. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you got multiple baskets, balanced way, and be observant. One of the best ways you can thwart off an attack, if you want to call it that, is when you're out foraging or out in the wild in your environment, be observant to the insects that are coming and realize it's like a storm coming, and head it off if that happens. And know the seasons as well. Know when certain insects it's their time for the year. Right?
Yeah, that's gonna be. I'm gonna have to figure that where I'm gonna be at. I won't know the area that well. I'm gonna have to run the hard way in that one.
Once you learn a couple areas from scratch, you'll understand the psychology behind it, and then after that, it doesn't take so long to learn a new area.
Well, Billy, right? He had chipmunks. They went after his tomatoes.
The what did?
The chipmunks. They went after
The
his
chipmunk,
tomatoes.
yeah, right.
They would suck the juice and just leave it there.
Almost like a little a note saying "ha ha" or something like that.
Well,
thanks for the dinner. I'll go fuck yourself.
He screwed him. He got those traps, and they fell into it, and he drove them. He didn't kill them. He drove them. About 2 miles. He let one go.
Oh, that's not enough. 2 miles.
Yeah, that's what he found out. And what happened was the thing jumped. Yeah, that one did, and then he got 2 more. One jumped in his engine. He had to drive back home. So he stopped his truck. The thing fell off and went back to his home. He pissed.
If you're rule of thumb when dealing with rodents, 10 miles minimum, or the cat came back.
Wow, 10 miles.
Yeah, and even then, 10 miles minimum. Go longer if you can't. Go with 12, 15, whatever. 10 miles minimum is pretty. Yeah, they're clever. They're intelligent, and their instincts and the smells, they are extremely profound, wild.
I'm going to show you something. You probably seen it. I'll show it to the people out here, though, just to give them an idea. What the heck? How come when you do things, it's easy. When I do it, I screw up all the time. Hold on there. All right, here we go. These are the plants I want to get when me and you get together. We can. I was looking at these plants, but wow. Hold on here. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
I was really impressed with this. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but show the people. Here we go.
A man word is born when I say something.
Can you hear it?
Yes, I could hear.
Okay.
we are living in incredible times. I mean, even our own government is talking about food insecurity. We're going to be looking at 11 different crops that you could potentially grow to take care of you and your family. Hey everybody, Chad Cruiser here with Health and Homestead. We're going to be looking at some of the highest yielding crops so that even if you have a small piece of property, you could grow enough food. Now, the first crop that I want to talk about is a crop that's important for storability and to get enough calories, and that is a grain called amaranth. This is a native of Peru. Amaranth has an average yield of about 4.5 million calories per acre. And contrast that with if you have truly free range chickens. I don't mean 40,000 in a barn with a little fenced in area they call free range, but true free range. If you're only getting the food from that property, it is suggested that you have about 100 per acre. And when that will give you about 110,000 calories. And then if you contrast that with cattle, you get about 180,000 calories per acre. But then when it comes to something like amaranth, you're realizing you're getting many times the calories per acre. You're getting somewhere around 4.5 million calories per acre. And this compares well with something like wheat. With wheat, you're looking at about 4 million calories per acre. Now, I believe potentially you can get a lot more than that per acre if you're using something like I have grown specifically called the golden giant amaranth. This beautiful amaranth can get upwards to a pound of seeds in one head. This is absolutely incredible. Another benefit is that it doesn't take as much nitrogen as something like corn. And so this is easier for someone to grow who may not have as great of soil. It's also very nutritious and it tastes good. And some of the varieties do very well at popping like tiny, tiny, tiny little popcorn. Another reason that I picked amaranth specifically is because it's easier to harvest and it's easier to process than something like wheat. Wheat is a phenomenal thing to grow. 94% of people do perfectly fine with wheat. But the trouble is it's very labor intensive to be able to grow it and then make it into bread. Number 10 is a nut tree. Now, when it comes to nuts, people would generally just want to buy property that already has nut trees because they take so long to grow. But there is one nut tree that I know of, at least, that doesn't take all that long, and that is the filbert tree or the hazelnut tree. And the fascinating thing about this tree is that you may be beginning your crop somewhere 2 years into growing this tree. So that's incredible. 2 to 3 years in, once you get to 6, 7 years in, you'll be getting a 20, 30 pounds per little tree. And so then if you have several of them, you're going to be having a great source of nutrition for your family. Thinking about this, this is a nut that you can grow rapidly. Yes, other trees like walnuts or pecans, all these things, yeah, we all love having those, and I do too. I'd love to have a walnut tree or pecans or these kind of things. But since they take so long to grow, and hey, why not plant some anyway if you live in an area that you can grow them? But the good news is if you need some rapid calories, growing some filberts is a fantastic way to go. You're going to be getting upwards of nearly 7.8 million calories per acre. The other benefit to filberts is that for someone who doesn't have a large acreage, even just a small area, they could be growing a few filbert trees because they'll be getting a lot of calories in a very small space. Now, number 9 is a plant that you probably would expect if you're looking for a lot of nutrition, and that is kale. And we're not growing kale for calories as much as we are nutrition. And when it comes to calories per acre, you're looking at about 3.5 million calories per acre for kale. So it's one of our less calorie dense plants for our property. Some of the plants we're growing, we are really growing to get adequate calories. This one we're growing to have incredible nutrition. And one of the things about brassicas, you have things like Brussels sprouts, cabbage, kale. And the trouble with these things, if you all grow them together and let them go to seed at the same time, their pollen will mix, and the next year you have no idea. You're going to have a franken plant next year. And so for me, I want to grow just one of the brassicas and allow them to grow to seed at one time. And so for me, in general, kale's one of the easiest of the brassicas to grow, and it's probably the highest in nutrition of all the brassicas. And so for that reason, that's a crop that I want to be growing in my 11 most important foods. Now on to number 8, and that is beets. And why do I pick beets? Beets, number 1, are very nutritious. We know that they can help with blood flow in our bodies. We know that they've been shown scientifically to enhance our athletic performance, so they're phenomenal. You can store them all the way until your new crop comes in the next year. And some beets are very rapid growing, so you may get them in 50-some days. Other beets, like the mammoth mango beets that I've grown in the past, I love these. These are the best tasting beets. Some people just grow them for their animals, to feed to their animals, but why would you do that when they taste better than any beet I've ever had in my life? They're super, super sweet, super, super tasty. So you can have the quick ones so that you can quickly get them if you need the food. And if you have a longer season, you have the time period, you have 100 days, you can grow some of these giant ones. Beets are really a double time plant because not only do they give you great nutrition, but they're giving you upwards of 10 million calories per acre. So these are just one of these phenomenal plants that store well, great for your brain. They're just good all around. Number 7 is one of my favorite plants to grow, and that is sunflowers. And the reason sunflowers are so great is because you're getting a nut-like plant. It's a seed, obviously, but it's like having a nut tree. If you can't have nuts grow fast enough in one season, you can have an incredible harvest of sunflowers. They're a beautiful plant to grow. I mean, you just love walking by them every day, and they're an easy plant to harvest. You can just cut the head off and let it dry in your basement if you don't have time to dry it out right on the plant outside. And these ones don't have massive amount of calories per acre. It's about 5.2 million, but not too shabby, obviously doing quite well. So that one is sunflowers. On to number 6, and that is growing fruit trees, perennials. And now you say, well, why? Well, there's a number of reasons. One of them is how many calories per acre that you can get. You notice that peaches can get maybe 8 million calories per acre. Apples can get 9 million calories per acre. Pears can get 10 million calories per acre. They're up there with the beets. And another thing that we're talking about in the midst of this is not only do they have great nutrition, which they do, they'll help you get some calories. And by the way, they are not a weight-gaining food. Look at people who just eat fruit, and they're the skinniest people in the world. But the thing is, you can dry it so that you can have it all season. There's apples that can last upwards of a year. If you buy the Evercrisp apple, it's phenomenally tasty. And if you keep it in cold storage, you're going to have that thing potentially until the next year when you harvest again. Or you can can it. There's so many benefits, and who doesn't like fruit? Number 5 is something that is potentially beneficial to your soil, and it is also good for you, and that is beans. And beans are phenomenal because you can have something like, well, if you have rice, we're not growing rice in this situation, but you could do amaranth in beans. Grains mixed with the beans are incredibly nutritious together anyway. They give you typically what's called a whole protein. And so as you do this, beans are something that also have great storability. Some of the foods we have, we want to make sure that you can store them for long periods of time. And that's one of the benefits to beans. They're also very, very easy to grow. They do take some effort to shuck off the little shells that come on them. One of the things you can do is you can put them in a pillowcase and just beat it on the ground. And then typically they break off. And then you just have to get rid of the debris. You should be good to go. When it comes to calories per acre, beans are not one of the highest at all. They're 2.3 million for something like pinto beans, or if you want soy, 5.6 million calories per acre. And I know someone saying, no, that'll cause men to have too much estrogen, or the research actually shows that's not true. That's not true at all. I have actually a video on that if you want to watch it. And the research shows that women who consume more actually have less breast cancer. Number 4 is one that I love for storability, and it's a strange crop that gives you 2 different foods in one plant, and that is the squash. And why do I say that it has 2 different harvests in one plant? That's because in squash, you not only have what we standardly think of the meat, the flesh of the squash, that when they're nice and sweet are scrumptious, but you have a secondary food inside of them, which is the seeds, right? And so the seeds are phenomenal to give you plenty of, fat and protein. And the flesh itself is something that is going to give you a wonderfully healthy carbohydrate. By the way, they're one of the best weight loss foods out there. The flesh of a squash, they're super good for you. Some of them can store for 1 to 2 years by just sitting in your kitchen table. All you have to do is cure them in the sun for a little bit, bring them in, and they're good to go for 1 to 2 years. You can be cooking them, you can be still eating the seeds 1 or 2 years into doing it. So if you have a bad year, you may still have some squash left over from the year before. Incredible. Right now, one of the things I'm trying to do is grow every variety of squash that can last 1 to 2 years. And I'm trying to find the ones that taste the best and have the best storability. And if you want to learn more about that, I'm making a video series on that. at our website. You're going to want to check that out. And number 3 is a crop that maybe you've never grown before, maybe you've never even tasted. And it is, fascinatingly enough, it is indigenous to the United States. It is the Jerusalem artichoke. This is not my favorite food when it comes to flavor. It tastes okay. You may have heard of the other name that people call them. It's artichoke with an F in front of it. And that's because it's what they said in the 1600s. It's very windy. Today we would say it causes a lot of gas. And it might. Some people actually find that their digestion does better when they consume Jerusalem artichoke, and other people find that it causes them a lot of gas. So you're going to have to try it out for yourself. But why do I say that Jerusalem artichoke is one of the most important plants? Number 1, it's because it has an incredible amount of calories per acre. It is one of the top 3 in my list, and it can get upwards to 12 to 15 million calories per acre. Even the United States government, when they had been studying plants during wartime, they have said when war and famine afflict humanity, the question is always asked, why don't people grow more Jerusalem artichoke? Because all the way back in the 1600s, in the 30-year war back in Thuringia in Germany, one of the things they discovered was that people who survived were living off Jerusalem artichoke, meaning it had just gotten there either in the late 1500s or early 1600s. This is before they had even had the potato really in that area. Also, this is something that can stay in the ground all winter long. So you can either harvest it in the fall, or you can leave it in the ground, and anytime you need to dig it up, you just go out in your yard and dig it up. You can either lay some ground cover over it, some leaves and such to give it a little insulation, or not, but it just gets harder once the ground is frozen. But this is a plant that is super easy to grow. It grows itself. The only trouble is it's hard to get rid of once you've got it. And one final point is that for you who maybe like me, you have poor soil, and I want to have it better and better every year. But even if you have poor soil, the great thing about Jerusalem artichokes is that they can grow in just very, very poor soil. Now, number 2 in our 11 most important crops to grow is a crop that I'm growing not as much for nutrition as it is for calories. And you may say, Chad, I don't want too many calories. I'm going to gain weight. No, 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 no. This is very unlikely to make you gain weight when you eat it in its whole form. But it is a necessity to have plenty of calories in difficult times. And that crop is corn. And corn has one of the highest yields of all plants. Fascinatingly, when we look through history, we never had corn in Europe throughout history until basically the 1600s. They got it from the New World, and a lot of the New World plants like Jerusalem artichoke, corn, and our final crop that we're going to look at all come from the New World. And they happen to grow way more calories per acre than the Old World plants. The great thing about corn, and I don't grow sweet corn, I grow grain corn so that you can make things like cornbread or polenta. You could grow Johnny cakes, these kinds of things. And so this is a plant that dries right on the plant itself, so you don't have to do any special drying for it. You just harvest it. You do have to, once it's dried out, you do need to get it off the cob. And corn can get, as we see, 15 million calories per acre if you have very high nitrogen soil. And now on to our final crop, and that is, well, potatoes. But it's 2 kinds of potatoes, even though they're not even related to each other. That's the sweet potato and the regular potato. And I say that because some people in the South sometimes struggle with potatoes, and sometimes people in the North struggle with sweet potatoes. But either one of them is a phenomenal crop to grow that is super nutritious. Throughout history, there have been people who lived completely off of potatoes in difficult times. I have a video talking about that. But also sweet potatoes. There's a culture in Papua New Guinea that eats 90% of their calories come from the sweet potato. There was a time in Okinawa where they would eat nearly 70% of their calories in the sweet potato, and they became one of the longest living groups of humans in history. So sweet potatoes are incredibly healthy, incredibly nutritious, and which one stores better? Well, it kind of depends on what variety you have. I have had better success with my sweet potatoes storing. You can get through the hunger gap with a good sweet potato. I have them stored right now all the way from last year's harvest, and we're already planting this year. And so this is a great plant for storage if you have the right variety. And you can also find great varieties of potatoes. The potato itself may get upwards of 15, some states might even get 20 million calories per acre. That is unbelievable. And since it's a crop that you can live off of nearly exclusively, this really, to me, these two crops are some of the most important crops to grow. Now, sweet potatoes, you may not get as many calories per acre, 7.8 million calories per acre, but what they don't make up in calories, they make up in both nutrition and taste, especially if you get the Japanese variety. The Murasaki variety, oh man, those things are heavenly. I could eat them every day. I really think I could eat them every meal and not get sick of it. But I'm like that. I just absolutely love them. You can bake them and turn them into chips, or you can just bake them and keep them nice and soft, and they are wonderful either way. You don't need anything on them. I add a little bit of salt, and that's just it. They taste phenomenal. So those are the 10 most important crops for me that I grow, and you may find some of the very same benefits. If there's a crop that you think, oh, I think you should have put this one in, share it in the comments section down below. I would love to hear about it. Now, if you haven't seen my video on corn and the benefits of growing corn, why it's so important, it's right here. You do not want to miss this video.
Like you
Awesome.
said, if people would just grow a garden, do trees, who would starve in this world? You know what I mean? You don't have to rely on corporate. I agree with you.
Yeah, just rely on nature. That's what it's all about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even just what's there already without having to do anything. I survived since May up till I came here, which I think was in end of August or September. I can't remember now. It's a bit of blur. Whenever Fruity, shortly after Fruity left. Over 80% of what I ate was wild foraged, and only some of that were the little pockets that I make my little gardens out there and stuff like.
That's what I have to get to know the plant. Well, I get the book, so I'll reference that with the book. You know what I mean?
Right. Let me tell you, it doesn't get better than that. If there's something that's growing in the wild, there's a reason. Because it's resilient. Doesn't get better than ingesting resilience in its raw, purest form. If you are what you eat, if you are what you eat.
Well, if you would have said something when we first met, hey, eat some dandelion, leaves, I tell you, you're freaking nuts.
I'm sure.
But I'll tell you what, they are delicious. And I also buy that kale. What he was talking about tastes just like cabbage. And is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And you can do all these with the smoothies that you do as well.
I'll have to play around with that then.
Yeah, play around with it, mix it up, change it up, have fun with it. Variety is the spice of life. That's the fun part about it. And it never seems to get old. Since I started doing that, not one salad has ever been the same. And not one smoothie.
Well, we went to the store 2 days ago. What was it, 2 days ago? When I started feeling better.
Mm-hmm.
Today's what? Thursday, yeah, because you do want to go. Thursday, went to the store, and I got kale. I got beets. I wish it was home, grown, but, there's nothing I can do about it right now. But my turn will come. And like I said, they didn't have no dandelions. They ran out again. So it's not the season for them.
Yeah. It's definitely out of season for we're at the time of the year right now where humans not living where they are meant to live is incredibly obvious. The more struggle you have to get access to what you need from the nature itself is the more showcase that you're not where you should be in terms of actual physical location. This is what makes it obvious from a logical point. This is why, this is how it becomes obvious that we were meant to live in a subtropical environment where it's the climate is tempered and mild for us. We don't have big fur coats like polar bears do. And just to reverse the ideology behind it, you put a polar bear in Florida and it's not going to do too well and probably die, right?
Right.
So human beings are the reverse. We are not, our anatomy is fit for subtropical, close to tropical environments where there's an abundance of natural wild fruits and veggies, herbs. We're herbivores. And that's where we thrive and do the best. And if you can think about it, in an environment like that it's ideally suited to us, everything falls into place. We hardly need any shelter from the elements. We hardly need to put any effort into growing what we need because it grows on its own abundantly in those environments. So if anything, the only thing we really have to do is go for a swim, and when you're hungry, go pick some berries off the bush. That's most of what your day consists of when you are living in the proper environment that we are meant to live in. Time for a nap? Don't even need to go in the house. Just grab a towel and go take a nap on the beach or on the lawn or whatever,
I'd rather go to your camp, nudie camp.
Right. So of course, even me up here right now, that's mostly I do the snowbird thing, right? Because I understand that, and I was traumatized from winter pig winters, anyways. But this year I'm doing things a little bit different. I'm actually weathering it out here for this winter, which is interesting. And seeing how that goes, and then it'll be a transition with Fruity here right back into where we started at the beginning of last year again, right into the Class A, right into the wild and foraging again, right directly back into that.
Damn, you guys got some
interesting turn.
You guys got some big trees in Canada. My God, the pictures you showed me.
Yeah, especially over here.
Out. We got midgets over here.
Those are right. Those are literally over 1,000 years, 1,500 years. Some of them.
Damn. You sure don't need a driver? Yeah, it's quite an eye opener. I'll tell you that, Nude. You really opened my eyes.
Well, that's what I do. And it's interesting when you see it, right? Like that too has been part of the indoctrination. We've been somewhere along the lines, because think of the hardship we would have had to endure to actually make it to a climate without technology, to make it to a climate and live to survive and thrive in the climate that's not fit for ourselves. Wintry, without clothes like that, without jackets, and had to figure out how to make that and all that kind of stuff. So we definitely are. A lot of humans are very much out of their natural element as far as environment goes, and that's a lot to do with the indoctrination. What better slave that I can have again when I can take the species that I want to enslave, or some of the species, out of their natural environment and place it in a synthetic environment and get it dependent on the technology to function that way, and never knew that it was synthetic environment to begin with. There are people to this day that are born in wintry season and don't know what a true summer. Never mind a full year of that. And have no idea how to function like that, even though that's totally their nature.
That's why people are going to panic. As soon as the government stops the food,
right?
They're going to panic.
Right. So absolutely, that was by design, right? So the more dependent I can get you on these superficial things, the more I got you by the balls. And the more I get you to have yourself by the ball. All I have to do is say boo and you'll jump.
Oh, yeah. How high? Just give me food.
Right? That's it. So, and again, though, it's not the responsibility of your oppressor to tell you that you're being gaslit and to tell you what you need to do about that. And of course, your oppressor wants you to sit there and be all disheartened and sad about it and continue to live the same lifestyle as if they have any responsibility for you. Because the longer you do that, the longer they're still significant in your life and the longer you're still oppressed by them. That's how that works.
I don't know how they can live with themselves, honestly.
Well, I don't know how indoctrinated people who want to be spoon fed can live with themselves. I don't get it.
I don't think they know, Guru. I didn't know. I mean, it was right there in front of me, like I told you. I had no idea until you said something, and it dawned on me. My grandfather. What he did, my grandmother, and then went, wow, and that that changed my mind too, right then and there.
The not knowing part is what's difficult for me to fathom, because even though I didn't know the ins and outs of the how to, I still knew that I never wanted somebody to do my laundry for me for the rest of it.
Which makes sense,
I still knew that I wanted to learn how, even when I didn't know how. You know what I'm saying? And my instincts told me, wait a second here. Every single ounce of this man-made constructual system that people are functioning and relying on is a dead-end turn for me. This can't be the only way. My entire instincts told me that there's something wrong with this. I listened. I listened to those instincts. That's what I did. I don't understand people who don't.
Well, again, I didn't know about YouTube. About how I went through YouTube, and I didn't know all this information was out here. I
Right.
had no idea. I just looked through, the cops. That's all. First Amendment auditors, and that was it.
Right.
So I decided to get into my own StreamYard, and then I met you, and then you said, "Well, yeah, it's all out there. Just look around." I went, "Oh, really?" And that's when I started doing it. I went, "Damn, man, you got to be kidding me! It was out here all this time, didn't know it."
Right. Right. That's the thing. The reality is, I intuitively knew that it was there, but I didn't know what it was. I just knew that I was going to find it. But the reason why I found it is because I looked. That's how I found it.
As I'm doing now.
As you're doing now, right? And as you're interested with sincerity, and that's what it takes. And that's what you'll find. The discovery is that, holy shit, was there, but my interest was zero. So it doesn't matter if it was in front of me the whole time. If my eyes are shut, I can't see what's in front of me. And that's what I'm saying. That's why, back to the thing we were talking about earlier, it's a waste of time to want to show somebody what an apple looks like if they're not interested in opening their eyes. And trying to claw their eyelids open with your fingers is not a healthy way to do the procedure. We have to let people walk their own path, right?
Well, when I first started out, I was hurt like crazy. Couldn't get people to hear me, until you just explained to me, just,
they have their fingers in their ears.
Yeah, or ignore the ignorant people, So that's what I've done, and it's worked for me.
Yeah, and it saves you from hardship, right? Because if you have that expectation, you're just going to continue to spin your wheels and get disheartened. And then eventually people quit. I see a lot of people who have a lot of potential that could be used and a lot of drive, right? They want to be proactive and they want to, do some positive things. But then it gets coupled with this expectation that they have, and they find out the reality is that the reality is not in line with their expectation at all. And then they get disheartened and they don't last too long. I've seen it happen over and over and over again. And that's a waste, and I think I can be helpful in that by helping people realize, wait a second, just realize that your expectations need to be in line appropriately with how nature works. If you do that and also set yourself right, holy, then you'll just get fueled by whatever the outcome is because you're just doing what you need to do anyways and enjoying the ride. If you can do that, it'll be a way of life till your last day.
Yeah. Well, if I didn't talk to you, I would have been one of the people just, oh, to hell with it, you know?
Probably,
Yeah, I
yeah.
would have. Oh, yeah, I know I would have, you know, but since you talked to me and I don't care anymore. It's me. It's strictly me. If people want to hear me and, it's out there for free. It's not
Right.
the best videos in the world because I'm not going to spend the money because I know I'm not going to be on here very much longer because what's going to happen to us? You know what I mean?
Right. And it's not about, the production or whatever. And I do that for the art because it's fun and free. That's her passion, right? So because we can. But if I didn't know how to do that stuff, I wouldn't waste an ounce on that and sacrifice the message and the content. It's the content that's the gold.
We got a couple of people here. Why don't you show me some of your content? Could you do that for me?
Sure. What would you like to see?
Start from the beginning a little bit. Just show them what you got so people know what to look for, and that'll be $5. No, go ahead.
You're gonna charge me to showcase my content. I like this country. How does it work? I want to learn your ways here. Boy, am I going to be rich if that works.
I'm trying. That's why I'm broke. Excuse me.
All right. Well, what I'll do just to start with
All right, I'm going to
is,
keep quiet. I'll let you talk. Go on.
well, you can be with me for this. Let me just start with showcasing a couple preludes to things coming up. Oh, here's I wanted to make a little bit of a thing, and I was practicing a bit on it on this stream as kind of a I don't know really what to call it, a nude guru mission statement or something along the lines. And I don't want to make a quote out of it, but I'll probably use sort of the theme of my quotes. So these are all work in progresses, but I think this one is about as close as it can get. So what do you think about this? I have absolutely zero interest in waking even one person up, let alone the masses. However, I have a profound enthusiasm to assist in the facilitation process with anyone who chooses to embark on their own wake-up journey and are ready to take proactive responsibility in their lives.
Like it. I do like it.
That's what I'm here to do.
I like the name of that, Nude's Mission. I like that. Sketchy.
Yeah, something like that.
I do like that.
And for anybody who's listening to this, let me elaborate further. I didn't come here to make friends. I didn't come here to entertain people. That's not what this is about for me. While I'm doing what I'm doing, however, that's part and parcel along the way. Having fun and definitely making some friends and allies, and that's just part of the journey. But that's not my objective here. And I think a lot of people might be confused by that because of what YouTube's all about and what you see everywhere else. So let me be clear about that. I didn't come here for any of that stuff. I came here simply to offer a service. A free service. A philanthropic service, even if you want to call it that. But a real one. Not a Bill Gates philanthropic or elitist philanthropic agenda that has some sort of profiteering motive behind it or what. What we've been doing here on this stream tonight and for a couple years now, and some other streams, places that I've been as well. Simply just to showcase proactive tools, resources, and solutions for people who are ready to walk the walk and take matters into their own hands with their lives and be proactive about their lives. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help if I can in the process of that, the facilitation process, to bring wisdoms, truths, understandings, resources, how-to guides, whatever it takes for people to have a better chance at being fruitful in walking the self-reliant path, and also curve the time, the learning curve time that I had to go through, and many other people had to go through as well, to do the research that I did and they did, so that especially times being where they're at right now, with the agendas that are going on that most of us know about, time is of the essence, and all of us being born indoctrinated, this information and what I'm referring to here, the education, is all stuff that really we ought to have had somewhat of a mastery at by the time we were about 10 years old. How to forage, what to look for, to know what not to go near, what's more medicinal, what's more sustaining for yourself as a food source, and so on and so forth. How to forage, how to harvest, how to collect, how to grow gardens, how to make your own food forest, permaculture principles, how to self-reliant for very extravagant shelter that are incredibly robust, that would put your little corporate shitbox, not meant to really last more than 10 years, to shame, and how to do that where you're not tongue and bootstrapped to the current monetary system, or at least to the least degree possible, so that you actually truly remove yourself on your own 2 feet. You actually remove the shackles around your ankles so that you can stand on your own 2 feet. That's what I'm here to do. I'm gonna help to share the information that I discovered on my own journeys. I've done a couple expeditions worldwide, and I'll be going on another one this year to look for communities of people in all different places who live a more self-reliant lifestyle, whatever degree that they do, away from your corporate world and governments and so on and so forth, and be amongst them, gain the wisdom from them, learn what's working for them, what their struggles with are, and take the wisdom, and then not only have access to them as I please, because they're very much open to that, and it's a fluid thing, but also I'll get to do my thing as well, because I'm a part of nature as well, taking that the information and doing something with it on some different lands or with different people. And I've done that for a lot of years. And so this is about freedom. So I call my project the Freedomist Project. Fundamentally, it's about freedom. Of course, that's a subjective word, and a lot of people will have, oddly enough, a problem with that word or whatever, but that's okay. That's how freedom works. You're free to do so. But this is about, again, freedom in a certain context. The context that I'm referring to is the benefits that you get from being self-reliant, the freedom that comes with that, the increased awareness that you get with that, the health that you get with that, the physical, mental, and spiritual, emotional healing benefits and potential benefits as things that were meant to happen come to life, and a whole bunch of other beautiful, wonderful, divine things that you get to experience when you walk on this path. So that's fundamentally what I'm here to do. I'm here to help people, teach people, sure, guide people. And so my journey of doing so, it's also a additional learning curve and growth for myself as well. This mission that I'm on, if you want to call it that, has been something that I had a knowing of, if you will, since I was very young. I had this kind of knowing that I would going down this path somehow at some point in life. And I guess you could say that this is just a continuation of that knowing. a continuation of that journey, if you will. What I'm doing here on the forefront in the public view using the internet is actually an extension of things that I've already done in my private. And to protect myself, you won't see the man behind the curtain, and it's irrelevant. You don't need to know the man behind the curtain, and you won't see those things or where they are, and that's for the protection of them. But what you will see is the flourishment of the same things happening through the Nude Guru personification, if you want to call it that, and the Freedomist Project. So all those things are being taken to the forefront through the internet and into the real world as well, and doing it again through that personification, so that all you corporate people who want to work your way out of the corporate stranglehold can have a much more solid chance and foundation to draw from to do so, rather than having to do the expeditions and figure it out like I did. Because I get that, living in the corporate world and being chain strapped is difficult, especially if you got a family. There's a lot of decisions that I made in my life that were afforded me much more time and capacity to do things that most of the people who are working the cogwheel life don't get to be afforded to do. I had a lot of time and resources to be able to do these types of things and pursue this type of lifestyle. And I get that most of these people who are in the rat race don't have that same backbone, because they haven't learned and applied the things that I did. So that was my aim, to put something together for people that could consolidate all of that information and simplify it. That people who are looking for it, even in the cogwheel, who are very bootstrapped and time constricted or run down or whatnot, we could remove the barriers to access and the excuses as well that people had, so that at the end of the day for it, it just came down to a simple choice that people can make. If you want it, it's here. If you don't want it, to keep going in your life. That's it. But it's totally up to you as an individual. There's no excuses in a way. And everything that I pursue is all free of charge. I have absolutely zero monetary interest for any of the stuff that I'm doing here. I'm not here for that. I'm here simply just to share the information and knowledge freely. I'm of the mind that knowledge and wisdom is not something to be hoarded, and the more that is propagated, the more everybody can benefit from it. And I've seen the benefits of doing that firsthand, time and time again. So I'm continuing to be an example of that, and that will always be the way. That being said, money is mostly not in the equation. It is to some degree, because people are still, again, tied in. So it was an interesting challenge trying to figure out, well, how do we get people into transitional states? And for that, there's all kinds of solutions that I came up with and tried different experiments. Some of them worked, some didn't work, and some of them work fantastic. And the ones that work exceptionally well, those are the ones that we focus on them. And that's both in real world and online as well. So that's about it in a nutshell for what I'm up to. And anybody's welcome to be a part of it. The only thing that I ask is that you have a sincerity towards it. I'm not interested in wasting time or spinning wheels with people who are into the bullshit and want to just distract and be an agent of distraction or chaos to what's the word for that? And you I'll just call it derail. Derail from the focus. So anybody who has that mindset, we don't tolerate or accept that around here. We're very short. And again, this is Rights for Vets channel that currently at this time I'm working with. Rights is on his own path as well. and I'm helping to facilitate that. We've been working together for a couple years as well, and made some tremendous progress. And he's going to be making this coming year quite an awesome lifestyle change coming up that he's looking to document and showcase everything that is how to as going through that. So that's great. So everybody can learn from that. And while that's going on, at some point, I'll be also opening up my own directional focus, expanding off of this with my own channel and a variety and multitude of different platforms, all in one shot. As well, the website hub is a work in progress. And that's a big topic, so I won't really get into all the ins and outs of it, but it's just in a nutshell, it's a place, a resource hub that people come and gain access to the information that I'm talking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free. Gain access to materials, how-tos, guides, so on and so forth, proactive resources, opportunities for people to connect and network with each other, make some magic happen from around the world, and a whole bunch of other goodies freely available for people who really want to sincerely go down this path. So that's all that I ask, is that anybody who wants to participate in any way, bring sincerity to the table, please. And we'll welcome that with open arms. Sincerity met with a good positive attitude, open-mindedness, and we like to have fun here. As you can see, we like to joke around and be open and be loose with our words and not have to worry about walking on eggshells. You know, we can just feel what freedom really is around here. Freedom in a self-regulated way. So that's what it's all about. Let me showcase here a couple of quotes of the day. To anybody who doesn't know, I do a quote of the day, but I haven't really been focusing on them lately again because I had a lot of stuff going on lately with Fruity coming back and getting things settled and other focuses for the project. So, and this is all the stuff that anything that is available right now is all preliminary to the project. So it goes in and out. I shouldn't really call it a quote of the day. I should probably call it a quote every other day or a quote of the whenever Nude feels like it type of thing. But sometimes they're daily for quite a long time. There'll be a few weeks coming up here where they're consistent. So I have a subscription-based thing. If anybody wants to access that, you can go to the website, and I put the link to that website in the chat earlier. I'll put it in again shortly. And oh yeah, to expand on that, I have a pre-launch project website that I made that showcases all the ins and outs of what the project is about. And also it gives anybody who is interested in it the ability to stay informed and current and up to date to where we are at with the project. So I'll put the link again in chat shortly. Feel free to go check it out. And when you're there, the first thing that'll pop up is a thing that asks you if you want to subscribe to the quotes of the day by email. And so if you do that, you'll get the quotes sent to your email whenever I send them out. And in addition to that, you'll be notified by email. I keep people current and up to date through there as well. So you'll be on the list if you so wish. Feel free to do that. And feel free to check out the other ins and outs of the website hub as well to get a more thorough understanding of all the different parts of the project. It's quite elaborate. It's very holistic. It covers quite a wide range of things. It's a lifestyle. Self-reliance is a lifestyle that covers everything top to bottom of of everybody's lives and what we choose and do it significantly impacts the outcome. So it's a little bit dated as well. Even the pre-launch site, it probably needs a bit of work just to get updated. So we'll probably, Fruity and I will probably do that in the next coming several weeks here. And then after that, it's just back to full stream, finishing the hub so that it's ready. I'm pretty confident that this coming year, we got about 3/4 of the way on it last year. We got about a quarter left to go to put it all together. So I don't see any reason. But again, I don't want to put time on it because I need to take my time with it, and I am taking my time with it. It needs to be done right, and it's not a simple thing. There's a lot of energy and effort that is going into the psychology behind it to make it as fine-tuned and simple for people as I can possibly get it, so that the information and the educational value gets across as effectively as I can possibly make it, and so that as many people as I can have a true chance to benefit from it. So these things take time, and that's why I make no commitment of time when it's going to be ready. That being said, however, while that's being put together, we are the Freedomist Project. What we're doing here is the Freedomist Project. Everything that we've done, everything that I showcase is the Freedomist Project, and you all are the Freedomist Project if you want to be a part of it already at this point. Everybody's having access to me. We can talk about things, and while things are being put together, if you need some help on something, or you want some help, or you want some assistance, or just some advice, or some directional focus, or whatnot, anything, feel free to bring it to attention, and we can work on it together. There's many people already that I've helped, Rights being one of them, quite a number of people, in addition to what I do in my private life, philanthropy-wise. And there's definitely room at the current for some more of that as we speak, even with the focus of the project going on. I'll put the queue out if I ever get a little inundated and I need to, work with that balance. But at the moment, there's quite a fair bit of room for assistance to anybody who wants it. So feel free. I'm easily approachable and easygoing to work with. I am, however, bluntly stern when it comes to no excuses and truth. So if you're going to go on more of a distance path and want my assistance, then it would be prudent and important to realize that you will be presented a mirror, a big mirror, so to speak, with many lights around it, so that you are having the best chance to actually see what you need to do to take responsibility for that. So again, it's that sincerity thing. If you're sincere about it and you want to go the distance, then be ready to embrace blunt truth and take that with you so that you can have the best standing chance to be successful. So other than that, I'm blunt with that, but I'm relaxed and easygoing. I don't have a big ego, I don't think that I'm king shit or anything like that. I'm just another human being that is fallible like everybody else. I just made different decisions in life that yielded me different fruitfulness than it did for most of the indoctrinated people. And fair enough, that's just the way that it goes. And so I'm just here to share the results of those choices that I made for anybody else, for anybody who wants to take a look at that and benefit from that. That's all, and have a good time doing that. So if you like that idea and want to be a part of it in your own journey of life, then by all means, feel free to do so. So I'll conclude that sort of introduction thingy, right? Let's look at some of these to be work in progress coming, quotes of the day coming up, shall we?
I'm here.
So, my partner, if you want to call her that, Fruity. I don't know if you want to call her life partner or whatnot. We don't do anything orthodox, and I try and avoid stereotypes and labels. But anyway, there's a girl here from France who's living with me. How about that? And we're very close in a lot of ways. And one of the things that we do is we work on this project together. And she's an artist, and a very good one. And so for these quotes, I'm more the guy who comes up with the quote itself, and she puts her artistic expertise to work behind it. She comes up with the design ideas on the drawings and the back work behind that. And then she brings that back to me, and then I look at it and polish it up, and then they're ready to go. So these are some of the quotes that are not polished and complete yet, work in progresses. But some of the good ones coming up. Want to have a read then for us, Mr. Big Thumbs? Let me guess, you went for a smoke. Mr. Big Thumbs.
Here. Oh, I was talking to you. I was on mute still. Shit. No, I'm on. Yeah. Son of a gun. No, I'm just. Yeah, right. I was going to the window right now.
If I got paid for every time I did that.
Oh my god! That's him talking away. No, I'm right with you. Go ahead and just like I can see anyway.
Are you at your computer?
No, I'm at my bedroom right now.
Oh, okay. I was going to do some.
Watching you through my phone.
Okay, I was going to showcase a couple quotes that Fruity has sent back to me for final polishing.
Before you say anything, I would like to say one thing. The cartoon character that you see on my YouTube, she's the one that did that. Where it says, "What a bunch of bullshit." She almost got my exact look on that thing. That's how good she is, except for the white hair.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Wright's channel here, and actually, Fruity designed this whole thing, including the logo. She did all of this. That's her. I came up with a couple concept ideas, and I threw it at her, and that's what she does. She came back with about 4 or 5 different themes to pick from, and then we chose the best we thought.
She's good. She's good. Both
She
you guys
is
are a good team.
I look at this. Is that not a picture of you or what?
Yeah, that
and
is.
She did that just by looking at an actual still shot that I took when you were on camera for a minute. And so I took a snapshot of that, and then I sent it to her email. She drew you.
She sure did.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. She's good. She's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So just a couple samples of my quotes and a couple upcoming. You having a smoke?
Yeah. Go ahead. You don't need me right now. I can't see anyway. Go on.
Well, no, it's more the value of these goes up when you're reading them like other people would. And also I get to, yeah, I know. It's
okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then also if I get to see if they're sinking in and if how effective they are. That's another
All right,
reason.
I got you. All right, hold on right there then.
Take your time.
One
And
bad
while you're
habit
doing that, as
Uh-huh.
promised, I'll put again my link. I think I'll just go back to the stream itself.
I'll just throw half this shit away there.
Shit here.
All right, I'm coming. Don't expect miracles out there, people. Especially with
And Cromwell, I see that you know all your messages here. We'll catch up with you. We'll get there. Okay. There it is again. My pre-launch website. So feel free to anybody who is interested, go check that out. And you can sign up for the email e-newsletter on there.
And you say this is all for free?
Except for you.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Damn. I knew there was a catch.
Yeah.
All right, I'm coming.
You're paying for everybody. That's why it's free.
Thanks, everybody. I feel so
yeah, of course. Everything is all for free. You know, I have absolutely zero. Money is just not in the equation. I don't rely on money being, but I still access and use it in the sense that it's just another tool in the arsenal bag that I can use at my disposal if I so wish for whatever I wish, and so on and so forth. So I'm all right as far as all that kind of stuff goes. Anyways, that being said, any funding that would require for any people would be their own. You know, like for you, if you want to purchase a piece of land, you're going to have funding for that. But part of the project itself is to showcase different ways that people can even work in the current bullshit monetary system to game the system and well, I shouldn't say no such thing as ethically because the system itself is unethical, but as ethically as you possibly can, and even legally. You know, I never actually even I do everything illegal, but that's because I see that legalities have nothing to do with morality and everything to do with having a ruler over. And so I don't have an agreement for with anybody that they're my ruler. So I don't follow anybody's made up legality. That being said, I know that a lot of people still don't understand that, and they're afraid, and they want to do things at least to the point where they can learn how to not follow rules and be confident about that. And then I get that. So in the meantime, they still don't know how to do that. So they're under the spell of having to follow rules. I have solutions for that too. If you want to still work within the system and use it as a springboard to launch out of the system, we can do that. I have lots of ways, and Rights for Vets will attest to you that we've spent many, many hours of me showcasing different options to him that he can consider, and he's made some moves already, quite a number of moves to do the springboard tactics, and we're making some pretty good headway as we speak.
Okay, I'm here now. Well, you should tell them that corporates do a lot of this stuff too, being dishonest, making money.
Why don't you tell them?
Well, you know more about it than I do. I don't want to ruin it for you. I don't want to scare these people away.
Well, what did you learn about that?
Well, I learned that the corporates are just as crooked as anybody else. You go to the bank and ask for money, and then you get the money. Then you go to the next bank and you ask for a bigger loan, and you pay off the other loan, and just keep the money that you got from the second bank and run.
Now is that actually crooked?
Well, the way I was raised, it would be, but they do it
Right.
too, though. Like you said,
Right. So the truth is,
what's crooked about it? They're doing it. Mm-hmm.
The truth is, there's nothing crooked about it at all. The belief that it's crooked is what prevents people from doing it. See, something doesn't actually have to be crooked for people to not do it. They just have to think that it's crooked, and then they'll be scared to do it. Very interesting. So, of course, that's where the hypocrisy is, right? The very people who are saying, don't do that, don't do this, are the very people who are doing it themselves and getting all the benefits, because the more they can convince you to be afraid to do it, more that's left for them. More pie. If you're afraid to eat the pie, more for me. But the pie isn't crooked. I reckon, though, that the monetary system as a whole, and this is a different conversation, is crooked because it's not necessary for human function. Never was, isn't now, and never will be. Not necessary at all. When I say necessary, I mean when you go to a tree, the tree doesn't charge you 25 cents to pick the apple. Not necessary to function at all with the monetary. None of the rest of the animals do it. Humans do it because they believe they have to do it. They believe that they have to earn a living. That's why they do it. But it's not necessary. It's not necessary to earn a living. But that's a whole nother level of education. Since people are indoctrinated to earn a living and they're working in a system where they feel they and believe that they have to earn a living, then how do we get out of that? Well, if the system is already gamed and rigged and designed to be fuck the system. Oh, but wait a second. When I get thrown in jail? No. You won't get thrown in jail. You won't get thrown in jail you won't even get thrown in jail if you do things illegal, if you do it properly. But I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm just going to talk about working within the legal parameter, the safety net parameter. Not only will you not go to jail, you won't even be looked at with suspicion because you're not doing anything illegal. You're doing everything by the book. What you're doing that's different than most people, however, which might feel odd, is you actually learn the book and you know it. That's what most people don't do. They don't learn the book and they know it. The only thing that they learn is chapter 3, page 4, paragraph 7. Memorize that. That's what they tell you to focus on in your indoctrination camp called school. The rest of the book, it's not for you. Just know that paragraph, pay your taxes, go to work, invest in the stock market, save your money, and be in a hypnosis trance and spell cogwheel for the rest of you. That's what they teach you in school. Be a good, obedient worker bee slave. What I showcase is how you don't have to be. How the rich in the monetary system, how they did it. Not just gaining inheritance, because yes, that's one way. But how the system in itself, as the system itself, the monetary system is a game, and it is. Well, if that's the case, how do you game the system? How is it others are gaming it? And that's what we could talk about. That's what we showcased a little bit with rights, and there's quite a number of different ways to do that legally and illegally. I do them both. I don't care. I really don't give a shit. But don't get me wrong. Don't confuse legal and legalities with ethics. I never myself do anything that is unethical or would propagate the idea for anybody else to do something unethical as well. That being said, things being subjective, somebody else might view something as unethical because they think that it's illegal. And if you don't have enough discernment ability to separate the difference between the two, you're going to have issues, and this is not a place to have a conversation for you until you're willing to be objective enough to have that discernment. I get asked, do you promote pyramid schemes? When I get asked that question, it's coming from an indoctrinated mind immediately. Only an indoctrinated mind will ask that question, because the indoctrinated mind does not realize that the monetary system itself and the entire corporate A hierarchy is a pyramid. If you're going to operate in the monetary system whatsoever, there is no getting out of pyramid scheme. It is a pyramid scheme. And in fact, not only is it a pyramid scheme, it is a Ponzi scheme. And there's a difference between the two, right? Do you know what the difference between a pyramid scheme and a Ponzi scheme is?
I thought they were both.
They're not. That's the indoctrinated mind, thinking that they're both. That's what most people think, but they're not. A pyramid scheme is, let's have a business. And the business consists of a CEO at the top, shareholders on the side at the top, a CEO underneath them, who is the secondary position to take instructions, to give directives down to the managers who are underneath the CEO, the head managers, then down to the sub or swing managers underneath the head managers, and then down to all the employees and the staff underneath them. That is a pyramid scheme. And in that hierarchy, the pay grade, that's why they call it a pay grade. It's because it's a pyramid scheme. The higher you up you are in that pyramid scheme, right, the more you get paid. If you're at this lower, typically, right, the lower staff level is the ones who get paid slave labor wage, right? You start to work your way up into management, you start to get paid a little better. You become the CEO, you get paid probably pretty good, typically. If you're a shareholder, well, as long as your business is doing well, you're the king. That is a pyramid scheme. A Ponzi scheme, is that clear? Right?
Right. I got you.
Okay. A Ponzi scheme is something entirely different. A Ponzi scheme is where, let's say I want to start an investment fund. And the investment promises you to get a return of some kind on your investment. Let's say I'm opening up an investment fund of $10,000. You invest with me $10,000, and I will give you 5% return every single month on that $10,000 for as long as you don't withdraw your 10,000 principal. And to get the that's the basis for the starting. And now the next step, I have to come up with that 5%. Where am I going to get that 5% to pay you every single month once you gave me that 10,000 investment? Well, if I'm performing a service that is bringing in revenue of some kind, fresh revenue, then I'm legitimately making an income that's outside. You made an investment into a business, and now I'm generating a revenue from that business. That would be a legitimate investment opportunity that isn't a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme, however, does this. You invested 10,000 with me, and rather than me doing a legitimate business to generate revenue, I promote the investment to other people. And when they invest with me, I take a portion of their investment and I give you your 5% with that investment money that they gave. And then I invoke new investors after that, and their money comes in, and I use that to give those second people their payment of 5%. That's a Ponzi scheme. At some point, if you run out of new investors coming in, because it's only reliant on new investors and nothing else, the whole thing topples. That's a Ponzi scheme. Is that clear?
I understand. I remember you saying this before. Now I do remember this. Yes.
Right.
There is
Okay.
one thing. There's one thing you should tell people,
Mhm.
so they know. Because I know it's in their mind. Because I know it's in my mind right now. When you get a loan and you go to another bank, you don't have to pay this money back. They can't come after you either. They can't take anything of yours.
That's right.
Not your
That's
car,
right.
not your house. But there's a way of doing it. Go on.
There
I just want to
is.
make sure. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll put that on the side shelf for a moment, and we'll come back to that, and I'll explain that. That's a very good direction to talk about.
Good teacher.
Uh,
had Had a good teacher.
Yeah, you'll have to give me his business card. Okay, so understand the monetary system itself is a Ponzi scheme. And if you understand what a Ponzi scheme is, from what I just explained, then you put that depiction in a picture on the monetary system and things will start to make sense. And the reason why the monetary system is a Ponzi scheme is because the money is being printed out of thin air without any true backing to it. And the only value that's being placed on it is the projection of people's labor generations down. That's what's backing the value of the money. And so people are making a bet that people are going to produce in the future. And based on that bet, people are buying and selling and trading notes with each other based on that projection. That is the only thing that gives value to those piece of paper notes. And it's all just a belief. Nothing. And so the way that the banks can and the way that money can come into circulation is two ways. Number one, when the government needs to take out a loan, because the government can't print its own money. Did you catch that? Did you catch what I just said, Rights?
Mm-hmm.
The government can't legally print its own money.
That's why they have the Federal Reserve, right?
Right. Government used to be able to, but the government signed their rights to do so over to the Federal Reserve, a separate private entity that is not the government, to handle the affairs of the monetary system. And hence the creation of fiat money was born. And so now the government has to, and this is how it started, to get money into circulation in the beginning, the government had to borrow from the Federal Reserve. Well, where did the Federal Reserve get its money from? Do you have the answer?
They printed it.
Right. Out of nothing. They just printed it. They just made it. They are the creator of the money. So they created the money, and in this day, it's just digital, not even actual. Yeah, paper hasn't been for a long time. And they literally shipped it over to the government. Here you go. Millions of notes, millions of cut up pieces of paper with green ink on it. But there you go. And then you have to pay it back with interest. Here's the problem. In order to be able to pay back the interest, there has to be more money put into circulation to cover the interest, because the interest wasn't put into circulation to begin with. Only the principal was put into circulation. There's your Ponzi scheme number one. So it's not physically even possible, even though it's a scam to begin with, but it's not physically even possible. If somebody loans, if there's zero money in circulation, for example, to start with, let's say it's just me and you, Rights. I'm the Federal Reserve, you're the government, and there's no money yet. And I loaned you $100, and I said at the end of the year, you have to pay me that $100 back and 1% interest. How much money do you owe me at the end of the year?
1 cent.
$1. Okay, 1%.
$1. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I get the wrong
$1.
decimal. Yeah, you're right. $1.
Right. So you owe me $101. But remember, I only, there's no other money in circulation. It's just me and you. And I gave you how much again? How much did I give you?
$100.
100. So where is this other one going to come from?
The workers.
There is no one. No. Again, I only put $100. I gave $100 to you, right? I didn't give you 101. I only gave you $100. I loaned you $100. So how much? If there was zero money to begin with, this is the start of it, and the only amount in circulation is the $100 that I gave you. How much money in total in circulation is there?
What you're saying is, how much do I have to give you? 101. I only got
No.
$100. Where do I get it from?
Right. Where do you get that extra $1 from? If it was never put into circulation.
Oh, if it was never put in.
That's what. Yeah. Understand what I'm saying here.
Oh.
Again.
I'd have to make it
Okay.
up. I'd have to make it up again.
You couldn't. You couldn't. Unless if you want to counterfeit your own money. How are you going to get that $1 if it was never put into circulation? If $100 was the total amount that was put into circulation, how is it possible for you to pay 101 back?
By giving it to the constituents.
No,
loans.
it's not possible, right?
I don't understand it because that's how they're doing it. They're giving to the constituents. The constituents are buying it, taking the money, and then paying interest.
Come back to the example of just me and you here. Just forget all the rest of the stuff and just go with this example. And step one, me and you are the only two people in existence.
Right.
And I represent the moneymaker, and you represent the business. Okay.
Right.
And in order for you to function, you need money. I'm the maker of it. You're the I'm the loaner. You're the loanee. Okay. It's just me and you. There's nobody else in existence, and there's no money yet either. So how much money is there?
100.
No, I just said there's no money yet.
Oh, okay. There's no money.
Right now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I'm trying to get this thing in my head. Okay, go on.
Right. We're going step by step. So at the moment, there's no money yet. We're starting from zero money. Right.
Okay.
It's just me and you, no money. And I'm coming to you and I say, I got a system here, a monetary system. And we're going to start it. And to start it, I'm going to loan you $100. How much money was in circulation before I loaned you that $100?
Nothing.
Nothing. Now how much is in circulation after I loan you that $100?
$100.
Okay. And now I'm saying at the end of the year, you have to pay me back this $100 plus 1% interest.
Dollar. Okay.
Okay. So how much in total do you have to pay me back at the end of the year?
$101.
$101. But once again, how much was put into circulation?
Nothing.
No.
$100.
$100. Right. Mm-hmm. Put $100 into circulation. You have to pay me $100. So again, how much in total right now is in circulation?
It's $100.
100. Mm-hmm. And you owe me how much at the end of the year?
101.
So my question is, where are you going to get this $1 from?
Damned if I know.
Is it possible?
Default. Is it possible?
It's not possible. You said it. You have no choice but to default. Because there's not enough money in circulation to cover the interest on the loan. There's only enough in circulation to cover the loan itself. So it's not mathematically possible to cover the loan and the interest because we never put the interest into circulation. Now, if I put a stipulation on it that says, if you can't pay back this loan with interest, I get to take your house. What happens at the end of the year when you can't pay that 1%?
Take my house. Take my house.
Pretty good deal for me, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more than that $100 more than my house is. Yeah.
Right. Now you got to trade everything for that. No, but I'm going to be your savior. Don't worry, right? I got a solution for you. You can borrow more money next year to cover the interest, and I'll even give you extra money for your expenses to live with, and I'll even lower your interest rate. We'll make it 0.5%. So now I'm going to give you $900 more. Now remember, how much was the amount that we originally put into circulation?
100.
Okay, so now I'm going to give you $900 more. How much do we have total?
1,000.
1,000 in total. I'm going to lower the interest rate to 0.5%. How much interest do you owe me at the end of this year coming up?
I have $51.
1% of 1,000 is $10, isn't it?
Ah, shit. I used to be good in math too.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
1% of 1,000. Yes, so 0.5% would be $5.
$5 plus the
Five.
one I would still owe you.
Right. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
$6.
I'm gonna save you this year, rights. I'm gonna be an angel for you, and I'm gonna be willing to loan this amount for you and reduce the interest rate for you. But you have to promise me that if you don't pay the interest next year, I get to take your house and your dog, because I need to know that you're good for this, right? You
My
got to do
car.
the right thing. You got to pay, and your car at the end of the year. But I'm going to give you this $900, and you can do whatever you want with it. Make a business, make it work for you. And but you just got to pay me that make sure you pay me that half an interest. I'm doing the best that I can for you here. Does that sound like a good deal?
Sounds like I'm getting screwed because I'm going to be right in the same situation.
That's what's going on here. Okay, that's a Ponzi scheme. Now, in addition to that, let's go back to the first 100. Okay, let's just bring it back to the first half when I just loaned you the first $100. Okay. Now, let's say after I lent you the $100, this represents a lot of money in this little skit that we're doing here. It could be worth $1 million. Who knows? But you couldn't possibly spend all that $100 in one day, and you need a safe place to put it. Well, I got a solution for you as well. The solution is this. I'm going to give you a safety deposit box. It's called a bank account. And you can come and I'll keep it safe for you. So you give that $100 back to me and I'll hold on to it for you, and you can draw from it as you see fit. I'll even give you a card that you can use, and I'm going to only charge you a nominal service fee for the privilege of my services to hold on to the money that I lent you to begin with, that you gave back to me to hold on to for. It's going to be like, I will say 1%. How about that?
Jeez, okay.
Okay. So let's say you say that sounds great. And I sell you on the benefits. The benefits are this. You don't have to worry about losing your money. You don't have to worry about it getting stolen. In fact, if something happens and we get stolen from, we're backed by ourselves.
FDIC.
Ourselves, right? We're backed by our own ability to print more money. Well, that's a pretty sure bet, isn't it? So you don't have to worry. You can sleep good at night that your money is going to be there for you. No problem. Now, in addition to that, we're going to write legalities to convince you that this is a legitimate system that gives us the ability to also back up our claim that we can back your money. We're going to take a portion of your money and we're going to make investments into other things with it. 90% of it, we're going to invest in other things that produce income for us. And we're also going to print up to 100 times more money using your money that you gave with us as collateral and surety for that money. And we're going to lend it out to other people, which technically don't exist in our society yet, but let's say they did. That's called fractional reserve banking. That is a Ponzi scheme on steroids. What happens when somebody wants to come in and withdraw their deposit?
They won't have the money there. Not all of it.
Exactly. It topples. Does it make sense now why they give you such a hard time withdrawing and put limits on the amount that you can withdraw?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they do that. Yeah, because if you do that, if too many people withdraw their money too quickly, then the whole thing goes bust. Except they have a solution for that. We'll just print more money. Well, of course, by doing so, you're just furthering the scenario into existence, and you're devaluing the value of that because of the law of supply and demand with inflation. The more of this easy access money that we put into circulation, the easier it is for people to get access to that, and the less that they are going to work. And if people aren't going to work, the less value your money has, because you can't get access to things that you're used to getting access to it because people aren't willing to do the work for it. That's a problem.
So the bottom line is they win anyway because they can take your house, your car, and sell it.
They won by default because you believed and accepted to take their fictional monetary system that was bullshit and used it and believed in it and breathed life into it. That's why they win. Because you're not the one who's printing the money, they are. It's that simple. And they get to print as much as they want whenever they want. Can you?
No, I cannot.
They hold all the cars. They hold everything. In this fictional game that they set up, not in reality. In reality, how many houses can you hold in one hand? Not even
Someone
one.
can have one. No.
Not even one, right? So it's all just in the mind. It's just an illusion. It's a fiction. But in the game, right, which it's just being played in the game, it was checkmate before the first piece was put on the board. It's the ultimate Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme on steroids. So people ask me this question: you promote Ponzi schemes? No, I actually promote seeding from them. But since you're so caught up and stuck and entangled in one, I'm going to at least show you how you can work and game the gamification in your favor so that you can get out of it. And if you're wise and use it smart, you'll get yourself all the way out of it, and you won't be dependent on it and be sucked into the game of inflation where your fictional superficial wealth is robbed from you year after year after year by design. That's what I promote. And some of the techniques in the pyramid scheme are pyramid. You can't get away from that. It's the only shape in a pyramid is a pyramid, so you have to work within that. Bitcoin is a pyramid. Crypto is a pyramid. Fiat is a pyramid. Business is a pyramid. It's all pyramid. So, yeah. When we're talking about working within the system, yes, I do. There's no choice about it. You have to. And that's for anybody who's listening. The more important understanding to come from that is when people ask you promote pyramid schemes, to realize here's the real question. Are you dependent on a pyramid scheme for your livelihood? And is that a healthy position to have a livelihood from? If the answer is yes, you got some learning to do. So,
Well,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, the answer to that right now. Yes, I am dependent on it right now. Hopefully, it won't
Yes.
be in a while. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't
And
like
again,
it. I don't like
right.
it.
Of course. And again, this conversation, the word you is for anybody who's listening, right? And I say you, I'm speaking to the air of anybody who might be here and any future people who are listening to this conversation to take the wisdom from and understand what's going on here. And this is for you. When I'm not talking to rights when I say you, I'm talking to anybody who's listening right now. That's you. Ask yourself this question that I pose you ask. Are you dependent on a pyramid-based and even more so a Ponzi-based scheme for your livelihood? And if the answer is yes, if the answer is I don't know, I suggest you better figure it out. Maybe go back and listen to the example that we just did until it sinks in. Feel free to also hit me up for further elaboration on this. I got videos that explain it much better than I just did. This is all just fly by night off memory here. On a whim that was requested, I don't rehearse any of this stuff. I just understand it. So, I've got lots of documentation as well to showcase this. That's how I learned it. But if the answer is I don't know, then that's the direction you ought to be going in. If the answer is yes, if you understand it, then the next question is that a healthy position to be basing your livelihood? And if you're honest with yourself, it will be obviously no, because you know you're a sitting duck and you're getting your ass. No matter how much superficial wealth you have, it's not a measurement of wealth at all. It's a measurement of insecurity and dependence. $70 billion in your bank account does not represent freedom. It represents an extreme amount of dependency. That's what that means. Permission slips. That's what they are. So understand, if that's the only way of functioning that you know in life, the number one rule of thumb in investing, and life is an investment, if you understand, it's the same thing, is to know the principle and the law of diversification. You need to be diversified in a balanced and healthy way in investments and in your livelihood as well in life. That means know how to function without the monetary system, especially if it's designed as a Ponzi scheme. And some people will be like, well, you know, the older system wasn't a Ponzi scheme, the gold standard. And I reckon that's not true. Even that was a Ponzi scheme. But it was much less of a Ponzi scheme for sure, it seems, than the monetary system and the current fiat system, rather. And regardless, having a cut that is less thick is not the answer. If you want to truly solve the situation here, you have to get at it from the root. And the root is to understand that we just don't need a monetary system at all. We never did. We just don't. You can function perfectly well without a monetary system. All you have to do is cooperate with each other. It just comes down to that. Cooperate with people to do everything that you need to do. Grow food, build shelters, whatever else you want to do. Build technology, roads, doesn't matter. Just cooperate with people. And that takes an understanding that requires more education and practice and skills, because, you know, it sounds so easy the way that I put it. Oh, I just cooperate. Well, what does that actually mean? Well, that means that you learn to cooperate with each other and not fight. You don't compete. You actually cooperate and you actually be productive with each other for whatever your needs is. And you be objective to whatever it takes to do that. In other words, self-govern, self-regulate, self-reliance, self-responsibility. That's what that means. The opposite of what you do in the corporate world. In the corporate world, it's they govern. It's dependency. It's hold others accountable. Everything the opposite. And that's what keeps you entangled and entrapped in it. That's the dependency based. So there you have it. That's the monetary system. And here's a quote here that kind of goes hand in hand with that. It'll be, if you've heard me say this, I even said it in the example here earlier. And Fruity decided to take one of my writings of it. And she said, you say that so many times, I'm going to make a quote of it. So here it is here, if you can see that. Am I on screen share you still? Yeah.
Is this where I
Yeah, this is that's your cue.
That's my cue. When we get this, don't forget to say something about the bank, about getting that loan, how to do a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Because I know people are thinking that, we take the loan, they're going to take my house, going to take my car.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
because that's been the first thing when you talked to me about it the first time, I said, oh, no. You know?
Right.
So, okay, let me get back in here. And we'll start reading here. You sure you want me to read this, eh?
Yes. Yes, please do.
Okay. All right, here we go. The next time you go to the store and buy an apple, remember the tree didn't charge anyone $1.25 to pick it. So, how much for the apple, Mr. Tree? What the fuck? Sounds like me.
That's what it seems like. People would be so confused. They go out into nature. They'd be looking around for after they leave from foraging. Where do I swipe my credit card?
No, it makes sense. It does. Um, I was lucky. Like I said, when I was younger, my grandfather used to do all that stuff, and I remember it. So, and it was free. Pick all you want. Hell, I used to get sick eating so much fruit.
Yeah, the
Or trees,
abundance is crazy, right? It even caters to greed. There's
Yeah.
enough for everyone to be greedy and gluttonous if you want to.
Oh yeah.
You
I get
can.
it. Go on.
We could possibly scratch the surface to the amount of abundance out in the nature, and it just recycles itself. Whatever you consume, right? It's not like it's gone. It comes back because nature is a circular.
The best tree I liked was Golden Delicious. They turn green and they turn gold. After a while. I used to eat them green. Oh, I loved it. Oh. But yeah. And I didn't use a charge card. And the tree didn't say what the fuck.
Well, next time pick the mushrooms next to the tree and it might say what the fuck. We'll see.
I probably won't hear it when he says it. Probably hear, you fool. Have another one. Yeah.
Okay, I'll talk.
Go on.
Yeah. You want me to? I'll talk about the loan thing. Okay, so yeah, here's one of the ways to game and rig the monetary system, the way that a lot of the elite and wealthy do. They you just reverse psychology the Ponzi scheme in your favor until you die, and who cares if you're in debt when you're dead? It's a debt. This is a debt based plan. This particular one. I've got all kinds of different strategies. Strategy, that's the word I'm looking for. This particular one that I'm going to talk about here is a debt-based strategy. So since the Federal Reserve and the banks in cahoots with them are collaborating to produce this money out of nothing and loaning it into existence, well, why not take it? Take as much as they're willing to give. And one of the ways that you can actually, no, in the example that I gave earlier, when I loaned you the $100, I loaned it to you personally, right?
A personal loan.
A personal loan. That's right. So, when I gave you that, I made you sign something personally that said that you're personally responsible to pay it back. And then I also put whatever it was, probably for collateral for surety of the loan, an asset that you had or whatnot. Now, if when I gave you that loan, before I gave it to you, you set up a business, a fiction, a corporate fiction, personification, another being in existence that doesn't really exist, but only on paper, but it's accepted in the corporate world as if it is another person. That's why they call it a person. A foundation that doesn't have the owner tied to it, but you're the beneficiary of the foundation. And then you came to me and you took out the loan and you put the assets from the loan that you acquired in the foundation's name. If at the end of the year I come to collect and you can't pay back the loan, can I take your assets?
No.
And why?
Because I have a foundation. It's not mine. Not mine
because
to give.
the assets aren't yours.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. I can only take what's yours. I made you personally liable. To make it clear, can I go, let's say you have a sister named Peggy. Can I go after Peggy's house because you defaulted on your loan?
She had nothing to do with it. No.
Right. Your foundation is another Peggy. Your foundation has nothing to do with your personal loan. It's a separate person, and it's recognized as a separate person. So, one strategy is to use the Donald Trump method and work the system with credit rating, of course. And you can do this either. I wouldn't do this with even the citizen person. I would actually open up Foundation A, or Trust A, or Business A, or Limited Liability Company A, or whatever, and I would work towards that new person acquiring a credit rating. That new person gets a credit rating and goes to take out a loan for, let's say, $100 or $1,000 or whatever, and makes a few payments back with that money, and increases the credit rating and says, now I want a $10,000 loan, and we'll use the first 1,000 as collateral or whatever the bank is willing to give you. Maybe you don't even need collateral. 10,000. Make some more payments, increase your credit rating even better. Go for a $20 or $25 or $30,000 loan after that. Whatever the banks are willing to give you. Go for several of them, and keep doing that, and get as far as you possibly can with loans. And then what you do with the money is you put you save enough to make the payments while you still need to make the loans. And then you use that money to purchase assets that hold value, such as real estate, a car. And you don't purchase that for you personally, but you purchase that for Peggy number 2, a separate foundation or a separate business that has nothing to do with Peggy number 1 or you, Rights for Vets. And the assets that you purchase with the money that you got from the loan for Peggy number 1, you put as held in trust for Peggy number 2 in Peggy number 2 Foundation, just to put a distance and separation, a corporate veil there. And you rinse and repeat this as far as you can go. And at the point that you max out your capacity for what the bank is willing to give you, dissolve the foundation, let it default, and walk away and enjoy the benefits of Peggy number 2. Open up a new foundation and rinse and repeat.
Meanwhile, you're making money, hands and foot.
Well, they're still making the money. You're just using it and keeping it.
What's I'm saying? The money that you are keeping, they're going to take your house. Big deal. You got another one, but you still got extra cash.
They're not going to take your house because your house is not tied to Peggy number 1. When you purchase
Peggy number 2, okay.
When you purchased the house, you purchased it with the money that Peggy number 1 got, but you put the house to Peggy number 2, so that when Peggy number 1 goes bust, the house has nothing to do with Peggy number 1.
Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, wonder. So what happened to house number 2?
Well, we didn't get that far. We only did house number 1. We only had Peggy number 1, Peggy number 2, and they represent 2 different entities, foundations, or whatever you did, trusts, foundations, whatever. So you made 2 of them.
I see what you're talking about now. Okay, I got it.
Okay, and so Peggy number 1 is a resource entity for yourself. So you're going to get resources through foundational resources, monetary resources. And you're going to do that knowing with the intention that the foundation, is being used as collateral damage. We're going to blow up Peggy number 1 down the road. So we're going to abuse the shit out of foundation number 1. Right? We're going to soak the shit out of it. And then we're going to take what we get from Peggy number 1, monetary wise, we're going to transfer it into assets, a house, a car, some crypto, and we're going to put those assets into Peggy number 2 foundation. That has nothing to do with Rights for Vets Citizen or Peggy number 1 foundation. They're totally separate people.
2 foundations, 2 separate ones. Gotcha.
2 separate ones. Again, it's like if you had 2 sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when Peggy number 1 goes bankrupt at some point, what happens to your assets?
Nothing. We can't touch
Nothing. That's right, because they're in Peggy number 2. Peggy number 1 is fucked. Do you care?
No.
No. Who cares? It's just a fiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rinse and repeat. After Peggy number 1 is bust, open up Peggy number 3. Start the same process. The credit rating doesn't carry over to any of them because they're separate people. They have nothing to do with each other. And businesses, as you know, can acquire independent credit.
The Trump Foundation, eh?
Yeah, that is the Trump method, right? And that's a reverse Ponzi scheme. So now, and okay, that's the starting point. Now, here's what the wealthy do further to that. They take those debts and they leverage it with taxes. See, I don't do the taxes at all, and that's where some people would be like, "Oh, that's I want to do taxes." I don't, and so I don't need to worry about any of that shit. But if you still want to be legal as far as tax goes, if you think that you need to, which I can even show you that legally you don't even need to, but that's another conversation. But let's say you still want to do it for whatever reason. You can use that same strategy and just accumulate assets that generate revenue and write everything off as a tax write-off and not have to pay any taxes because you're not making any personal income for yourself. The foundation is that's why it's called a holding company. It's holding the assets in title. And so it doesn't become a taxable event in their taxable world of bullshit. That's how the wealthy keep their money. That's why you hear Donald Trump he didn't pay any taxes this year. Well, the reason why he didn't pay any taxes is because Donald Trump is broke on paper. Donald Trump doesn't have any money. Donald Trump is another corporate person. It's not Donald Trump the man. It's Donald Trump Corporation. Doesn't have any money. Or Donald Trump citizen. Doesn't have any money. So he legally puts on his Donald Trump tax return as a citizen money earned for the year. 0.
Wow. And it's not just Donald Trump doing it; it's other people doing it as well,
including me. I've been doing that for a long time, except I don't even file taxes. In fact, they would never want me to file tax because they would owe me money. But I don't care. I don't need to collect any of that anyways. It doesn't matter. I had the game figured out a long time ago. And I don't even need to do these strategies. I've got other strategies that are superior. I'm only talking about this one because it was you wanted me to cover it as we talked about it before, and it's an interesting showcase of how the structural world of the corporate world work and what you can do with it. Just one tip of the iceberg example.
once you learn the loopholes on it, how they do it.
Sure, and that's what they because they needed backdoors. You can call them loopholes. I call them backdoors sometimes.
Okay.
And they needed for their sake, right? So that they need to stay legally compliant so that they can make the portrayal of legitimacy apparent still to people who investigate, that actually believe that it's real. So they need, in other words, they need to be able to showcase that they follow their own rules, and they do. And how they can get away with it is they create legal backdoors. And if you learn the legal backdoors, you have no problem. That's one way to actually operate through the monetary system, like they do, and be legally compliant, like they are.
You see, they don't teach you this shit in school. All
Of
you got to be
course.
is good little worker bee. Work hard. Yeah.
Right. They teach you the hypnosis so that they benefit off of your ignorance. Go to school, pay your taxes, get a job, pay your taxes, invest, save your money, invest in the stock market, retire at 60. That's just straightforward hypnosis.
Yeah, that 401k plan we got here.
401k, yeah.
Yeah, you take it out early, 10% penalty charge, then you watch your money start dwindling, after the stock market drops, and what a bunch of bullshit. That's
Right.
another Ponzi scheme.
It
As
is.
far as I'm concerned,
Right. And in addition to that, the other thing they don't teach you is another thing that they do fundamentally, which is so important to understand if you're working in the monetary system, the difference between an asset and a liability. They don't even touch bases on that at all. In the school system, in the corporate world, you are taught solely 100% to focus only on liabilities, to purchase and consume day in and day out liability, and to completely neglect and ignore what an asset is. Never pay attention to it. Take your money and spend it. Spend it fast. Not only that, hoard money as a store of wealth. That's what they teach you to do as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Save your money, right?
Yep.
Right?
That's true.
What they don't teach you is that fiat money is not an asset. In fact, it's the highest liability that you can have. It loses its store value year after year after year by design. It's not an investment. You will always be at a net loss at the end of the year for every dollar that you're holding on to by design. Your purchasing power goes down and down and down. On top of it, the more you hold on to, the more you're subject personally as well to capital gains tax, which is another inflationary, so just inflation on the back end. That's all that is. Inflation itself is a tax. It's just you don't see it that way. So they never teach you that. And if you're the one who's holding on to, it's a game of hot potato. If you're the one who's holding on to it like it's an asset, you're the one who's left stuck when the cards are called in to cash in time. You're the one left with the nothingness when the shit hits the fan. And they hold all the real wealth, which is the real assets, which is real estate, businesses, commodities, things that actually can produce. And the icing on the cake. Are you ready for this?
Oh boy, I'm ready.
Human resource. Human resource is an asset.
Give me an instance, will you?
Your labor is a resource. And if your labor can produce for me, you are my resource. And if I can take your promise to work for me and your labor and use it as collateral to make purchases because somebody else will accept that because we're so certain that you're enslaved so blindly that you are so entangled that you are certain to produce for us using your labor. People will gladly accept that your labor as collateral for debt. And that's what's going on. So, do you want to work for me? Do you want a job, right?
What the fuck?
And that's what they teach you at school, right? If you
Yeah.
want to make it, you have to get a good job, right? You have to go to school, go to college so you can get the best job, the finest job that you can get. They don't talk to you about being a business. They don't talk to you about being a shareholder. They don't talk to you about, certainly don't talk to you about investing.
Oh, it's
That's
okay. Go on.
That's left for the ruling class. That's their educate. That's what they learn about. They don't have the same curriculum that you do when you go to school. They don't. When you just said earlier that they don't teach you these things in school,
no, they don't.
In your school they don't teach you those things. In their school they do.
You realize that I had to go to college. Doesn't seem like it. No, it sounds like it, but I used to. Went to 2 years of trade school, learned heating and cooling, spent over $2,500 to $3,000 just to buy the tools because they wouldn't give me any tools. You know what I mean? To work on these units. And it was a ripoff. I said, well, what the, I got to do everything just to work for this man here, and he doesn't do nothing, other than go to work and do this. He gets
Hold
all
on
the
a sec.
money.
Right, so I'm going to pause you. Can you hold that thought? Rudy
Yeah.
is just needing something, and I got to do Chim 100. Don't lose your train of thought, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll come right back.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's right. Fill in the gap for everybody. I applaud. I'll be back.
You done yet? Well, anyway, hope you guys are getting some knowledge here. This is stuff when we talk at nighttime backstage, and I got to do my homework the next day. And I'm lucky. I graduated second grade, he said. So now I can do brain surgery on ants. But no, this has been pretty good education for me. And next year, if everything works right, and I'm saying if everything works right, you'll start seeing documentation what I'm going to be going through. So you guys don't have to work, and ladies don't have to work as hard as I did just to try to learn this. I'll try to make it easy and simple for you once I find out the whole system on how to do everything. This is going to be, I'll be quite busy this year. Things work right. Show you what I'll tell you one thing you don't do. Don't ever put a tomato in a bucket. Never. I never did that before. I did it one time and it didn't work out right. That was my fault though. I forgot to put the holes in the bottom of the bucket when I put water in there. I drowned in it. I had fungus tomatoes. But normally I have a green thumb though. On the ground. Plant corn and all that stuff. Used to do it with my grandfather. I was born in the early 1950s. So where I live at right now used to be all farm area. It isn't now. So damn, you must be feeling the Ontario lake. Don't forget to flush twice. And don't hit the seat. Women don't like that. Remember, no matter how hard you shake or squeeze, the last few drops will fall on your knees. So watch your knees too, Nudie. Yeah, this is a quiet channel. A lot of people don't come here because of we talk about the government. Bad things, good things, how they screw people. trying to show people what's going on, trying to help them out as much as we possibly can. It's funny how me and Guru met though on DJ Vix's. Well, it's not my channel, but DJ Vix was there, and he knew DJ Vix, and me and the Guru kind of hit it off really well. He knew I wanted to get out of the government because I am a government activist. And the only reason I'm a government activist, I am a veteran. When I needed help from VA hospital, they didn't do a damn thing for me. I went to 2 VA hospitals, never even touched me. In fact, they made me worse. You wouldn't believe the shit they pulled on me and got away with it because they have qualified immunity, like a cop. They can't be sued, so they can do whatever they want to do. Leaves the doors open for laziness on the doctors. They don't feel good. And in VA hospitals, a lot of your residents, new doctors are just coming in. They work on you without a professional there watching them. It's amazing. It's a bunch of bullshit. So because of what happened to me, I been a government activist ever since. And I'll tell you, if there's a war and you have kids, tell them to stay at home. Hide them if you have to, because it isn't worth it. The only one that makes money out of this are people and corporations that make the weapons and furnish uniforms and food. Excuse me, the buildings. It's a big freaking game. So, and there's no such thing as a country or nation. It's just man-made. Everything's man-made to indoctrinate us. And if you really think about it, gold ain't shit either. It's just a piece of metal. That's all it is. We just made it valuable. Excuse me for it. Getting rid of a cold. Man, I think he killed me. Damn. Even I can't piss that long. So you must have kidneys like cows or a horse. Anyway, I appreciate you people being here. So I really do. Thank you. You didn't have to be here. There's other exciting, platforms you can go to, but you won't get the education you will there. Trust me. If you are legit, you want to at least get out of the grid or learn how to do a garden at your home or whatever, because when this CBDC comes, central bank digital currency, we're all screwed. They're going to control everything you have. And that money, they'll control that. And if you don't spend the extra money that you're trying to save, they'll say, oh, you're making too much money. And they'll start downsizing your paycheck. And they'll do it too. If you buy too much gasoline, if they have it at the time, they'll stop you. If you want meat, bought too much meat, they'll stop you. If you do something wrong against the government, like we're doing right now, talking, they'll stop you. Totally. Ruin your credit score, just like they're doing over in China right now. Check that out on YouTube. It's a control freak thing. Is what it is. Obey and kiss their boots, and I'm not doing it. I didn't go in the military for this shit. We got some sick, demented people in government. It's a damn shame. If I would have known this a long time ago, I would have got drafted anyway. I would have just went to Canada like everybody else did, but I didn't because I was too stupid. Went into the military. Unreal. If the government says something on TV or just themselves says, hey man, we got something good for you, run the other way. I don't know if you know about the 15-minute cities that are coming up. In these 15-minute cities are going to have like everything in that 15-minute city. Theaters, hospitals and pharmacies and clothes and you can walk the distance. The only problem is you won't be able to walk past the 15-minute city without a special pass. If I told you it was a concentration camp, would you live in one? This is what they're going to do. But they're going to make it sound good for a while until everybody's in there. Then they're going to clamp down. It's like that cable shit, you know. Oh man, cable's coming out, man. You gotta have it. Gotta have it. You know, if you don't have it, you're not gonna have no TV set at all. And it's commercial free. Look at it now. Now they name their own price, cable companies, and you get shit. Same old damn movies. Ridiculous. Yes, I'm hanging myself over here. I'm gonna hold my breath here, Nude. Anyway, yeah. We try to make it enjoyable here as much as we possibly can. And like Nude Guru said, he is serious what he says. You know, if you got an open mind, you really want to learn tricks and whatever, just talk to him. If he knows it, he'll tell you. He won't lie to you. That's one thing I can honestly say about this guy. I've never met a man like this before that would willing to take his time to help a person that wants to get out of this mess. And he does too. We spent like, oh my God, 14 hours a night in backstage talking, you know, just different things. I'd ask him all kinds of questions. And it's been nice when my head would just spin because I couldn't believe what he said. I had to decipher it. And he was right. He was right. I can't argue. And him and his partner, Fruity, she's a real nice lady. I never talked to her personally, but I've heard her in the background. I used to talk to her through Nudie, you know. Uh, but she's been real sweet. She's really been excellent with me. So yeah, you can trust Nudie. Trust me on that one. I know you don't know me, but being the age that I am, I don't usually trust people. But this man, he's been legit. He really has. It's been over 2 years now. So, but I will. If I get things situated. But if things work right, hopefully, you'll see me out there moving around looking for property and everything else. Now explain to you, I'll be going to the closings and everything else. You know, I forgot the name of the damn thing now. I got it in my head and I lost it. A title place. I'll show you how to do titles and everything else, and tell you about unrestricted land where you don't have to pay for taxes and all that shit. Got to get some. I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure yet, but oh man, what the hell's his name now? You guys got to forgive me because when I got hit by the car, I hit my head on the windshield. Yeah, the guy hit me at 35 miles an hour when I walked across the street. Oh, I smashed that car up. Let's see. Oh, what the hell's his name? Tesla. Tesla. He does some mess. I can't remember his name now. Anyway, he's got houses. They're portable houses, and you can have them delivered. Um, Guru knows the name of it, and they can put a house up within a day, and you can get them by 400 feet or 800 feet. They come in sections, and they'll deliver to your house, and you know, put doorways in and get it all set for you within a day. So pretty neat. I like it. In fact, let's see if we can. Guru will show you this. To get off the grid, I'm going to get some Blue Eddies. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it or not. It's a battery charger, a real strong battery charger. And that Guru brought a lot of them. He showed me how they work, and I love those damn things. It'll run on AC or DC, you know, solar panels or direct current or AC, your house plug. And they last a long time, and they hold a hell of a charge.
Okay.
Guru, what is the name of that? I can't think. The guy's Tesla. What's his name? I forgot his freaking name.
Elon?
Elon Musk. Yes. I was telling about the portable housing that he has. I can't get a name.
Boxable.
Boxable. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Could you show that to the people out there?
I could.
I sure would appreciate
And
it.
sure. And by the way, there's other companies that manufacture modular homes that look like they might even be better. But yeah,
Really?
oh yeah, and
okay.
even cheaper. Well,
No
yeah,
shit.
it's becoming quite a competitive market actually.
No, wait a minute. You ain't gonna give me one of those cardboard box and refrigerator, are you?
At a really good discount, I promise.
You keep the refrigerator, I keep the box, right?
How'd you know?
Yeah, what you guys see this?
Car designers can shape a piece of clay.
That's funny. I couldn't think about Elon Musk.
Price tag on this is $10,000 before delivery. So that was more the inside showcase. Let me give a better guy destroying a boxable casino. Learn more about boxable in 5 minutes. All right.
My name is Galliano, and I'm one of the founders of Boxable.
That told me it comes at 400 or 800 feet. Am I correct on that?
I think one module. It's either 350 or 400 feet for one module, but they are like Lego, stackable both horizontally and vertically. So it's up to you how many you want, and that's the original design. The new design, the current design, there's a few different modifications. It's a little bit different, and I don't have all the ins and outs on that. There is a website and YouTube channel.
What we're working on and why I think it's going to change the world.
I'll just say something real quick as well. You know, this is a great example for people and as a stepping stone to working out of the monetary system, becoming self-reliant, and still using the monetary world as stepping out of there. For anybody who wants to go off the grid, you don't have to sacrifice comfort and safety. But if you're financially strapped, there's ways to do it without even gaming. If you're just willing to be what's the word, conservative and minimalistic at first, a little bit, then you can get started with the off-grid lifestyle pretty quickly and pretty conveniently in this day and age. It's not like it used to be, you know, because of the advancements in modular technology and stuff like this. And, you know, you can make it happen and financially feasibly as well, you know. And then go from there. You know what you can take from the savings that you make and expand on that if you want, right? You're willing to, you know, just downsize a lot, which probably most of the scale that you're living in for your house is probably just wasted anyway. Wasted space, wasted energy in cleaning, wasted energy costs and bills, so on and so forth. Most people actually truly could use a healthy downsize, at least to some degree, in their lifestyle. And for people who still just want a bit more space, well, again, this could be a temporary stepping stone to still be able to go off grid until you're able to expand on that down the road. And for those who have the money and they want to go the distance, well, you have the money to do it, then do it. You know, what else are you going to use money for other than Again, we know that saving it is a stupid idea anyway. So get assets that count.
And tell you a little more about what we're working on and why I think it's going to change the world. Well, if you look at housing right now, it's slow, expensive, built by hand. The methods haven't really changed in 100 years. It's simply not working. That's evident all around the world. There are housing affordability issues everywhere. So, why is that? Well, I think it's because housing is still pre factory. When you look at all our other modern products, like an iPhone or a television or a pickup truck, these products are readily available, low cost, and high quality. Well, that's because they're built using the assembly line principles created by Henry Ford over 100 years ago. Those principles changed our world, but they just have not translated into housing. One of the reasons for that is houses are very big, so they're difficult to ship. And a lot of the factory house builders lose a lot of money during the shipping process. So we think if you can't ship it, don't even bother to build it in a factory, just build it on site. And that's kind of the case right now. But at Boxable, we've gone through and tried to solve all the different problems that prevented housing from being mass produced in a factory the same way we build everything else. The first issue we have to solve is shipping. If you have a wide load and it's very expensive to ship, it doesn't work. What we've done is we've created a room module that actually folds up to 8.5 feet wide so it can be compatible with all the existing shipping logistics. That means these boxables, we can put 1,000 on a ship and send them by ocean. We can put 100 on a train. We can put them on a truck. We can pull them with a pickup truck. That's a huge deal. That kind of changes the scale of everything. So after we solved that problem, we dove into how we're going to solve everything else. What materials we're going to use, how are we going to build this. We did a lot of research and we figured out something that we think is compatible with automation, compatible with assembly line principles, compatible with robot arms. These are not traditional lumber stick frame walls. They're not cinder blocks. We're using all new stuff. A lot of very significant improvements that we think make the Boxable compatible with assembly line mass production, and we think we're going to be able to mass produce houses on a scale that is going to change the world. So this first product that we have here, it's called the Casita. It's our smallest room module. It's 20 by 20, and it's set up as kind of a studio
That's
apartment.
400.
We're targeting that towards the emerging
400, okay.
market that exists in California due to changes in laws where they basically legalized backyard housing in almost every backyard. Pretty cool, simple place for us to start. But the building system doesn't end there. We're going to eventually roll out bigger room modules with different interior configurations that all stack and connect to build any building you can imagine. We've engineered a product that can build anything from this little casita up to a large 1,000-unit multifamily. Not only that, we think we can build them anywhere in the world. So a pretty big upside here. We think we figured out how to build any building type, mass produced in the factory, anywhere in the planet. If we pull this off, we're going to be able to help billions of people. We've had great success and traction so far. We're just getting started.
Damn.
To date, we have over $1 billion of pre-orders from the general public. We have a couple high-profile initial customers. That includes a $10 million purchase order from the federal government. And also, the casita I'm sitting in right now, we just installed in Boca Chica, Texas, for a top secret customer. Pretty exciting.
It wasn't me.
These guys as our initial customer. I think it indicates that people agree we're onto something big here. So what are our next steps? Well, we're going to be entering into a lease on a very large warehouse building to create the Boxable Starter Factory in Las Vegas. That factory should be able to produce between 3,000 to 5,000 casitas per year. We believe it'll be online and at full speed in about 11 months. At that point, as soon as it's proven successful, we're going to scale because sky's the limit for demand on housing. Housing demand is massive all over the world. I can't think of a bigger market. So very nice. We think that we can improve the quality of lives for millions of people all around the world. So we would love your support. please check out the website. We are looking for interested parties. What we're doing is a very large undertaking, and we love all the help we can get. So go to Boxable.com, take a look, reach out, email hello@Boxable, and we'll keep you posted. Stay tuned for exciting updates coming soon. Thanks, guys.
So there's the 5-minute pitch, as they called it, and didn't really get into prices and stuff like that. From what I understand, these go from about $10,000 a pop for the single 400 square foot module. That's all inclusive with furniture, fridge, appliances, and also Elon Musk's Powerwall. And it's enough energy for the module itself to be fully self-reliant energy-wise full year round with what it has in it.
Man, you can't even argue with that.
I think so. You know.
Wow.
That's the
Case-
price before delivery. So and the delivery and setup is on top of it, and that will vary depending on how far the shipping has to go. Of course, that's like standard shipping freight and all that kind of
We have Kay here and Dan's here.
stuff. Cool. Good
Can't-
morning, people.
Can't barely hear it. They couldn't hear the presentation.
Couldn't hear the presentation. Well, could you hear it?
Yeah, I had to turn it up more. That's what I did.
Yeah, even on my end, it was quiet. I had it as loud as it goes, but it's just the video itself. But here, for anybody who wants to see that video,
This case is, what is this, Anonymous Housewives? If
there
you want
you
to send
are.
it over here, dude, you can do that next time, you know?
Oh, for you to, yeah, for sure. Right, I should do that. I will do that. But that one for the volume anyway, it was pretty low, even on my end. Yeah. Dan's like, fuck, to listen to it again, I gotta click 2 buttons. It's too much work. And I'm not kidding either. He will say that it's too much work, too much pressing.
Dan will come up here. He owes me money anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got to pay for Barbara, the build tab.
Well, damn, he told me. Oh, that's what he meant by he's going to pay me 2 cat houses. Okay, it was Barbara's.
So there you go. That's Boxable in a nutshell there. And that's just one of quite a number of other modular manufacturing, home manufacturing companies that are now making some pretty good headway on the market. Also, there's a lot more to the construction of the house. I wouldn't quite call it profoundly natural or safe in terms of toxicity, but compared to your shitbox, your Gyprock shitbox, far superior in terms of what it's made out of, especially for robustness and longevity. These things, they got a warranty of, I think, 50 years or something.
Wow, that's better than my house. I got a warranty as soon as I walked in.
Yes, I forget what it's all made of, but it's a combination of different materials. Cement is one of them, I think. Different poly fiber things. I forget, but anyway, they're naturally thermodynamic, so they're already very inefficient and have high R values on their own. I don't believe they even have insulation in them. From what I understand, the material itself is an insulator.
Right there, you save money, you know, really.
You save money. They're mold resistant and fungus and mildew resistant as well. So, you know, you don't have to deal with that stuff, which is also a big impact on longevity too and the maintenance, right?
And LED lights, that's good.
Sure.
That saves you a lot of money.
It does, at the expense of our eyes, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That we speak.
Oh, don't tell me there's something wrong with those lights with our eyes now. They affect our eyes?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Big
I
time.
didn't know this. That's something I didn't know.
Oh yeah. And they're not good for the eyes at all. That's actually one of the reasons why they originally didn't want to produce them back in the day. Because they knew that. But the going green facade and narrative is what's important. The truth about the LED lights is it actually has nothing. The selling point is that they're very energy efficient, and they are, right? They're only like 8 to 12 watt hours or whatever compared to your standard incandescent light bulb of the past, 30, 40, 50, 55, 100 watts, whatever. So definitely far superior energy efficient wise, and that was the selling point. They could have always made incandescent bulbs that way as well. They just never developed it that way because people didn't give a shit enough to demand that. So, but people with the rising cost of electricity, instead of going down the road of making better incandescent bulbs, they said, "Oh, we got LED bulbs solution." And the reason why they did that instead is because hidden in the technology of LED is 5G and 6G. So there's the internet is actually there's Wi-Fi all throughout LED
Oh,
light
you're kidding me.
everywhere. Yeah, most people don't even know that.
You think you shut your lights off if they want to? Is that what you're saying?
They can do everything. They're listening to you. Again, the cameras are in there. Everything. It's the bulbs are a mini computer. Look at it that way.
Unfreaking world.
Running with Wi-Fi. Yeah. That was part of the plan to do 5G and 6G, right? Is one of the ways that they were thinking to successfully initiate that was to use because that the 5G it has to be a short distance. The range between one hop to another only I think it's like 15 meters or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's very high frequency, but it can't go very far. So they had to make it very, very, very fast, but the distance was a problem. So to solve that, instead of having big cell towers everywhere, they went with the other option, which is to have little mini cell towers everywhere and implant them in LEDs. So that's really what they are. They're little mini cell towers. Look at it that way.
Man,
with even higher radioactive frequencies, much higher than your regular cell tower.
Hell, you're fry is what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
I know 6G when that comes out, that's when we're all going to be screwed. That's when they'll have full range of everything. You know what I mean?
Not me.
You sure you don't need a driver?
Yeah, and all of that again, I'm not concerned about a gas chamber if I'm not concerned about going in it. Look at it that way, right? A gas chamber is only a problem for people who are stuck in it, want to go in it. So that's why, I'm like, well, fine, go in it, have fun. Now, for those who don't want to go in it, let's talk about a real concern, or what I would consider a real threat. That's robot, AI-based robot. That's a real concern because those can go anywhere. That's machinery that literally walks and can punch and do these crazy things. And we're talking about Terminator and RoboCop. That's what's here on the horizon as we speak here. That's concerning to me.
And what's bad about it, they don't have any personality. It's either yes or no. That's it. There's no in between.
Right. It's just try and reason with your computer in front of you. Hey, computer, turn on because I said so. Turn off because if it had software to listen to voice activation, sure. But if it has software to do other things regardless of your commands, then it's going to do those other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can create a software right now that can make your CD-ROM player on your computer open and close continuously, and there's nothing you can do about that. I can
We are
probably make
friends,
you
right?
about, we are friends. I could probably,
Okay.
and I know very little about coding, but I can make that in about 10 minutes, no problem.
No, it's
And that's little old me, right? So people who are advanced in coding can certainly do some pretty crazy things with Robotech, you know? Well, just look at Skynet, right? Look what they want to do with that. Neuralink.
I'm not familiar with. I know with the name Skynet, but what do they want to do with that?
Well, Skynet that's the real reason why Elon's the thing that I got for satellite internet there, the Starlink.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Starlink. Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's again, it's another bait cover front. The real reason that they're putting all them satellites up there is nothing to do with giving us a better internet. That's the excuse again. Just like with the LEDs, the excuse is more efficient electrical product. So what they really want to do is they want to create a Skynet that interlinks with the cyborg human trans agenda that's being perpetrated right in front of our noses. And they want to hook up Neuralink to the back of your brain and connect it through the metaverse through Skylink through those satellites up there.
That'd be a cold day in hell. They do that to me. I'll die before that happens.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. You can read about it. You can, you know, that's been the plan for a long time. You know.
I wonder if that's on YouTube. If it's on YouTube, I'll find it. I'll take it out there. I'll show people.
It's oh yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on Elon's. You know, just research. Just type in YouTube Neuralink or Elon Musk Neuralink or Skynet and Neuralink, and you'll learn all about it.
Oh yeah, get ready. Got some new content coming up now. Neuralink. Okay. Oh, what Dan say?
And that's the one that I'm concerned about. So all the rest, I don't give a shit about. So probably if I'm concerned about it, there's something to that, you know. You need to make a device to shut down the robots. I neglect to confirm nor deny if I'm on such a mission.
That'd have to be pretty thick steel, so you could shoot them bastards, you know.
Actually, no. I just need to produce a code that can tell them a machine to do everything that I want it to do. Once I got that down pat, anything that I need can be harvested by a machine. They've already figured that out. That's why they're going in this direction. In fact, they're not just coming up with this. They probably had this all along.
Just now we're finding out about it.
Yeah, that's all. They're rolling it, presenting it to the public. That's all. Because their timely agenda calls for it. It's time to do that in their agenda for whatever purpose that they're doing.
So what do they need man for then? Nothing.
Don't know if they ever did. You're going to have to find whoever it is that's really in charge of this, ask them, and get an actual truthful answer to know the answer to that. And if you can do that, well, I bow down to submit everything to you. You got some powers I want to learn about, you know.
Yeah. Well, if I find out, all I want to do is just be your driver.
Well, just remember the gas pedal's on the right side, okay?
Oh, damn! I keep
So
forgetting
when I
about
say
that.
step on it, make sure you know which one I mean.
Yeah, I got so many choices. I got to figure out what to do. Damn.
Yeah, the robots is a concern, and it's coming faster than a lot of people realize. And at that point, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That's the only one that may segue out into the boonies. I don't know if they really care enough to, the people who escaped the plantation. They don't really give a fuck about up to this point. So I don't know if they're thinking about that, because once they have their agenda under wrapped, you have to understand it's an energy expend on their point of view as well, to have to micromanage this whole thing. They're lazy. Why would they want to do that?
Good.
They're only
But they're lazy.
they're only doing as far as they need to do, and as much as they need to do, and not an ounce more, to make whatever this thing is that they're doing happen. So they don't want to waste any further energy for nothing, and they won't.
That's scary. That is damn scary. All this bullshit that's coming up. Yeah, and they themselves won't be touched. You know what I mean? They won't be touched at all. We will.
Whoever they is, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And wherever they is, I don't know either. Really don't know. Could even go so far as saying whatever they are as well. I truly don't know that either. But of course, that gets into conspiracy wingnut theories and all that kind of stuff, and that's just too taboo for the soft ears of the indoctrinated.
You guys and you break down on stuff. I seen something on YouTube, the speed of light. Do you get older? Do you get younger if you're on Earth while you're traveling the speed of light in space, your family?
Right.
And I'm sitting there and I'm listening to the guy, and the guy sounded pretty interesting. And all of a sudden, he just totally lost me. He just blew me off. What the? And he's sitting there just enjoying himself. So simple, Einstein did, I'm like, God, forget this shit. Man, I don't know how you guys can just, unreal.
I don't know, just once you learn fundamentals of things, then it's like a house. It builds on that, and you just get to a point where, like any other talent or skill, if you know all the scales and notes on a keyboard, at some point you're just making symphonies effortlessly, and you'll understand if when somebody else makes a symphony, the what do you call that? The theory behind what they're doing.
Wow. Well, I'm listening to you and Joe Cool and Bob America. I said, oh man, forget about it. I went
Well,
to
yeah.
sleep.
And that's I get that, and I know that everybody's at their different capacity of mindset, and that's why when I'm doing this project, I want to cater to the broad spectrum of capacities that people can understand. The simpler that I can make it, the more profound the effect. Right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like I always said, I'm not the sharpest axe in the tool shed, but at least I can cut wood.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't think like that. They think that, well, I guess they think maybe it's an intelligence thing. People who can't think well, they're just slow or whatever, and so they were lazy in school or blah blah blah. They don't, and that's their they have retardation. Think like that because they're so tunnel vision. They don't think that there's instances like you who had an accident. So your capacity is limited now. Does that mean we should just throw you under the bus? I don't think so.
Oh man, I hope not. Wow,
Right?
that's all I need. Yeah.
You know, why discount anybody if they have any potential to learn? Why not just make something that's simple? If you can make it so that a 5-year-old can understand it, then you're gonna have a lot more people who you reach and make use of it.
Yeah. Well, I just work what I got in my head here, and just I couldn't even think of Elon Musk. I knew I seen the face. I couldn't get the name out of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk. Yeah, it just it's hard. But yeah, I appreciate you breaking it down for me. I really do. It helps me to understand now. I'll be frankly, I wasn't that good in high school. I played around a little bit. College, I excelled. Man, I had like B pluses, A minuses. I mean, because I paid for it. I had to learn,
Mm-hmm. Right.
and I did. I excelled.
Well, again, you almost say that like there's some presumption, and for most people there would be, right? There would be a presumption that actually equates to intelligence. The grades in the grade school, it doesn't. The grades in the grade school are only a mark and measurement of obedience and memorization. That's all.
You're kidding me. Obedience?
Mm-hmm. And
Son
so
of
you
a.
get good grades because you did well being obedient and memorized. That's all.
Yeah, I did. I had a good memory at one time. Yeah.
The comprehension part that accounts for a little bit to make it a little bit more legitimate. But the only thing you're really comprehending is what they're telling you to comprehend, and it's useless in the real world. They're just filling you with garbage and stuff that's impractical. Look at algebra, brackets in inside each other with square roots and XYZ plus blah blah blah. Well, that might be useful if you're an architect, a little bit. What do you need to know that for? Who cares, right? Or maybe a little bit if you're calculating like Einstein, chemicals, shit like that. If you're a chemist, maybe. But why are they filling everybody's heads with that when that's not that's an optional basis of interest, not something required for function? Well, the answer is obvious. They're not there to educate you. They're there to train you. And train is a synonym for domestic. They're training you to work for them and be obedient without question.
And that they did. They sure did.
So I'm here to say, well, you never were educated. But if you want to be educated, let's have a conversation. Because you can still be educated. And you can let go of and you can replace your training and programming with education program. You can reverse that. That's good news.
I'm your man. Help me.
We're doing it.
Yeah. Get me the hell out of here.
I'll scroll back up here. I don't think he's still here anymore, but there was a lot of, let's catch up on some of these. A lot of comments I missed it from. I like this fellow's presence here.
I failed obedience in school big time. That's what Dan said. You need to make a device to shut down the robots. This genocide is killing me.
This genocide is killing
Yeah.
It's fucking genocide. It's killing the shit out of me. That's funny.
Only Dan. Oh.
So
Well, I got
from earlier, some more comments that didn't get to from Cromwell Bear. We are on a different frequency, and the same frequency as the ignorant. We are semi-ignorant. Appreciate the answers. 7 whippet puppies. So we got past that. Hang on. I'll go down to where we left off. I'm an artist. For that. It popped up on Saturday, I think, and on a Cool Tools stream. Okay. Benjamin. Boeing has an uninterrupted autopilot system ground control override. Oh, interesting. Boeing has an. That's back to the conversation we were talking about earlier about the cars and that they already have the technology to be self-driven and whatnot. Boeing. Here's a comment. Boeing has an uninterruptible autopilot system ground control. Interesting.
Wow.
Nude, what do you think about 0 point energy? I don't. Our atmosphere, well, I'll say why I don't, because I think it's a whole lot of, if, it depends on what your question is about that, even if you're still here or not. What do I think about it? If you're asking my opinion, is it viable solution for energy? I would say no, because of the amount of expendable effort going into to harvest it. I would say it's much more logical and reasonable to just be more conservative and downside and produce better technologies that already exist, like solar and wind. So micro hydro, much more maintainable. I don't think I'll ever have the capacity to understand how a 0 point energy harvest device works, so that if it broke, I'd be able to fix it myself. I can certainly fix a solar panel and a micro hydro turbine on my own with a wrench. No problem. So I think it's much more practical for me. But if your question is the energy there and harvestable? Absolutely. That's already not even in question. That being said, somebody could come up with a design of something that's so simple, and may even already exist, that would just blow everything else out of the water. If that's the case, bring it to the forefront. Let's do it. Our atmosphere is being lowered as density, therefore time faster. That's why I die on high mountains or oxygen in real terms. If we are in a solar minimum, it does get cold. No EV will function. It must be a stepping stone to the horse again. Yeah, that's interesting. It would have been interesting to live more in the horse and buggy days. I don't like that either, though, because animals are not here to be our slaves either. If you got a horse that, on its own terms, loves being on your turf and loves when you ride its back, it's doing that on its own merit. Fair game. But that's not how most of the horse and buggy shit works. Very much the horse slave, and same thing with dogs. But I don't know. Some of them also might seem to be cut out for that, and they love it. So that's a little bit subjective. And nonetheless, it doesn't come with its own set of challenges. I know. Can't wait till Liz's fridge says no. Chair has a band of para 5-foot underground comment. I've had box. Oh, that's when we're talking about the foraging. It's a big struggle financially taking a foot out of the rat race. Not as big as struggle as finding your own space to exist. It's easier when you're responsible for oneself, I guess. Easier. It depends. Everybody's got their own challenges with that. It may not necessarily be easier. It may be way easier. There's so many variables on that. But one thing that it is, it's healthier, it's safer, it's saner, and it's reliable. Those those four things are not things you can say for the corporate.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
I seen a movie and I forgot to check it out. Was with Val Kilmer, and it was about cold fusion. Is there such a thing as cold fusion, or is it just a thinkable thing right now? It could be possibly be done.
No, I think there is, but I don't know enough about it. I think that's part of the science that people look into alongside of 0 point cold fusion as well. But I am a novice. I'm sure.
Okay. I'll check up on that because I'm kind of curious about if they have it or not. 'Cause that's supposed to be really good energy if it does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't know if that's its own thing or if that's also nuclear based. I'm really not sure.
Not either.
Back in the day, when I was first hearing about those things, and that was really back in the day, like literally mid-20s to the end of 20s. So we're looking at 20 to 25 years ago. My understanding of energies was just so primitive at that point that I wasn't there to absorb the information, and I never really investigated it further since. But I do know that it's there.
It is okay. I'll check it because if that they could do that, that would solve a lot of energy problems. A lot of it.
Maybe, but I think is it again? It would be questionable as to whether that's really the right path to go down.
That's true too.
Right, because again, those seems to be more for people who think grid-based solution to replace the current source for the grid with something else, but still be a grid-based system where people are reliant on the grid still. And to me, that's just replacing one crutch for another one. Maybe it's a little bit better crutch and more sturdy, but it's still crutch, right?
Dependency too.
That's what I'm talking about. The crutch, yeah. And one that you're also a slave to. So that's not really the direction, as far as I'm concerned. If you're looking for being self-reliant and not being a slave,
Blue Eddie's free.
Right. If you're thinking monetarily though, and business-minded and rulership-minded, that's exactly what you should be thinking about, because you're probably going to do very well if you get people addicted and dependent on it, especially as a shareholder, just like an electric utility company. I neglect to confirm nor deny if I have shares in utility company. The corporate system is low peer-reviewed literature. The dog chases its tail and generate either numbers and absolutely. We don't notice the Kabbalist employment of, I don't know what that word, craft, nor do its perpetrators there. Just functional aspects of the mechanism. William Cooper spoke of this at length. So quantitative easing is just a huge Ponzi. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's exactly what it is. It's to also fuel the gap in the ability to repay the interest, so that the people who are acquiring the assets of collateral have more surety and certainty to be able to do so on their end. Exactly what that is. And also to keep the people who are, again, reliant on fiat more reliant on needing to do more things, because the more you put quantitative easing is just a soft word for putting more money into circulation in the fashion of giving everybody a check to go spend with. That's all that is. And so the more you do that, the more you're hyperboling inflation, and the more inflation happens, the more people have to work harder to make more money so that they can buy the same loaf of bread. The way to get people to be more enslaved.
what you're doing today, which they are too.
No, they've been doing it since the start by design. You can't get away from it because it's integrated into the design itself. They have to. The public purse is the new clients giving permission for the investment versus new printed money. The public purse is the new clients giving permission for the investment versus new printed money. I'm not sure I understand that question. Does that make sense to you?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
If you're still there, I'd have to get you to reword that question. He needs to lend 10 people. Oh, this is when I was giving you that example about lending you $100. He needs to lend 10 people $10 at an extra $1.11. Right. Except one problem. There was never the extra dollar made to begin with. Hard to lend. It's impossible and very difficult to spend $101 if only $100 was ever made, right?
Mm-hmm. See that?
If I only gave you 100 apples, it's going to be difficult for you to eat 101, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be, even to make it.
Been a great listen at the end. Well articulated view on a lot of important aspects of the control we allow ourselves. Criminals. Pyramids are the strongest structure under all pressure, both physically and subliminally. That's interesting. And that's it. So I don't know if you're not here, thanks for being with us. Appreciate your contribution. Back anytime. If you are still here, feel free to elaborate on that question I didn't.
I told him the same thing. Thank you. When you're over, do your 10-100. I told him to thank you.
Cool. Okay, back to present. There it is, right there.
One person watching. It's like there's two, but there's one. I'm one of them right now. So there's only one watching us right now.
There's 3 on my end.
Does it really?
Mm-hmm. There it is. The statement of the year. I'm going to paraphrase that, word it, frame it. I'm going to blow it up, amplify it, make it in big bold letters. I'm going to hire a plane, and I'm going to make the plane have on the tail a floaty of what I just made and fly it high in the sky for everybody.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it on YouTube. When I make my next video. Yeah, the genocide is killing me. Yeah, I'm going to put that up there. I will. I don't think he's still on.
10 minutes ago was last. My main concern about going off grid and independent off the system is food. I don't want to starve to death. Okay, now let's take that. Listen to that. What's he really saying here?
Let's see. My main concern about going off grid, independent off the system, is food. He's scared about. He's not thinking about. Okay, Dan, you're not thinking about gardens and planting trees, eh?
What he's saying, if you read between the lines, is I am utterly dependent on the corporate food system right now, and I don't know how to function without it. That's what he's saying. And so the idea, and the reason why he's rightly so to be scared is that if all the grocery stores shut down tomorrow, with or without the exception of whatever is remaining to get access to it, you have to get 10 Jabidoo shots or whatever, right? Which would be in the end for, Dan wouldn't do something like that. And me either, and you either. In other words, it doesn't exist anymore. You're fucked. Until you learn how to do what the rest of nature knows how to do. Learn how to forage, learn how to grow, learn how to ally with each other, and learn what the resources are that are around you and surround the abundance that's surrounded you. Learn how to access and tap into that. And of course, you have to have your health in order to be able to do so. That's why health is the real wealth. Going to be a little bit difficult. That's the one thing that the corporate system. Oh,
did I just hear somebody?
Yeah, it's coming up to beat you.
Oh, let's see. Okay. Good night, folks. I'll catch you. See you later, dude.
I got his leg quick.
Oh shit. Dan, I can't get out of here.
What's up, Dan? Well, he's here in spirit. We'll give him that. We can't hear you. He just wanted to flaunt the picture of Grover. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to. Oh, right here. He wanted to show us how proud he is. Right here. Everybody, clap your hands for the true
Yay,
patriotism.
boo. Yay, boo. Yay, boo.
Dan, I saw you at least switch your mute off and on, but we still can't hear you. In this. My mute is off. So is your headset plugged in? Are you on your computer or cell phone? He's just typing. I'm on my phone. Yeah.
Oh, he's on his phone.
No, I don't know how much to help you on that. Maybe maybe try restarting your phone or going to your computer. Remember, you're having some trouble last time.
Restart your phone.
Try
Dan.
again. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when you reboot it, you get through.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gone now. Now we talk bad about him.
And he didn't even hit you.
No. He didn't hear me till he hit me. When I was on my computer, I was going to do a video and I did one. I heard it. I did the other video, nothing. Couldn't hear nothing at all. Come to find out, I got to hook my headphones to the computer for me to hear. Oh, there he is.
Well said. We still can't hear you.
Did you reboot your phone that fast?
No, I don't think so. I think went down and came back up. I would suggest try rebooting your phone, Dan. If that doesn't work, then press the two buttons that it takes. Oh, it's just one. Turn your computer on. He'll be the first one to say, I'm too lazy to turn my. Too much
Put your
work.
password in there so you can talk.
Right. He has to walk 4 steps over from the couch, you know? Press the button, put the headsets on. By the end of it, he's exhausted. He had a full day.
Well, I can understand. I got calluses in my finger. What's going on?
That's from trying to press so many buttons to make things work.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know if he can hear us. Can he hear us?
Yeah, he can hear us.
Oh, what if it's in the settings itself? That's what usually what happens to my phone. The settings ain't right. Go into your settings, then go to audio.
He's like you. You just gave him a bunch of Chinese instructions.
Oh,
What's how about how about
yeah, I guess he heard me. Blah blah blah. That's what. Yeah, that's the phones do that sometimes. You know, you'd be talking to them just. Well, anyway, so yeah, I found out I got to put my headphones on my computer now. So for me to hear the volume of the videos I play now.
Okay. Well, as long as it's working, your other solution is also to get a second headset, like I suggested the other day.
Oh, I do have one. I do have one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, it's a cord though.
Right.
Yeah, like
But
you have.
if you use the cord for your phone, then it's still sort of technically cordless, right? Because the cord you're on your phone and you can walk around with.
Yep, yep, I sure can. Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
sure
not
do.
bad.
Yeah, it's. I remember you said you had one. I said, well, then yeah, I got it right on my bedpost right over here waiting for me. See, I listened to you.
$20.
That's how much it cost.
I'm just seeing if you're going to listen to me. Yeah.
Well, we lost him. He ain't coming back now.
Well, he'll see.
I
He's
may
probably
should have.
he's probably rebooting, and if not, maybe he'll go on the computer. See. But so the food thing, right? If you're scared to be self-reliant on food, it just means that you have learning to do. That's all that means.
Yeah.
When until you learn how to do it, it's just theoretical. In fact, where the real fear would be is on the corporate food. That's where your real food fear should be. If you're going to have fear, should be on a superficial monetary based corporate food system that is certainly going to the wayside, intentionally being done, unless of course you want to sign up for the genocide.
I would think the real fear, other than corporate food, is not having any food at all and knowing about it. That was coming. You know what I mean? You didn't do nothing. You didn't plant no garden, no trees, no nothing.
That's
You know?
what I'm talking about. Yep.
Wow. I mean, that'd
That's
be
what I'm
the real
talking about.
fear. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to the wayside, and it's not even real food anyway. If I had to eat that shit still, I would be in tears every day, knowing what I know about it. I don't even think I could make a spoonful. I don't even think I could make it to my lips. A spoonful of corporate food, I'd be shaking so bad with anxiety. I don't even think I could do it.
Nah. Well,
I'm
like I
too
said,
aware of what's in there and what it does to people, and what happened to me from eating a lot of that too.
I'm learning it. I'm learning the hard way. Just eating it. Nope. I think he's here.
Take a shot at it. Oh, there's
Oh.
something.
Testicles.
There you are.
I have
Aha.
testicles.
Yes.
Oh, you
Prove
can
it.
hear that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, prove it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, prove it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, prove it.
I can't hear you.
Oh, that's
Are you kidding
yes, I
me?
can hear you right.
I can't hear you. I'm not kidding.
I don't believe it.
For fuck's sakes. What
I'll
a
have to type
fucking
in.
debacle. I missed everything, a lot of things you were saying for the last 5-10 minutes.
I'll put it in comments too to see if he gets there.
What?
Yes.
You can't hear me? You're kidding me, right?
I said we can hear you. We
I
can.
know you can. I know you can. Right.
Yeah.
What time did you get started last night?
Well,
So
see, I got off at what time did I get off?
We don't want to hear about your sexual activities. I just want to know what time you started last night.
I like the one who's on mute.
I don't know what was going on with that.
What do you mean when he was on mute?
Though about half an hour after I got done, New Groove got a hold of me. He says, I'm back. I said, oh, shit, you know.
For fuck's
So
sakes.
I got back out and
Mhm.
you popped in, you know. And we started talking.
I see. You've been talking for your 9 hours.
Who's counting? Shit, I didn't know it was that long.
I see a counter on the top left, so someone's counting.
I didn't even know that you were going today because I didn't see a message. And I know things are going on. So, and I was doing stuff.
You didn't get no message?
Well, no, not until I came back today. I didn't read. I don't always see. I don't have a phone, right?
Yeah.
So I don't check the text now. Like people normally check their phone because that's a separate thing on my computer that I have to go into. What I do check all the time is my email. I check it more frequently now though because I'm more in touch with you guys that way. But it's still not like I do with my email.
Well, I thought you were going to get a phone.
Yeah, it's in the plan.
We'll
get there.
Don't do it. You don't need a fucking phone.
Yeah, I don't really want to, but
I know.
I should.
For going mobile, it's handy to have for apps and stuff.
Well, that's a little bit, but that's not really the main thing. It's for recording Tyrant if I come across. Especially out in the middle of nowhere.
Handy for that for sure.
Yeah.
But isn't Fruity with you majority of the time? Can't she not do that with her phone?
Yeah, but don't put all your eggs in one basket. And I'll be setting one up that is proprietary on the dashboard. So
I get it.
Yeah, you'll have to rip that right out if you want to stop the recording, you know. I'm going to make it kind of cloaked too so that it's not that noticeable.
But when you got a tyrant pulling you over, don't you tell them you're filming them?
Yeah, but I don't show them all the cameras.
Yeah,
so
it's good.
If they find one I'm holding and they want to smash it or whatever, I'll let them think that, oh, you got me.
I wish I didn't erase all my videos because I had some videos of cops, one at the hospital trying to arrest me and get me, and the only reason he didn't was because I had my camera on and I told him he was live on Facebook, and he wasn't though. I lied to him. I go, you're live on Facebook right now, so if you're gonna put your hands on me, you're gonna get fucking charged. And he stopped, his tyrant bullshit, just because of that. And I had it all on video, and I had it on YouTube too.
And you erased them?
Yeah, I erased them all. Fucking idiot. When I got arrested and all that shit went down, and then when I got back from Costa Rica, I erased them that pretty much then when I was dealing with the court and the bullshit.
Because they were on your phone, not on YouTube?
They were on YouTube, yeah, and I erased them off.
And you deleted them off YouTube?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I'm an idiot. Because I just didn't want that shit on my channel anymore. All I had to do was put it on private, though.
Right.
But I didn't. I just was. I kind of just fuck it and erase them all. Kind of, you know.
It was two more presses with your finger.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
No, I
You're
just
right.
wanted them. I just wanted them off my channel altogether. All that bullshit. But now I regret it because it would have been great to have all that shit. I had multiple videos of going into stores and getting attacked and all kinds of videos. I erased.
So what do you have left of all that?
Just nothing.
Nothing.
All I have is videos of the only thing I have of what's going on my YouTube channel is video I took of chemtrails. Yeah, man.
So even the main incident is not on there?
The main incident, what, when I got arrested?
Yeah, that day.
I never had that on there. That was
No?
ET's video.
Yeah, I know he did.
Hmm?
Yeah, I knew he did.
Mm-hmm. No, I never had that on there on my channel.
Hmm.
I didn't have that many people following me anyway. I think only 100 or something.
Yeah.
And a lot of haters. Oh man, did I get a lot of hate mail?
Bootlickers.
Tons. 99% of it was bootlickers hating me, wanting to kill me. They came over to my house in truckloads at one time. 3 truckloads of guys came over to beat me up from this
Wow.
town I live in now in Bothell, because I put a video on a couple times about the store, their local store here. The guy wouldn't serve me because I had a mask on, and plus he was really racist. He was a guy from Korea, and he hated people in North Korea, and he hated people in the States, and he thought people in Canada were boring. And I'm just like, dude, you're a racist. And I said something about it on the video too, and whatever. Then a bunch of guys started hating on me and said they were going to kick my ass. And I gave my address. I go, okay, come on over. Here's my address. Come kick my ass. And they did. They came over 3 truckloads. 3 cars,
Wow.
like a couple cars and a truck or whatever, and
And
drove
then what
up to the
happened?
front of my house. And you know how my house, I had the chain across the front, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. So all they did
Yeah.
was drive up and slow down, basically almost stop in front of my house, and then took off, because I guess I was standing at the end of my driveway waiting for them. I don't know, or they're too chicken to get out and jump over the fence. You know what I mean? The chain and come get me. But yeah, a lot of people wanted to get me. A lot of bootlickers.
All you had to do, Dan. How many times did you hear that?
What?
From them bootlickers. You just had to comply.
Wear a mask.
Right. All you had to do is
wear a mask.
Comply with the officer's order.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, you heard a lot of that. All I had to do is listen and put up with it and comply.
All you had to do is bend over and open your ass.
I do have a couple videos still in my Facebook archives or whatnot of that cop coming and me denying the paperwork, telling him to hit the road. You guys have seen that one.
Right. They're just trying to do their job, Dan.
They're doing it for your safety.
That's right. It's for your safety.
Yeah, safety. Yeah. Okay.
They're trying to make the neighbor. I'm killing grandmas and grandpas not wearing my masks in the store.
We need to give you a cavity search for your safety and officer safety.
Officer Choi needs to serve me under a pot by the bush.
Oh, that is the pinnacle.
I still wish I was like 20 years younger and healthier, because I would have went right to the mat with those guys with this whole bullshit.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the energy, and it was just costing me physically, and you know what I mean? My health, costing my health. Wasn't worth it, man.
No. And there it is.
But it was interesting, wasn't it, Rue?
It was very interesting and a lot of learning.
Yeah, for both of us.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of playing poker and getting them to call their bluff. In the end, I can't believe how accurate my presumption of their bluff was, especially they outright put testimony on record, perjury, that they were going to perjurize themselves. Their only tactic, if it went to court, was to commit perjury. That's on record.
They were going to say I was going in the store, but the thing is, they had video of me going right up to the door with no audio.
They said on that last part there that you were in the store and violating a trespass, and they were gonna, and that was videoed, and they were gonna. That was their main evidence that they would have used, and obviously that's not the case, right?
No. Oh, it wasn't.
And again, even if that was the case, there was no breach of anything as far as a lawful trespass be concerned. You need to know what the trespass is. The only thing that there was you saying that you were aware that you couldn't go in there and make any purchases.
The rates couldn't wait for me to get up here so you can have that. Sorry to change the subject, but he's snoring now.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah.
You gonna give him the bing?
I usually give him the see if
Give the what?
There he is.
Oh, I didn't even have to do it.
He's back. Hey, right.
Wake the fuck up, you lazy sod.
Was that snoring?
Yeah, he's sick. I feel bad. Did your wife get sick as well?
No, I did though.
So do you still believe it's a contagious disease?
No, just not me.
No, honestly, how do you think you got sick?
Oh, I got it at the funeral. That's where I
See,
got
that's
it at.
what I'm saying. So you believe it's contagious?
Yeah, my wife got it. I mean, my daughter got it. I didn't know
Wait.
about it until I said something to my wife, and she says, "Yeah, your daughter's got the same thing."
She got sick, but your wife didn't.
No, she never gets colds. I don't know what it is with her. She gets everything else, but she don't get colds. I get the cold.
What do you think, Rude? Do you think it's contagious?
Nope.
I don't think so either.
That's not scientifically possible.
Well, how do you get colds then?
Contamination.
Something you guys ate or you drank.
The food. That's it had to be that then, because I wasn't used to it.
Okay, let me also elaborate here. Human beings do not have an immune system. You have a filter system and a defense system, and it's important not to confuse that with an immune system. There's no such thing as you get something and then you become immune to it, or you're immune to it by
grow
design.
immunity to it.
Right. It's either your system has enough defense in it, your white blood cells and your flora, the bacteria in your gut, and then the pipe that goes from your mouth to the other end. That's the filter system. So if that pipe is clogged or not working efficiently with metabolism, or there's some scarring or oxidation going on, you're going to get sick.
Which is
My daughter got the
you're
same thing, too.
detoxing.
Right. That's what it is. You're
detoxing poison.
Right. So, and if it's not working, then the poison gets into your blood and you get run down and you get sick. And then your body goes into other countermeasures to deal with that. Your fevers, your chills, so on and so forth. That's the second line of defense.
Oh, yeah, I was bad off. I'm telling you, my wife was. I could not even hear her. My daughter was talking on the phone. I couldn't even hear her.
Did he get sick from touching a hard surface and then touching his mouth?
It depends if there's something toxic on the surface that he's bringing to his mouth, or it can go through his skin. But the surface itself, like a table, if you're thinking of bacteria, no. Now, while there is not such thing as a virus, there is such thing as a pathogen and a parasite. Those are real, and those can transmit. Again, though, if you have a healthy defense and filter system, it's not a problem for you.
But that's not transferring through like ozone or aerosol.
Right. Right.
It had it with the food done.
Food or drink.
And it'll be a holistic thing.
I had lemon water.
You had what water?
Lemon water.
Where? At the funeral?
No, at the dinner after the funeral. Did you see my video? You didn't see my video. Oh, you're fired. That's it.
What video? A video
The one
you
about
put on YouTube?
the one about the genocide killing them.
Really?
You didn't see it. I can't believe
I watched some of the last video you put up. But was
You really
that it?
hurt my feelings. You know that? You hurt my feelings. That's it. I'm jumping off the.
I'm
Where's the
sure I
baseball
don't.
going?
What kind of fan
Huh?
are you, Grover?
I'm a fan. A little fan. So how come his wife never gets sick?
Hold on there.
Rude, don't you have all the answers?
Sorry, I was distracted for a second there. Why doesn't his wife get sick? Because her wife's defense and filter system is better.
Hmm.
She's healthier.
See, well, I eat
I
healthier
never
than
get
she
sick
does.
either.
Wait a minute. I eat healthier than she does. She eats
Yeah, but
coated.
yeah, right. You've been inoculated up the fucking yin yang from the
Poisoned,
service.
Poisoned to death. And smoking, does your wife smoke?
I was just going to ask that. Does your wife smoke?
No.
Just smoking will do it to you too.
That's a
No, she
massive
don't smoke.
impact.
She
Oh,
The
yeah.
only. Does your wife worry a lot?
Stress.
Oh yeah, yeah. She worries quite a bit.
She
I gotta
stresses?
slow her down. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
worry. She does.
so that is definitely something that would increase problems.
It's killing me.
Yeah.
Stress
I
is
don't
my
worry
number
anymore. I
one
used to.
problem.
Okay.
If she
You don't
don't
worry?
fix that, she's going to have chronic issues if she doesn't
I told her
already
that.
in different ways.
I
Yeah.
told her that. My daughter's told her that. You know, I told her, says, like the washer dryer. Oh, you're gonna have to give. I says, relax. I got it. Don't worry about it. Let me think about it. We'll fix it. You know, I know what I got to do. I just, and we got it fixed. You know, we got everything all together. You know, I
Mhm.
flared up the copper pipe and put some Teflon tape on it. You know, taped up the piping with the duct tape and push baby in there and it kicks. Oh, it cranks. I says, now there you go. Now you want to worry more about it? No. So they quit worrying. That's my job. So I don't know.
Worrying is a misuse and waste of imagination.
I know.
I'm great at it. Pro.
Yeah,
Pro
well,
level.
yeah.
This guy.
And whenever you practice, you get good at
Pro level,
You,
man.
you worry that much, Dan? Really?
Oh, stressed out of my mind, man. I have
Really?
I have been since the drop of this COVID thing. Even before it, I was pretty stressed about this with what was going on, everything.
Wow.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was a
It's killing
Cubert.
me.
Dan
I'm
was a Cubert. You
What's
were
that?
a Cubert.
What's that?
That's what I call a
Oh, those
Q.
cute
Q and
heads.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Q head.
it was even before that, way before that. It's been years I've been saying something's not right. This is bullshit, complaining about everything. Everyone used to call me wine glass because I ran my own glass company, right?
I remember you told me that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was whined about everything constantly.
Now,
The
would
way
that
that things worked.
would that be the reason why your gut hurts you because you worry so much? Also,
Yeah, a lot of it in my diet, and my diet was really bad, and I ate nothing but poison food from the grocery store and the McDonald's and the Wendy's and the Mr. Subs and coffees and stress, always stressing.
Wow.
Stressing about something, the next thing. What's the next thing to stress about? What I'm stressing about now is I'm going to be hungry and cold.
Everybody put down your rainbows.
What do you mean
We got
cold?
colors in the house.
Because we live in a cold place. You too, right? So you live in a cold place too.
Oh no, I'm
Cold
thinking that
air.
you had no heat in the house. Is what I'm thinking.
Well,
Okay.
when they shut off the grid, we're not going to have any heat.
Joe, you can't throw up a question like that from the basement and with us up here.
Joe!
Are you kidding me? Are you
Shocking
kidding
old
me?
lady.
Hey, we don't talk to black people.
You mean
That's
I
funny.
have to leave?
This is an all white panel.
Look at my avatar. Thanks a lot, right? Appreciate that.
Come on up, Joe. Shit.
Fuck Joe. Fuck his hat. He can go fuck his hat.
Hey, you see him last night? He's getting some pussy there on a skateboard.
Joe was getting pussy on a skateboard?
No, keyboard.
Really?
Yeah. Ask him.
How was he managing that?
One stroke at a time.
Joe's a married man.
I have no sympathy for that.
No sympathy for the devil.
Just in case he wants to come up, I'll grab the
Yeah, give him away.
screen.
Then I gotta leave so he doesn't chew my ass off. I'll leave for Dan.
Oh, look, he's got pussy on his lap now. He says.
How come I'm not seeing him in public? Where the fuck are you? I'm in private. That's all.
I told you, Dan. Told you.
Gotta put
Just
my
woke up,
glasses on.
getting coffee first. All right, I'll get a match already.
Got pussy on my lap now. You must have a kitty cat. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is duty a real thing? That's going to be the next round.
What duty?
It was the question Joe put up, and I'm not going to let
What
us.
duty?
I'm not going to let him get away with that, throwing that in chat like that. No.
But what is he talking
That's not
about?
happening. Yeah, the question was, is duty a real thing?
Yeah. What's he mean by that?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to let him get away with that. Just throwing that in the chat, and
wasn't Kat here earlier this morning too?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to her. She just disappeared.
Miss Katz, isn't that the girl from the
Sweetleaf.
Barrie area? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I say. Sweetleaf. Surprised
Right.
she didn't jump up.
She just said hi in the chat for a minute. That was it.
Susan
Yeah, took off on us.
Whenever I hear or think
She
about
made-
her, is Big Macs right away.
She made a funny, I think, when we were watching Boxable. What is this? Amish Housewives or something?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, you just put it up. Or Wrights did. Someone did.
You'll have to keep guessing.
You did.
We'll let you lose sleep over it.
I don't think I'll lose sleep over that one. Guarantee that. Right. Can you go over to your Detroit airport for me, please, and shut off those chemtrail planes?
I sure will. I'm only like about an hour away from the Detroit airport.
Are you just an hour south of it?
I'm southwest.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm southwest of it.
Give me 60 seconds. I gotta rinse my cup and it'll make noise, and I don't think my headset will reach at the moment. So I'll be right back.
You'll probably go sleep on this, Wrights. Like
Yeah, I know. That's why I got to make a phone call or I got to go to sleep. I know these techniques now. How these people are working on it.
I'll mute myself so I can't hear any of you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. No, you won't hear nothing. So how you been doing, Dan? Honestly, you been doing okay, Duddy?
No.
No?
No. I'm not doing okay at all.
What can we do to help you out here, man?
Not much. Rue pretty much says everything we're supposed to do, but I just having a hard time. It's my gut health, right? It's hard to do anything when your gut's fucked.
Yeah, I understand that.
And so it comes down to healing myself, and then when it comes down to healing myself, well, then you got to be in the right space and mind, and consume the right products. And I'm finding it really difficult to do any of that stuff.
Well, I hate to hear that.
And
you know what I do? Seriously, when I get upset, I blow it all out at one time and just walk away.
Yeah.
Just leave it there. That's what I do, honestly.
No,
it's
it's
very
more
few and far, but I do it. Huh?
It's more than that, though. I'm stressing totally about this genocide thing. It's killing me, literally. It's like every day I just stress. Yeah, they're going to shut off the grid and kill us, basically.
Oh, is that what you worried about?
Oh, yeah, big time. And you are, too. I know you are.
No, I'm not worried about. I'm worried about my daughter more and my grandkids.
Well, that's
Or
because of your
because
age, maybe.
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
I'm 58, so I still got
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I still got a good 20 years left. Well, there's not 20 years left
Well, I'll tell
to
you
fuck
what, Dan.
around, you know what I mean? And I'm getting too old
Oh,
and
excuse me.
and physically not doing well enough to just go off grid and start doing this shit. And it's cold here, it's wet here, and you know what I mean? It's hell in
If I
Canada.
get my shit together this year or next year, I'll get your ass down here somehow, and you can lose
Yeah,
us.
thanks, man.
Seriously, I'm seriously, yeah, because I need help anyway, and you
Yeah.
live free, and you don't have to worry about a thing.
Yeah, I have
Seriously.
money too. It's just that my health. It's
Well,
not.
believe me, I got guns over here too, so I mean that'll
Yeah,
help. Trust me. You know
yeah.
how to shoot?
Oh, I'm sure I can figure it out quite quick.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I've shot
Okay,
a couple guns here.
if
Guns
they
are
come, at least, huh?
hmm? Guns are
If they,
illegal. Sorry, we keep
yeah, I
talking.
know they. I know they're illegal. Yeah, I know. That's
You're
why I
in
say that.
Canada, so they're hard to just get and fire off. But I have fired them off. Out there.
Yeah,
What
well,
were
they
you gonna
come
say?
after. Well, if they come after me and I'm off their grid and they come on mine, that's it. That means they're definitely coming after me for a reason, and I'm done with
But
them.
yeah, but if it comes to that point, it's going to be like Rue was saying, the robots are going to get us.
I'll figure something out on them damn bastards. I know how
But
to
no,
set
my
traps.
main concern. What are you going to do for food?
Oh, I'm gonna do my own garden.
What,
Drew and I are gonna get together, and
what are
I'm
you
gonna
going to
buy a whole
eat?
bunch. Huh?
You're going to eat fruit and vegetables all winter?
And stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You see my and potatoes.
That's what you're going to eat:
Beets. You
potatoes
didn't
and
see it.
beets.
Potatoes,
Hmm?
beets. Yeah. Oh yeah. Something. I'm gonna can food.
Can it? Can you're
Yeah.
going to can
Well, I
vegetables?
should, but they call it can, but what they is a mason jar.
Yeah, you put them in mason jars.
Yeah.
See, I don't know how to
But
do it, and I should have to learn all that shit.
I'm gonna show you something here, Dan. Hold on here. Let me see if I can do this
But
right.
that's what you know what I mean.
Oh
That's
wait a
what
minute,
you're
I
going to
can't do
eat.
that.
I can't. That's the problem. I can't eat anything. I get real sick with everything I eat right now. So
Really?
yeah, I just can't eat canned potatoes and beets, and that's it. I'll be ill as hell. Yeah,
Oh
my
my
gut's
God.
just fucked. I got to eat smoothies and certain things, and even
Are
that
you
makes me really
kidding
sick.
me?
Yeah, no, my gut's
For how
fucked
long?
for.
Rest of your life?
I don't know. I thought I'm surprised I'm still alive. I thought I was dying of cancer or something. My stomach's been so fucked, buddy. I only weigh 150 pounds right now. I'm so skinny. I look like I'm dying.
That ain't no good.
Malnutrition. I'm starving to death, literally right now as we speak.
Are you?
Just surviving, just staying alive.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
There's got to be something that can help you out real
I've
fast.
lost all my muscle. I have no muscle left.
Yeah, you'll do that.
I weighed 225 pounds when they dropped this COVID bomb.
Damn.
And now I weigh 150. So it's what's that? 75 pounds?
Yep,
50, 60,
75 pounds.
75
That's a lot
pounds.
of weight.
Yeah.
That ain't no good, Dan. That ain't no good. We got to get you back into the.
I need to gain weight, but I can't because I can't eat anything, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I just
There's
feel
got to be something you can eat that's not going to affect your gut.
well.
It's got to be.
No, there isn't. You got to heal it. I have to heal it. There's like big rips in it or tears in it, and ulcers or whatnot. And that's like having a big cut in your stomach, but it's constantly ripping and wet and acids in there, so it can't heal, right? Its scab can't get on it. So what
Baking
I need
soda?
to baking soda?
No, to eliminate the acid to stop that from
No.
festering your stomach all the time. I know my mom used to do that. It helped her out.
Oh yeah, she just ate
Yeah,
some
yeah,
baking soda.
yeah. In fact, look it under YouTube. It'll tell you something about it.
Oh yeah, right on. We'll look into it. But
Yeah.
yeah, we got. I'm supposed to consume like a lot of fermented stuff, and there's ways of healing.
Probiotics.
Yeah,
Yep.
and Rue's got me on. He suggested I drink a lot of BioK, which I have been for over a year now. And plus, I got this oodles oil I use every day.
That's what I have. Oodle oil. Yep, yep.
Oh, you
That's
got
good
that stuff too?
Yeah, that big bottle I got.
Oh,
Yeah.
isn't that awesome stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I put that shit on everything every day. I drink
I got to
tons of it.
order some more. I can't do nothing until next month because I had to buy a washer and dryer. That cost me an arm and leg. So
It's only $50 a bottle, $55, and you just
yeah, but we want
can't you just drive to your local health store and buy it?
no, not here in Detroit. There's nothing here but junk. I'm
There's no
serious. To
health.
ask Guru,
You
huh?
you Googled health food stores and you don't have any.
We went to
What? Really? They're all over the
yeah.
place here. There's tons of them. Every town and city, there's at least one or two or three, all competing for business. Health food stores that sell
That's what I'm
this
saying.
stuff.
No, it's all junk here. I mean,
Really?
we do a health store, but it's at what do you call that shit? You
The
got to pay up
drugstore.
for it. It's not drugs. Well, no, I can't think of the name. Guru mentioned it one time, and I said, "Yeah, we got those." He says those ain't worth a shit. But he told me to go to Jack's store or something like that. And I forget the name of the damn thing. So I went over there. Nothing. No
Really?
pay. No, yeah, no oodles. I went shit.
So
We
you got to
drove
order
like
your
about
oodles online.
yeah, Amazon.
That's a pain in the ass.
It is. It is.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
I have a
I mean,
hard time finding BioK. I have to drive an hour to get mine.
wow.
An hour away to get it. Yeah.
Those little like yogurt things.
Yogurt. Yeah. A little. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I ate 2 of those things in one day. I didn't know any better.
Ooh, did you?
Yeah, yeah, I sure
And
did. That was
and you
nasty,
had the
man.
runs to give you the runs
No, not that day. I says, well, hell, this shit. And plus, I was using that cleansing
at
stuff
the
that
same
Guru told.
time.
Yeah, and I
Oh
said, shit,
no.
this ain't nothing. Next day, man, I was in the toilet for 7 days because I was eating that shit, every day,
Yeah.
2 of them every day, and what the hell?
Two
Yeah,
full BioKs a day.
yeah.
See,
Then
I'm
it
only.
started to it was getting
Yeah.
so nasty tasting. I started putting it in my drinks,
Hmm.
my vegetable drinks, and
Yeah.
drank it that way. Ugh. Yeah, I was shitting
Yeah.
my brains out. Drew was
And you
laughing his
probably
ass off.
got the gross BioK too. I got the blueberry rice fermented ones, and you probably got
Uh,
the original one. Tastes
yep,
like
I did.
medicine.
Yep.
It tastes like medicine, and it's all thick, like someone blew their load in it.
Yeah,
Right?
that's the one. It's the one. Yeah. I thought
Gross.
Drew
Yeah, they're
hated me.
nasty. They're nasty.
Yeah.
When I first got it, that's what I got too, and I actually sent it back because I thought it was bad. I told the store it was bad, but Rue told me no, that's the way it comes, all thick and gross like that.
Yeah,
So I found the other one. It's fermented rice, and it's thinner, so it's almost like a blueberry, I don't know, milkshake or blueberry milk, actually like chocolate milk, but blueberry milk.
yeah.
It's pretty good.
Sounds good. I'll take that next time. Right now I'm just trying to save my pennies and I'm trying to get myself out of here. So and I mean when I say if things work right, I'll get your ass over here.
Right on. Thanks, man. Keep you in
No,
mind.
seriously, I will. I mean that's the whole idea is helping people that need help, and we can do it. We'll do it.
Well, it's good to know that someone's out there to help because I'm actually literally by myself. I have nothing. I have a house. I live in a house I own and have money, but that's it. But what good's that going to do when the whole grid goes down? It's nothing.
I know.
The money's nothing, and the house is nothing because you can't heat it. It's like I don't have a wood stove in here.
Well, save your money because we get you some rent over here. You can just build your own damn place.
But
Stay
that's
there.
the thing, saving the money. How much longer would you know what I mean? Money's going to be useless.
Oh, you didn't go through the guru method?
What, go into Bitcoin?
Yeah.
No, not yet. I'm still up in the air about
Oh my.
that, and I haven't done it yet. I tried to once when about a year ago, and they wouldn't let me deposit the money. And then I got really sick physically, and then stressed right out, and I haven't gone back there yet. And I'm up in the air as of what I'm going to do. And I was dealing with my mother, and she was really sick, and
Well, if you can do it now, man, because it's going to go sky. I mean, now's the time to do it. I mean it. Wow, it's.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that.
I started about 20. It's up to 42 now.
You've doubled your money already.
Yeah, so I'm gonna if I don't get enough money when this halving comes, I'm just going to leave it in there and just suffer until next 4 years if I can wait that long, because I'm not going to make myself penniless with my daughter and everything else. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
I'm hoping that everything works right. I'm praying that I'll have enough money. I got my house so I can sell and everything else. And my
If shit
son-in-law wants
goes,
to come with me.
if
Huh?
shit goes down, your house is not going to be worth anything.
Oh, I know. We already know what we're going to do. We're going to burn it and leave.
Right on.
It's like what we're going to do. Take everything out of it and just burn it and just leave. Because I'm not going to give this house to somebody that, free.
Yeah, man.
The
I
hell with
guess
them.
Joe Cool said he just woke up getting coffee. Does he mean he just woke up like what's going on in the government and stuff? He's just got woke.
Uh-oh. Did he get woke?
He's woke now.
Uh-oh.
And I
You know what
think
that means?
Rue did go to bed.
Hmm.
Ruse went to sleep, right?
I think he did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. He's making matches, isn't he?
I thought he said he was just rinsing out a cup or something.
Oh, no. He's making matches. It's going to take a while. You got to stir those teas real good. Don't do
I
what
know.
I did.
I've got it. I've got
Did you?
matcha.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
did
drink
too.
it often because it fucks my gut up.
Well, I drank it and had tea leaves all over my teeth. Wife laughed her ass off.
You didn't make it right.
No, right? Yeah, I didn't. I said, "What the hell?" My wife started
You're
laughing her
funny.
ass off.
And how much did you use?
A
whole teaspoon?
A tablespoon.
Did you really? A whole tablespoon?
Yeah.
And you just mixed it in like instant coffee.
Yeah. Well, I stirred it for about 30 seconds, and I said, "Okay,
That's
I'm all set."
funny.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. That's
Matcha
funny.
is the new Kool-Aid.
Did you hear? You must get a laugh out of this guy, Avery.
Plenty.
You keep suggesting all this stuff to him. The way he uses it, like a whole tablespoon of matcha, like instant coffee.
Yeah, usually I send the first instruction to call me before you start.
Yeah. Like
he
you did
doesn't
with me.
follow the instruction and he starts anyway.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
That's
that was
funny.
the big thing. So yeah.
And the BioK eating 2 of the original chunky gross BioKs in one
Yeah,
day.
that was
Nasty.
that's what I'm talking about. That was the time. Yeah, I was well, that was back in the day now, but
that's nasty.
Yeah, he was gung ho to do the cleanse with the whole thing, the BioK and everything.
Mhm.
And so I didn't give him the instructions of the day to day. I didn't want to overwhelm him, so I just gave them the instructions of what to get, and then I put that in a document. And I said, "Now, when you get to this point, call me for the instructions of how to properly take it."
Mhm.
Well, I didn't even know he got it yet, and I found out like a month later.
He cleansed himself.
Yeah, he made it to the moon when he flushed the toilet.
He cleansed himself. Real clean.
And I'll tell you, not a bit of laugh from Gru. He was so serious about it. And the first thing he said was,
Oh man, I almost died, Rue. I fucking almost died. Literally, I thought I was gonna die. I was literally looking for a place to put my dog and go to the hospital to die.
Like,
but 3
again,
weeks ago,
recently?
yeah, but 3 weeks ago, it was the worst of the worst of the worst, man. What happened was, I was really ill. I was really ill at this point, and so I thought, okay, I got to start taking this cleansing kit. Maybe I'll feel better after I do this. But like I said, I set it up. I was really ill, really what do you call it? Starving to death, depleted. What do you call it when you're got not enough?
Anorexic.
Yeah, or depleted, or I can see him like
Deficient?
right. It's like, yeah, I didn't have enough nutrition in me. I was really skinny and sick, and my just fucked. And then I started depleted. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. And then I started this cleansing kit, and it was literally making me feel ill after I was drinking it, like my getting the hot hot flashes and cold sweats and just a head trip, just fucked right up. Right, every time I eat, this has been happening a lot now. When I eat, get this hot flashes and head trips and whatnot. But whatever. I get back to what I was saying here. So, when you take this cleansing kit, you're supposed to drink tons of water with it. You know that,
yeah.
right? Yeah, you drink like pretty much a what do you call it?
Much as you can take, really, but yeah.
500 milliliters before and 500 milliliters after, like
Right.
much water, and I couldn't because my gut was fucked. So long story short, it fucking hardened up in my gut, in my tract, in my digestive system. It seized. I couldn't shit. Hardened up because I guess I didn't have enough fluids to drink, and I was using that cocoa milk and bananas with it, and not using juice or water. So I think that was it too. So the moral of the story is it constipated me. I couldn't shit. So I had this whole detox, the whole week's worth. The last 3 days I couldn't. Last two, I think. No, maybe it was the last 2 days I couldn't shit of it, of the 7-day detox. So I had that in me for 7 days. I shit on the 7th day.
That's not good.
So on the 5th, 6th day, I thought I was dying. Literally poisoned to death. No food and no, you know what I mean? With that detox all stuck in my bowels for
Right.
fucking a week, man. Almost a week.
That's
Basically
dangerous.
a week. Yeah, I thought I was dead. Literally thought I was going to die. You should the trip I went through, man. The fucking sickness. You don't know, man. I guess you might, if anyone.
I do.
The head trip.
Yeah, I do.
It's the head trip is the worst, almost worse than the physical sickness. The fucking head trip you go through, man. Whoa. Just wow. Just sick, dude.
So
Just
you finally went, and then you going ever since, or what?
What I finally did was went to the drugstore and got castor oil and took that.
Oh,
and,
shit.
Oh, that stuff is gross, man. Took a nice big shot of that. I think it's 15 millimeters, which is almost a shot glass worth kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I think it worked that day. Later, I think I took it at 10 in the morning, like 3 o'clock the afternoon. I finally fucking went, man. And it was the fucking most stinky, disgusting foot-long log that you could ever fucking imagine, man. It was so and it took me another, couple days, 3 days to start feeling back to where I didn't think I was going to die again.
You might want to do another cleanse kit. No.
I do have another one ready, but the thing is, I'm afraid it's going to happen again but if I do it properly, I should do the cleanse kit with like water or juice instead of the
both.
milk.
Definitely, yeah. The milk, not a good idea. I would think. You'd think coconut milk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to.
How about?
You shouldn't be
baking
having
soda?
coconut milk all the time. That is more just that's a weight gain aid and a calorie boost.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was using that every one of them and not drinking any water, like enough water, maybe a few sips, you know what I mean, or whatnot. But you know what?
I wouldn't have. I definitely would have said don't do that on the cleanse.
But that's one of the reasons I haven't said anything to you about it is because we're on Wright's thing here, and I didn't really want to take up all Wright's time and everyone's
hell, I ain't
time.
worried about it.
And everyone's hearing it and all my personal shit and whatnot.
Who gives a shit?
Well, I
Maybe
just
don't
didn't
worry.
want
We all
everyone to
shit.
hear it too. Anyone that's listening, but I don't think anyone's really listening to us right now. Yeah, so I almost killed myself, man. I thought I was fucking
all of our
dead.
3 fans, me, you, and him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
what about baking soda?
Yeah, what about it, Rue?
Would that help his belly out?
That's I don't know about belly
well, mine
for
used to take it.
alkalinity. For alkalinity, that can be useful. Maybe I have a couple ideas. What he really needs to do is he needs to put on enough weight to forest bathe and fast, but do a dry fast with straight probiotics and nothing else.
I forgot to tell you that I did a 5-day fast too. When I
Cold
was
fast, dry fast?
when I couldn't shit, dry fast. That's the thing that I forgot to mention. That whole time I couldn't shit for that 7th day. I didn't eat or drink. I fasted that whole time too. So that's all. I was really dying, dude. I was so ill and weak. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the conundrum of it. Doing a fast is very effective
It
and very
is. It's awesome.
beneficial, but also extremely risky if you don't do it at the appropriate time.
Yeah,
There's
if you're not
definitely
healthy.
times. Yeah, well, no, you need to have enough weight.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know.
big thing.
And I
And you
can't
need to
get it.
have you need to have two things: at least enough weight and enough metabolic power to suffice while you're doing the fast.
Mm-hmm.
It
And
doesn't
that's the
have to
problem
be
I've been
full
having.
steam. It can be slow. It can be sluggish, but you have to have one. And if you're constipated, you have no metabolism.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you went in the right direction there with, like castor oil, whatever worked, right, to get that moving. That's pertinent. Once things are moving, though, then you've got to metabolize again.
Mm-hmm.
So then we can work on a bit of weight gain, and you just need enough weight to suffice for however long you're going to do the fast.
How can I gain weight?
Now is the time to do the coconut oil, or the coconut things. Very very high calorie based stuff.
I drink coconut milk every day. Every morning I have it with a smoothie, 2 bananas and blueberries, organic blueberries, with oodles oil.
Right. Make some chili. You know how to make chili?
With no hamburger, you mean? Just with beans and tomatoes and...
Yeah. Veggies, beans, veggie chili for sure. Now this is the other part. It's a conundrum for you, and I'm slightly reluctant to do this. Remember that time before where I said eat some junk food for a little bit?
Yeah. I've tried that. I tried pizzas, vegetarian pizzas, and
I would suggest maybe some pasta and rice noodles. Yeah, pasta and rice noodles with, again, the coconut milk and the definitely overdo it on the oodles oil. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Wait a second here. The oodles oil might actually work against you as far as weight gain goes. That promotes weight loss. Yeah.
Because I consume a lot of oodles oil every day.
Yeah, so you might want to, and that's great for here. Let me just give me a second.
You know what?
Explain something.
We should do this at another time, privately or something.
That's okay. This is educational for people. All right. At least these things, the personal details, though, that's up to you. But
I just don't want to take up Braid's time with my problem.
All right, you can.
With
he
my
takes
problems, man. You know what I do? I do consume a lot of that stuff. That because you mentioned getting that Amy's product.
Yeah.
And I bought a lot of it. It's actually frozen dinners, and it's beans and all kinds of different dinners. Some of it's got pasta in it or not. But I drink these smoothies and beans.
Yeah, you can even make
and wraps. I make wraps, bean wraps and stuff. But it's still, I'm not gaining any weight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I can't gain weight no matter how much I try eating that shit. And I can only eat so much because it fills me up pretty quick, and then I get sick of eat too much, and so I can only eat like 3 times a day and not much because it just totally makes me ill if I eat any more.
Yeah, your metabolism is severely struggling because you've got rips and tears and gut issues. That's the conundrum.
2 years now, I guess it's been now, isn't it? I
Oh,
can't even
man.
believe I'm alive. Survived it this long.
Yeah.
That was the whole main reason I had to come home from Costa Rica, because I was getting physically ill and I couldn't do. So that was like almost 2 years ago.
Are
It'll
you
be
still taking any Shaga?
I ran out of that, and I tried ordering some more, and I can't figure it out. I cannot find it on that site. That 500 mil thing of that you told me to add to stuff twice a day, a couple times a day. That stuff.
Did I give you that link by email?
I tried finding it through our email. I couldn't find it, and I've been wanting to ask you for like probably 2 months now, and I just haven't. We haven't had a private chat for that long, you and I. So I
Yeah.
haven't. So I haven't. I got it yet. I ran out probably like I said 2 months ago.
All right, I can look and see. No problem.
I could not find it.
Do you still have the bottle?
Yeah, I got the bottle and everything, and I went right to the site and I put it in the search bar and everything. I cannot find it, even in their site. Not alone the link that we had. I went to our emails and entered it in there. Couldn't find it in there, and I know you'll probably find it in seconds.
You ordered it right off the site, right?
Yeah, right off that same site we got the kits from and everything from.
Did you make an account to order it? Because if you did, you should be able to log in and then.
To be honest, I think I did, and I can't remember my password.
Okay,
if
so
I
for
recall.
that you can do. If you did, you can do a password reset thing, and I'll just send you to
I
reset
think
it
I
through
tried.
email.
I don't know. I couldn't get in, honestly. But
Okay.
this is,
Well, I'll tell you what. Just if you can, take a snapshot of the bottle with your phone camera, and send that to me in GChat, and then I know the one that we did, and then I'll look for the link, and I'll just send it to you that way.
yeah, thanks. And then get back on that shit again, you're saying?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think I
Probably.
was consuming that right, but everything I was doing comes right back to personal reasons why problems, and that was where I was living and what was going on and stress. So no matter what I was doing, it wasn't going to help because I was stressed to the max, man, like maximum stress. So that was the major
This
thing.
is it, right? Like health being holistic. Your first thing, there are certain building blocks of health that have to be met, and if those aren't met, everything you do will be a wasted effort.
And that's what happened to me, and that's for the whole reason you and I haven't talked. It's because I don't want to get to the reality of what's going on and have to. But go on.
So, environment is the first thing.
Mhm.
Having a non-toxic, healthy environment that you can rest and heal from, and do also other things that you need to do when you need to do them. So non-toxic is an array of things: noise pollution, other people's energy pollution, chemical pollution, the air quality. All these things are definitely a huge factor, because all these things bombard your body's filter and
Nervous
defense
system.
nervous system, everything, right?
Mm.
So yeah, that's the first one, is to have a healthy, safe, quality environment that you can do what you need to do.
Really important. Number one.
Yes. Number one, no holds barred. You're going to have a very difficult time getting anywhere if you don't have
With
that.
number two is useless without having number one.
Yes.
And
The
number
rest
two?
is pretty much useless.
Mhm.
Number two is the circle of health foundation, which is your pH, your digestive enzymes, focusing on proper rest, your vibratory state, which means you're calm, and then combining the right amount of nutrients so that your body has the ability to work and heal itself. And there's a few things that people are most deficient in it, and the number one by design is alpha lipoic acid, which is your omega-3 in your Udo's oil. That is the master antioxidant. If you're deficient in that, which most people are, everything else antioxidant based will not be utilized and metabolized. So it's like this. Your cell is a circle. If you put your hand in a circle, that's your cell. Around the outer linings of the cell, the tissue wall, when it's a healthy cell, is alpha lipoic acid. It's a lubricant. And your body doesn't have the ability to make it on its own. We have to acquire that from food, which is interesting because it's so vitally important. If you become deficient in that lubricant, then healing becomes very difficult and the cells dry up and die. You become dehydrated. What the lubrication does is it acts like an attraction magnet as well as a repair function for the cell itself. So when the cell is moving around in your blood, other antioxidants and nutrients and oxygen, once it finds it, it binds with that. It needs to have the omega-3 around the coating of the cell in order to have that stickiness to bind there. If that's the case, then what it binds to is the secondary and thirdary gamma, beta and gamma level antioxidants. That's your flavonoids, stuff in MASH, vitamin C. Those two together, actually, alpha linoleic and alpha lipoic, omega-3 and vitamin C is pretty much all you need. Well, I wouldn't, sorry, not all you need, but the highest, most potent effectiveness for healing of all forms. So understanding that your pH needs to be corrected and maintained, all of these things begins the foundation for your body to be able to work out whatever is problematic. Next thing is to work out whatever is problematic. So if your filter system is clogged, you got to unclog it, which could take some detox, could take some fasting, so on and so forth, doing different regimens, different tinctures, different herbs, so on and so forth. If you got a tear somewhere, you have to focus maybe on anti-inflammatory stuff, depending on where the tear is in the tissue. If you got a liver problem, we need to detox the liver. Maybe do a colonic or a coffee enema. There's a whole bunch of different other techniques, but those are the final steps after you have those building blocks intact.
Gotcha. Not really, but I'm hearing you. Pretty in depth, man.
Yeah, that's the summary of it, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
And there's a whole array of different, antioxidants for different things, and different other herbal things with different nutrients. That's another thing. If you're deficient in nutrients, phytonutrients, your amino acids, your gut flora. That's another one, of course. Absolute pertinent. That's your defense system. That's the flora that's in your gut. It's going to beat the shit out of stuff that isn't supposed to go in your other bacterias and shit. Shouldn't go in your bloodstream.
God, it's so fucked right now as we speak. It's a constant war in my. It's 24 hours a day, every fucking day. My life is just.
You might want to try just going for broke and tripling down on BioK for a few days.
Tripling down on BioK for a few days. What's that mean? I just ordered a whole pack too. It should be coming this week. I just ordered 4 6-packs.
You might want to let's say today was Sunday. You might want to eat all the way up to as far as possible at the end of Sunday, and then prepare to do a 2 to 3 day dry fast and do absolutely nothing but just 3 or 4 bottles of BioK for 2 or 3 days.
Okay, let me get this straight. Excuse me. Keep eating until whatever day, and then stop and fast and do BioK while you're fasting at the same time.
The only thing you do is BioK, for 2 to 3 days, and triple down on the BioK. Yeah.
What's that mean?
do 3 bottles each day.
A day.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And just load your gut with flora, so it can work to repair tissues and whatnot. And then, but that you'll the rest of the stuff that I was saying, primarily the if your environment isn't reasonable to do so, you're going to probably have a lot of wasted effort. So during that 2 to 3 days, 3 days would be optimal for sure. 4, even if you can stretch it. I don't know. You want to relax. You want to, yes, you want to, what was that guy's name again? I forget.
Graham, man.
No, not Graham.
Oh, that Booba Baba.
Bobo. Yeah. Yeah. So you want to relax, be calm, maybe do a bit of light stretching, a little bit of walking, comfort things that are positive for you. What you focus on, you want to be really mindful about all that stuff during that whole thing, start to finish. And if you do that, and your environment as well, none of the smoking shit, of course, none of anything chemical based, just get rid of that. That's in sight. And I don't know if there's any other people right now in the picture or not, but it would, of course, be
No,
optimal
I'm
if
by
you weren't.
myself finally right now.
Well, that would help.
Yeah.
That would help a lot, and then just, of course, respond to your body's needs for that period. If you feel like lay immediately. If you feel like go immediately. If you feel like walking, just get, even if it switches every 20 minutes, just like let your body sort of dictate calmly to you what it wants to.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you, when I get up in the morning, right, and I drink like 30, I get up in the morning, I'll have like a few sips of lemon water that I already had made the night before, just sitting out, just to, get thirst, right, and get something in my gut and let Reggie out and whatnot. And then I walk to the put Reggie's food in his bowl, and I walk to the fridge and grab my BioK and drink like 30% or a half of it or whatnot. And within 10 minutes, my gut starts really cramping. I get cramps from it.
Yeah, that's.
So I'm just trying to tell you, what's happened. So you're talking about fasting and just drinking BioK for 3-4 days.
Yeah.
Ugh, it sounds like it's gonna hurt. Or maybe I'll get used to it after a day of it. You're thinking maybe my gut will calm down.
Yeah.
Listen to the expert. You'll be okay.
See, yeah. Listen, that's what.
If you do the rest part, right, there's a good chance. You might also want to, very important, make sure that you're going and you're not dry before you do the dry fast, because it seems like, the dry part was counterintuitive to your gut. If you're already severely dehydrated and you have no resources whatsoever, that's when it's dangerous to do a fast.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So you gotta be careful about that part. And I think that's what you did. You went into the danger zone and you didn't have enough for your body to work with during that period of time. You need storage. Your body has a tremendous amount of water stored in it, in your fat tissues, when you're reasonably healthy or moderately healthy.
It's true, because I've done 5-day fast or up to that before, and you're not thirsty. You still have water. Yeah, you still have lots of water.
In addition to that, your body has this uncanny ability to take the things that are problematic, the things that are toxic, buildups, and so on and so forth, and burn them and turn it into things that are useful and discharge the rest that's not useful. And one of the most fundamental things that it will burn it into, H2O, and the most purest form of H2O with the most purest form of natural electrolyte at the same time, right ready in your body for you to use immediately. So that is why fasting, counterintuitively, is actually a very effective remedy for dehydration. Good morning, Miss Cat. Welcome.
Hey, I just going to say that. I just noticed Cat's here. Hey, Cat.
Good morning.
Hey, Big Mac.
I discovered that by accident, that it was effective for dehydration. I did my first long dry fast to correct spiraling out of control with sugar imbalance, other things, working towards healing from the carbon monoxide stuff. And well, I did get that under control by doing that. And inadvertently, I also had a profound correction in a chronic dehydrated issue that I had been having since my late 20s of the first health challenge that happened. That was one of the hardest things that I just couldn't get to the root and bottom of to actually sort out. Once I did that, about 80% of my hydration wasn't all the way there.
80% of your hydration, what?
That was, I was depleted for all that time over the years still that I just couldn't get to. About 80% came back from doing that first long
Fast.
dry fast. Yeah.
How long was that?
5 days the first time. I worked up to 7 nights, so technically 8 days, I guess.
Oh, wow. That's what I want to get to. And you feel amazing. After 5 days, I felt great. Not right away, but 3 days later.
Right.
You just feel amazing.
I did too. That's what did it for me for the carbon monoxide spiral. That's what actually saved my life, was that fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it was from there, it was uphill. Everything I was doing before that was not really being effective because my body was just way too out of balance, way too toxic, right? Once I did that, it gave my body enough of what it needed to rest to regain its balance, so that after that, what I did was work.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Right. Is he gone?
No, I'm right here. I'm cutting my lettuce here and kale.
Have you ever fasted?
Honestly, one day.
Yeah, I suggest that you should try this out. You feel awesome. It sounds like you have enough weight to do it.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, 250. I got more than enough. Oh, you're being facetious. I see how you are. Who is this man?
No, but I think you should try fasting. I mean, you probably won't get these colds anymore, the flu.
Oh man, yeah, I'm not happy with it. No, I will. I just got to put it in my mind to do it. You know, I mean, that's the problem. And
It's really easy and it's amazing. It feels good when you're done. It's easier than you think, because I'm like you. I love eating. I mean, I couldn't even imagine not eating. I like eating every 2 hours. That's how much I eat. Like I eat.
Well, I'm gonna have to talk to Guru for 7 days a week then, just to keep me occupied.
I never thought fasting would be possible in my life, but then
Right then.
I had to do it because of I'm sick as a dog, so I had to do it. And when I did it, it was actually quite easy. It's not hard to do at all. You just got to kind of
keep busy.
Well, you got to be honest with yourself and say, I'm doing it no matter what. And when you make your mind up, it's actually, you only get the hunger for like, I don't know, it's like 5-10 minutes, that real hunger feeling. And then it'll fade away, and then it'll go away, and then come back again in a couple hours. And then eventually it just goes away and you're not hungry at all. By the third day, there's no hunger.
Yeah.
But
well, so far I've managed to eat just once a day, so that's been great for me. You know what I mean? So far, yeah, I do have to fast. You're right.
The first 2 days, especially a dry fast, the first 2 days of a fast are the most challenging, typically for most people. The third day, by that point,
in your mind, though. Most of it's your mind, though. Physically, it's not that bad as you would think. It's not that bad.
By the third day, what happens is your body has transitioned over to reserves, and that's why it uses what's on there. That's why you start to feel a lot better. It burns things that shouldn't be there, and then it metabolizes reserves. So especially if you have weight problem, that's a very effective tool for that as well. And then it produces healing compounds that only your body can produce for you. Very wisdomatic. But yeah, by the third day is the third day and onwards is beautiful.
Mm.
The 7 day was miraculous. The 7 day was just unbelievable. How well I felt.
I get to the 5th day, like 4 nights, 5th day kind of thing. And by like dinner time on the 5th day, I mentally can't take it anymore. That's where I get to. I get to that time. I think I've done the last time, like I said, I did 6 days. Basically, that's because I was really sick and whatnot. But the times before that, I'd get to the 5th day and then mentally can't take it anymore. I just like,
Right.
fuck it, I gotta eat something. That's it. Can't do it any longer.
I forget what the number of days is, but it's not that long if you do a dry fast. Wet fast is not the same thing, but if you do a dry fast, it's not that many days where any parasites or pathogens that you have can't survive. They're gone. Not
I always
possible.
do dry fast when I do. I don't do wet fast really. But yeah, really. So you're saying after 5 days, all the parasites are dead in your body?
I'm not sure what the number of days is, but I'm pretty sure by 5 days, yeah, the chances of things that shouldn't be in your body, on those types of things, yeah, they don't stand a chance. Definitely by 7 days, you're good to go. There's no doubt about that. There's nothing that's going to be remaining. You starved the shit out of them. You starved them. You heated them. You cooked them. You dehydrated them. They have no fluids. Everything.
Then how am I reintroducing them to my body, and what am I eating that would get them back in me again? Anything from that grocery store.
Any corporate food. And
So it's
also,
almost impossible then.
And also, if you're depleted with your defense system and your filter system, it's you don't need very much before you got a problem again, right? It'll cultivate, and that's why the other factors are important too, like the other stuff that's coming from your environment to your house, how much you're being inundated by that, how well you're keeping your pH up. If you keep your pH up and maintain that, most of the pathogens and things of that nature don't stand a chance because they
How do you
need
do that?
that lemon
water?
water.
Yeah, I do
And
that
also,
every day.
yeah, lemon water, but also consistently sipping that periodically throughout the day, so
I
you're
do.
maintaining that pH.
I do all day.
And also that the types of foods that you're eating will and this is something that people get confused with a lot. A lot of people think, okay, an orange, that's an acidic food, right? So your intuitiveness would think that eating an orange would produce acidity in the body. That's not the case. It all has to do with after the digestion in the stomach. Once it hits the stomach juices, it'll produce an ash, and the ash will either be alkaline or acidic, and from there it can have an effect on the rest of your body and the bloodstream. So you want to focus on if it's what you're eating is alkaline ash forming or alkaline or acidic ash forming. And you need to have a balance, but the balance should be maybe about 70% alkaline to 20 to 30% acidic. That's a good balance. And so, although it's acidic on its original form, when you ingest it, after it hits your stomach juices, it's highly alkalizing. Highly alkalizing. Lemon water is one of the highest alkalizing things that I know.
Could I be putting too much lemon juice in a bottle of water?
You could.
Possible?
It
With my
is
what I
possible.
got?
Yes, yes. For the rawness of it, it could actually, if you have inflammation, it could irritate inflammation. So you
That's
want to
what
be
I think
careful.
I'm doing too. So, how many drops of lemon juice should I put in a 500-liter bottle of water?
Just one little slight squirt would be enough. It doesn't take much to raise that pH very high.
Yeah, that's what I do. I take a slice of lemon and I squeeze it in there, and quite a bit goes in it. You could see it literally going in the water and kind of.
Yeah. So maybe like, I don't know, like if you were to just squeeze it enough to make like drops come out and drip.
Yeah.
maybe like in a 500 ml glass, maybe 5 to 10 drops.
Really? See, I'm putting way too much in then probably.
Right, which wouldn't be a problem if you didn't have
Rotten gut.
rotten gut or inflammatory issues. You can do that, and it's tasty. That's fine. But if you have issues, yes, it's
Okay,
kind of
so
like if you have a wound and you put salt on it, it'll irritate
Mm.
it. You know.
That's what these are, 500 ml bottles, right? That's what bottled
Mhm.
water is, right? Yeah. So
Mhm.
5. Okay, that's
I use
go
I
on.
use a half a lemon for less than a glass of water.
That's a lot. Half a lemon's a million drops.
Sometimes I suck on the lemon slice.
So do I. I
Yeah,
used to,
yeah, yeah.
but my gut's too fucked. So
Yeah.
And I put cinnamon in there for my blood sugar.
Yummy. So you sounds like Kat. You do some of the right stuff and a lot of the bad stuff.
I do
If you
some of
could,
the right stuff. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly
if
right. I do some of
if
the
you
right
could
stuff and
afford,
a lot of the bad stuff.
if you could afford it, would you eat a Big Mac every day?
For the first week, yes.
I'm
I'd
like
get
you.
up.
I was a Big Mac addict too. I used to buy them 2 at a time, or the double Mac.
Well,
Love
if I
Macs,
get a
man.
double Mac, I'm getting a double Mac just for the dogs to give them the extra
Oh, the
meat.
poor dogs.
They love it.
Nasty, man.
You know what's funny though is I what do you call it? I pat the hamburger to take off all the extra oil that I can
Oh,
for the dogs, and I
just
don't do
talking
it
about
for
it's making me
myself.
ill. Gross. It's so gross now that I think about it. I
I eat
still
it for
crave them
breakfast,
though. I
lunch, and
still
dinner
crave
for
Big
7
Macs.
days.
Pardon me?
I'd eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 7
Oh,
days, and
nasty.
then I'd be really, really healthy. I'd go really.
Oh,
I just need to get it out of my system, like.
I literally got the chill. You know when you get the shivers, the chills. I literally just got that. I just went, oh, I got that. Just grossed me out that bad.
I actually lost weight by eating
Eating.
McDonald's every day.
I bet you did. It's
But
just pure fucking poison. No food,
because I
nutrition, and
walked.
zero.
I walk to McDonald's every day, and
Is that
so
why
my
you?
my res- my my, my
She
reward
lost
was
weight.
to get the Big Mac, and then
That's
walk
funny.
back home again. And I actually lost weight by
That
doing
is
that.
funny. I
That doesn't
lost weight
surprise me.
walking to McDonald's.
I was around maybe 23ish, I think, and still not really sure about things. I wanted to test and see what would happen if you just eat only McDonald's for a
Yeah, me
couple
too.
days.
Well,
I
you
did
guys
that.
seen that movie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't see the movie. I heard
Supersize
about
Me.
it.
Oh, really?
I
The
didn't see
guy.
the movie. I just saw
Oh, the guy.
the
The guy ate McDonald's for 30 days. But go on.
that's not. Yeah, I after about the end of the second day, and the middle of the third day, I stopped after about 2.5 days on the third day.
Oh,
The biggest thing that I noticed was my brain was just so mushy and not functioning very well. And I was like, no, that's obviously not good for us then. I thought if
what
it was
about
food and it was really meant for us, then obviously if I eat it, it's going to sustain me. It's not going to be a problem. I'm not going to notice anything. But I sure did.
you must have noticed your skin too, just greasy, nasty.
Not really. No, I didn't notice anything like that. But I
I
was,
didn't notice that
quite.
either.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice that. I think at that time though, I was still eating a lot of grease-based things, and meat and all that kind of stuff. I wasn't very healthy at all at that time, as far as that goes.
Just gross.
Yeah.
I still crave Big Macs, and it's been over 3 years since I've
I
eaten
think
one.
they put cocaine in it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I hear it's human flesh.
Yeah, that's from Nude. He lies.
No,
He said that there were babies in the meat.
baby abortions in there. Chinese sell it to McDonald's as a pink goo.
I
It's
don't
actually
lie. The
patented.
corporation got sued. I don't lie. The corporation got sued 3 times for that.
Well, they
It's a
lost.
pink slime, right?
No,
That's the pink slime.
for being caught with
Baby
human
abortion.
Yeah, I don't know if
They lost.
just
They didn't
babies.
win.
I don't
That's
know.
what
I
I
never
heard.
looked into that.
Aborted babies. They make it. They use it. And they
Aborted
make it
baby.
into that pink slime shit, and that's what they put in the the
I
hamburgers,
don't know
all the hamburgers.
what pink slime are you talking about? I've never
The
seen
pink
pink
slime that
slime.
comes. You never seen that? Oh, just look up on YouTube pink slime McDonald's. You'll see.
You know what I have seen is that hamburger that I will not buy, and it's in like a round. It's almost like a sausage casing. It's not a sausage casing. It's like
Oh,
a plastic casing, but it's like
nasty.
the yeah, and that stuff is like pink slime right there. Is I don't know what it's made of, but that can't be proper hamburger.
It's in all hamburger, Wendy's, and every hamburger. They're all the same. It's the
I've never
same
seen
people
pink
making
slime
them.
in my. They must cook it all out or something because I've never seen it. Not in my Big Mac.
It's like not seeing chemtrails. You can't see it if you don't believe it.
You can't see it.
It's there. Trust me. I see it.
I believe in the chemtrails.
Which is using an example. People, if you can't see it, you can't see them, but they're there. You look, you can't see that pink slime. I see it in all that fucking hamburger. It's gross.
I showed many people the chemtrails for the first time. Many people.
That's a whole new other subject. That shit. We could talk
So
about
it's
that for
always an
hours.
interesting reaction when they see it, you know, and they're like, what I usually say before I show them is, like, you know, they're spraying us overhead, right?
Like bugs. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, usually it's denial. What? No, they wouldn't do that. Blah, blah. They just point up on almost any given day and say, look.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean when people see it? It's easy to see. Are you talking about what's in it? Like I can't see what's in it, but I see them doing the chemtrails in the sky.
I'm talking about when you're asleep. You don't see it until someone wakes you up, and then you see it. Same with that slime in that fucking McDonald's. You're not seeing it because you fucking don't want to see it. Physically, literally, it's there.
Yeah.
You can see it.
They're so the patties are so thin and they're brown. I never see any pink in it.
That's after they cook.
Well, that's why I said they must cook it out because I've never seen.
No, even they don't cook it all. You can still see it when it's cooked. Have a real good look at it next time you buy one.
Well,
Break it open and have a
I
look.
cut it up for the dogs.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're not seeing it because you're not looking. You can't wait. Now that I've mentioned it and we've talked about it, look again. See if you see it. You'll
Okay,
see it.
one day when I get another Big Mac, that's all. Look.
Ugh, I just got the chills again. It's just so fucking gross, man. Even saying the word grosses me out now.
But I cut it up with my hands in little tiny pieces for the dogs. So
I
I
understand.
see all through the.
Stop doing that, though. You're torturing your dog.
They look happy.
It's your choice to eat it or not, but it's not the dog's choice. Poor
Well,
things.
they could choose not to eat it.
No, they
and
can't.
then
They're
don't force
stupid
it down their
dogs.
throat.
Just like I get it. I get it. But I would never feed
All
my
three of
dog
us eat out of the garbage.
Poor things.
I feel guilty if I have a Big Mac and they don't get any.
No, I know. I understand. My dog gives me that look. Every time I eat something, he's giving me that look. And you feel guilty if you don't give him a crumb of it, piece of it.
Unless something has onions, I don't feel guilty then because that'll kill them.
What are we supposed to feed our dogs, Rue, when we're off the grid? Fucking fruits and vegetables too? No meat?
Same thing you eat.
No meat?
Can't do that with a cat. Somebody tried that.
Depends.
They tried to make their cat vegetarian, and the cat died because they have to have meat. But the dogs
They don't have to have meat. They have to have
they
protein, beans, nuts, and seeds.
No,
and
not
oil.
My cats were vegetarian, and they one of them lived to be 19.
What did you feed it though, besides fruits and vegetables?
Low ash, dry vegetable cat pellets. That's all they had pretty much their whole life.
Seeds and nuts.
No, these are cats that I had when I was growing up.
Well, somebody got in trouble with the law because they didn't feed their cat meat, and the cat died.
Got in trouble with the law?
Yeah. That's why I know
bylaw,
about
you
the
mean?
case, because it was
That's
in the
funny.
news.
That's funny.
And I thought it was the same for dogs, but then I looked it up and they said that dogs can be vegetarian.
So can cats.
Yeah, I'm sure it depends on the breed and stuff. Those two, we had 3 cats. 2 of them, one of them was lasted till 19, the other one 16 or 17, and the baby, which was a Siamese, died about 8 months after we got him.
Of urinary tract problem, right?
Good call. He had that was the last part, but he had something wrong, I think, in his kidney.
That's what those cats always have problems with.
Yeah. So yeah, one day he was just a baby. So,
Poor
you know,
thing.
8 or 9.
What a painful way to die.
Well, my cat lived
Yeah,
to 20.
he was in pain.
Mm-hmm.
My cat lived to 20, and he ate shit.
Big Mac shit.
I didn't. No. He ate like the Purina cat food and all that. I didn't know anything about that stuff. I thought if I could buy the best cat food in a can, I'd be feeding him the best stuff. So I mean, and he lived 20 years. I just made a video yesterday, and it's only 11 seconds. If you'd like to show it once I get it.
Is it raining up there, Kat?
Hold on, let me look out the window.
It's still raining here, for fuck's sakes.
She made a video yesterday?
I didn't put it up though. It's just.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't get no notification. Okay.
Right, is it raining in your area?
Oh yeah, it is here. Yep.
Yeah, it's raining here too, for fuck's sake.
There is.
Hold on, I'm climbing on
Better
my
than
box.
snow.
I've been taking my dog for like 7-kilometer walk every day now in the morning. 7 kilometers at least every morning.
That's great.
It's amazing. I can't believe it. And he could still go. It walks me. I'm like exhausted after the 7 kilometers. I'm ready to sit down and take a break, and he's still good to go. Yeah, we're doing
It's
good
not
with that. I'm
raining.
doing a lot better physically, Rue. I've been exercising every day, and
that's a really good sign.
But yeah, my gut's still fucked, and I can't repair this hamstring. And this is going to be a year this March. I've had this torn hamstring, and it's really fucking me up, man. I cannot heal it.
Turmeric and pepper.
And I looked it up, and they say the only option is surgery. But that's, mainstream Google.
What did Kate say? Generic pepper?
Turmeric and pepper. Ground black pepper. You put those 2 things together and you cook them for like at least 20 minutes. It needs heat. And then it's the most medicinal. Not that I'm a doctor, YouTube.
What are you saying
that's supposed
to do with this stuff? What is it for?
Turmeric, for inflammation.
Oh, that's what I eat. Yeah. Yeah, she's right about that. Yep.
Eat? You're talking about eating this stuff for what?
It's a spice. It's a spice. You can put it on your food or you can put it into water and boil it. But you need to cook it for about 20 minutes to try it because it has to have heat to activate it. And the pepper, the pepper with it, and it totally increases the value like so many percent more if you put it.
There's one thing you got to watch out for. Make sure you don't. It stains.
What are we talking about
yeah,
here? What
oh
are you
my
talking
gosh.
About? Let me show you. I'll show the bottle. Hold on here.
For your hamstring.
Oh, that's confused. I thought she was talking about eating this for your gut. I didn't know what the hell she's talking about.
No, because
you put this literally on your ass. You put this stuff on your ass like a pack.
No, you eat it.
No, you eat it.
I can't do that. My gut's fucked, man. I cannot.
No, it's for no. What do you mean you can't? It's not spicy. You don't. It's
sounds
got a
spicy.
bit of a taste, but it's not spicy.
It's got a hell of antibiotics too.
Did I eat this stuff, Rue? What do you think?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
But do a small quantity to see how you react.
Yeah.
You know what she's talking about?
I'd have to see the video.
Okay. Yeah, I
But
use
you
that stuff every day to remember.
just put it in a link so I could look at it, I guess, or unless you guys want to watch it together now, it's up to you.
And it's cheap to buy too. It's not expensive. You can buy it at any store.
It's not well. It's not well. It depends on how much money you have because it's kind of hard for me to get. But I don't really have hardly 2 nickels to rub together half the time. So
Actually,
I have a video in the basement.
Another thing, I didn't know you had a hamstring problem. Another thing
Oh,
you might want
fuck. Sorry.
you might want to also try go pick up some organic thyme and boil some water, like maybe about, I don't know, maybe 100 milliliters water, and just maybe about 3 branches of thyme. Rinse it off and put it in there. Let it steep for like 15-20 minutes, and do that 2 or 3 times a day. That would probably also maybe do good for. That's like the highest anti-inflammatory thing. That if you got inflammation in your gut, it would be really good for that too. So
What do you
if
call it?
that's
Thyme?
thyme, yeah,
THYME.
yeah.
Where the hell are you going to find that organic?
Any store.
I can't find anything organic around here. It's
Oh yeah,
ridiculous.
it is hard to find organic stuff now in the.
Oh, it's
grocery
impossible.
store.
Yeah, it sure
It's
is.
impossible.
Well, you can go to a health food store.
That's why I'm starving to death because I can't eat.
Go to a
There's
health
nothing I
food
can't eat
store.
anything. Hmm?
Go to a health food store.
And they have this thyme shit. They don't have that. It's a
Health
fresh
food stores have
vegetable.
all kinds of organic stuff.
It's a herb, Dan. It's a
Yeah.
herb.
Yeah, but it's something that grows, right? It's like a
Yeah.
fresh vegetable. Yeah. Well, the
It's a
health food
herb,
stores
yeah.
don't have that. They have even. You have to go to
A
the
health food
grocery
store
store
will
that
have it.
sells. They don't in the health food stores I go to.
Okay.
What health food store do you go to that has
Well, there's 2 of
fresh
them here in
vegetables?
United.
You
Well,
got
with the-
Safeway out there, Dan?
Safeway? I don't know. I don't know where that.
That's
I've
an
never seen
American
one.
one, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
No, not. It must be more Western Canada then.
The health food store that you go to, Cat, sells vegetables.
No, it doesn't. That's not a vegetable though. It's an herb. It's like leaves on a stick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not-
so
it's not a vegetable.
maybe the health food stores that I go to might have that shit. What's kind of
Possibly.
package is it? I'll have to ask them.
Usually it comes in a little plastic
See-through
package. Yeah.
thing where you can see. Yeah, see, that's what I'm picturing. I can't picture any of that shit. The health food stores I go to.
You know,
Look
it's
in the fridge.
in the regular
Mhm.
stores. It's always there as well. Even if
Mhm.
it's not organic.
Not if it's
I would-
organic though. The organic
that's the
part
thing.
is the hard part to buy.
Yeah, that's
You
what
can
we're
get it.
talking about.
Yeah, you can get thyme in the store, but you can't.
I've seen
necessarily
them
get
in the
organic.
superstores, yes, but not
I would-
organic. Exactly.
if you can't find organic, I would even recommend just do the conventional.
Okay. That's what I'll do then.
You're
Try
calling
that. The
GMO
conventional way if
conventional?
I can't find.
Just
Who's
just
talking
rinse
about
the
store? Rinse the
rinse
shit out of it.
rinse the shit out of it. Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, it's still
How
gonna
can you
have
call
the poison
GMO
in it though.
conventional?
It'll still have the spray in it though, won't it?
That's going to have, but most likely because that thing grows like wildfire, it's a wild herb. They don't really need to do that much with those types of things. That's like a weed, right? So, yeah, the chances of it being anything too bad, pretty minute.
So the
I would say it
moral
would
of
be
the
worth.
story, you think it's gonna help with a
Yeah,
fucking
worth the risk.
hamstring?
Not only that, but any other areas of your body that has
Oh,
inflammation.
Everywhere. I'm full.
Everywhere, yeah.
I'm bad. Hey, Prairie, how's it going? Good to see you. You can grow it in
Are you
your
going to play
window
this right,
still.
or should I take it off?
I'm sorry. What's that?
If you want to
Are you going to play
actually,
this, or should I take it off?
Prairie says you can grow this shit in your windowsill.
What'd you say one more time?
If you're not going to play the video, I'm going to take it off because it's taking resources from my.
Oh, go ahead.
computer.
No, I thought. Go on, Guru. Can you play it for?
can you grab it? I'm into my kitchen. I didn't even know there was one in the basement here.
Are you in the?
Okay, hold on.
I didn't finish rinsing my cup yet for my matcha. I got
Yeah, I
into
was
the
just putting my
conversation.
stuff in the bedroom here, my lettuce dryer. Hold on.
If you can get it, this one.
Yeah, I'll get it.
So-
Yeah.
and,
I didn't know she was even up there. I was looking for the baking soda for.
Let me, before you started, actually, just put it up. But before you start, just give me a second to rinse this so that I don't make noise over top of it because I can't go on mute. I'm not close to my
Okay.
thing there.
Gotcha.
Give me one
Okay.
second.
Hey Perry.
It's only 17 seconds. So.
Hey Prairie, I know you can buy it fresh in the grocery store, but Rue was saying I should get it organic, and I'm saying I can't find it organic. But now he says I could just eat it, poison shit anyway. So
If you can find some wild growing thyme, that'd be even better. But I doubt it at this time of the year.
I doubt it too.
Do you have any greens left?
Yeah, it's still pretty green out here, but there won't be any of that shit. That'd be died off for sure. There's been frost. We've had snow here.
Wrong one.
Huh?
Wrong one, Waits.
Wrong one?
That's your StreamYard you're showing. What you got to do is look in the basement.
Oh, I
and you'll
see it.
my
Okay, it's
name
way down here.
twice.
Yeah, I didn't
You'll
see it.
my name-
I got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was way in the basement. Didn't see it at all. There you go. Okay.
Okay, I'm good to go. Wait, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
And did y'all know that toilet paper is not vegan? There's animal products in toilet paper, which means that vegans can't poop. And that's why they're assholes.
I had you in
That
mind
was
when I
it?
heard that. Yeah, I told you it was only 17 seconds.
Oh, fuck. I thought it was about the fucking spice or something.
Oh, here, I'll show you the spice. Hold on here.
No, I don't need to see it. But I thought, I'm like, what the hell is this?
Oh, okay.
That's funny.
I pulled it up back
Toilet
when we were
paper.
talking about cats being vegan.
Toilet paper is the #1 cause of colon cancer.
You're kidding me.
No.
Keep on wiping, folks.
That's what you're putting in your ass is cancerous fibers. Every morning you're wiping it up your ass.
And blow your nose with it if you use it.
Same with Kleenex, same with paper towel. All those products are just fucking full of fucking cancers.
And I'm blowing my nose with the Kleenex right now. Thanks.
Yeah, just
Now
the
you're
worst
telling
thing you could do. It's just the worst
What do
shit.
you use, Nude?
I'm gonna use my sleeve.
A cotton cloth. You gotta use cotton.
Water?
No, I want to know what Nude uses if he doesn't use toilet paper.
Water?
You don't use toilet paper.
No.
Water.
He's got it.
Water
the
and bare fingers and water.
He's got it the bay.
And you could use organic soap as well after if you want. If you don't feel clean.
I don't even use soap.
You don't need to if you eat properly. If you don't eat Big Macs, you really don't even really need to wipe your ass almost.
I smell like fruit.
When you eat properly and everything, you're really healthy. You barely need to wipe your ass.
Is that what Nude told you?
No, it's true.
You're gonna get right sitting down for misinformation.
Your ass comes out like a dog. It just poops it out and then goes back in and it's all clean.
Probably, there's probably a lot of variables like the size of your butt cheeks, maybe. You know.
People out here, this is a shit show. So just go ahead and leave if you want to hear.
This subject really stinks.
What a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you're shitting me, right?
I didn't get. Wait a sec. Look at Prairie going off here.
What?
Morning, Prairie.
She says I'm vaccinated.
Are you?
Vacation. Oh, vacation. Okay. Before you're. I was gonna say vaccinated. What? Vacation. Get yourself a tiger balm and rub it on 5D. Don't forget to wash your hands. So after. What? What's 5D?
You.
Hold on. Use a hanky. I'm confused. Get yourself tiger balm. Rub it on that. On 5D. Oh, she means on my hamstring. Tiger balm on my hamstring?
You don't know what a bomb's gonna do.
What's tiger balm? I don't want to rub any chemicals. Is there organic tiger balm out there?
That's a herb that I've never used.
What, a tiger balm?
Mm-hmm. I
Sorry,
think it's a herb, isn't it?
I'll ask the health foods place about that, I guess, as well.
Who
when I go
watches
there.
Seinfeld?
Me.
Like
Watching.
who?
And yes, Prairie, I did have a gut problem before I went on my vacation.
Who said they watched Seinfeld?
I've seen it, all of them.
Okay. All right. So you remember when they're riding in the back of the cab with the lawyer and Kate Kramer, and he drank that hot coffee that burned him,
Suing them,
and then he put a bomb on it, and then the
Yes.
lawyer's in the back of the taxis. He's going, "Who told you to put a bomb on it? Do you know what a bomb does? Nobody knows what a bomb does."
I do remember that scene. Right on. So I have some shit to get at the health food store. Thames. How do you pronounce it? Thames? Thames?
Time. T-H-Y-M-E.
Times?
Time.
Time.
Not with an
Time.
S. Just a T-H-Y-M-E.
Times.
Like British. Thyme.
No S on the end.
Yeah.
TH. Thymes.
No S on the end.
Thyme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need thyme. Only one of them. No S on the end. No plurals.
Just think of time and then put a thyme in there. What
I
thyme
need
is
a
it?
thyme.
Yeah.
What are these ugly things?
And I need a bomb. I need some thyme and a bomb.
What are these ugly things?
Look like squash.
Just
The one on the one on the left, the one in your right hand is, what is that shit? It's covered in wax.
Oh, rutabaga.
Is that what this is?
Is that what?
And this
I
is
don't
the
know. He
squash?
said wax. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to go and look at it right now. Is it white and purple? Round?
It's yellow and brownish purple.
Brownish purple? That sounds like it's okay. Let me see.
Good morning, Prairie.
I was thinking
Speaking-
this one was a turnip, but I don't know.
No, that's rutabaga. Oh, that's good shit. That'd put hair in your chest.
That's
Why
not
do you
what I
have this
want,
stuff that you don't know what it is? Where did you
because
get
the
it?
food bank gave it to me.
Oh.
You see, I can't see it that well.
That one in your left hand, the long one, yeah, it looks like squash to me.
Oh, that looks like squash, and this looks like a rutabaga.
Not to me. I can't remember what it is.
I was
think
thinking
what
it
it
was a
is.
turnip.
Turnip,
There's
yeah,
another one.
that's what they put wax around. Turnips,
There's another one. How do you know it's waxy?
because it just looks like it.
Just-
Ew, that
that's the
looks
other one.
gross. What is that? That looks
I know
gross.
it's the same thing as this one. I think, with the yellow and the brownish purple. I don't know. I got it in the Christmas hamper.
Can you make it bigger? I gotta see this thing.
Can you cut it in half and show us? Hey, Prairie, I gotta get. I
do
try
that
to
when
get
I-
everything organic. I don't go to the drugstore. It has to be organic.
Yeah, it's a rutabaga.
Rutabaga?
Yeah, I'll show you. I got one. I just bought two of them yesterday rather, 2 days ago rather. Yeah, that's rutabaga.
I got to figure out how to cook it.
All right, here's how you do it. It's like a potato. You got to peel it, take the wax off of it, around it. You know, get a peeler, and now it's going to be hard to cut. They're tougher as shit. Cut them as thin as you can without cutting yourself. You know, and then boil it in water for like about 20 minutes. If you want taste with it, add a little bit of vinegar to it. And pepper.
What kind of vinegar? Apple cider?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, apple cider is even better. Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you remember that so well and recite it
Such
so
a-
well?
Well, the reason why is because my sister-in-law chewed my ass off because I didn't make it for her. She went to Thanksgiving over here. I forgot about it, and she says,
Forget
"You
about
know,
it.
So people actually
Yes.
like them.
well, I do. It's like a potato. It doesn't taste like a potato, but it's good. You can eat it raw, which is hard, or you can cook it like a potato. It's less calories than a potato, a lot less calories, more healthier for you.
I'm more worried about taste than I am about calories.
The taste ain't that bad. Believe me. You put vinegar on there, you know, and if you want butter, put butter on there, and pepper, and whatever. I just put vinegar and
It
pepper on it.
tastes the opposite of a Big Mac.
Well, that's not a good ad for it.
No, but make sure you you scrape it all off, get that wax. That's rutabaga. That's what I eat all the time. I love that stuff.
Well,
You know,
I didn't think I'd like spaghetti squash, or what was the other one?
Squash is so good.
But yeah, my mom made it when we were kids, and it was like, oh my god, we would not eat it.
I didn't eat any of that shit my whole life.
if you want to smash the rutabaga, if you want to, when you get done, and then put vinegar.
Smash it?
Yeah, smash it. Make it easier for you when it's cooked.
Oh, you mean like mashed potatoes kind of thing?
Yeah. Uh huh.
See, sweet potatoes I like if they're in the form of fries, but otherwise I can't stand sweet potato because when it's all mashed. I was down in the States one time, and they have some weird traditions and crap about the football and all that stuff, and they made squashed up sweet potato and put marshmallow on top of it. It's so gross. Oh my god. Some kind of American dish for football.
I don't even know what it is. I don't go to football games or anything like that. I only went to a baseball game twice in my life. Didn't like
No,
it.
this was at the family home, but it was like they were celebrating the playoffs, or whatever we call it, the football playoffs. What do you call that? The bowl, Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Yeah. And they did it for Christmas too. Smashed up sweet potato with marshmallow on top.
Yeah, you're right. That is American dish. You're right. That is. No, well, thanks.
It's like baby food.
You just. Tell me how you like that rutabaga, though.
I will.
Yeah, seriously.
I'll try any of this crap once. And I did end up liking those squash that I cooked. They're not the best thing, but when I know that they're good for me, it tastes a little bit better.
How do you cook a squash rather? I tried to bake it, and I screwed that all.
Depending on which cut, when it was the spaghetti squash, I actually, I harvested it like spaghetti, and then I made spaghetti out of it. Instead of using pasta, I used the squash as the spaghetti, and then just I made my own tomato sauce out of tomatoes, which I'd never done before, and it actually was pretty good. I was surprised.
What do you cook it, boil it first, or you bake it, then smash it, or?
I think I just cooked it in the spaghetti sauce because it doesn't come apart like if it was pasta. After eventually it doesn't cook well. You have to cook the pasta separate. But when I cooked it with the tomatoes, and then the other squash, I cut it up into. It was green, and it was a green squash, and I cut it up in cubes and air fried it, and it was actually pretty good.
Oh man, that's.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell her that. The rutabaga, when it's raw, it's white. When you cook it, it's yellow.
Oh yeah,
light yellow. So yeah.
Cooking any of your food's bad for your food. Hey, I got a trivia question for you. What's the number one consumed fruit in the world?
Apples.
No.
No.
I'd say bananas.
Tomatoes.
You got it. Tomatoes. Good guess. I didn't think anyone would ever get that. Because most people don't
think it's a vegetable.
Exactly. That's where it tricks you up. Yeah, it's the number one consumed fruit in the planet is tomato.
I put it in my vegetable crisper instead of putting it in the fruits crisper because that's where I use it for salads. I'm not a big fan of tomatoes, but if I cut them up real small and put them in my...
You shouldn't put any of your fruits or vegetables in the fridge.
Ugh, like Nude times 2.
Well, you shouldn't. Where the hell? There's no fridge in nature.
Yes, there is.
Just destroying your food.
Yes, there is.
There is? Where?
In the old days, people used to put things in the ground as a fridge.
Cellar. Cooler cellar.
Yeah.
No, they used to dig a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And that was the fridge.
Fruit cellar.
Wow.
Yeah. And my dad told me one time, I thought it was brilliant when I was a kid. He said that when they'd go to the beach, they'd take a watermelon and they'd put the watermelon in the water just to keep it cold. So they used the water as a fridge.
Oh, I got something to tell you guys. When you get grapes
Mhm.
and you see that like wax on the grapes,
Mhm.
you put it in a bowl and put some baking soda in there. Wash it around a little bit, rinse it off. You're all set. There's no wax to it. It's clean.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen this wax on grapes.
I
Yeah, there's a
have.
little.
I don't see it lately, but I have seen it before.
Yeah, it's like a little glossiness to it. You look at it, you'll see it, and when
Oh,
you wash it,
gross.
you just yeah, you'll see that it's nice and clean. My daughter did it. She's seen it on something. I don't know. She tried it out. It worked out fine. We had grapes.
So the wax isn't natural on the rutabaga, or is it natural?
Well, that's natural. It is, but you don't want to eat it though. But yeah,
Well, yeah, but you peel it and then you don't have the wax, right?
right, right.
Yeah, but you don't peel the grapes unless you're really, really rich.
No, you don't peel the grapes. You just wash them with baking soda. Take the seeds out and eat the skins.
So I guess you could do that for an apple too, then.
Yeah.
I never see seeds in grapes anymore.
I don't either.
I'm Nude Guru, and I do not endorse this.
You don't endorse using baking soda to take the wax off?
I never tried that. I don't know. I don't eat things that have wax on
You
them.
should say, I'm Nude Guru and I'm ignorant of this topic, not I don't.
He's saying don't buy them if they have wax on them in the first place. You should be buying organic, which is impossible to do. Where the
Yeah,
hell
I
do
have
you
not
find
seen
organic
organic
grapes?
grapes in a long time.
You won't find them unless you
Yeah.
literally buy them from the people that grow them, and then you can't trust them. You have to watch them grow them.
And they're
Yeah.
expensive enough without being organic. Like they are so expensive. Grapes.
Everything is.
Yeah.
That's why you
Yeah,
got
but
to grow it. That's why it comes all down to the root thing. You got to grow it all yourself, all this stuff.
But considering
not
how
necessarily.
small grapes are.
Or know
or
people
have
who do and trade with them.
people that do, and that aren't idiots, right?
And bargain with them, yeah, and have to trust them that they're not spraying.
You guys are just making me want to eat chips and French fries and stuff.
Why?
I don't know. It was my brain just kind of goes in this
rebel.
Yeah, rebellion. Yeah.
Or gives up and just fuck it
I
attitude.
got this fried chicken they gave to me at the Sally Ann truck last night, and I didn't eat it. Now I'm like craving it now.
Why didn't you eat it?
Well, because it was fried chicken. So.
Really?
Well, yeah, I'm not supposed to have anything fried. So I went, no, just put it in the fridge, and if you're really, really hungry, then eat it. But don't eat it if And I wasn't that hungry, so I just didn't. I ate the pasta salad, but I didn't eat the chicken.
I eat a lot of
Sorry.
hummus.
I
love
just
hummus.
finished a thing of hummus. That was a treat because that's expensive too.
Oh, that stuff is so damn good. Oh.
It's Arabic, It's my
yeah.
food.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Arabic food is probably the healthiest food as a cultural food, right? Like if you're going to go with cultural foods, it's probably the healthiest food you can eat. And I'd say Chinese food is probably the worst food you can eat.
I've heard it was Mediterranean Greeks, olives and all that stuff.
Well, we're the same. We're the same. Greeks and Arabs. We have, they have dolmadakas and we have vine leaves, but the vine leaves have meat in them, and the dolmadakas don't have any meat in them. But we have very similar, yogurt drink with cucumber and everything. We have very similar, diets.
Kibbe.
I'd say the Arabic diet is the best. We have tabbouleh, we have hummus, we have
Kibbe.
What?
Kibbe.
Kubbi.
Oh, kibbe. Okay, kubbi.
Yeah, you know what? It's the Lebanese. They say kibbi, and the Palestinians say kubbi. It's the same thing, though. Yeah, that's yeah. There's meat in there, though.
That's good shit. Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, and onions and and pine nuts. Pine nuts are my favorites. They're
One thing I
so
can't eat is that
expensive.
baklava. That's just too much sugar for me. I could never
Yeah,
eat
I'm
that.
not that's a Greek thing, although we do have that too, but I don't like it. It's too sweet. And I'm not a big fan of honey. But it's still going to be a better dessert than any other cultural dessert.
I
Because
like grape.
honey is a
Uh-oh.
better way to sweeten your stuff, right?
Did we lose Dan? Who did we lose? Oh, we
No,
lost
we
Guru.
lost Nudie, but he's back.
Oh, I got to get him. Hold on. Nobody else can do it. I
No,
got to
he's
do it.
back. He's back.
Oh, is he back?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
I'm
you
on
got
my
to get
phone.
him.
So
Hurry up.
I got a
Fuck him.
delay here on my phone. That's why.
We don't need him. Fuck him.
Yeah, screw that guy.
Useless.
Yeah.
Dan's just saying what Nudie would say anyway, so we're just doubling up.
Oh my god. Well, you
Oh,
better be
man.
nice, Dave. Huh?
I am having a chocolate peppermint matcha latte to die
Gross.
for. Amazing. Not gross at all.
I just don't like pepper.
It's a cold one.
Mm-hmm.
Iced matcha without the ice.
We don't like you, Nude Guru. We don't like you at all. You get all that organic. We got to eat this nasty McDonald's foods and
That's because
Burger
he's
King.
rich.
Huh?
He's rich. He can afford anything he wants to eat.
Well, he deserves it.
I didn't say he didn't deserve it.
You know, I mean, he's only got $5 to his name, but he's doing good.
He's richer than God.
I got $5. When did that happen?
I have lots of money and I can't eat it. I can't get any Nude. Doesn't matter how much money you have.
Excuse me.
My
I have
first
money. Where can I get it?
Yeah, well, how much you want?
Lots. I want good organic food.
when I get control of when I get to choose what I want to eat, if I ever live long enough to choose what I want to buy to eat, I'm going to, my very first task is to go meatless.
Is what?
To go meatless.
Okay.
Giving up meat is the first thing that I'm going to do when I
Meat and dairy. Altogether.
Yeah, and dairy. Yeah, dairy. Yeah, I had gotten away from dairy for a few years, and even when I turned poor again, I also still didn't want to eat dairy because all I could think of was the pus and the milk and the baby cows being taken away from their moms and all this. But then I slowly got back into it because when you only have a certain amount you can eat, and they give you some cheese, you eat the cheese, and now I love cheese again.
I get it. The system works well. Sucks it back in really easy.
Yeah, you're right, Prairie. That is chickpeas. That's right. That's what they are
What,
too.
hummus?
Yeah, she says it's mashed chickpeas. Yep.
Yeah, and tahini, which is ground sesame seeds.
I like tahini too.
You know what else is ours? Arabic is the eggplant. What do you call it? Babranouche. Babranouche. That's eggplant. It's
bless you.
it's cooked and mashed up eggplant. And for some reason, the Canadians or the North Americans, they put mayonnaise in this shit. I have no idea why they're putting mayonnaise in it.
Gross.
Yeah, so even the hummus you get is not the hummus that you get in Arabic food, you know. If an Arab makes it, it's not like that. But I guess they're putting preservatives and things like that in it because they're selling it in stores.
No guessing.
Tabbouleh is a fantastic salad. Very healthy.
My daughter married an Arabic. It's the family.
Right. That's why you had kibbeh.
10 brothers and 1 sister.
But he's Iraqi. He should be saying it like the Palestinians, not like the Lebanese.
Yeah.
All this stuff sounds delicious if you could find it organic, but you can't.
Oh, grape leaves. Oh, that's delicious.
Well, that's the vine leaves I told you about. But those have meat in them, whereas the Greeks don't put meat in theirs.
And rice.
Yeah, everything's the same. Well, we have the pine nuts in ours too. Some people put pine nuts, some people don't. But yeah, it's basically the same as domadakas, which are Greek, but the Greeks don't put meat in theirs. But everything else is the same: onion and rice. But then I found out white rice is bad. You got to eat brown rice.
Is worse.
What's worse?
Brown rice.
If anything, wild rice.
Wait a second. Why is brown rice worse?
Made out of sugar. Cooked. You ever go to a Chinese place, he says, hey, I want brown rice.
Don't go to Chinese places if you want to eat healthy. They deep fry everything. And they put MSG and stuff.
Well, they put sugar on the white rice that turns it brown.
You're kidding. No way.
They put bleach on white rice.
Yeah, you can cook white rice really quick, and it takes a long time to cook brown rice. So I don't know. It's got to be a different.
I don't know if that's true for rice, but I know it's true for brown sugar. Brown sugar is just white sugar that's been fortified.
Hasn't been stepped on as much.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't have brown rice or brown sugar, but I don't really eat sugar too much. Well, I do in candy, but I don't eat it like I don't
Big
add
Macs
it.
are full of sugar.
What is?
Big Macs have tons of sugar in it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Oh,
where
just like
in the meat?
And all in the bun and the condiments and all of it. So I have a lot of sugar in it.
Well, don't badmouth Big Mac sauce. There's this.
That's just Thousand Island.
It's not though.
With tons of sugar in
It
it.
is.
Believe me, I've tried to make it. It's not Thousand Island.
That's what they call it on the can.
On what can?
The can when you're working at McDonald's, you put it in there to put the
Gross.
squirt
I
gun.
just got the shivers again. Just
It
grossed me
didn't
right
say
out.
Thousand Islands dressings
Place
on
is so
on it.
gross.
It did.
But maybe in BC it didn't say that in Ontario. It was just a big white pail, and it said.
Did you work at McDonald's too?
Damn right I did. On my 16th birthday, I did two things. I went and got my 365 to drive,
Yeah.
and I applied at McDonald's.
Yeah, so it's I remember the pink writing, Big Mac sauce, and then when you look at the ingredients underneath, Thousand Island dressing.
Oh, I didn't look at the ingredients. I just know that it said Big Mac sauce on it. It didn't say Thousand Islands.
See, you weren't seeing it.
I wasn't looking at the ingredients. I didn't give a fuck
Can't
about the
see.
ingredients when I was 16 years old. I was just in awe of that great big pail of Big Mac
Just
sauce.
like you're in awe of the Big Mac now. You can't see the pink slime.
No, now I'm just a hostage. I'm a hostage now.
Well, I'm surprised I didn't die because I worked for Wendy's Corporation. I worked for Rallies. Now it's called Checkers.
Oh my God, that stuff gave me a stroke.
Did it really?
Yeah, I was going to, I guess it was Rallies or Checkers. No, they're both the same, but it was in Florida.
Yeah,
The
they
one
got
in
sold
Florida.
out.
And we were eating that
Checkers.
like 3 times a week, and it was so cheap. And if you wanted to add a tomato or a piece of lettuce, that was the expensive part. But if you don't get anything healthy on it, it was so cheap. And we were having it like 3 times a week at least. And I ended up with a stroke. Like the next we left Florida in like maybe April, May.
The genocide is killing her.
By October, I had a stroke.
Wow. I'm surprised I didn't get one because I worked for Country Buffet, and I worked for.
They were great. They were in the Flying J's. They had the Country Buffet.
Yeah, the buffet place. Yeah.
Yeah. Now they changed it to Denny's. They all have Denny's.
Well, yeah, they got sold out. I mean, and then I worked for. See, what was it? One more
I loved
place.
Country Buffet.
Wendy's. Oh yeah, Elias Brothers.
The what brothers?
Elias Brothers.
Elias Brothers.
Yeah.
Hermanos.
Huh?
Reminds me of Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's just surprised I didn't get it because I used to get a hamburger at lunchtime.
Did you work for McDonald's, Prairie? She says it says Mac sauce.
It did, yeah.
That fucking Ronald McDonald sure was a perv.
Was he a perv? Because he's calling children
Sick
in.
bastard.
Well, they kill people with their food, but then they help people. They help them when they end up in the hospital.
Who, McDonald's? With
Ronald
the
McDonald,
McDonald
yeah.
house?
Yeah,
What a
yeah.
scam that is.
With the children's charity or whatever.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
I forgot.
Biggest scam.
Yeah, because my friend, she had a baby with what's the one where the it's in the bones, in the blood.
Cancer in the
blood. Oh, limp. I can't remember now. But her kid was born with it. Not enough red blood cells or something, and leukemia. And so they had to go, and they needed the Ronald McDonald service, and apparently, it wasn't anything like how they said it was.
Of course not. Let's get
Yeah.
to the root of this thing. The root would always say, why would the kid be born with leukemia?
Well, she had a whole bunch of them. Only one of them was born with leukemia. So
Why are kids being born with that shit? Did that happen hundreds of years ago? I'm just wondering.
I have no idea.
Leukemia?
Could they test for leukemia hundreds of years ago?
I think that's probably shit that they gave us from our great grandparents and injections.
Well, Nude would say that it's our fault.
If you guys go on Rumble on my
Prairie
channel,
worked for McDonald's too.
Who?
Prairie, she said she worked for McDonald's as well.
It's a rite of passage in North America.
I'm nasty. I never worked there.
if you guys go on my channel on Rumble, Race for Vets, I have a history of how McDonald's was born, how it started. Wait till you see this movie. What a picture.
More propaganda against McDonald's?
No, it's a true story. I mean, this guy screwed. Well, I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but yeah, it's quite a picture. It really is.
When
this
I
is
served,
how huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
How ruthless this guy was. That started this McDonald's up. He was a ruthless son of a bitch. His own wife even left him. Hell yeah.
Because when I started working at McDonald's, the very first thing they did was sit us down and tell us about, what the company was, how it was built and everything. And I don't remember all the story, but I remember thinking that this was an amazing company. The way, I didn't work for a franchise. I worked for a corporate. I worked for a corporate store, not a franchise. And this was right across from the Eaton Center in Toronto. It was like the busiest McDonald's in all of Canada.
I know that place.
It was before they put a McDonald's in the Eaton Center. So we got all that business. And so, but there was a crew trip every month. So we'd organize to go roller skating or go to a movie or something. And McDonald's paid for it. And once a month we got that, a crew outing. And the whole idea of the order of how you put the food on the tray so that things didn't get cold too quickly, and the way that the company was built and everything, they made it sound so good when I was 16 and they were telling us a story. And now you've got a movie that shows that all that wonderful stuff that I was told is complete bullshit, I'm sure.
I went on a field trip from school. I remember public school McDonald's, and they brought us to the basement and showed us a film about all this shit. Same shit you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I thought it was a company to pattern after, like it was, and look how successful it is. But I had no idea about the oligarchy. So. Hey, one of the things they gave me in the Christmas hamper, every year they give us a box of pancake mix. And It looks just like the Aunt Jemima, except it's called Pearl Milling Company since 1889. Never even heard of them.
Come on.
It says right on the box, formerly Aunt Jemima. So this is how they changed it for the politically correct shit.
Pure toxic poison.
Oh, it's so good. I still haven't finished my last one though, when I got that one last year. So I don't have them that often, but they're so good. I tried to make them myself, and they came out like bread. I was just frying bread. I thought it didn't turn out like pancakes.
Came out like scones.
Yeah.
Scones.
I hate scones. They're so dry. So was my bread. But I still ate it. I just ate it as bread. And I don't have any yeast to make bread, so it comes out all tough. Although I read that if you put extra baking, whichever one you put in there, soda or powder or whatever, if you put extra in there, it'll make it softer, but it still came out tough and dry. Oh, wow. Can you hear that sound? The sound of poison that's about to go into my fucking veins.
Are you eating the Big Mac?
No, I wish. It's fried chicken.
Fried chicken's probably better for you than Big Mac. And that's saying something.
What is it that's a Big Mac that, I mean, what is it, 600 calories per burger? Is that what it is, if I'm right?
I think it's more like 1,800.
Wow.
It's like a whole day's intake in one.
I used to eat 2 at a time.
I have eaten 2, but that's not.
Love it.
I'll eat a hamburger with the Big Mac, but that's later on. That's like later on, like leftovers is the hamburgers, the little ones.
I used to go through the drive-thru and just get 2 Big Macs. That's it. Nothing else.
Oh, without the fries and the Coke?
Nothing. Yeah, just 2 sandwiches. And I remember it was like the last time I did it was like $18 or something.
For 2 of them?
$9 a sandwich? Holy shit.
After taxes and everything. Yeah. That was 3 years ago. I used to do that. I used to come and do that. Go down to the city and get injections for like 3 or 4 hours. What do you call it? I keep forgetting the name of that when you get drugs slowly dripped into your bloodstream.
Intravenous.
But there's another word for it. It's not. Yeah. Anyways, you get intravenous for like 4 hours of their poisonous drugs for my arthritis, and then on the way home, go through McDonald's drive-through and get 2 Big Macs.
I do that at
and then wonder why I'm sick now.
I do that at Burger King. I get 2 Whoppers.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, but they're not fried.
I think the worst hamburger out there is A&W.
Oh, I only get the Mama Burger there. But they have onion ring.
Threw up.
And they have sweet potato fries with aioli sauce.
Barry works in Polo Park. Interesting.
Polo what?
You know where that was, Nude?
I do.
What? You know what is?
Where the busiest McDonald's was.
In Winnipeg.
Was which one? Was mine?
No, in Winnipeg she's talking about. Where she lives.
Oh, Prairie.
Yeah. The one you're talking about I actually ate in on Yonge Street there.
Street, yeah.
And it's on the east side. I've eaten there. Yeah. It's still there, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't been to Toronto for
pretty sure the last time I was there, it was still there.
I don't think it's the busiest one in Canada now, but
no,
when the Eaton Center was
location.
open and there was no McDonald's in the Eaton Center, that was the busiest, and that's when I worked there.
I've eaten there. It's 2 stories too, isn't it?
Yep. Yes, and you know what? A lot of stuff used to go on in McDonald's, right? And so there was well, they weren't really a couple, but they were for that night anyway. And there's cameras everywhere, right? And they thought they could just go upstairs. This was in the middle of the night, when they do the cleaning.
And they're making mac sauce.
No, they were making, well, it was more white than that. So,
excuse me, but would you like me to start up another stream? We got 30 minutes almost left.
Sure.
Okay.
I've had sleep, so I'm cool. I have a lot of work to do, though. I got 2 days to clean up this place, and it looks like an episode of Hoarders right now.
Well, you got your family coming over?
My daughter's actually coming here on Boxing Day, which is great because I didn't see her at all for Christmas last year. And we are going on Tuesday to where I'm going to make, a nice feast and everything. And then we're going to go watch Jason Momoa in 3D in the movie theater.
Go watch who?
Aquaman 2
Oh.
in 3D. It's going to be, and I already bought the tickets, man.
Awesome.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Get to see my grandson all day.
And get McDonald's.
No, we're not going to get McDonald's. I'm
You
making
should
a nice,
while you're doing it.
I'm making
Go
a nice quasi-healthy feast. I don't have a turkey, but I have a chicken. They gave me a chicken. So I've got a chicken and I've got like a nice bunch of potatoes, red potatoes, which are the healthiest ones. And then I can either cook this waxy, whatever the fuck it is, or my daughter's not going to like that though. I've got something else they gave me, some kind of Franken vegetable. It's part cauliflower, part something else. It's called Colette's. Sweet and nutty flavor of Colette's. Katettes. BC fresh. It's from BC. I don't know how fresh it is if it's from BC. But it's like, I think it's 2 different vegetables that's been hybrided into one. But I can make those. It looks like kale. That's what it looks like. It looks like buttons of kale. So if I just put nice sauce on it, Natalie won't notice.
And the poisoning continues.
Whoa! What?
Generation.
You guys got the link in the private chat there.
Dan is the truth narrator.
Well, it's true.
What? I couldn't hear what you said.
I said, and the poisoning continues from one generation to the next.
2 generations. My grandson's gonna eat it too. What part's the poison?
Everything you just
Franken
mentioned, the movie, the everything, the whole thing, the whole outing, the whole
Are you
celebration,
saying
the food, the
Jason Momoa is not
entertainment.
poison? Jason Momoa is not poison.
You can't have any fun. For fuck's sakes, eat your fruit, vegetables raw and shut up.
I eat some of my vegetables raw. I eat carrots raw.
No fun for you.
And I eat spinach raw, and I eat tomatoes raw and cooked.
If you guys want to move over to the next stream, I'll get everything all set for you here.
Why does this guy keep interrupting us?
I don't know. He seems to think he's the owner or something.
With all this bullshit. The link's
doesn't
on
even
the side.
pay
The
us to
link's on
be
the
here.
side. It's like he's
Come on,
addicted to his link.
We'll take it out and trade. Want a McDonald's?
How do we do this? Just do it. Go now? Are we going?
I'm there.
Yeah, I'll shut everything off and get you guys started in the other one.
I'm there.
Are you there? Okay. Nude's
I'm in
next.
the basement.
I'm in there
Wait,
already,
okay.
so
Right,
we're closing this one out now. Yep.
Yeah, how about you?
I think I'm figuring it out. Open tab and a new link. I just hit.
Yeah.
I right clicked it.
And we'll.
All right.
And then
Y'all in there?
if you have a link, you can give Perry the link to the new chat, right?
Oh yeah, you got to put that in G chat, Roo, or something.
Yeah, I can't get it
Yeah.
myself. You have to do it.
Well, I can do it, but I don't know how without someone holding my hand.
Tell me when you're over there, Dan.
We don't have access to it.
Yeah, it's on the private link, private chat.
No, that's for StreamYard. I'm saying, but Prairie doesn't seem to want to come up, so we have to give her the link for the new stream.
She doesn't seem to want to come up.
Well, she's not coming up.
Well, if she comes up, she's going to be going to our StreamYard if I give her this link. Oh, I know what you want. Okay.
Yeah, the YouTube link. Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you want now. Okay.
And give her the StreamYard link too if you want, because maybe she'll want to come up.
Okay. Hold on here. Yeah, you guys are all over. No, that's.
I already got it. I put it in there.
Oh, did you put it in there? Oh, God, you are fast. Thank you, Nude.
No worries. Okay, I'll see. I'm exiting out of this one. I'll see you in the new one.
Okay, and I'll get you guys started. Just let me do what I got to do here, and then I'll be there.
Okay, see ya on the other side.
Okay, everybody's over here except for Dan.